Traveling through the ancient times, I became the first gourd vine of innate talent. Not only did I grow 7 gourds of different colors on my body, but my cultivation could also be absorbed by the gourds, and I might even never be able to transform. So I worked hard to cultivate myself, wanting to change my destiny, but unexpectedly witnessed the birth of the Calabash brothers. In order to prevent myself and the gourds from being divided, I shared my innate special connection to guide them in exploring the wilderness, searching for opportunities and treasures in the midst of danger. When the first golden sunlight of the morning falls on the 7 growing gourds, I unconsciously hummed the familiar nursery rhyme, Calabash brothers, 7 flowers on one vine. At the same time, the spiritual energy within 100 miles was absorbed into my body, leaving the surrounding spiritual beings stunned and dumbfounded. Standing still, I guide the spiritual energy to flow in the meridians on my own, transforming it into cultivation, while my strength continues to grow. At this time, several gourds made milk-like calls. I was speechless and immediately corrected, I am not your mother. If you want to call, you should call me daddy. The 7 gourds were all puzzled. Although they were puzzled, they obediently changed their words. I looked at these obedient and cute gourds, feeling warm inside. But time is running out, and I can't afford to be lazy at all. Otherwise these lovely little ones will be taken by others. So I warned them not to disturb their own practice, or else it will all be over. Why is dad working so hard to cultivate? The youngest gourd, the 7th child, blinked his round eyes curiously and asked his brothers. Eldest child shook his round body and earnestly replied, Dad is cultivating to become super powerful, so he can protect us in times of great calamity and drive away the bad guys. The 3rd child's eyes rolled around and said crisply, then we should also work hard to cultivate and become as powerful as Dad. Afterwards, the gourds absorbed spiritual energy to cultivate, meditating on becoming a master. I feel that the opportunity for transformation is approaching, but at this moment, an unexpected guest suddenly appeared where I was. Due to the protection of the innate great formation, ordinary people simply cannot enter. However, at this moment, there is a Taoist standing outside the great formation with a plate on his head. After a moment of contemplation, I had the answer in my heart. Who else could walk around with a plate on their head and act so nonchalantly between heaven and earth, other than the Taoist ancestor Hongjun? It seems that Hongjun at this moment is not yet mature. When Hongjun arrived, my heart immediately jumped to my throat. Who is that old man outside? Wawa blinked curiously. Then, the hot-tempered Sanwa shouted, Hey, old man, if you have the guts, come in. Shut up, you brat. Do you want to kill your father? However, Hongjun stood outside the grand array for a while before drifting away. Seeing his figure gradually disappear, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before the gourd ripened, no one should bother me for the time being. So, I cleared my mind and focused entirely on cultivation. Finally, on an ordinary day, I clearly felt that the opportunity for my transformation had arrived. Full of anticipation and excitement, I quickly activated my spiritual power throughout my body, preparing to embrace this transformative moment. However, an unexpected event occurred as my spiritual energy uncontrollably flowed towards the largest gourd in my body. Big brother, what are you doing? Big brother looked puzzled and shook his body, saying, Dad, I don't know why. These spiritual energies are uncontrollably drilling into my body. I feel like I'm about to burst. Before the words fell, a halo appeared around Big Brother, followed by a soft light flashing, and Big Brother slowly floated down from the gourd vine. A moment later, a dazzling light shot up from the gourd. With a loud bang, the gourd split in half, and a beautifully carved little child jumped out from inside. I watched this scene, feeling a mix of emotions. The cultivation I worked hard to accumulate was all taken away, and I don't know when I will be able to transform again. But Dawa doesn't know what I'm thinking, jumping and shouting loudly, Daddy, Daddy, I've transformed. I can go out and see the outside world. I smiled bitterly. You, this child, have caused a lot of trouble for Daddy. Eldest son did not realize my helplessness, still excitedly said, Daddy, Daddy, I want to go out and explore, see what's out there, and then come back and tell Daddy. I heard these words and was greatly shocked. You are still just a child now. The outside world is not as beautiful as you imagine. It hides many unknown dangers. Dad, don't worry, I am very strong. He waved his chubby little fists and suddenly smashed towards the cliff beside him. With a deafening sound, the entire cliff shook violently. Dad, just let me go out. You can rest assured, if I encounter danger, I will definitely hide. Helplessly, I had to agree and let him be more careful when he goes out. Brothers, I'll go ahead, Dawa said, leaping suddenly, breaking through the prohibition of the innate formation, and rushing towards the world outside the formation. Watching Dawa's figure disappear into the distance, I felt very envious. Suddenly, a strange scene unfolded before my eyes. and I was surprised to find that I could see the outside world through the perspective of eldest brother. Eldest brother, can you hear my voice? I asked tentatively. Dad, I can hear you loud and clear. Eldest brother's voice made me both surprised and happy. At this moment, the eldest child is in the impassable mountain, curiously looking around, with clear eyes full of curiosity and longing for this unknown world. The impassable mountain is abundant with lingji mushrooms and many prehistoric creatures. I warned him not to easily conflict with other creatures. After walking a distance, the eldest son exclaimed in surprise, Dad, look over there, there is a glowing stone. After saying that, he ran towards the stone without hesitation, then stretched out his arms to embrace the huge stone. With a little effort, the huge stone, which was originally several times larger than his body, was easily moved. However, just as the huge stone was moved, a dark shadow swiftly attacked the eldest son. Eldest son, be careful. The eldest son reacted very quickly, dodging the attack by moving to the side, only to realize that he was being attacked by a large scorpion. The scorpion was 10 feet long, and the long and thick tail almost occupied more than half of its body, and the poisonous stinger on it flashed with a chilling cold light under the reflection of the shimmering light. Seeing that the blow missed, the scorpion whirled and raised its huge tail high, like a sharp lance, stabbing at Dawa with a whistling sound. Chapter 3, Top Grade Innate Spiritual Treasure. Fisherman's Prophet. Dawa was in a state of crisis and threw the boulder in his hand toward the scorpion in a smooth manner. The boulder was wrapped in a whistling wind and smashed down on the scorpion with precision, accompanied by a dull thud. The scorpion was instantly crushed to death, its huge body unable to move under the heavy pressure. The dust that had risen gradually settled, and with it, there was no movement around them. Daddy, don't you think I'm great? Dawa's bright eyes shone with pride, full of anticipation of receiving praise and recognition from Daddy. Xiao Tang looked at the spirited Dawa and his heart was filled with relief. Dawa is very powerful, but there are countless dangerous beings like this one, so you must not take it lightly. Dawa patted his chest and responded confidently, Don't worry, Father, I know what's in my heart. With those words, he ran towards the place where he had just moved the stone, where that pothole had been pressed out by the boulder. There was a strange flash of precious light at that moment. Dawa came closer and saw an axe lying among them, radiating a fascinating precious light. Dawa curiously stretched out his hand and tried to pick up the axe. However, his hands exerted all their strength, but the axe head was as if it had taken root and did not move. Daddy, this axe is so heavy. When Xiao Tang heard this, he could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly and was secretly surprised in his heart. The weight of the axe that could make even Dawa, who was born with divine strength, unable to move it must be extraordinary. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Tang spoke, Dawa, you and use your spiritual energy to find a way to refine this axe. Hearing this, Dawa slightly closed his eyes and gazed at his mind, and suddenly a flash of light surfaced in his mind, revealing the method of refining the spiritual treasure. He hurriedly cast the spell accordingly, only to see a spiritual light flickering and traveling between him and the axe, and before long, the axe was successfully refined. The axe, which was originally incredibly heavy, instantly became incredibly light, and Dawa easily held it in his hands. While playing with it, he also learned the name of this spiritual treasure. Father, this is the Gangjin Mountain Opening Axe. It seems to be an innate upper-grade spiritual treasure. A trace of surprise and amazement flashed in Xiao Tang's eyes. This was just the beginning of his exploration of the Buzhou Mountain and he had such a harvest. His luck was really good. It seems that this Buzhou Mountain is full of treasures, and what is said is not true. With the help of this spiritual treasure, your strength will surely increase greatly. And Father, I can also feel slightly at ease. You should continue to explore in this mountain. There might be more treasures. Okay, Daddy. Dawa answered and continued to roam around the Buzhou Mountain with great excitement. At this moment, the Buzhou Mountain was enveloped by a layer of majestic Tao rhythms of the great Tao, like a natural barrier that blocked the prying eyes of the outside living beings. Because of this, it is extremely difficult for the outside world to venture into this wonderful place. Otherwise, I am afraid that the countless exotic treasures on Buzhou Mountain have already been looted, and the reason why Hongjun was able to step into this place must be due to the jade butterfly of creation above his head. It was also because of this that he was able to distribute so many treasures after preaching in the Purple Heavenly Palace. Dawa's pace was not fast, and after traveling in this mountain for tens of thousands of years, he had only walked through a small area of the Buzhou Mountain. The majesty and grandeur of the Buzhou Mountain was beyond imagination, as if it was a boundless world. Dawa's luck is truly enviable, and it's been a rewarding journey. In addition to that Gangjin Mountain Opening Axe, 2 top-grade innate spiritual treasures as well as more than a dozen middle-grade spiritual treasures were also found. As for those lower-grade spirit treasures, they could be found almost everywhere in this Buzhou Mountain. It was just that the lower-grade spirit treasures Xiao Tang could not even look at them. Xiao Tang, in the process of accompanying each other, also gradually figured out Dawa's realm today. Dawa had already stepped into the realm of Golden Immortal since the time of his birth, and now he had even managed to step into the middle stage of Golden Immortal. Dawa's roots are very high, but in the cultivation of the law door has not yet been suitable, so even in this abundant aura to the extreme of the Buzhou mountain, the speed of cultivation is also relatively slow. However, these tens of thousands of years had passed, and Dawa had slowly explored a suitable method for his cultivation. What's that? There was an extremely intense flash of precious light ahead. That treasure light was stronger than the light emanating from the treasures he had seen before, and Dawa thought to himself that it might be another top-grade innate spiritual treasure that had appeared. Daddy, are we going to take a look? Xiao Tang nodded slightly and said, well, go and take a look. Although this treasure light is extremely easy to attract other living beings to come and snatch it, it would be a shame to miss the heavy treasure. However, you need to keep in mind that if you meet a strong enemy, you must not act recklessly and must not scramble. With the order, Dawa sped towards the direction where the precious light was scattered, and arrived at his destination in a matter of moments. Xiao Tang's vision through the Dawa only saw a giant snake whose scales were glittering with a cold, ghostly light, and a large bird with brilliant feathers were fighting fiercely. Not far from them in mid-air is suspended a brown bead. That bead around the body of the treasure light dense, light and shadow interlacing flow. A look will know absolutely extraordinary. Both the giant snake and the big bird seemed to have their sights set on the bead and thus fought. Dawa secretly probed the breadth of the two and found that their realm was even slightly higher than his own. Having reached the late golden immortal stage, Dawa, don't act rashly. First find a hidden place to hide your figure. When they fight until they are both defeated, then we will reap the benefits. Xiao Tang urged in a low voice. Who is the fisherman? Dawa asked with a puzzled look on his face as he scratched his head. This will be explained to you in detail later. You must be careful and watch out for other beings hiding around you. Xiao Tang instructed Dawa to be vigilant, although he wanted to reap the benefits of fishing, but it is difficult to guarantee that no one is harboring the heart of the yellow bird in the back. The giant snake violently leapt high into the air, its huge body arcing through the air as it opened its bloody mouth and lunged towards the big bird. The big bird was not willing to show weakness. By virtue of its own speed, its wings flapped vigorously, and its figure instantly rose. Its sharp claws like blades grabbed fiercely towards the giant snake, leaving deep scars on the giant snake with every attack. The giant snake hissed angrily at the pain and suddenly performed the art of entanglement, its thick body instantly wrapping the big bird tightly like a rope. The big bird struggled desperately, raising gusts of wind between its fluttering wings, but it was never able to break free. The giant snake took advantage of the situation and bit down on top of the big bird's wing, blood instantly staining the feathers. The big bird wailed in agony, and the two lost their balance in the struggle, falling to the ground like a meteor, smashing out a huge deep pit. A moment later, the giant snake slowly let go of the big bird, and victory was clear. Dawa, this is the moment. Xiao Tang let out a low shout. Dawa understood, holding the Gangjin mountain opening axe, and rushed out like an arrow off the string. The giant snake had just defeated the big bird, and was about to go up and take the treasure. But when he saw Dawa suddenly kill him, he hurriedly sidestepped and dodged. Its huge vertical pupils burned with flames of anger as it roared viciously. How dare you sneak attack me? You're simply asking for death. After the giant snake dodged the attack, it opened its mouth that was huge enough to swallow a small mountain and bit towards Dawa with a fishy wind. Dawa was undaunted, the axe in his hand raised high and chopped down hard. However, the giant snake's figure was extremely flexible, and its body twisted violently, easily avoiding the powerful strike. Immediately after that, it smoothly wrapped around Dawa's body, getting tighter and tighter, trying to strangle Dawa alive. Chapter 4, Dawa fights the snake spirit. Erwa takes form. Break me! Dawa bellowed, his muscles tightening and veins rippling on his body as he exerted his full strength, only to see a powerful force gushing out from Dawa's body, hardening the giant snake's body. The giant snake never expected Dawa to have such divine power, and its body was torn apart in many places. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Dawa raised his axe again and slashed away with an unrelenting momentum. This axe was so powerful that it directly chopped off the giant snake's head. Dawa, chop its head off! Xiao Tang knew that this giant snake was tenacious in its vitality, and that a 100-footed insect never dies, and even if its head was cut off, it might still be able to injure someone. Hearing Xiao Tang's words, Dawa did not hesitate to swing his axe and completely chop the giant snake's head to pieces. As the head turned into pieces, the huge body of the giant snake also gradually lost its vitality and completely fell. Dawa took a long breath and slowly walked over to the beads and reached out to hold them. The beads struggled, yet there was no way to break free from Dawa's power. Father, this bead seems to be called the Earth Spirit Bead. Sure enough, it's an Earth Spirit Pearl. The earth spirit bead was the bead representing the earth element in the 5 elements bead, and belonged to the top grade innate spiritual treasures. Its circumference exuded a thick and ancient aura, containing the power of the earth. Once the 5 elemental beads were brought together, they would be able to possess the power of a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Xiaotang said softly, "Dawa, you bring back the earth spirit pearl." Dawa responded, "Yes, Daddy." Dawa chose the closest path, and even then, it took nearly 10,000 years to reach it. "Father, I brought back the earth spirit pearl." Saying that, he carefully took out the earth spirit bead that emitted an earth-colored glow and handed it over to Xiaotang like a treasure. At the same time, he also took out a brainful of the other spiritual treasures he had picked up along the way. "Father, you can take all these spiritual treasures." Xiaotang reached out a vine and touched Dawa's head. "Good boy, keep these things for yourself. In the future when you go out to practice, they might come in handy as well." Xiaotang had little interest in the other spiritual treasures. His mind was all on the earth spirit bead. Xiaotang held the earth spirit bead, and a mellow earth spirit power surged into his body along the vine. He clearly felt the speed of his cultivation steeply accelerate. With the help of this earth spirit bead, Xiaotang secretly estimated that he would need at most 10,000 years of time before he could successfully transform into a form to truly feel the flood world. Dawa in the home, just 2 days of rest. That active nature will no longer be able to hold back. "Father, I'm going to continue to venture to other places. Maybe I can even find other treasures." Xiaotang looked at his excitement and admonished, "Don't be hasty, be careful with everything. If by chance you come across similar 5 elements beads, make sure to bring them back together." "Child knows, Father," Dawa responded, and then set off on his journey once more. This time, Xiaotang did not follow Dawa closely with his sight as usual. If he wanted to truly gain a foothold in this floodplain, transforming into a form was a crucial step, so he quieted his mind, and with the help of the spiritual power of the earth spirit bead, he devoted his full attention to cultivation. Time is like a white horse. In a flash, 10,000 years rush by. Xiaotang sensed in his cultivation that the opportunity to transform into his own form had come. He was full of joy as he prepared for this moment of metamorphosis. However, fate seemed to play a joke on him, and that familiar and helpless feeling swept over him once again. He only saw the aura in his body surge uncontrollably and rapidly, and then it rushed toward the second gourd on the gourd vine. "Daddy, I'm coming out." With a clear, loud cry, the second gourd shook violently and flew off the vine immediately afterward. In mid-air, the gourd light flourished, and then boom exploded. The light dispersed place. A look with a few similarities with the big baby child appeared. This child's eyes were like bright stars, flashing with a spiritual light, and his ears were wider than Dawa's, as if he could listen to all the subtle sounds in the world. "Father, I've transformed." Urwa was so excited that she was dancing around, and it was so cute. The other gourds around them that had not yet transformed into forms also shook their bodies and made joyful noises as they celebrated Urwa. Only, in the midst of this jubilation, only Xiaotang was worried. He was full of hope that he would be able to transform this time, but he didn't want to be robbed by Holua again. He looked at the remaining 5 gourds, and an impulse surged in his heart to rip them off. But when his eyes touched those gourds, the compassion in his heart eventually prevailed. That's just it. The big deal is to wait for a few more tens of thousands of years. As long as I can take form before the calamity comes. Xiaotang sighed secretly. "Father, I saw Big Brother fighting a bear. Big Brother is so powerful that when he stretched out his hands, he held the bear tightly, and then he flung it violently, and the bear flew far, far away." Urba stared off into the distance with his big eyes, describing in colorful detail the scene he had seen. The aptitude Urwa possesses is not only as simple as clairvoyance and smooth wind ear. In this flood world, as long as it is not shielded by the formation boundary, any wind and grass movement, even if it is a very small thing, cannot escape his perception. "Father, I also want to go out to train like Big Brother." Urwa's eyes were filled with longing. Xiaotang thought briefly and nodded his head in agreement. "That's fine. You go. Remember to take care of each other with Big Brother and find more treasures back. With the help of your aptitude, finding the treasure will be a lot smoother, I think. Just that your own battle power is a little weak. Don't try to be strong." "I'll be careful. Thanks, Daddy." So, Urwa set off gleefully to meet up with Dawa. After Urwa leaves, Xiaotu cuts to Dawa's point of view. At the same time, his divine thoughts were transmitted to Dawa. "Dawa, you should lean towards Urwa's side. Urwa's battle power is weak. I'm worried that he'll be in danger." Dawa received instructions to go ahead and meet Urwa. And in fact, Xiaotang's worries were slightly superfluous. With his magical clairvoyance and compliant ears, Urwa is able to detect traces of danger in advance. Along the way, he skillfully avoided the fierce demonic beasts hiding in the shadows. Not only that, he was able to pinpoint where the treasure was. When Dawa and Erwa successfully meet up, this duo can be considered as a tiger with wings. Erwa was in charge of using his divine ability to explore the treasure's hiding place, his nimble eyes scanning around and his ears twitching slightly, not letting go of a single clue. Once the target was locked, Dawa would rush forward without hesitation. When faced with those demonic beasts guarding the treasure or other obstacles, Dawa would directly rely on his divine power to forcefully break through and snatch the treasure over. The two brothers worked together seamlessly and soon harvested a large amount of treasures. Chapter 5, King Kong's Unbreakable Manhwa. The current situation in the Floodlands. Xiaoteng wanted to know how much time he had left nowadays to use to transform his form. So, he transmitted his voice to Erwa. Erwa, immediately use your clairvoyance to take a look. What exactly does the current floodplain look like? Erwa responded nicely. Okay, Daddy. After saying that, Erwa concentrated and gathered his strength, the power surging around him, and that clairvoyant aptitude instantly opened. In his eyes, as if there were stars flashing, the light appeared at the first time. Everything within the flood was like a scroll slowly unfolding, one by one reflected in his eyes. Xiaoteng saw the flood through Erwa's vision, only to see that above the flooded earth, the three clans of Dragon, Phoenix and Qilin had already appeared, and their numbers were increasing at an astonishing rate. Xiaoteng carefully observed and realized that there was no atmosphere of swords drawn between them for the time being, and his heart let out a slight sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, his gaze continued to probe, but he did not find any traces of the human race, and the sorcerer race and demon race were also nowhere to be seen. So it seems that the present time should be in the period before the Great Dragon Han tribulation, and the time when he himself was divided should be when Hongjun delivered his first sermon or his second sermon. At that time, the Dragon and Phoenix cataclysm had already passed, and the Witch and Demon quantum heist was about to kick off, so by that reckoning, there was still some time left. Thinking of this, Xiaoteng let out a long breath of relief. Fortunately, there was still enough time to use the transformation. At that moment, Erwa's voice filled with curiosity and longing came out. Father, the world outside of the Buzhou mountain looks so wonderful. I want to go out for a walk. Hearing this, Xiaoteng refused without hesitation. No way. The outside of the Buzhou mountain is extremely dangerous, and is definitely not something you guys can handle right now. Before your realms are able to break through to Tai Golden Immortal, you are absolutely not allowed to step out of the Buzhou mountain. Although there were many living beings in the Buzhou mountain, they were not too strong, and most of them had peaceful personalities. If they encountered an enemy, Erwa and Dawa could basically handle it by joining forces. But once you leave this Buzhou mountain with its sheltering power, it would be dangerous and unpredictable. Nowadays, the most disturbing and dangerous thing in the floodplains is the ferocious beast clan. They had absorbed the remaining fury after the opening of the heavens and the earth, and each of them was so brutal that they had almost lost their sanity and acted only on instinct. Its battle strength is even more terrifying. Even the powerful dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn tribes see them, but also do not dare to easily provoke, often choose to go around. What's more, there was still the reincarnation of the chaos demon god in this flood. Danger was everywhere. Xiaoteng didn't dare to let them go out and take risks. Xiaoteng was also secretly glad that he could have a place to settle down in the Buzhou mountain, where he could cultivate, but it was also clean and undisturbed. Dawa and Erwa explored around in the Buzhou mountain, and their days were fulfilling. After they were tired of going out to play, they returned to Xiaoteng's side. They built a house on top of a cliff next to a gourd vine. The mold of this house was all built in accordance with Xiaoteng's instructions, and its appearance was somewhat similar to the flatbed houses of the latter days. The materials used to build the house are all taken from the extremely hard stone and wood within the Buzhou mountain. These materials are hard. Unusual means is difficult to process. Must use the top grade innate spiritual treasure will be able to cut down. Time passed by leisurely, and Xiaoteng realized that the time for him to transform into his form was coming again. This time, however, he was very calm, for it was clear to him that it was not he who was going to take form, but his child who was going to take form again. As expected, it wasn't long before the aura in his body seemed to be tugged as if it was madly surging towards the third gourd. Only a loud bang was heard, as if it was the roar of the beginning of heaven and earth, and Manhwa was born. Manhwa cried out excitedly, "Daddy, Daddy, I'm out." Filled with curiosity and excitement, he accidentally hit his body on top of the boulder next to him as he bounced around. The boulder, which was like a small hill, was instantly torn apart under the seemingly inadvertent collision by Manhwa, turning into countless broken rocks scattered all over the ground. Seeing this, Xiaoteng knew that this was Manhwa's divine ability, Vajra Unbreakable Body. This Vajra Unbreakable Body of his was so strong that no matter what kind of magic treasure it was, it would be very difficult to injure it. Dawa used the Gangjin mountain opening axe to chop towards Manhwa with all his might. but failed to leave the slightest trace on Sanhwa's body, which showed the strength of his defense. Nowadays, Dawa was the main attacker and Sanhwa was the defense, plus Sanhwa's probing ability. If the three of them were to join forces, even if a Taiyi Golden Immortal were to come in person, I'm afraid it would be difficult to defeat them. As the days passed by, Xiaotang was pleasantly surprised to find that Dawa's realm had already risen to the late Golden Immortal stage. What surprised him even more was that and Sanhwa had also reached the late Golden Immortal stage at the same time. He studied these children well and found that their realm advancement was actually synchronized. And as the number of transformations increased, their cultivation speed would increase. If this is the case, then when all the 7 Gourd girls come out and practice together, won't the speed of cultivation be so fast that it will be beyond imagination? Thinking of this, Xiaotang's heart was both filled with anticipation. Maybe by then, even if he didn't transform himself, a few children would be able to fend off the great gods who came to split the gourd. Father, I've discovered a few extremely good treasures, and I'm planning to take big brother and third brother out to explore. Erwa's voice interrupted Xiaotang's thoughts. Xiaotang pondered slightly and eventually nodded his head in agreement. You guys must be careful and cautious on this trip. Don't be careless. Yes, Daddy. After Erwa left with Dawa and Sanhwa, Xiaotang continued to immerse himself in cultivation. He also knew that according to this situation today, before the gourds transformed, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to successfully transform. So he then directly passed on all of my cultivation gains to the remaining gourds, helping them to transform into forms as soon as possible. Not long after Dawa and the others left Buzhou Mountain, the flooded heavens and earth suddenly shook violently. The vibration was like a heavenly collapse, and the entire flood world was shaken by this powerful force. Xiaotang's heart was startled. He immediately exerted his mana and contacted Erwa. Erwa, quickly check. What has happened? Erwa did as he was told and turned on his clairvoyance. Xiaotang followed Erwa's gaze and saw that several powerful figures emitting endless pressure were surrounding a huge ferocious beast in the center. That ferocious beast was as large as a mountain, and exuded a rich fury around it. It was none other than the beast god inverse. And among the crowd that surrounded Divine Rebel, Xiaotang recognized Hongjun at a glance. Hongjun's face was cold as he surrounded himself with divine power, and together with several other powerful innate deities, he launched a fierce crusade against divine reversal. Daddy, my eyes hurt. Erwa suddenly cried out in pain. He closed his eyes and his vision disappeared. Xiaotang's heart tightened. He knew that the strength of the person who was fighting was too powerful. Although Erwa's clairvoyance was strong, it was difficult to withstand the impact of such a powerful force. He hurriedly comforted. Erwa, don't force yourself. Quickly go find a place to rest. Xiaotang understood in his heart that he was simply unable to intervene in a battle at this level. His current strength was as small as a mole cricket in front of these powerful existences. He could only silently pray in his heart, hoping that this battle would end as soon as possible. Once the divine rebel died, I'm afraid that this fierce beast clan would be completely slaughtered. In this way, it wouldn't be long before the dragon, phoenix, and unicorn tribes would become the new protagonists of the flood. This also meant that the time for Hongjun's sermon was not far away. Although a few sessions of Yuan sounded rather long, for these innate beings like Xiaotang, it was but a fleeting moment. He had to seize this last time to make the gourds transform as soon as possible. Chapter 6, The Beast's Hijacking. We've found a treasure. The fierce beast's cataclysm broke out completely, and the divine reversal led the fierce beasts in a thrilling battle against the innate deities. The sound of that battle was deafening, as if it was going to tear apart the entire flood world. Where the attacks of both sides collided, light shot out in all directions and ripples of energy spread out. And wherever they went, mountains collapsed and rivers were diverted. The entire flood wasteland was thrown into a state of chaos and panic, with countless weak beings fleeing in all directions, looking for a safe place to shelter. The Buzhou mountain where Xiaotang and the others were located was relatively safe due to the blessing of the great Dao Dao rhythm. Dawa, Erwa and Sanhwa, however, were not intimidated by this horrific calamity. They took advantage of the fact that all the other living beings didn't dare to act easily, and instead, they boldly scavenged through the Buzhou mountain. This Buzhou mountain contained countless treasures and opportunities. They explored around the mountain and found many treasures, and the most precious and valuable of them all was the 12 pure white lotus at the level of that extreme innate spiritual treasure. Xiaotang did not expect that this 12 pure white lotus would appear in the Buzhou mountain. The 12 pure white lotus grows in a hidden pool on Buzhou mountain. When Erwa realized this, he rushed forward with Dawa and Sanhwa to collect it together, and that lake water was no ordinary thing. It was the famous Three Lights Divine Water. This Three Lights Divine Water was a precious combination of sunlight, moonlight and starlight. It had magical properties, and if its three kinds of divine water were used separately, they would be highly poisonous. However, once they are combined into one, it will become a holy medicine that is capable of producing flesh and bones. Moreover, This 3 lights divine water had a great boosting effect on the growth of spiritual plants. When Xiao Tang learned about this, he hurriedly asked them to use their magic treasures to collect all of the 3 light divine water. When they returned, under Xiao Tang's careful guidance, the 3 brothers dug a huge pit next to the gourd vine, poured some of the collected 3 lights divine water into it, and then put the 12 pure white lotus into it. That 12-point pure white lotus had just entered the pool and quickly adapted to the environment, taking root and growing in it. Xiao Tang's heart stirred as he watched this, and he also tried pouring some triple light divine water on himself. As soon as that 3 light divine water touched his body, Xiao Tang felt a coolness instantly spread throughout his body. The original somewhat tired mind instantly became refreshed, and his cultivation speed actually increased a little. Xiao Tang was shocked. It was really good stuff. So Xiao Tang simply stuck his roots into the pool next to him and slowly sucked in the 3 lights divine water. The pure white lotus sensed the intruding root chakra and immediately dispelled it. However, Xiao Tang wasn't weak either and directly wrapped the roots of the white lotus of the pure world. Now no one could break free. The flood does not remember years, and the time of one session passes in a flash. Generally speaking, in just a few tens of thousands of years, there would be a gourd that had successfully transformed. This time, however, it took a full 100,000 years before the gourd was able to take shape. However, this time the transformation was actually born at the same time 2 gourds. It is the 4th and the 5th child, only to see that the 4th gourd and the 5th gourd in a burst of slight trembling, slowly cracked, from which the 2 extremely similar appearance of the little doll. Their small faces were rounded, and their brows and eyes were filled with an aura of spirituality. Although they looked alike, a closer look would reveal that they had very different personalities. The 4th child was enthusiastic, his eyes glittering with excitement, while the 5th child was just like a quiet deep pool, calm and collected, with a peaceful face. This characterization is akin to the abilities they control, one manipulating the flames and the other harnessing the flowing water. And the power of water and fire that they exerted was not ordinary water and fire. Its power was actually not inferior to that Tai-Yin true water and Sun true fire. When the 4th and 5th wards finished transforming, something magical happened. Their realms suddenly leapt up, and along with the other 3 children, they instantly reached the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. The hearts of several Halua were filled with joy and said, "Great! Finally stepping into the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. Father, now we can go outside the Buzhou mountain, right?" Xiao Tang sighed, not expecting that so soon they would be Tai Golden Immortals. It is really a child's age. Since your minds are made up, I'm not in a position to stop you. However, when you go out, make sure that the 5 brothers stay close to each other and do not separate. Do you all understand? The 5 gourd waifs responded in unison. Don't worry, Daddy. We're united as one. Xiao Tang nodded. This is very good. You guys go. After saying that, they sped towards the outside of the mountain with a heart full of longing and excitement, like 5 joyful birds. After the 5 gourd girls left, the home became unusually quiet, leaving only the 2 gourds, 6 and 7, on the vine, gently swaying in the breeze. It was only at this point that Xiao Tang realized with a jolt that Ruan never seemed to have opened his mouth to speak. He couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt and worry in his heart. Could it be that this 6th waif has not yet awakened his spirit? So, he called out softly, Liuhua, Liuhua, if you can hear me, respond. A moment later, a tender voice came, I can hear you, Daddy. Although that voice was small, it caused Xiao Tang to take a long breath and say, alas, you really startled me. Why have you been silent? There was a hint of despondency in Rakwa's voice. It's not that I don't want to talk, it's just that no one paid attention to me when I used to speak, so I don't really want to speak anymore. Xiao Tang sniffed and quickly flipped through past memories in his mind, but he was shocked to realize that there was no figure of 6th Hua in the memories of these few sessions. The 6th waif's presence was so faint that it was almost imperceptible. Even the 5th and 7th wards, who were adjacent to him, didn't seem to have really noticed him. Xiao Tang was full of self-reproach, and Makoto said, I'm sorry, it was father's negligence. Rakwa, however, responded good-naturedly, it's okay, I got used to it a long time ago. Xiao Tang's heart grew more and more compassionate as he listened to these words of understanding. He secretly made up his mind that in the days to come, he must accompany Liuhua more and talk to him more about him. Otherwise, what can be done if the child is made autistic? Xiao Tang asked after thinking about it. Liuhua, do you have any special abilities? Rakwa shifted her body gently and said slightly shyly, I'm not too sure. I only know that my greatest ability is that I can make it difficult for others to detect my existence. Xiao Tang's heart stirred as he curiously followed up. Can you be invisible? Ruo replied. Stealth is naturally possible. As soon as the words fell, a soft light was seen flickering where the 6th wafer was. Immediately afterward, that 6th gourd disappeared without a trace. Xiao Tang's eyes widened and he looked around with a face full of astonishment, but found that if not for that gourd stem and vine still connected to himself, he really could not perceive the slightest trace of sixth Eva. If it was just an ordinary stealth technique, it might not be surprising. However, if after becoming invisible, even that karma could not seek out his figure, then this ability would be truly terrifying. Chapter 7, Killing the Dragon. Encountering a fierce beast on the road. Buzhou Mountain is really too big. 5 gourd children in this mountain shuttle nearly 10,000 years long, before finally managed to get out. But the moment they stepped out of the Buzhou Mountain, the expected surprise did not well up in their hearts. Although the world outside seems to be vast and boundless, it is far less abundant than the aura of the Buzhou Mountain, and there are no spiritual plants and spiritual treasures to be seen everywhere. However, this flooded earth was better for them because it was full of unknowns and novelties. Filled with curiosity, they began to travel in this flooded wilderness, but it wasn't long before they encountered their first sudden crisis. Only 3 giant dragons appeared out of the sky. Their bodies were huge, their scales glittered with an icy metallic luster under the sunlight, and their dragon might permeated the surroundings. These 3 dragons were all powerful existences at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Without a second thought, they attacked directly towards the huckleberries. When Dawa saw this, there was a trace of scorn in his heart, but it was more of a determination to protect his brother. His eyes were firm as he shouted, "Third brother protect second brother. Fourth brother and fifth brother will deal with a dragon separately. We'll go together." With those words, he swung the huge axe in his hand and charged towards one of the giant dragons. Dawa had cultivated in the mountains of Buzhou Mountain for many years and had experienced countless fights with the mountain's foreign beasts, and was extremely experienced in battle. At this moment, he exerted all his strength. The axe in his hand danced like a tiger. Each strike carried the force of 1,000 pounds, and actually seemed to have the momentum of suppressing that huge dragon. As for the 4th and 5th children, although their combat experience was slightly weak in comparison, they were undaunted. Siwa took a deep breath. His body's spiritual energy surged, instantly spewing out a fiery flame. That flame was like a rushing fire snake, sweeping towards the giant dragon with teeth and claws. Wuwa also made seals with both hands and summoned a torrent of water, resembling a raging water dragon, launching a fierce attack towards the other dragon. Xiao Tang was at the back, nervously following the fierce battle through Erwa's sight. In his heart, he was originally unwilling to provoke such a powerful group as the dragon race. After all, in the next few years of the flood, the dragon race would shine and become one of the masters of this heaven and earth. But now, these dragons were really too deceitful, and dared to try to devour the Hulutas. Beat them hard for me, skin them, whip them. The 3 giant dragons were also very shocked. They didn't expect the 3 little dolls in front of them to have this ability. Whether it was the power of Dawa, or the flames of Siwa and the water currents of Wuwa, they were all quite powerful and difficult to deal with. Seeing that they were no match, fear grew in the hearts of the dragons and they prepared to flee. But how could the Hulutas let them go so easily? Father said they had to be skinned and torn apart. So the huckleberries rushed forward. Dawa grabbed the dragon's tail with one hand and threw it violently, accompanied by a roar, throwing the dragon high into the air. The dragon twisted in the air in terror, letting out a guttural wail. Taking advantage of the situation, Dawa leapt high into the air and stomped hard on the body of the giant dragon. This foot went down as if it was a titanic pressure. The giant dragon was smashed on the ground, and a huge deep pit instantly appeared on the ground, dust flying. Without stopping in the slightest, Dawa swung the Gangjin Mountain opening axe once again. The blade of the axe cut through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound, and directly hacked into the giant dragon's body. In that instant, blood spurted out like a fountain, and the giant dragon's body convulsed in agony before it was finally cut in two. The 4th child stood side by side with the 5th child. Siwa opened his mouth and roaring flames erupted from his mouth. Its blazing temperature was enough to flood space with layers of distorted heat waves. The flames were like agile fire snakes that quickly snaked towards the giant dragon, instantly turning its surroundings into a sea of fire. Wuwa was not willing to show weakness. He took a deep breath. A deep blue water current surged out from his mouth. The water rushed and whistled, as if it had a spirit, forming an airtight trap formation. Dragons, originally the best of the water tribe, were born with extraordinary control over water. However, they appear helpless in the face of the water protruding from the 5 wards. Under the relentless roasting of the flames and the continuous erosion of the divine water, the 2 giant dragons struggled in agony. Their huge bodies continued to twist and turn in the trapped formation, emitting deafening roars and wails, but it was all in vain. As time passed, the true spirits of the 2 giant dragons completely died out, and their huge bodies turned into a pile of ashes. Dawa obeyed his father's words and flayed the dragon's corpse, every movement crisp and clean. When he was done, He signaled to Shiva. Siwa understood and once again exerted the power of flames, completely burning the remaining giant dragon corpses into ashes. They remembered well what their father had said, that a child who could destroy a body was a good child. Hurry up and leave, be careful of the other dragons, Xiao Tong said. I also don't know if there are any great Luo golden immortals in the current dragon clan. With the current strength of the Hulutas, they were not yet a match for the great Luo golden immortals, so in order to avoid the dragon clan seeking revenge, it was better to hide for a while. Okay, Daddy. The huckleberries immediately left toward the northwest. The Hulutas were all at the Taiyi golden immortal realm, and with the 5 of them joining forces, their strength was not to be underestimated. Even if they faced an opponent in the middle stage of Taiyi golden immortal, they still had enough confidence and strength to fight. In the subsequent journey, although they also encountered some small-scale conflicts, but with the tacit cooperation between them, they were able to easily resolve them. The overall trip was quite smooth and did not encounter any real life-threatening dangers. However, when they stepped into the vicinity of Fengchi Mountain, a powerful and evil aura came over them. The Gourd girls were instantly alert, and Erwa scanned the surroundings with a torch-like gaze. A ferocious beast with a huge body and a terrifying aura was seen. Look out everyone! Soon, the ferocious beast appeared in front of them. This ferocious beast was surrounded by a strong fury aura, and its realm had already reached the middle stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal. After the ferocious beast Quantum War, most of the ferocious beasts went up in smoke under the slaughter of the innate deities. However, there were still a small number of ferocious beasts that took advantage of the chaos and managed to escape. The beast in front of him was one of them. The ferocious beasts didn't have much spiritual intelligence, but their fighting strength far exceeded that of beings of the same realm. Xiao Tang clearly saw the ferocious beast's appearance from the viewpoint he was looking through. It resembled a tiger. Not a tiger, with a unicorn horn growing from the top of its head, and was surrounded by a fierce aura. So the ferocious beast looks like this. Seeing the power of this ferocious beast, he hurriedly instructed the Gourd girls, all of you be careful. If you can't beat it, find a way to escape back. As long as they could escape back to Buzhou Mountain, the ferocious beasts would be blocked out by Buzhou Mountain's great formation. The Gourd girls, however, were fearless as they responded in unison. Don't worry, father, we can beat him. Afterward, they quickly gathered around and discussed tactics in low voices. Between their words, a simple but effective battle plan quickly took shape. Dawa had just finished laying out the tactics when the ferocious beast let out an earth-shattering roar and charged swiftly towards the Hulutas. It raised its incomparably sharp claws and slapped hard at Sanhwa. Sanhwa had no intention of retreating as he shouted, his skin glowing with a layer of golden light, as if he was clad in a layer of impenetrable golden armor. He stepped forward and stiffly blocked the ferocious beast's powerful strike. Only a loud bang was heard, as if gold and stone were hitting each other, and it was deafening. The ferocious beast only felt as if its claws had slammed into a hardened magic treasure. The force of the recoil traveled along its claws and spread all over its body, causing a sharp pain to instantly pass through its claws, as if its bones were about to break. Seeing that the opportunity could not be lost, Dawa roared, clenched his fists, mobilized his entire body's strength, and blasted towards the ferocious beast's head with all his might. This punch contained infinite power, hitting the ferocious beast's head heavily with the force of a mountain. The ferocious beast was dazed by this sudden and powerful force, and its huge body flew uncontrollably to the side. Along the way, he knocked down countless sky-high trees before barely stabilizing himself. Chapter 8 Great Dao Merit, Fuxi and Nuwa of Fengchi Mountain. The ferocious beast recharged, and he became infuriated, opening his bloody mouth and spewing out rolling black gas, which was filled with a thick fury. Seeing this, Siwa hurriedly sprayed out flames. Under the burning of the flames, the black gas emitted a nuisance sound and gradually dissipated. Brothers, this ferocious beast's weakness is on the side of its neck. Attack towards that point. Erwa calmly commanded while closely observing the ferocious beast's every move. Fourth brother, fifth brother, you guys find a way to stall the ferocious beast. Big brother, you take the opportunity to find a chance to split its neck with the mountain opening axe. Third brother, you improvise to protect everyone. 4 and 5 looked at each other and nodded. Shiva was fully focused on controlling the fire as the flames grew hotter and hotter, baking the air around them into a twisted distortion. Wu Hua, on the other hand, manipulated the water flow, and the water surrounded the ferocious beast like a spiritual snake, sometimes turning into a water curtain to block the ferocious beast's attacks, and sometimes turning into water arrows to shoot at the ferocious beast's eyes, interfering with its line of sight. The ferocious beast was not spiritually intelligent enough, and its chaotic mind only had one thought in mind, which was to kill these living beings in front of it. It struggled frantically, trying to break through the flames and currents, but failing repeatedly. Big brother, it's now! Erwa suddenly shouted. After Dawa heard Erwa's words, he didn't hesitate to instantly move next to the ferocious beast. He raised his Gangjin mountain opening axe high, its body flashing with dazzling golden light. Dawa took a deep breath and hacked at the neck of the ferocious beast with all his strength. The moment the axe blade fell, a blinding golden light flashed, followed by a dull chopping sound. The ferocious beast let out a roar of pain as its neck was slashed with a deep wound, blood pouring out. It swung its claws angrily at Diva. At the critical moment, Manhwa was like a solid wall in front of Dawa. Dawa took the opportunity to slash once again with force, this time directly chopping off the ferocious beast's head completely. After having its head chopped off, the ferocious beast's huge body shook a few times before collapsing onto the ground with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. Great! Finally killed it. The huckleberries cheered excitedly, their faces beaming with victory. Just then, a trace of merit was like dots of starlight, suddenly falling into the bodies of the Gourd girls respectively. Xiaotang's heart was full of surprises. He did not expect to be able to obtain great Dao merit after killing a ferocious beast. Although this great Dao merit was small, it was a very precious thing. In this flood world, merit was the golden oil that could be used no matter what one did. This great Dao merit might play an unexpected role at a critical moment in the future. Since killing ferocious beasts could gain great Dao merit, it couldn't be spared. Although the merit of a ferocious beast wasn't much, a little bit counted. Children, if you see these ferocious beasts again in the future, be sure not to let them go. Yes, Dawa and the others searched around but did not find any other ferocious beasts. The number of ferocious beasts remaining should be quite a few, but this floodplain was so vast that wanting to encounter another one was indeed like finding a needle in a haystack. Father, it seems like we've arrived at Fengqi Mountain, Dawa said as he looked at the mountain in front of him. Fengqi Mountain towered majestically, but compared to that first divine mountain of the flood, Buzhou Mountain, it was much smaller. Xiaotang silently recalled the information about Fengqi Mountain in his heart, and he remembered that it was not the Phoenix clan that lived here, but the two siblings, Manhwa and Fushi. According to the time projection, they should have been born and practiced here as well. Dawa, take the brothers and pay a visit to Fengqi Mountain. Xiaotang's voice resounded in the hearts of the Gourd girls. Okay, Daddy. Dawa took his brothers into the Fenghu Mountain. They had just stepped into this area when they were keenly sensed by Fushi and Manhwa. They were still relatively weak and knew it was dangerous out there, so they hadn't gone out yet. Who dares to trespass on Fengqi Mountain? A majestic voice came out from the mountain. Poor Dawa has come to visit with his brothers. Dawa responded loudly. You are not welcome here. Leave quickly. That voice rang out again, cold and resolute. Manhwa, however, couldn't help but mutter in a small voice, Father, they don't seem very welcoming. What should we do? Dawa, you said what I said. Dawa paused for a moment before saying, is the one who is speaking Fushi Taoist? The other party was suddenly silent when he heard this. Fushi's heart was full of doubts. He and his sister had never left Fengqi Mountain. How did these unfamiliar visitors in front of him know their identities? It filled his mind with alarm and curiosity. Elder brother, why don't you let them all come in? I don't see them looking like bad people. Manhwa's gentle voice rang out from the side. All right. Fushi was actually quite curious to know how they knew his identity. Everyone, please come in. Fushi opened the large formation and let a few people in. Dawa walked at the front of the line and led his brothers into Fengshe Mountain. Big brother, this Fengqi Mountain doesn't look too good, Manhwa said tongue-in-cheek. Dawa hurriedly gave him a fist and chided in a low voice. Keep your voice down. This is someone's place. No talking nonsense. Dawa had gotten a little bit of being an older brother at this point. Soon, they met Fushi and Manhwa. At this time Fushi and Manhwa, still human-headed and snake-bodied, made the Gourd girls feel very new with. Fushi took the lead and asked, where did a few of you come from and where are you going? Dawa thought for a moment and then replied, we're coming from the Buzhou Mountain and going around the floodplains, so it's a fellow Taoist from the Buzhou Mountain. Disrespect, disrespect. All the living beings in the floodplains knew that Buzhou Mountain was the first divine mountain in the floodplains, and those who could live there were people who were blessed with deep fortune and had a destiny with the great Tao. Why did a few Taoists come to my Phoenix Perch Mountain? And how do you know my name? Fushi's questions came one after another. Dawa was silent for a moment, then said as Xiaotang had instructed, we were just passing by Fengqi Mountain, so we thought of coming in to take a look. As for fellow Taoist Fushi's identity, it was father who told me. Fushi was shocked to hear the Hulu children mention having a daddy. Myself and my sister were transformed from Pango's twin breasts and had only just stepped onto the path of cultivation. These few dolls at the same level as himself even had a father. Then what kind of god is their daddy? Is he an innate demon god? Or is he a brother to Pangu? But no matter what, it should be mighty. As Manhwa looked at the Gourd girls, a sense of affection inexplicably welled up in her heart, especially when she saw the four girls. She always felt as if there was an invisible bond connecting them. Siwa couldn't help but shiver when he noticed Nuwa's gaze. An indescribably strange feeling in his heart. His gourd skin goosebumps rose. It's so dangerous out there. Aren't you guys scared? Nuwa asked with a smile. What's so dangerous about this? We 5 brothers work together. No danger can be hard for us. Sanwa confidently patted his chest and said, Elder brother, why don't we go out as well? Nuwa turned her head to Fushi. Nuwa has always longed for the world beyond Fingchi Mountain, but Fushi always rejected her on the grounds that the time had not yet come. The strength of the two of you is not bad, so if you want to go out and make your way through the floodplains, it won't be a problem, Dawa said objectively. Fushi frowned slightly after hearing this as he began to silently project. Countless images and information flashed through his mind as he tried to explore the timing of his and his sister's departure from the mountain through the trajectory of the Great Tao. After a long time, he said slowly, the time for the two of us to go out has not yet arrived. In that case, we'll leave first. Dawa took his brothers and left Phoenix Hill. Xiaotong understood in his heart that it would be fine to let the Gourd girls have shallow fellowship with Fushi and Yuan now, and that it would not be too late to have deeper exchanges after he had successfully transformed into his own form. After all, he and the Gourd Wavers had a considerable amount of karma with Nuwa. It would be troublesome if Nuwa came early to bar Xiaotang because he was too involved. Chapter 9, The Exotic Treasure on Kongdong Mountain. Building a dojo. After leaving Funchi Mountain, the Gourd masters continued to fly towards the northwest. The ferocious beasts were previously entrenched in the north, and it was likely that they would be encountered if they went in that direction. On the way, luck really did let them encounter one, but it was only at the golden immortal level, and Sanwa cleaned him up by himself. And, along the way they came across several nice treasures. Sometimes they would encounter other beings who would snatch them, but after some bitter battles, they all managed to pocket the treasures. Right now, every gourd bearer had at least one top-grade innate spirit treasure on their bodies. What Xiaotang cared more about was still the extreme innate spiritual treasures. It was just that this kind of spiritual treasure was too rare and could be encountered but not sought after. Brothers, I can see that there are treasures on that mountain over there, and they look like they are at least top-grade spiritual treasures. Urwa's eyes suddenly lit up and shouted. There was a flash of light from a spiritual treasure on the mountain, and although Urwa didn't see what it was, he was sure there must be a treasure. Really? Let's hurry up and take the baby then. When Sanwa heard this, he rubbed his fists and couldn't wait to act immediately. He couldn't hold back his excitement at the thought of having a treasure in front of him. The other Hulk bearers sniffed and immediately adjusted their direction, and together they sped towards the direction of the mountain range. However, that mountain range appeared to be close at hand, but in reality, it was far away. They flew non-stop for 100 years before finally arriving at their destination. What kind of mountain is this? Goa asked, looking around. This seems to be Kongdong Mountain, Dawa said. When Xiaotang heard the words Kongdong Mountain, he suddenly became energized. Kongdong Mountain. It couldn't be the place where the human race's greatest treasure, the Kongdong Seal, was located, right? After entering the Kongdong Mountain, the Gourd girls looked around carefully, but after searching for a long time, they didn't even see the shadow of the treasure. Second brother, is there really a treasure here? There was a hint of skepticism in Siwa's eyes. He made a muttering in his heart. This way to find no harvest. Is it really Urwa see wrong? Urwa was also a bit anxious. He scratched his head, his face full of confusion. I clearly saw the light of a treasure over here. How come it's gone? Let's look again. Maybe it's hidden in some hidden place, Dawa said in a deep voice. It was unlikely that Urwa would be mistaken, as they all knew about his eyesight. So, the Gourd girls split into two groups and rummaged through Kongdong Mountain. Although they did find a few good treasures, they were all far from the one Urwa described earlier. Forget it, we've already gotten so many treasures. Maybe Urwa accidentally looked at it wrong. We'd better go first, Dawa said. No, I can't possibly be wrong. Urwa's face reddened as he firmly retorted. Although he didn't see it too clearly, he was convinced that his eyes would never deceive him, and that the treasure must be somewhere in this mountain. But there's nothing here. Sanwa stomped his foot with some impatience. That treasure might have been hidden by a special prohibition or formation, Xiaotang hurriedly said when he saw that the Gourd children were on the verge of quarreling. Hidden? But we've searched everywhere. Even if it's hidden, with our skills we should be able to find it. Sanwa still didn't quite believe it. No, that treasure is no ordinary thing. It's not that easy to find. Xiaotang pondered. At the moment, none of the human race had appeared yet, and logically speaking, the Kongdong seal shouldn't exist either. Could it be that it has already been birthed? He was well aware of the importance of the Kongdong seal to the human race. The Kongdong seal, known as the seal of the human emperor, was something owned by the human emperor and could be considered a symbol of the human way. It would be a shame to miss such a treasure. Xiaotang weighed the situation in his mind and finally made up his mind and said to the Gourd girls, next, You guys will stay at Kongdong Mountain for the time being and make this place your own dojo. Cultivate while exploring the whereabouts of the treasure. When the Witch Demon Quantum Leap begins, Bujo Mountain will become the place where the Witch Demon and Demon clans will fight, and it will not be suitable for continued habitation. And after the end of the Witch Demon Quantum of Solace, the Bujo Mountain would collapse, and himself and the Haludas should find a new place to use as a dojo. Since there is a possibility that the Kongdong seal will appear in Kongdong Mountain, it would be good to choose Kongdong Mountain as the dojo. Okay, Daddy. After receiving Xiao Tang's instructions, the Gourd girls energetically began to move on Kongdong Mountain. After they had something to do, the Hulkies didn't bother bickering and spent all their energy on building. They deliberated about building a magnificent palace to serve as their dojo in this Kongdong Mountain. Xiao Tang felt that it didn't matter if the palace was grand or not. It had to be solid enough that it couldn't be shattered in a single hit. After absorbing Xiao Tang's advice, the Gourd girls started to build the palace. They had found a vein of extremely hard textured ore on Kongdong Mountain. The heavy responsibility of refining the ores naturally fell on Siwa and Wuwa. Siwa took a deep breath and spewed out a blazing fire from his mouth. The flame was incomparably hot and instantly wrapped the ore in it, refining it until it was red and soft. Wuwa was on the side of the water flow, skillfully controlled. The water flow accurately poured on the ore, emitting a nuisance sound, alternating between hot and cold. The impurities of the ore was removed a little bit, and the texture also became more pure. The two of them worked well together, one water and one fire, complementing each other, and the speed of refining was incredibly fast, and the building part was left to Dawa and Sawa. Dawa grinned and grabbed Sanwa with both hands, lifting him high in the air as if he were wielding a huge hammer. With each swing of the diva, the Sanwa slammed heavily into the fledgling building materials, thumps echoing between the valleys and sputtering with sparks. Be sure to create the most solid materials so that the palace can stand the test of time. Urwa, on the other hand, carefully observed the overall construction from the side, and no slightest flaw could escape his eyes. Once he found any unevenness or structural irrationality, he immediately pointed it out and asked his brothers to fix it in time. A few of the huckleberries were working closely together in their respective roles. However, a palace is not easy to build. They were on this Kongdong Mountain, cultivating hard and improving their strength while forging palaces with all their might. The sun rose and the moon set, the tide rose and fell, and it took an entire Yuanhui before the palace was finally constructed. Xiao Tan looked at the palace through Dawa's line of sight, his heart filled with shock and joy. Only the palace was magnificent, and every carving of the palace was exquisite. Having used so many precious materials and having been carefully refined and crafted, the palace itself was already considered a top-grade Hotian spiritual treasure. Not bad, very good. From today onwards, this palace will be called the Gourd Palace, Xiao Tang said with satisfaction. While the Gourd Palace was being built, Xiao Tang's side was also moving. Rakwa was also about to take form. After the sixth gourd absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy, it slowly flew into the air, emitting a soft glow around it. In an instant, the gourd gently cracked open, but the huckleberries were nowhere to be seen. Xiao Tang was puzzled when he suddenly felt an itch on his body, as if a small hand was gently scratching it. With a flutter in his heart, he immediately guessed that it was Rakwa who was being mischievous. Old Six, stop playing around and hurry up and come out for me, Xiao Tang said in mock seriousness. Hearing Xiao Tang's words, Rokua smiled cheekily and obediently showed up. Daddy! An innocent smile spread across Liuwa's cute little face as he happily circled around Xiao Tang a few times. His heart was filled with longing for the outside world, and now he could finally join his other brothers in venturing out into the flooded wilderness to experience the world. Chapter 10, The Hulkbusters' Respective Paths, set off again. Sixth brother, are you leaving too? Chiwa's voice came from the gourd vine with a hint of despondency and loneliness. He looked at Sixth Hua, his eyes full of reluctance. Now that sixth brother was also leaving, his heart couldn't be any harder. Sixth Eva, you'd better stay here to accompany 7 Eva first. Wait until 7 Eva has transformed into a form, then you guys can go out together, so you can take care of each other. Xiao Tang looked at Chiwa's lonely appearance. His heart was a little intolerant, and he softly said to Sixth Ward, alright then. Although Rakwa was a bit lost in his heart, he still readily agreed. He knew that Chiva was lonely here alone, and that it was his duty as an older brother to be there for him. White Lotus, don't you think these children of mine are cute? Xiao Tang turned his head to look at the pure white lotus in the pool to the side with a hint of a proud smile on his face. It was also unknown why. Perhaps because of the influence of Xiao Tang's special aura, the white lotus of the pure world had unexpectedly opened its spirit as well. The pure white lotus raised its head slightly and glanced at Xiao Tang. Not wanting to talk to him, Xiao Tang saw White Lotus ignoring himself and continued, don't be so cold. We still have to get along here for some time. At least we have to stay up for 1 or 2 sessions. Seeing that White Lotus was still unwilling to answer, Xiao Teng changed the topic. Can you take shape? If after you take shape, your character is the same as your name, a white lotus flower, that would be bad. White Lotus didn't quite understand what Xiao Teng meant by White Lotus, but it could hear that it wasn't something good. Xiao Teng made a fool of himself and stopped forcing the conversation. His eyes dripped, and he quietly eased his root system into the pool of water, secretly absorbing the 3 lights divine water. The pure White Lotus sensed his little move and unceremoniously rooted him out. Xiao Teng spoke. This 3 light divine water, it's really delicious. In fact, Xiao Teng himself also had the 3 lights divine water. After all, the Gourd girls had retrieved quite a few, but the feeling of this secretly getting it from someone else and drinking it is just not the same. Bah! Just bitchy. After the palace was built, the Holutas stayed at Kongdong Mountain. Xiao Tu told them to stay put for now. Nowadays, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans were prospering, and their figures were almost all over the entire floodplains. It would be troublesome to mess with them, so avoiding them was the best choice. After stepping into the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, the Holutas each embarked on the path of pursuing the Great Tao. Dawa walks the avenue of force, a force that breaks all laws. Erwa walks the avenue of dawn, all-seeing and all-knowing, and Sanwa walks the avenue of immortality, adamantine and incorruptible, immortal and indestructible. The 4th child perceives the Great Tao of fire, the 5th child perceives the Great Tao of water, and the 6th child perceives the Great Tao of shadow, which is shadowless and invisible. Except for the 7 children who have not yet taken form, the Gourd children have gone to different avenues. Xiao Teng thought that the Gourd waifs would stay at Kongdong Mountain for some more time and cultivate at ease, but it didn't take long for them to resist their inner restlessness and want to go out into the world. Although Xiao Teng didn't really want them to go out, he couldn't argue with the 5 brothers and then agreed to let them go. If only I could be with my brothers too, Rakwa said enviously. Brother 6. I'm sorry, Shiva said. It's okay, I was the one who wanted to stay with you. Don't worry, it won't take long for the 7 children to transform, Xiao Teng said. Xiao Teng channeled all of his spiritual energy to Chiwa. He believed that Chiwa could transform into a form in the shortest possible time. Immediately after the 5 Huladong Hua immediately Kongdong Mountain, they flew towards the north. This time they were heading towards those remaining ferocious beasts. West of Buzhou Mountain is the territory of the Qilin. South of Buzhou Mountain is the territory of the Phoenix clan, and the Dragon clan resides in the 4 seas. The only places you can go are east of Mount Bujumbura and north of Mount Bujumbura. If they went to the east, they had to go over the Buzhou Mountain, which was too far, so they went to the north. There are very few living beings in the north, and essentially no foreign beings enter, because the north was the place where the ferocious beasts had once been entrenched. This place was very severely damaged during the ferocious beast quantum revelation. The cavernous blessings were shattered, and the spiritual chi was not abundant. The aura in the north was scarce and barren, and the traces of the ferocious beasts that had ravaged the area in the past were still clearly visible. This place, it's eerie to look at, so everyone stay alert, Dawa said to his brothers. Erva scanned his surroundings warily. He would be able to be the first to know if there was any danger. The ferocious beasts in the north were indeed much more numerous, and along the way, they encountered several golden immortal stage ferocious beasts. However, these ferocious beasts were so weak that just about anyone could single-handedly fight one. There was nothing to fight. It wasn't until a ferocious beast of the late Tai Golden Immortal stage appeared before them that the Hulk-bearer's expressions became grave. This is not a good guy to deal with. We have to be careful, Dawa admonished. With all this time spent honing his skills, Dawa had become the backbone of everyone. The ferocious beasts were a bit dangerous, but it was hard to meet a strong one, so how could they give up so easily? Formation. The Huckleberries quickly assumed their previously well-rehearsed formations. Dawa and Sawa are responsible for close-range attacks, while Dawa and Sawa interfere with the output remotely, and Dawa provides assistance. The Huckleberries are mentally connected, cooperate very well. Big brother, be careful. Sanwa exerted his golden body to block the fierce beast's claw, but the tremendous force slapped him to the ground. Third brother, Dawa was very angry when he saw this. Seeing the right moment, he circled around behind the ferocious beast, clasped the beast's feet with both hands in a death grip, and bellowed, "Get up for me." Dawa used his whole body strength and did an over-the-shoulder fall. Only heard a loud bang. The beast hit the ground hard. In the midst of the intense fight, Erwa was fully focused, his eyes glued to the ferocious beast's every move, not missing a single detail. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he discovered the ferocious beast's weakness. In a hurry, he shouted, "Third brother, attack his eyes." Hearing the command, Sanwa leapt up and rushed towards the eyes of the ferocious beast together with Dawa. The 4th and 5th wards understood and immediately cast spells to bring together the power of water and fire. In an instant, A large amount of mist filled the air, enveloping the surrounding area. The ferocious beasts were all of a sudden plunged into the mist, their vision obstructed. It shook its head angrily, looking around for an enemy. Right at this moment, Manhwa, holding a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Vajra-piercing lance, surged out of the mist and stabbed at the eyes of the ferocious beast like a bolt of lightning. Ow! The ferocious beast let out a howl of pain as one of its eyes was stabbed. It covered its eyes and struggled frantically. It's now, brothers together, Dawa shouted. The Holudas sacrificed their magic treasures, each shooting at the ferocious beasts from all directions. The ferocious beast only had one eye left. Its vision was blurred, and facing the small and nimble hulk-bearers, it was difficult to catch their traces for a while, so it could only blindly wield its claws. Chapter 11, The Sea of the North Underworld. Xin Yuan Water Control Flag. Seeing the opportunity, Dawa raised the Gangjin Mountain opening axe high and used all his strength to hack towards the neck of the ferocious beast. The sharp blade of the axe was deeply embedded in the neck of the ferocious beast. The ferocious beast was just about to struggle when Manhwa's lance stabbed again, accurately piercing its other eye. Roar! The ferocious beast completely fell into a frenzy, its entire body shaking violently as a monstrous baleful aura surged out from its body. This fury is not right. Everyone retreat. Xiao Tang, who was watching the battle, changed his face drastically and shouted anxiously. The huckleberries also realized the danger and backed away without hesitation. When all of the baneful chi was released, the ferocious beast also seemed to have exhausted all of its vitality and collapsed with a bang, dying. Subsequently, the great Dao merits descended from the sky, pouring into the bodies of the 5 Gourd girls. This time there was more merit than before. This ferocious beast was very strong, and they received a bit more merit. After this thrilling battle, each of the hulk-bearers looked exhausted, the power in their bodies depleted tremendously. They found a safe place so that they could take a moment to regulate their breath and regain their strength. The Hulk Busters traveled all the way north and decimated quite a few ferocious beasts. Although the northern lands appeared to be much more desolate than other places, there were actually quite a lot of treasures. In the middle of a mountain range, the Holudas successfully found the Golden Spirit Pearl among the 5 elements Spirit Pearls. Xiao Tang then suggested that the Golden Spirit Pearl be given to Manhwa to use. Manhwa's power was close to the Golden Spirit Bead, so he would be able to properly utilize the Golden Spirit Bead's power to maximize its effectiveness. The Holudas traveled all the way, and after 10,000 years, a vast and boundless sea appeared in front of them. The sea breeze whistled against my face with a salty scent. This place is the North Sea, Dawa exclaimed. The Hulks meet a part of the North Sea, the Sea of the North Underworld. Manhwa gazed at Wang Yang and said, "Are we going in?" The North Sea was the ruling territory of the dragon race, and no one could predict what unknown dangers lurked in its depths. Once you rush in, it is highly likely that you will be attacked by the dragons. Together, the Holudas were strong, but they weren't invincible. There are many existences that are stronger than them, and the dragons were not only powerful, but also numerous. So once they messed with them, it was back to being very troublesome. Let's take the other direction and turn back, Dawa said. So the huckleberries turned around and got ready to go back. Guys, wait, Gowa suddenly said. What's wrong? Dawa asked with concern. Wuwa frowned. I can't say for sure. I just feel that there is something in that sea ahead that is attracting me. When the crowd heard this, they all cast their eyes toward the vast ocean. Dawa considers whether to visit or not. Make a trip, Xiao Tang suddenly said. A treasure that can attract the 5 Eva is by no means unusual. If we are able to obtain it, it will be a good thing for us. Since Daddy had said so, it was natural for the huckleberries to visit. Dawa turned his head to Urwa and instructed. Urwa, next, you must remain vigilant at all times and carefully observe the surroundings. Once you notice any danger, notify us immediately. Urwa nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I will do my best. The Hulks quickly adjusted their formation and flew together toward the sea. In the sea water, a being noticed their presence and cautiously padded over to follow them surreptitiously. After flying for hundreds of years, they stopped at a sea. Right down here, under the sea? That's a bit of a problem. Dawa looked at the bottomless waters and frowned. Of their 7 brothers, the only one with a unique affinity and control over water was Wuwa, and everyone else's movement underwater would be greatly restricted. Let's do it this way. I'll dive into the water together with 5th brother to explore, and you 3 stay on the surface to meet us. Urwa, if there is a situation, communicate with us in time. Dawa made a decisive decision. Okay, big brother and 5th brother. You must be careful. The other Gourd wards responded in unison. Dawa and Wuwa dove into the water and quickly dived towards the bottom. At first, they could still see some living beings, but as the depth of the dive continued to increase, the light became dimmer and dimmer, and the living beings around them gradually became scarce, until finally, Only endless darkness and silence remained. That enormous water pressure was like an invisible mountain, weighing heavily on them. Dawa obviously felt his body getting heavier and heavier, and every movement became extremely difficult. But the 5 children seemed to be like a fish in water, swimming freely in the water. He could clearly feel the water flowing gently around his body, and the attraction grew stronger, guiding him there. When it came to tens of thousands of meters below, Dawa had some difficulty. Big brother, just stop here. I'll go down by myself next. Wuwa looked at Dawa's slightly strained appearance and was very worried in his heart. Although Dawa's heart was unwilling, he also understood his situation, and after pondering for a moment, he nodded helplessly. Alright then, Wuwa, you must be extra careful, and if you encounter any danger, don't try to be strong and return immediately. Don't worry, big brother. Here, I have enough confidence to deal with everything. Even if the few of you add up, you're no match for me, Wuwa said with a smile. After bidding farewell to Dawa, Goa accelerated his dive alone. As the depth increased further, he realized that a huge trench appeared ahead of him that was so deep that it could not be seen from the bottom. The seawater around the trench gave off a special aura, very different from the seawater above. That seawater took on a deep inky black color. Wuwa could feel that the seawater contained a tremendous amount of pressure and corrosiveness. It's heavy water. Wuwa was shocked in his heart. He knew the power of heavy water. In the flood, both heavy water and weak water were extremely special. Weak water cannot be crossed, and heavy water cannot be entered. Trying to squeeze into the multitude of water, the body will be subjected to unimaginable pressure. Even if the 5 children wanted to enter, it wasn't that easy. However, that powerful attraction was like an irresistible magic that drove the 5 children forward. He looked into the center of the heavy water and vaguely saw a flag emitting a ghostly black light swaying slightly. Could that be the Xianyuan water control flag? Xiao Tang's voice resounded in Wu Wa's mind. Xiao Tang also saw the flag through Wu Wa's eyes, and he suspected that it was most likely the Xianyuan water control flag among the innate 5 square flags. One must know that the Xianyuan water control flag was an innate extreme spiritual treasure. So far, they didn't have a single one. Wu Wa, can you get that flag? Xiao Tang asked. It's okay to try, Gowa responded. Although it was a bit dangerous, one should take a risk if they could get their hands on an extreme innate spiritual treasure. Be careful. If you really can't get it, give up. Don't force it. Your safety is the most important thing. Xiao Tang's admonition echoed in his ears. Wu Wa responded. Don't worry, father, I'm confident of success. Chapter 12, Getting the Xianyuan water control flag. Sudden appearance of the Kunpeng. Wu Wa slowly reached out his hand and gently touched the edge of that heavy water. In an instant, the heavy water kept pouring into Wu Wa's body, madly surging towards his body. However, this heavy water was not that easy to absorb. Gowa felt his body sink, and it was as if countless sharp needles were piercing his skin, and every inch of his muscles trembled in agony. Wu Wa clenched his teeth as he struggled to mobilize the power in his body, trying to accept and fuse this powerful and dangerous force. As the heavy water gradually spread all over his body, Wu Wa felt as if his body was being pressed by a heavy mountain. Dawa and the other Gourd girls who were waiting in the sea and on the water were a little anxious when they saw that the 5th child had not yet come up. After absorbing the heavy water, Gowa began to walk towards the middle of the heavy water. He trudged forward through the heavy water, each step seeming to exhaust his entire body. That heavy water was like sticky glue, tightly binding his body and making his speed abnormally slow. However, he never gave up and must get the Xianyuan water control flag. Finally he arrived in front of the Xianyuan water control flag. Wu Wa slowly reached out his hand and gripped that Xianyuan water control flag tightly. At that very moment, the Xianyuan water control flag suddenly shone brightly, and powerful energy fluctuations centered on the flag, spreading furiously in all directions. It was as if the surrounding heavy water was driven by some powerful force, forming a huge whirlpool as if it wanted to swallow everything in it. Wu Wa, hold on. Now is the time to compete with the Xianyuan water control flag for endurance. Xiao Tang's voice resounded in Wu Wa's mind. Wu Wa clutched the Xianyuan water control flag and rushed upwards with the current. 5 Eva endured the immense pressure and finally managed to break out of the heavy water. He also incorporated the Xianyuan water control flag into his hands by virtue of being smooth. But at that moment, a huge figure swiftly rushed towards him. Wu Wa didn't even have time to react too much, only to feel a mountainous and huge force hit him heavily. His body shook violently, and the Xianyuan water control flag in his hand, which he had just obtained, instantly came out of his hand. Immediately afterward, the Xianyuan water control flag sighed and that figure disappeared into the endless seawater. Wu Wa was shocked in his heart, angry and anxious. What on earth is it that dares to snatch the treasure right under my nose? It's really abominable. Second brother, did you see a guy run past me? Wu Wa cried out anxiously. Ava's eyes were heavy as she endeavored to explore the deep waters. The water's too deep and my vision is obstructed. But I can probably sense the direction he's running. When the other Gourd boys heard about it, they were all outraged. Dawa spoke. Humph! How can a treasure that has come to hand be snatched away just like that? We must chase it back and never let that thief succeed. So the huckleberries quickly went into action. The 5 Gourd wavers transformed into a flexible water shadow in the water and hurriedly chased after them, while the other Gourd children flew high in the air. They had only one goal, and that was to catch up with the figure that had fled after snatching the treasure. That fellow should be Kuan Pang. Xiaoteng transmitted his voice. In this northern underworld sea, I am afraid that other than the Kuan Pang, it would be difficult for any other living creature to have such an amazing speed. If it is the dragon tribe, they have always acted arrogantly, will not be so sneaky robbed and fled, must be strutting to rob. The Kuan Pang technique was known for its speed, and it made sense that the Holutas couldn't catch up. At this moment, the Kuan Pang finally stopped after crossing hundreds of millions of miles of vast ocean. His huge body gently swung in the seawater, his heart full of complacency. In this world, I'm afraid that the one who can catch up with me has yet to be born. After I refine this Xian Yuan water control flag, in the future, this northern underworld sea, and even the entire heaven and earth, will be my world. There are still some abominable dragons. All of them will become my defeated. In the North Sea, Kuan Pang was bullied a lot by the dragon race. When he became stronger, the first thing he did was to take revenge. Thus, he found a secluded sea valley and prepared to submerge and refine the Xian Yuan water control flag. However, he had never expected that Erva's divine ability had already locked onto his position tightly. The huckleberries flew towards him. When the Hulkas came near the kunai, they did not immediately attack. Apart from the 4 waifs hovering in the air and observing, the remaining 3 Gourd waifs silently dived into the water and slowly circled towards the Kuan Pang. Kuan Pang suddenly sensed the dangerous aura coming at him, but it was too late to escape at this point. The Hulks each stood in a corner and surrounded the kunai. Give me back my baby. With a furious roar, Wuwa's hands danced, controlling the water currents around him like a raging tsunami, rapping towards the Kuan Pang. The Kuan Pang wasn't willing to show weakness either, as his huge tail lashed out, instantly stirring up 1,000 layers of huge waves, fiercely confronting the water currents manipulated by Wuwa. In the midst of the confrontation, Kuan Pang was secretly anxious in his heart. These guys are really not easy to deal with. The Xian Yuan water control flag has yet to be completely refined. At this rate, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to win. It's better to withdraw first. However, just as he was about to perform the escape technique again to escape, he was shocked to find that his body seemed to be bound by a powerful force and he could not move. It turned out to be Dawa who saw the right moment and clung onto the Kuan Pang's tail. The tremendous force prevented the Kuan Pang from moving forward at all. Immediately after that, Manhwa swung the long spear in his hand. The tip of the spear flashed with a cold light and violently stabbed into the Kuan Pang's body. The Kuan Pang suffered a heavy blow and let out a furious roar, and that sound echoed through the seawater, shaking the surrounding reefs to crack. He then swung his body frantically, using all his strength to break free from Dawa, and then swam upwards like a bolt of lightning. How could the huckleberries let him go so easily? And followed closely behind. The Kuan Pang traveled all the way upwards, and that huge body directly broke through the surface of the sea. The moment he rushed out of the sea, his figure changed marvelously, instantly transforming from a huge fish into a mighty bird. He spread those sky-high wings and prepared to flee from the air. This air is my home turf. Let's see what you can do to me, the Kuan Pang thought in his heart, and his speed steeply accelerated. But what he didn't expect was for the 4th child to be waiting sternly on the water early on. Seeing the right moment, Siwa spewed out roaring flames from his mouth, hitting the Kuan Pang just in time. The kunai only felt a searing, intense pain spread throughout his body and let out a miserable cry. Afterwards, Wuwa manipulated the seawater and wrapped the Kuan Pang in a huge water prison. He merged the heavy water in his body into the water prison, blocking the Kuan Pang to death. The heavy water was like countless fine sharp needles, crazily eroding the Kuan Pang's body. Kuan Pang struggled violently in the water prison, his heart filled with despair. Am I going to die here today? No, I can't die. Kuan Pang understood that the only way to give up the Xian Yuan water control flag might still have a chance of survival. Chapter 13, The Might of the 5 Children. Xiao Tung's difficulties. Wait, as long as you are willing to spare me, I will return your Xian Yuan water control flag. Kuan Pang shouted loudly. By killing you, we can get the Xian Yuan water control flag all the same. Dawa said wisely. Then I'll blow myself up, and then you'll get nothing. The huckleberries hesitated, unable to decide for a moment. Father, what do we do? Dawa asked Xiao Tang. Make him hand over the Xian Yuan water control flag before letting him go. It's hard to say if the Koenpang self-detonation could have blown up the Xianyuan water control flag, but the Hulk bearers would probably have been injured. Compared to obtaining the Xianyuan water control flag, whether the Koenpang died or not was not important at all. In addition, Xiaotang remembered that Koenpang was the demon master of the demon clan in the future, plus he was an innate being. If he was killed, the Holudas would bear the corresponding karmic consequences on their bodies, which was not worth the loss. So, Dawa shouted, "You first spit out the Xianyuan water control flag, then we'll let go of yours." Koenpang had no choice but to obediently throw out the Xianyuan water control flag. After Dawa caught the Xianyuan water control flag, Wuhua let go of Koenpang. The Koenpang was freed, and without hesitation, it turned into a stream of light and flew desperately towards the distance. "You guys wait for me, Koenpang, will avenge this." Koenpang's voice filled with resentment traveled far away. Dawa clasped his hands on his chest with a disdainful face. "Humph, we'll be waiting for you. Will we Hulua be afraid of you? If we can defeat you now, we can do so in the future. The Hulkbusters aren't afraid of anyone's provocation." Xiaotang transmitted his voice. "Little 5. The Xianyuan water control flag will be handed over to you to refine." The Xianyuan water control flag was indeed a rare treasure, and it was impossible for Xiaotang to say that he did not want it. However, this treasure can only be used to maximize its power when it is on the body of Wuhua. The other Gourd waifs also chimed in. "Yes, fifth brother, you can control water. Using the Xianyuan water control flag couldn't be better." Wuhua nodded. "Thank you, father. Thank you, brothers. I will use it well." 5 Eva sat cross-legged, holding the Xianyuan water control flag, and began to refine it. As time passed, only a round of blue light could be seen on that Xianyuan water control flag. Wuhua snapped his eyes open. His eyes were filled with excitement and joy. He knew that he had completely controlled the Xianyuan water control flag. "Fifth brother, quickly try how powerful the Xianyuan water control flag is." The other Gourd waifs couldn't wait to see the power of the Xianyuan water control flag. "Yes." Wuhua sacrificed the Xianyuan water control flag. With a lift of his hand, the water of the North Sea rushed up and quickly converged into a huge water pillar that plunged into the sky, seemingly breaking through the heavens. Wuhua stretched out his other hand and gently clasped it upwards, and the water currents around him instantly sped towards the center from all directions. The surrounding currents crashed into the water columns, sending up monstrous waves. With the help of the Xianyuan water control flag, the water of the North Sea had become part of his body and could move with his heart. However, this kind of earth-shattering commotion naturally alarmed the dragons of the North Sea, only to see several giant dragons exuding a majestic aura, whistling towards the Holudas with their teeth and claws open. Manhwa was hot-tempered and instantly yelled, "Fifth brother, give these guys who don't know the sky and the earth a bit of a hard time." Wuhua was fully focused on manipulating the water current, and in a matter of moments, terrifying columns of water rose to the sky, wrapping several giant dragons tightly around them. The gargoyles struggled, their hearts filled with shock and shame. Hull of the dragon tribe, but was trapped by the water. If spread out, will only fall into the flood ridicule. After trapping the dragons, the Holudas didn't dare to stay longer and quickly left the North Sea. With their current strength, although they were invincible in the Tai Golden Immortal realm, if they encountered a Great Luo Golden Immortal, it would still be difficult to fight against them. Between a Great Luo Golden Immortal and a Tai Golden Immortal, it was like a gulf in the sky, never something that could be easily crossed by a single magic treasure. After finishing their trip to the North Sea, the Gourds flew towards the east. They intended to head east of the Buzhou Mountain to have a look around before returning to the Buzhou Mountain. Along the way, from time to time, there were ferocious beasts at the Tai Golden Immortal level. The Gourd waifs cooperated with each other, and with the help of the Xianyuan water control flag, those ferocious beasts were killed by them one after another. They hadn't encountered any Great Luo Golden Immortal level ferocious beasts, so they must have been cleared by Hongjun and the others a long time ago. Along the way, they also found quite a few treasures. They found water spirit pearls in a huge lake. They also found quite a few top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Extreme innate spiritual treasures were really too few. They had wandered through a small half of the floodplain without finding any. It was really unattainable. By the time they returned to the Buzhou Mountain, a congregation time had already passed. Xiaotang was filled with worry, as Chiwa still hadn't transformed into a form yet. He had already poured a steady stream of the spiritual energy he had absorbed into Chiwa's body, but the spiritual chi entered Chiwa's body as if it had sunk into the sea like a stone. With no response, Xiaotang asked, Old 7, why on earth haven't you transformed into a form yet? Could it be that something is wrong with your origin? Chiva replied blankly, Father, I don't know. Xiaotu decides to probe deeper into Chiva's situation. When his consciousness dived into Chiva, there was chaos before his eyes. Xiaotang couldn't help but be shocked. This is actually chaotic chi? Why is there such a dense chaotic chi in the body of the seventh child? It was this chaotic chi that prevented Chiwa from transforming into his form. If you want him to take shape, you must resolve this chaotic chi. But how was the chaotic chi resolved? Xiao Tang wasn't sure. But if the 7 children were unable to take shape, how could they take shape themselves? At this time, friction has arisen between the dragon, phoenix, and unicorn clans, and the Dragon Han catastrophe is about to begin. And once the Dragon Han catastrophe is over, he himself will suffer the Great Divide. Although the Gourds had basically transformed, as long as Xiao Tang didn't transform he would likely still not be able to escape. I can't. We mustn't sit around and wait. We must let the 7 children take shape. So he called the other Gourd boys together to discuss a countermeasure. After some hard thinking, Xiao Tang finally came up with a solution. The 7 wards were unable to take shape, not because the true spirit was weak, but because the body of this Gourd was difficult to break open. If he could transfer the true spirit of Chiwa to another place and reshape a physical body, he might be able to transform into his form. Creating a physical body was not something impossible. Since Nuwa was able to do it, Xiao Tang believed that he could as well. In order to create things you have to be versed in the creation brain. Creating a Hulkbuster's physical body wasn't as difficult as creating a human, so Xiao Tang wanted to give it a try. Xiao Tang took some of the resting soil at his feet and the 3 lights divine water in the pool and mixed them together. Then a clay huckleberry was fabricated to look like the other huckleberries. At first, he pinched out the clay doll. Looks quite strange. Eyes crooked. Features extremely asymmetric. When the Gourd children on the side saw it, they couldn't help covering their mouths and snickering. Daddy, what are you pinching? It's so ugly. Xiao Tang looked at his masterpiece and smiled awkwardly. No matter. If I can't do it once, I'll try a few more times. I'm sure I'll succeed. Chapter 14, The Dragon Han Catastrophe. The 7 Children's Formation. For nearly 100 years afterward, Shadow kept fabricating. With each failure, he would carefully summarize his experience and sense the power of creation in it. As time goes by, the clay dolls he pinched out became more and more delicate, gradually taking on the appearance of a few Gourd dolls. However, this was only the first step. In order to create a physical body that could truly allow the 7 wards to possess it, the power of creation still needed to be infused into it. Thus, he continued to fabricate while immersing himself in his perception of the great Tao of creation. Just as Xiao Tang was comprehending the great Tao of creation, the war between the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans finally broke out. At first, it was only individual clansmen of the 3 clans who had friction over some minor matters. However, as the number of the 3 clans continued to grow, the competition for territory and resources became more intense and conflicts gradually escalated. There were more and more members involved in the battle, from the initial 10 or 100, quickly spreading to 1,000 or 10,000. In the end, a great battle that swept across the floodplain completely erupted. Xiao Tang saw the war raging above the flooded earth through Erwa's vision. He secretly sighed in his heart. This Dragon Han catastrophe has come after all. Originally, the 3 tribes could have negotiated and maintained peace for a short period of time. However, I do not want to be instigated by the Luo Shu, resulting in the early outbreak of the war. Even the 3 tribal ancestors were unable to stop in time. After Luo Shuji achieved the perfection of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he fell into the difficulty of cultivation. But he also knew that the great Luo was not the end of cultivation, and that there was a farther road ahead. Luo realized that the inability to break through wasn't his own problem, but the problem of this flooded heaven and earth, which didn't allow for powers beyond the Dala realm. That's why Luo then wants to make the flood chaos. Only when the flood is completely chaotic can he find the opportunity to promote. Xiao Tang had spent an entire huiyuan of time before he had painstakingly stepped into the threshold of the great Tao of creation. At this moment, he was already confident that he would be able to carefully sculpt a perfectly fitting physical body for Chiwa. The Gourd girls converged together, their gazes tightly watching Xiao Tang's every move. They wanted to see what their 7th brother looked like. Xiao Tang stretched out 2 vines and fused the 3 light divine water with the resting soil. After the 2 were perfectly fused into one, Xiao Tang was fully concentrated, carefully kneading and molding the Gourd girl's appearance. This physical body, which drew on the divine and morphological characteristics of the other 6 Hulutas, had both similarities and subtle differences. During the process of fabrication, Xiao Tang slowly injected the power of creation into it. The pure white lotus on the side also quietly moved her gaze over. Her eyes flickered with curiosity, wanting to see if Xiao Tang could actually succeed. It was too tiring to use the power of creation to fabricate. However, Xiao Tang knew that he couldn't stop or else he would lose all his efforts. He gritted his teeth and insisted, finally fabricating the clay Gourd doll into shape. Xiao Tang's voice rang out abruptly. Xiao Qi, it's now! The 7th Gourd was summoned by Xiao Vine and fell down from the Gourd Vine. cutting through the void and landing firmly on top of the mud doll's head. Immediately afterward, the radiant golden light that erupted from the gourd was like a golden tide, pouring into the clay gourd girl below in a steady stream. The true spirit of the 7 children slowly transferred into the body of the mud Hulk woman. The moment the last trace of the true spirit managed to integrate, Chiwa's body trembled slightly and then managed to move. I'm morphing. Unspeakable ecstasy and excitement stirred on Chiwa's face. Previously, when he witnessed his brothers successfully transforming one after another, his heart was filled with envy and loss, and he even secretly wondered if there was some kind of defect in himself that caused the road to transformation to be so bumpy. And now, the joy of successfully transforming into a form was like a flood that broke the dike, completely washing away the gloom in his heart. Right at this moment, the wind and clouds in the sky above the Buzhou mountain changed abruptly, and 7 colored auspicious clouds quickly condensed. Dazzling golden light hung straight down, precisely enveloping Xiao Tang and Chiwa's bodies. This is the great way of merit. Although Xiao Tang's move was not as earth-shattering as Nuwa's creation of mankind, Xiao Tang was the first to use the 3 lights divine water and resting soil to successfully mold a unique living being. Although the merit he received could not be compared to Nuwa's, it was still quite generous. A warm current surged through Xiao Tang's body, and he clearly sensed that with these merit boosts, the day he would transform into his own form would no longer be far away. After the 7 waifs transformed, that 7th gourd didn't pale in color, but instead continued to emit a fascinating precious light. Chiwa reached out and gently beckoned, and the gourd flew over and lightly fell into his palm. This 7th gourd was different and had already metamorphosed into a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Chaos Gourd. To be able to become an extreme grade innate spiritual treasure, it was not in vain that Xiao Tang had channeled so much spiritual energy into it. By the time the 6 gourd waifs returned to Buzhou Mountain, they had already managed to break through to the middle stage of the Great Tai Golden Immortal. And after the 7 children took shape, the breath between the gourd children changed. Their powers intermingled and echoed each other, and their overall power instantly soared, breaking through to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal in one fell swoop. Xiao Tang was keenly aware of this marvelous aura connection in the Haludas, and he could not help but speculate in his heart. Perhaps there was more power lurking in them, and more possibilities. Chiwa's little face turned red with excitement and cheered loudly. Great! After this, we will be able to break into the floodplains together and look for treasures everywhere. It was so hard to take shape, and 70s couldn't hold back any longer. The other huckleberries responded, each with a fist in the air and eager to get started. Then what are you waiting for? Leave immediately, Dawa said. Daddy, let's go. The Hulu wavers said goodbye to Xiao Tang, and then left the Buzhou mountain in great numbers. Xiao Tang wore a smile on his face as he quietly gazed at the distant backs of the gourd children, his heart rippling. It's so good to have these children around. When all of the Haludas had left Buzhou mountain, Xiao Tang suddenly reacted. How come you're all alone? There were 6 and 7 other children to talk to, but now he was left on his own. All of a sudden it became so cold. It really made Xiao Tang a little. Unexpectedly, you actually managed to succeed. An ethereal voice broke the suffocating silence. Xiao Tang turned his head at the sound and saw the pure white lotus on the side. I almost forgot that you were still here. Xiao Tang's words carried a hint of surprise and relief. Great, at least I have you with me. Xiao Tang was very happy. No, I'm not going to stay with you. Right at this moment, the body of the pure white lotus trembled slightly, and the aura around it fluctuated violently. In an instant, it was as if the aura in the heavens and earth was being pulled by a powerful force, surging and converging towards the white lotus. The white lotus of the pure world blossomed to its fullest in this frenzy of aura, releasing a rich aura of life. Xiao Tang's eyes were filled with shock and surprise. The white lotus of the pure world took shape. He had never imagined that the white lotus of the pure world, which had never been recorded as taking shape in the original story, would take shape at this moment. Chapter 15, The Woman in White. Xiao Tang's final transformation. The white and flawless lotus flower, nourished by the aura, changed its form and transformed into a transcendent woman. She was wearing a white dress as pure as snow, the hem of the dress swaying gently with the wind. Her skin was fair and snowy, smooth and delicate like sheep's fat jade, and her appearance was exquisite. Every part of her seemed like a work of art carefully carved by heaven. Xiao Tang stared at her blankly. The beauty of this woman was as if she had surpassed all existences in the world. Even Nuwa, whom he had seen before, seemed slightly inferior in front of her. Her pair of soulful eyes were just like crystal clear autumn water, and between her glances, they seemed to be able to seduce people's hearts. Her feet were slender and white, carved like beautiful jade, and she lightly tapped in the void, as if she were a dragonfly pointing at the water, and then lightly floated down to the ground. Xiao Tang is by no means a light-hearted and lustful person. His gaze is full of pure appreciation, as if he is gazing at a rare treasure carefully carved by nature's artisanal craftsmanship. Congratulations to fellow Daoist for successfully transforming into a form. Xiao Tang's words carried a trace of envy that was hard to hide. His heart even secretly fantasized that if he were to transform into a dashingly handsome man, standing side by side with the White Lotus would be a pleasingly beautiful picture. The White Lotus did not leave immediately after it took shape. Her own realm had yet to be stabilized, and she needed to meditate for a while now at the Buzhou mountain. At this moment, White Lotus had already stepped into the early Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. With her deep foundation and roots, achieving a great Luo Golden Immortal was a matter of time. Xiao Tang suddenly wished that he could successfully transform into a form before White Lotus left. Thus, he absorbed the aura with full concentration. At this time, the floodplains were stirred up by the fight between the Dragon, Phoenix, and Unicorn clans. At first, the three tribal patriarchs stepped into this battle. They really couldn't help themselves. However, when their realm climbed to the consummation of the great Luo Golden Immortal, they realized that if they wanted to break through the shackles and move to a higher realm, the only way to achieve this was to completely defeat the other two races and become the unique master of this flood. Immediately, they led their clansmen in this earth-shattering battle for supremacy. As the battle became more and more intense, a dense murderous aura filled the sky and earth. The aura was like substance, eroding every inch of space, making the three races' people's battle intent burn unceasingly like a blazing fire. At this moment, even if there are people who have the will to retreat, but they are also deeply trapped in this killing quagmire, unable to extricate themselves, the way back has long been mercilessly cut off. They can only throw their weight around, and fight for the final victory to the end of all. But they were blissfully unaware that all three of their clans were losers in this war. Although the Holuta's realm had reached the late stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal, they were still no match when facing the strongest of the top powerhouses of the three clans. So Xiao Tang told them to pay attention to stay away from the place where the three clans were fighting in case they were caught. With Erwa's aptitude, they would be able to avoid the dangers and find the treasures in advance. What surprised Bear was Seven's ability. He didn't have any special abilities himself, but the gourd in his hand was exceptionally powerful. Anything that is taken in by the gourd can never come out. Although Xiao Tang reminded them not to approach the three clans, the 7 gourd girls still often went to places where skirmishes between the three clans took place. They quietly concealed themselves and hid in the shadows, waiting patiently. When both sides are exhausted from the battle, they will swarm in and take advantage of the situation. Picking their way through, they harvested quite a few treasures. Siwa even saw the moment when a fire phoenix was exhausted and managed to seize the fire spirit pearl from its hands. In this way, the only thing missing from the 5 elements spirit bead was the wood spirit bead that had yet to be obtained. If one was able to collect all the 5 elements spirit beads, it would be equivalent to having an additional extreme spirit treasure. The fire of war among the 3 tribes burned hotter and hotter, and the entire floodplain was plunged into endless chaos. Mountains and rivers were shattered. Living beings were in ruins. The earth was trembling, and the sky was weeping in sorrow. Xiao Tang saw this tragic situation, and an uneasiness welled up in his heart. For the sake of safety, he told the Gourd girls to return to Buzhou Mountain. With the guardianship of the innate formation, Buzhou Mountain was still quite safe. When the transformed White Lotus appeared in front of the Volutas, their eyes were filled with amazement and curiosity. Chihuahua bounced over to her, her little face beaming with an innocent smile as she shouted, "Sister, you're so beautiful." Xiao Tang corrected to stay. "What sister? You have to call auntie." White Lotus gave Xiao Tang a glance, then tenderly picked up Chihuahua. She pinched Chihuahua's face. It was soft and sticky. It felt so good to squeeze. Chihuahua cozily snuggled into White Lotus' arms and said, "Sister, your arms are so comfortable." This scene caused Xiao Tang, who was watching from the side, to feel a pang of envy in his heart. If only I were Chiva myself. Suddenly, he was struck by an idea, and his heart rejoiced. Even though he can't transform into 7 wards, he can use his perspective. After a long number of sessions, Xiao Tang finally ushered in the crucial moment of transforming into a form. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the aura in his body was no longer draining away as it had in the past, but rather, it was like a rushing river that ran through his entire body. The gourd vines began to grow wildly, with tender new green leaves sprouting up like rain. The vines twisted and stretched, gradually changing into human form. One could only see a young and handsome man standing upright, wearing a green robe that was dotted with 7 colors. The dress was glorious but not ostentatiously harsh. Xiao Tang looked at his brand new appearance. His heart was overwhelmed with excitement as he looked up to the sky and shouted, "Ha ha, I've transformed." This cry, echoing between heaven and earth, proclaimed that he was free from the fate of being divided and opened up a whole new future. At the moment Xiao Tang took shape, Hong Jun, who was far away in the west, vaguely sensed something. He pinched his fingers and counted nothing. Hong Jun's heart suddenly had a bad feeling. He has now collected most of the jade butterflies of creation. By reason, there should be nothing that cannot be counted in the floodplains. After his bitter calculations were fruitless, he put the matter aside for the time being. After some in-depth investigation, Hongjun finally discovers Luo's shocking plan. At this time, Hongjun was planning to lobby other innate powers to work together to deal with Luo Shuo. Daddy! Daddy! The Gourd children swarmed up and surrounded Xiaotang in the center, saying in a chorus of words, "Congratulations to father for transforming into a form." Xiaotang looked at these adorable children and a warm current surged in his heart, but he felt that the scene was a bit strange. It is as if a son had been born first before I was born as a father. Xiaotang turned to look at the gourd vine that had once given birth to the Gourd children, only to see that the originally vibrant gourd vine, at this moment has lost its vitality and vigor. The vines dried up, leaves withered. However, the gourd vine itself was a rare treasure, and Xiaotang directly refined the remaining gourd vine into a long whip. Chapter 16, The 36 Changes of the Big Dipper, The Struggle of the Devil's Way. Xiaotang gazed at the long whip, which was also an extreme innate spiritual treasure. He said with great satisfaction, "Let's call you the Whip of the Gods." After saying that, Xiaotang slightly exerted himself and swung out a whip, only to see that the whip drew a beautiful arc in the air. The tip of the whip brought up a whistling wind sound, and the tip even erupted into a deafening roar. In an instant, the space in front of him was like a fragile mirror, and a crack was hardened, which was dark and deep, as if it was connected to an endless chaos. But in just an instant, the crack slowly closed up again, and the space returned to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened. Seeing this, the corner of Xiaotang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a pleased smile. Not bad, it really is a good treasure. Xiaotang's realm was the same as White Lotus's, both at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. The Haludas, on the other hand, were far beyond them. Xiaotang secretly vowed in his heart that the realm must be cultivated up as soon as possible, or else when he was asked about it, where could he put this old face? Xiaotang had just transformed into a form, and his breath was still unstable, so he hurriedly sat down on his knees, closed his eyes and concentrated, and fully operated the spiritual energy in his body to try to stabilize his breath. White Lotus wanted to leave Buzhou Mountain and go out to the floodplains for some experience. However, Xiaotang repeatedly dissuaded him, claiming that the outside world is chaotic and full of crises, and that only Buzhou Mountain can guarantee peace. White Lotus nodded slightly, feeling that what Xiaotang said was not unreasonable, so he dismissed the idea of going out and stayed at Buzhou Mountain at ease. Xiaotang also knew that he couldn't raise his realm for a while, so he tried to find a way to sense divine abilities to raise his strength. Among the many divine abilities, Xiaotang was most familiar with the 36 changes of the Big Dipper and the 72 changes of the Earthly Fury. The 36 changes of the Big Dipper were not the usual 36 simple changes, but contained 36 great divine abilities, each of which was infinitely powerful, like that mediating change, inverting yin and yang, and so on. They are all very strong divine abilities. Among the 36 divine aptitudes there were also bodily aptitudes like the vertical earth golden light, which Xiaotang liked the most, because the only way no one can hurt themselves is to run fast enough. Taking advantage of the fact that the floodplain was too dangerous now, Xiaotang concentrated on the 36 heavenly deity transformations. When the deduction reached an impasse, he discussed it with White Lotus. For Xiaotang to deduce these divine abilities, White Lotus was also surprised, not expecting Xiaotang to have such talent and understanding. It would indeed be difficult to refine all of the 36 changes of the Big Dipper, so he and White Lotus each chose a part of it and prepared to cultivate it to the extreme. Xiaotang chose a variety of recluse techniques. In addition to the vertical earth golden light there were also Tingyun Diao Mist and the 5 elements of the Great Recluse. On the other hand, White Lotus chose to cultivate restoration-type divine abilities such as raising the dead and returning to heaven. These divine abilities were in line with the Tao she followed and would be faster to cultivate. In addition to cultivation, Xiaotang would go with the Gourd girls to sweep the Buzhou Mountain when he had time. After the Dragon Han Quantum Revelation, they were going to leave Buzhou Mountain, so before they left, they searched what they could on top of Buzhou Mountain, and then all of them would be moved to Kongdong Mountain. On this day, the originally unsettled floodplains, as if being thrown into a boulder again. A loud boom made the entire floodplain's earth trembled violently. Xiaotang was startled in his heart and initially thought that it was a shocking change triggered by the great war between the 3 clans. After he carefully probed, he realized that the sound originated from Mount Sumeru in the west. At this time, the battle between the 3 clans had yet to be decided, while the Battle of the Devil's Way was nearing its end. Xiaotang witnessed the thrilling battle as if he was there through Erwa's clairvoyant aptitude. Only Hongjun invited 3 innate powers, Yin Yang, Qian Kuan, and Yang Mei, to fight against Luo Shu. Luo Shuji offered the Immortal Execution 4 swords, and in an instant, the Immortal Execution formation shone brightly. like a giant beast opening its bloody mouth, enveloping the crowd instantly. Xiao Tang secretly marveled in his heart. This immortal execution formation is really strong. If I didn't know the result, it would be really difficult to judge who would win. Luo Shuji is using Mount Sumeru as the foundation, sucking up the power of the Western Earth veins, constantly injecting horrible energy into the sword array. In this way, the power of the formation has become very powerful, even if the four people join hands. For a moment, but also when Luo Shuhu played a tie. In the fierce exchanges, the situation changed rapidly and both sides were hurt. Eventually, under the united efforts of the four Hongjuns, Luo gradually showed his defeat. However, Luo Shuji trapped beasts still fight. In the desperate situation, he was determined, violently detonated the Western Earth vein, attempting to die with Hongjun and others. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color, and energy storms swept in all directions. Although Luo Shua fell in this self-explosion, but Hongjun a few people also could not be spared, where Luo Shua's deathbed crazy counterattack hit hard, spitting blood. Just when the crowd thought that the great battle was over, three mysterious figures suddenly flashed like ghosts, aiming directly at Yang Mei's three people. Chen Kuan and Yin Yang failed to react and were struck by this sudden attack, instantly shattering their bodies and dissipating their true spirits, falling on the spot. Although Yang Mei reacted a little faster and tried his best to dodge sideways, he was still hit by most of his body, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. He looked at the three figures that looked exactly like Hongjun, his heart filled with shock and doubt. What the hell is going on here? Yang Mei did not expect that Hongjun would have such a powerful backhand. These three figures are the three corpses that Hongjun chopped down. The strength of each of the three corpses is not much different from his own body, and it is naturally easy to deal with the injured Yang Mei trio. In fact, even without Yang Mei, Hongjun alone, plus the three doppelgangers would be enough to defeat Luo Shuji. But in that case, he was afraid that the one who would be seriously injured would be himself. This time, Hongjun is to borrow Luo's hand to expel all the innate devil gods remaining from the chaos. Yang Mei turned into a stream of light and quickly escaped from the flood and vanished into the chaos. Hongjun did not chase after him into the chaos. The severely injured Yang Mei was no longer a threat to himself. TSK, really good tactics, I have to say. Hongjun really does have some skills in him. Borrowing Luo's hand to eliminate the three Yang Mei people. This move is really too well used. Xiao Tang knew that next Hongjun certified the Tao and became the first saint of the flood. Hongjun merged into the heavenly Tao and prepared to become a heavenly Tao sage. At this time, Xiao Tang suddenly felt that the sky seemed to have become much higher. As soon as the restraints of the flood for all living beings were loosened, the rules between heaven and earth were rapidly changing. After Hongjun integrated into the heavenly Tao, he allowed the living beings in the floodplains to have the opportunity to break through the great Luo and achieve sainthood. From this point of view, he was the one who had made immeasurable merits and virtues. The battle in the west came to a close, and the war of the three races drew to a close. After Hongjun's integration into the heavenly Tao, the rules of heaven and earth quietly changed, and the power of suppression against the three races became more and more powerful. The patriarchs of the three clans keenly sensed this change, and their hearts were filled with despair. Our last hope has been dashed after all. Chapter 17, the three clans are liquidated. Xiao Tang moves home. At the same time, boundless robberies of qi surged towards the three races like a tidal wave, turning into a lacquer chain that tightly wrapped around the bodies of the three strongest races, forming a heavy shackle. The qi of the three clans fell rapidly under the erosion of karma, and the strongest members of the clans all felt the powerful pressure from heaven and earth, and their hearts were filled with fear. They felt that if they didn't find a way to deal with it, they feared that they would go up in smoke in this calamity. The patriarchs of the three clans made an immediate decision and led their clansmen to quickly evacuate the battlefield and return to their respective clanlands. The battle was so tragic that only 1 or 2 out of 10 beings survived. The Dragon clan was in a slightly better situation, with 20% to 30% of their clan remaining. The Kirin clan had suffered a heavy blow and was nearly wiped out. Returning to his clanland, the beginning Qilin looked at his devastated home and was overcome with grief. He resolutely merged his life's cultivation into heaven and earth to repay his karma. His body was transformed into the Kirin cliff, which became the last barrier to protect the remaining Kirin. The dragons returned to the four seas with a heart full of gloom and loss. The phoenix, on the other hand, lifted its wings and flew in the direction of the immortal volcano. They all hid themselves, hiding in their clanlands, not daring to show themselves easily for fear of being liquidated by heaven and earth. With this, the era of the three innate races came to a complete end, and the innate beings began to ascend to the stage of the flood world. Come on, it's time for us to move, Xiao Tang said to the Gourd girls. Having stayed here for hundreds of thousands of years, Xiao Tang was naturally very affectionate towards this place, but now it had to leave. With the decline of the three innate races, The witch and demon races are about to rise. Below Buzhou Mountain, it became the territory of the sorcerer race, and above Buzhou Mountain, the demon race occupied one side, and caught in the middle, their situation would only be very difficult. Even if Xiao Tang could get them to avoid him, it was distracting to sit around with all the noise in front of his house every day. It is better to leave voluntarily than to be expelled later. Xiao Tang moved with the gourd vines, taking all that he could, even the place where the gourd vines originally grew. Xiao Tang smashed it with a slap, eliminating all traces of it. Fellow Daoist White Lotus, do you want to travel with us? Xiao Tang asked softly with a hint of anticipation in his gaze. However, White Lotus gently shook her head and said, I've decided to go out on my own and travel a bit. Originally, White Lotus had wanted to go out and walk around for a long time, but as a result, she had been pulled to stay by Xiao Tang's dead weight. Although the Great War has ended, there are still many crises in the flood. Fellow Taoist White Lotus must be very careful when traveling. If you have time to spare, you can come to Kongdong Mountain to get together. I am always waiting. Definitely, I'll be there. After White Lotus finished speaking, he took his leave with Xiao Tang and the Haludas. Manhwa came up to Xiao Tang, eyes wide open, and asked, Daddy, why don't you keep Sister White Lotus? Xiao Tang balled Manhwa's head and scolded with a laugh. You little baby, what do you know? Manhwa pouted defiantly. How could I not understand? Father clearly likes Sister White Lotus. Xiao Tang was slightly stunned, spinning around and knocking a popping chestnut on top of Manhwa's head. Xiao Tang only felt a sharp pain in his fingers, and he actually forgot that the three of them were bronze-headed and adamantine. She has her own path to follow, and I have my own direction. Whether or not I can travel together remains to be determined by fate. Let's go to Kongdong Mountain. Xiao Tang and the 7 gourd waifs flew towards Kongdong Mountain. Along the way, Xiao Tang overlooked the flooded earth, only to see wrecked walls and broken mountains and rivers everywhere. The once lush forests were now only scorched earth and barrenness, and his heart couldn't help but well up with a wave of sadness. I wonder how many years it will take for this flooded earth to come back to life. Although the 3 wars have been over for a long time, but the earth is still difficult to see the traces of living beings, only endless dead silence and bleak. Time was long, 10,000 years later. It was only after making sure that the 3 races had completely disappeared from the stage of the flood wasteland that the innate beings cautiously reappeared on this land. As time passed, there were more and more living beings on the flooded earth. Xiao Tang and his group set off from Zhou Mountain and flew for 10,000 years before finally arriving at Kongdong Mountain. However, the sight in front of them was a bit surprising, only to see that a group of innate beings had already occupied this place. Who are you people? How dare you occupy our dojo? Dawa's eyes widened in anger as he shouted. What's your dojo? This is clearly ours. The other party showed no weakness. Xiao Tang carefully sized up these occupiers. They should be beings living near the Kongdong Mountain, taking advantage of the fact that the Kongdong Mountain was unoccupied to come and seize it. When the Haludas left Kongdong Mountain, they had also set up a formation. However, they were not good at it, and the formation they set up was extremely ordinary, so a golden immortal realm being could easily break in. You guys get out immediately, or else you won't blame us for being impolite. Siwa was so angry that her little face was red, and she could no longer hold back the fire that was spewing out. Let's fight. Who's afraid? Those living beings also refused to back down. The 2 sides had a disagreement and immediately fought. Most of these innate beings and deities were only at the golden immortal level, so how could they be a match for the Haludas? After a few rounds, they were beaten to pieces. Xiao Tang looked at everything in front of him and said after pondering for a moment, this highest peak belongs to us. You guys are not allowed to step into it. The other smaller peaks, you guys can live on your own. Xiao Tang's heart does not have the intention to drive to the end. In this flood, more peace is better than endless killing. Afterward, Xiao Tang carefully laid down a large formation around the main peak, took out the Xian Yuan water control flag, and placed it at the eye of the formation. Once this formation was completed, even a tiny golden immortal would find it difficult to force their way in. The shelter that the huckleberries had previously repaired had fallen into some disrepair, so they refurbished it. With the experience of the last time, the restoration work went quite smoothly this time. Xiao Tang stood on the sidelines with a smile on his face, silently cheering for the Gourd girls. Aren't sons born to work? Do you want him to do it himself? After all these years of hard work, he can't enjoy himself? After the 3 races Qi returned to the heavens and earth, the innate beings undoubtedly became the biggest beneficiaries. Xiao Tang could also feel that his own cultivation speed had increased a lot. However, he knew that his current strength was still weak, and it was not appropriate to go out and break into the world. It was better to cultivate in Kongdong Mountain first and improve his strength. But the Gourd children are active by nature. It is difficult to be at ease. Have requested to travel to the floodplains. Xiao Tang thought for a moment and then promised them. The 7 Hulua waifs joined hands, Even the great Luo golden immortals would be difficult to defeat them easily, and going out to practice a bit would also be beneficial to their growth. Xiao Tang took advantage of his leisure to carefully explore the Kongdong seal in the Kongdong mountain. Only, no matter how much he searched for it, he never saw it. Either the Kongdong seal had not yet been formed, or it was not in Kongdong mountain at all. The Kongdong seal was closely connected to the human race's qi, and if he could control it in his hands, he would definitely be able to gain a considerable amount of benefits. Chapter 18, After the Rain, Traveling in the Floodlands. After experiencing the baptism of war, the floodplains finally ushered in a long-lost peace. In the past, the fights and killings that could be seen everywhere were surprisingly reduced by a lot. The living beings are careful to maintain this peace, fearing that the slightest mistake will lead to a new disaster, and so the long hours of a session passed in peace. After one session, a living being was the first to break through the shackles and step into the realm of the Great Luo during the long cultivation. Once this precedent was set, it was as if a fuse had been lit, and Great Luo golden immortals continued to spring up like rain. And the 7 Gourd waifs were also promoted to the realm of the Great Luo golden immortal at the same moment. Even Xiao Tang was close behind, reaching the Tai golden immortal perfection realm, only one step away from the Great Luo golden immortal. However, this step that seemed to be close at hand was like a moat to Xiao Tang, making it difficult to cross for a moment. As the number of Great Luo golden immortals increased, more innate beings were no longer satisfied with closed-door cultivation in the dojo, and they stepped out of their own little worlds. At Fingqi Mountain in the south, Fuxi and Yuhua opened the great formation and walked into the flood. An old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man. The 3 Qing brothers also left East Kunlun. In the depths of the sea of northern underworld, a huge fish violently leapt out of the water. It transformed into a rock in a flash of light and leapt 10,000 miles. It raised its head to the sky and whistled, seemingly venting the hatred in its heart. Above the celestial dome, 2 figures stepped out of the scorching hot solar star, emanating a powerful aura. At the foot of the Buzhou mountain, 12 figures stepped out from the ancestral witch hall, their strong power rushing straight into the heavenly majesty. On that crumbling land in the west, 2 figures trudged towards the Mount Sumeru that had fallen into ruins. In the past, this Mount Sumeru was also considered a divine mountain, but it was a pity that after the great battle that broke the sky and the earth, it had already lost its previous appearance. Xiao Tang sat quietly in the Kongdong mountain, surrounded by a dense spiritual qi, but his own cultivation was stagnant. Xiao Tang's realm was stuck and needed to find a breakthrough. So, he decided to travel to the floodplains and was able to find the right opportunity. After checking the great formation of Kongdong Mountain, Xiao Tang left. Although this was not the first time he had come to travel the flood, Xiao Tang still felt curious. After the earth had regained its vitality, it had quietly changed into a brand new face. Many places were different from before, so Xiao Tang could take a good look. Xiao Tang didn't go directly to the Hulkbusters. This time he decided to go through the experience on his own. Xiao Tang was the first to arrive at Fingqi Mountain, ready to look for Nuwa and Fuxi, only to find that they had already left. But it's okay, as long as you're in the flood, you'll encounter it sooner or later. Xiao Tang continued his journey and flew towards the east. The earth veins in the west were shattered by Luo. There was nothing to see. If you want to get chances and treasures, you should go to the east. The time is long and the years seem to flow. Xiao Tang had endured a long 10,000 years in the air of the flood. During these 10,000 years, he had traversed countless mountains and rivers and witnessed all sorts of strange beings. When we met them, it was only a momentary meeting of eyes, and not much of a crossover. Xiao Tang also picked up a few good treasures, but they were of little use and were directly thrown into the pile of magic treasures to eat dust. However, these ash-eating treasures were indeed something that many living beings could not even come close to begging for. A strong fluctuation of breath suddenly came from the distance, as if someone was fighting. He hurriedly increased his speed and flew towards the source of the scent. As he approached, he saw only a few figures fighting fiercely above the clouds. They were so strong that every movement could tear through space, and every attack could cause the heavens and earth to change color. Xiao Tang cautiously moved a little closer and saw the face of the person who was fighting against him. On one side was the 3 purities with the heaven and earth Xinhuan Linglong pagoda on their heads. That pagoda hovered above the 3 Qing's heads, shedding 10,000 rays of golden light that enveloped them. Merit in virtue supreme treasure heaven and earth Xinhuan pagoda. Its power is comparable to that of an innate treasure awe. On the other side, there were the Golden Crow brothers. Di Jun was holding the river map and Luo book, while Tai Yi was holding his own Donghuang bell. Chaotic qi churned on the East Emperor bell, and every time it struck, it sent out sound waves that shattered the true spirit. This was the first time in his life that Xiao Tang had witnessed such a strong duel. He hid at the side and stared at the battlefield, carefully watching their duel. Xiao Tang knew that he could not intervene at all in such a battle. but perhaps he could realize a trace of the true meaning of the great Luo Golden Immortal from their battle. After a long time, both sides seemed to realize that the battle had reached a stalemate. The three purities were a bit stronger from a realm perspective, and there were three of them. However, the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Pagoda was not an attack-type magic treasure, and it was a step behind the Eastern Emperor's bell. A trace of fatigue also flashed through the eyes of the Golden Crow brothers. Despite the ferocity of their attacks, it was always difficult for them to break through the Three Qing's Pagoda defense. If they continued to fight like this, the result could only be that both of them would lose. Thus, the Golden Crow brothers looked at each other and then transformed into two brilliant golden lights, disappearing into the distant firmament. When the three clearings saw the Golden Crow brothers leave, they were also slightly relieved. They put away their magic treasures and then left together. After they had all left, Xiao Tang was about to continue his journey. Suddenly, an inexplicable stirring welled up in his heart. Sensing that the huckleberries were nearby, it was so hard to meet them, so naturally they had to meet them. I hadn't seen them for a long time, so I really missed them. So he flew in the direction of the huckleberries. After flying for some distance, Xiao Tang finally arrived at his destination. In front of us, a towering unicorn cliff comes into view. The Kirin cliff is surrounded by clouds and mist, guarding the remaining Kirin clan. But how did the Holudas end up at Kirin cliff? Just as he was about to step into the confines of the Kirin cliff, he saw the Holudas flying out of the Kirin cliff in a hurry. They saw Xiao Tang at a glance, and a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Dawa's loud voice instantly rang out. "Father, run quickly, the Qilin clan's catching up behind us." Xiao Tang was startled in his heart, only to see several Qilin at the back that emitted the aura of a great Luo Golden Immortal sweeping in just like a gale. The Qilin clan, once in the flood, was so brilliant and glorious. However, after the quantum revelation, now they have gone into decline, and the great Luo Golden Immortal level powerhouses are truly rare. These several great Luo Golden Immortal realm Qilin came out in full force, so it was evident that the Holudas had really stirred up a big mess this time. Xiao Tang turned around and followed the Gourd girls in their desperate attempt to escape while asking loudly, "What exactly did you guys do? Causing people to chase after you like this?" Sanhwa scratched his head and said with a hint of embarrassment on his face, "We heard that the Qilin clan has quite a few treasures, so we thought of coming over to borrow a few." Siwa was so angry that he stomped his feet and couldn't help but answer, "This Qilin clan is also too petty. I just took one of their flags. Do I need to be so angry?" Chapter 19, The Apricot and Yellow Flag. Phoenix Clan. Flag? What flag? Xiao Tang asked suspiciously. Luwa smiled as he pulled out a flag from his arms. The moment that flag appeared, it emitted a powerful aura. Xiao Tang fixed his eyes and couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air in his heart. It was actually the Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag. Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag, one of the 5 square flags of the innate heaven, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. This treasure was undoubtedly one of the most valuable things to the current Qilin clan. Now that it's been stolen by the Gourds, how can they let it go so easily? Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag is too precious. Such treasures once in hand, naturally it is impossible to hand back. Besides, Xiao Tang also does not have with the owner of the exchange of the equivalent of the thing, neither being able to settle the matter by peace talks, nor being ashamed to fight them. It was as far as running away. Xiao Tang brought the Gourd girl and flew all the way until he ran out 100 million miles away. Finally, the great Luo powerhouses of the Qilin clan stopped their pursuit. They also had concerns in their hearts. If they were to keep on chasing after them, if someone else took the opportunity to sneak into the Qilin clan's territory and wreak havoc in the meantime, then the consequences would be unimaginable. In fact, the Qilin knew that with the strength of the Qilin clan at the moment, it was really difficult to hold onto the Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag. So in a sense, losing this flag might not be all bad. However, if they didn't chase them out for some distance, it would inevitably make the Qilin clan look too weak and deceitful. "Father, look at this. Where have we gotten to?" Shiva asked. They had previously been so focused on desperately running away that they hadn't even paid attention to the direction they were traveling in. Xiao Tang fixed his mind and swept his gaze in all directions. At this glance, he could not help but be shocked in his heart. It turned out that they had already arrived at the southernmost tip of the Buzhou mountain, and tens of thousands of miles away, the Phoenix clan's immortal volcano loomed large. Siwa suddenly said, "I heard that the Phoenix clan also has a lot of treasures. Why don't we rob them again?" Hearing this, Xiao Tang hurriedly reached out to hold Siwa down and chided. "Rob your ass." This Phoenix clan was very different from the Kirin clan. The Kirin clan's originating Kirin had already passed away, but the Phoenix clan's old ancestor, Yuan Feng, was still alive. He was a top powerhouse at the level of a paramount saint. Although his origin was damaged and he was suppressed by heaven and earth, he was by no means something that Holuwa could easily resist. Dawa persuaded. "Father, anyway, we're already here. so we might as well take a look around. And maybe we'll even have a chance to forage for a treasure or two. Xiaotong thought briefly, then helplessly agreed. That's just it. But you guys mustn't cause any more trouble recklessly. If you offend Yuan Feng, we can't afford it. Manhwa patted his chest and said boldly, Father, don't worry. With us here, no one will be able to harm you in the slightest. Chihuahua also comforted at the side in a well-behaved manner. Father, don't be embarrassed. Even though you are only a tiny golden immortal now, you are already very impressive. Xiaotong heard this and an awkward smile appeared on his face. The children are really filial to him, and I don't know whether they are praising or undermining themselves. Afterward, Xiaotong led the Holudas to gallop towards the immortal volcano. When they arrived at the Phoenix Clan's clanland, they saw that it was caught in a melee inside. Xiaotong fixed his eyes on the two brothers, Di Jun and Tai Jun, who were battling the Phoenix. These two had come straight to the Phoenix Clan since leaving the Qilin Clan. The Phoenix Clan had also been one of the lords of the flooded heaven and earth, and the magic treasures they possessed were naturally countless. Although Di Jun and Tai Yi had just entered the Great Luo Golden Immortals not long ago, with the two extremely powerful magic treasures, the Dong Huang Bell and the River Map Luo Book, they completely overpowered the Phoenix Clan's Great Luo Golden Immortals for a moment. Xiaotong watched from the sidelines and couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. The Phoenix Clan is the king of flying beasts, and now even the two little golden crows, Di Jun and Tai Yi, are having trouble resisting, only to see Di Jun and Tai Yi display the Sun True Fire, that horrible heat surging. Even the fire phoenix that is good at imperial fire does not dare to frontally confront, and have to avoid its sharpness. Xiaotong led the Gourd girls to watch from the sidelines and see if Yuan Feng would make a move. If Yuan Feng pressed on, then they could take the opportunity to rush in and grab the treasure. Just as Tai Yi and Di Jun were suppressing the Phoenix Clan's Daeluogen immortals to the point of retreat, a terrifying pressure descended steeply. Xiaotong's heart was in awe, knowing that it must be Yuan Feng who had struck. In an instant, Tai Yi and Di Jun's figures suddenly disappeared into thin air, as if they had been forcibly pulled into some space by Yuan Feng. It's now. You guys wait outside. I'm going to steal the treasure, Rakwa said in a lowered voice. Sixth Eva's Tao of Concealment had already been initiated, and it wasn't difficult for him to enter the Phoenix Clan's territory unknowingly. The only thing he had to worry about was Yuan Feng. Liu Hua, be careful, Xiaotong instructed. Don't worry, I'm fine. Rakwa was very confident. Before the words left his mouth, Rakwa's figure dissipated into nothingness like a gust of fresh wind. Xiaotong carefully perceived, but found that he was unable to capture the slightest breath of the sixth Eva, as if the sixth Eva had completely disappeared. Xiaotong turned his head to Erwa and asked, Erwa, can you find Liuhua? Erwa shook his head and said, Liuhua's concealment aptitude is extremely powerful. If he were to hide with all his might, I wouldn't be able to find him. Xiaotong felt slightly relieved in his heart when he heard this, since Erwa couldn't even find it. It shouldn't be discovered. After some time, the figures of Di Jun and Tai Yi reappeared, and looking at their wretched appearance, it was clear that they had been driven out by the breakdown of their dealings with Yuan Feng. They directly left without looking back. It was the first time they had been in such a sorry state after being born in the flood for so long. The difference between a paragon saint and a great Luo Golden Immortal was simply too great. Who dares to trespass on my Phoenix Clan's land? A furious cry resounded through heaven and earth. At this moment, the pressure of Yuan Feng on the immortal flame mountain spread out in all directions, and wherever it passed, all living beings were suppressed so much that they couldn't move. Not good. Sixth Hua is exposed. Erwa shouted anxiously. Xiaotong's heart tightened. How could that be? Previously Yuan Feng didn't notice it. Erwa hurriedly explained. It should be that Liu Hua accidentally leaked his own breath when he touched the treasure. Without delay, Xiaotong made an immediate decision and led the Holudas to rush into the Phoenix Clan. Seeing this, the strongest members of the Phoenix Clan rushed in angrily to stop them. Xiaotong's gaze locked onto an opponent at the Tai Golden Immortal realm, only to see a flash of light in his hand, and the intrinsic magic whip was already in his hand. It was a pity that the Xianyuan water control flag had been placed in Mount Sumeru as the base of the formation. If it could be performed here at this moment, it would definitely be able to exert unexpected power. Fighting against Xiaotong was an ice phoenix. The extreme cold power emanating from its body was as if it could freeze everything in the world, and the surrounding aura was frozen into ice by it. The ice phoenix spread its wings and countless sharp ice cones instantly surfaced, whistling towards Xiaotong like rain. Chapter 26 Ward's Harvest. Exciting battle with Yuan Feng. Miku. Facing this ice phoenix's attack, Xiaotong hurriedly sacrificed the Earth Spirit Bead. The Earth Spirit Bead glowed brightly, transforming into a sturdy boundary that resisted the ice picks as much as possible. Xiaotong knew that he was not a strong point in sparring, but it was good that he had many magic treasures. He swung the God-striking whip, and terrifying power poured out like a raging torrent. The Ice Phoenix felt the terrifying power contained on the god's striking whip and didn't dare to take it hard. Her body flickered and quickly dodged away. At this moment, Holua seized the opportunity and opened the Chaos Gourd. A powerful suction force surged out from it, instantly taking the Ice Phoenix inside. Even the Ice Phoenix of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm would find it difficult to escape in front of the mighty power of the Chaos Gourd. Well done, Xiao Tang complimented. The 6 Holudas were all in the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortals, and Xiao Tang, with his many magic treasures, could barely possess the power to fight against the great Luo Golden Immortals. Now that the 7 of them had joined forces, this kind of strength was not something that the Phoenix clan of today could easily withstand. Right at this moment, a terrifying pressure once again enveloped the area. Xiao Tang and the Gourd boys felt very heavy and couldn't move. Return the item to me. Yuan Feng's deafening roar was as if it was going to tear apart this heaven and earth. In an instant, its gigantic phoenix figure appeared in the sky above the immortal volcano. Yuan Feng has obviously been extremely angry. If it is not the heart of the heavenly calamity of fear, I am afraid that at this moment has already appeared in person, rather than only to the spirit of the shadow to show people. Old 6. What was stolen here that made Yuan Feng so furious? Xiao Tang was somewhat puzzled in his heart. Guys, I'm here. Rakwa's figure appeared. Seeing this, the surrounding phoenixes immediately surrounded and surged over like a tidal wave. Angry flames flickered in their eyes, and their shrill whistles rose and fell. Don't hurt my brother. Without hesitation, the 7th child sacrificed the Chaos Gourd, and a powerful suction force instantly erupted, sucking the 6th child straight over. The moment 6th ward was about to be sucked in, 7th ward closed the gourd. 6th brother, are you alright? Dawa asked with a face full of concern. I'm fine. Baby got here. At this moment, a terrifying flame, wrapped in a torrent of magma, spewed out wildly from the undead volcano, carrying endless anger and pressure, rushing swiftly towards the Gourd girls. All together, several Holudas cried out in unison, casting their own divine abilities to fend them off. Old 6, what exactly did you steal from others? Xiao Teng frowned and asked loudly. It's this. Only to see a flash of light in Liwa's hand. A flag appeared out of thin air. Offer flame light flag. Xiao Teng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Liwa really had a unique vision, and every time he chose was an extremely high-grade spiritual treasure. Liwa sacrificed the flame light banner from the ground and dissolved all the flames sprayed by Yuan Feng. Even if he stole the flame light banner of the offworld, Yuan Feng didn't have to fight for his life. Actually, I stole 2 other things besides that. Rakwa smiled wryly and slowly took out 2 more eggs. Xiao Teng's heart skipped a beat when his gaze touched the 2 eggs. Could this be Rock and Peacock? You stole Yuan Feng's waifu. In order to continue the lineage of the Phoenix clan, Yuan Feng had gone through a lot of trouble to give birth to 2 eggs, pouring her own bloodline into them. As a result, his own child was stolen, so it was no wonder Yuan Feng was going out of his way to find them and fight for his life. The terrifying power struck once again. That quasi-saint's might was vast and boundless, and it was by no means something that they, the great Luo Golden Immortals, could easily withstand. Guys, use that trick, Dawa shouted hoarsely. Each of the 7 Gourd wards stood in a single orientation, and they merged their powers together without reservation. 7-color mixed sky dipper formation. As the formation took shape, it was as if the chaotic aura from the beginning of the heavens and earth had been reawakened, and a force powerful enough to shake the floodwaters surged out, hardening Yuan Feng's attack. This is the Holudio's excellent formation that they have carefully researched and developed. 7 people join hands, even if facing that quasi-saint's power, can also be stable against. When Yuan Feng saw that his all-out strike had failed to break through this grand formation, he couldn't help but show a look of extreme surprise on his face. However, nowadays, unless he appeared in person, it was by no means possible for him to exert a more powerful force. But once it appears, the heavenly tribulation will certainly come. The light is the loss of cultivation. The heavy is the destruction of the spirit. Although the 2 children were very important, if he died, the Phoenix clan would completely lose its pillar and fall into a place of no return. Therefore, after this strike, he did not dare to act rashly again, even though his heart was not willing to do so. Xiao Tu and the Huckleberries then seized the moment and retreated like meteors. Xiao Teng escaped with the crowd for tens of thousands of miles until he was sure that it was safe. Then he slowly stopped. He looked at the 2 phoenix eggs in front of him and couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. He had only raised gourds in his life, and he knew nothing about hatching eggs, or else knock them up and cook them. The first rock and the first peacock of the flood. This karma is too big to eat trouble. It's better to hatch them. They might turn out to be 2 powerful helpers later on. Siwa, these 2 eggs will be carried by you, Xiao Teng said. Siwa was instantly confused. He had never had any experience in hatching eggs. Xiao Tang felt that Siwa's fire was strong and the phoenix's egg was in need of enough heat, so it should be feasible to let him incubate it. Although Siwa was full of reluctance, under Xiao Tang's insistence on forcing his way in, he could only accept helplessly. You guys can't do such dangerous things in the future. Understand? The other party is a paragon. What if your grand formation can't block it? Xiao Tang reprimanded. As a daddy, how non-existent he would be if he didn't reprimand him twice at a time like this. Hearing this, the Gourd children all drooped their heads like errant children and said in a low voice, "Got it. Father. Daddy, where are we going next?" After a moment, Dawa raised his head and asked with anticipation in his eyes. Xiao Tang frowned slightly. His own words just now seemed to have been in vain. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Tang said, "Since we've already obtained 2 of the 5 square flags, it seems less than complete if we don't raise all of them." Xiao Tang carefully recalled the location of the 2 remaining flags. The Green Lotus treasure color flag should be in the hands of Taoist Paramount, so when the time came, he could try to borrow it from him. And the vegetarian cloud boundary flag belonged to the Queen Mother of the West. If he remembered correctly, it should have been given to Shi Wangmu when Hongjun made her the head of the female immortals, and now it should be in Hongjun's hands. If it was in the hands of Hongjun, then it would be troublesome. He couldn't possibly go to Hongjun's hands to grab it, could he? That would be considered looking for death. Forget it, let's take one step at a time and get the Green Lotus treasure color flag in our hands first. Xiao Tang told the Haludas in detail where the Green Lotus treasure color flag was located. It's up to you guys to get it. No problem, just leave it to us. The huckleberries were full of confidence, they were light on this sort of thing. Chapter 21, Xiao Tang certifies the Great Luo. Sermon at the Purple Heaven Palace. The strength of the duo of Junti and Jain is comparable to that of Hulua and the others, so there shouldn't be any problem in terms of numbers. Only that both of them were quite sinister, and Xiao Tang was full of seriousness as he urged them to be extremely careful. Just in case, Xiao Tang also asked them to bring along the flame light flag of the departing ground and the apricot yellow flag of Wuji. With these 2 flags in place, it should not be hopeless to deal with them. Xiao Tang, on the other hand, returned to Kongdong Mountain to retreat. He had gained a lot from this trip, and his enlightenment was like a spring, so it was the perfect time to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Those who have attained the Dala do not age, do not die, and do not perish. Only when one has attained the Great Luo Dao fruit can one truly be considered to have entered the way. If Xiao Tang wanted to break through the Great Luo, he had to clarify his own Dao. The Hulu children all have their own paths, and Xiao Tang needs to explore his own. On Xiao Tang's body, the Dao rhythm continuously flowed, diffusing a powerful vitality. Since becoming an innate gourd vine, Xiao Vine has given birth to 7 gourd vines. Therefore, he resolutely chose the conception avenue. Everything in the world is born from conception, and all the material forms, energy flows, the rise and fall of living beings, and the cultivation systems and spells and aptitudes they follow in the world are all performed by the great Tao of conception. It is an invisible yet omnipresent force, a developmental process from nothing to something, from simple to complex, the cause behind all existence. The 3 flowers gathered at the top, the 5 qi condensed in the chest, and the light of the Tao fruit was reflected in the long river of time, proving the Tao of the Great Luo. After Xiao Tang certified as a Great Luo Golden Immortal, all sorts of marvelous visions manifested on Kongdong Mountain. A long whip appeared, like a nimble dragon, whistling and rushing toward the vision in the air. Only heard a loud pop. The vision was dispersed without a trace. Nowadays, there were quite a few witnesses to the Great Luo in the flood world, so not many people paid attention to Xiao Tang. When Xiao Tang had stabilized his realm, a voice suddenly echoed in the flooded heavens and earth. I am Hongjun, blessed with the will of heaven, and have already certified as a saint. Will be 10,000 years later, in the Purple Heaven Palace preaching, teach the living beings, but all those who have the destiny can listen to it. This sound was as if it had traveled through endless dimensions of space and time, vibrating and echoing in the depths of every living soul. Xiao Tang heard this, and while his heart was shocked, it was also filled with anticipation. The living beings looked up at the sky beyond the sky, and even though they couldn't see the purple heavenly palace, they could perceive a powerful force that majestically suppressed them high above that sky. Xiao Tang had not expected the day of the Purple Heaven Palace sermon to come so quickly, but fortunately, now that he has successfully transformed into a form, he does not have to worry about being divided by the great powers. 10,000 years might seem like a long time, but for all living beings, if they didn't hurry in time, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to make it in time. The realm of saints was a realm beyond the reach of all living beings in the flood. Saints preaching. This is the flood world's top event. Every living being, regardless of their origin, cultivation level, all know that this is a time to change their destiny. Touch the edge of the great Tao. Excellent opportunity. Since no one is willing to easily miss, Xiao Tang hurriedly transmitted his voice to the 7 gourd waifs, and then his body transformed into a stream of light and sped toward the heavenly beyond. Xiao Tang's speed had taken a qualitative leap after he had attained the realm of the Great Luo. He smoothly arrived at the heavenly beyond before the sermon was about to open. Beyond the purple heavenly palace, it was blocked by a thick and chaotic layer of qi. The chaotic qi, containing the initial destructive and creative power of the universe, was powerful enough to deter the vast majority of living beings. However, it couldn't stop today's Xiao Tang. Spiritual light flickered around him, condensing a protective light shield, and then rushed toward the chaotic aura. Amidst a roar that sounded like thunder, he managed to traverse the chaotic qi and successfully arrived at the purple heavenly palace. It was as difficult as heaven for beings under this great luo to enter this place. Those beings who were in the realm of Tai golden immortals could only break through if they were carrying heavy treasures or were lucky enough to have luck against the weather. Xiao Tang raised his eyes to look at the magnificent palace in front of him that emanated endless majesty. One could only see that above the palace, the aura was flowing and colorful, and from time to time, bursts of Tao rhythmic thunder booms were emitted. The entire palace resembled a sleeping ancient beast, exuding an awe-inspiring and inviolable majesty. Xiao Tang unexpectedly realized that this purple heavenly palace itself was actually a powerful spiritual treasure. It would be great if he could also possess such a palace. Xiao Tang flew to the front of the closed door of the purple heavenly palace. Seeing that the time for the sermon had not yet arrived, he raised his eyes and looked around. A number of innate beings had already gathered around them. They were in various forms, and most of them exuded a Dala golden immortal aura. When Xiao Tang swept his gaze, he saw the 3 clear brothers who he had once met. Jade Cheng was surrounded by a clear aura. Shang Cheng Ling was surrounded by a flickering light of spiritual treasures, while Tai Ching's aura was astringent and inscrutable. Not far away, there were also the 2 golden crow brothers, who were emanating a blazing sun true flame, as if they were 2 rounds of blazing suns walking in the world. Suddenly, Xiao Tang's eyes lit up as he saw an extremely familiar figure. Without hesitation, Xiao Tang's figure flashed and instantly flew in front of that person and said joyfully, "Fellow Daoist White Lotus, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Haven't you been well?" The person Xiao Tang saw was none other than White Lotus. Nowadays, White Lotus is also successfully certified as a great luo, and her breath is majestic and long, even a few points stronger than Xiao Tang. It seems that she has gained quite a lot of opportunity by practicing in the Flood Wasteland. White Lotus smiled faintly and said, "I went to the Flood Wasteland to travel a bit, and was fortunate enough to have the chance to be certified as a Dao Lord. What about fellow Daoist Xiao Tang? Those kids didn't cause you any trouble, did they?" Xiao Tang gently shook his head. "Alas, where is the trouble? Those few children were well behaved and understanding, and did not cause any trouble." However, before Xiao Tang's words fell, he heard an urgent cry, "Father, father, those 2 old men are catching up," only to see the 7 gourd dolls as if they were 7 gorgeous rainbows, cutting through the sky, flying like the wind, and then landing steadily beside Xiao Tang. And behind them, 2 figures were in hot pursuit, precisely the Western Junti and Jian. Junti was filled with anger and shouted, "Shameless little thief! Hurry up and return the magic treasure." White Lotus laughed softly from the side and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao Tang, is this what you call well-behaved and understanding?" Xiao Tang was slightly embarrassed and asked, "Did you guys really snatch the green lotus treasure color flag?" Sixth Eva smiled mischievously and said, He, that's natural. When we go out, we won't return empty-handed. Don't worry Dad, we naturally won't disgrace you," Urwa said. Junti stepped forward and asked aggressively, "Are you their father?" "Not bad," Xiao Tang responded calmly. "These kids of yours have stolen our magic treasures. Hurry up and return them, or else we won't be blamed for being impolite." Undaunted, Siwa puffed out his chest and said, "Humph, old man, come if you dare." Chapter 22, Guiding in Junti, Seizing the Position. The few of them had already exchanged hands several times on their way to the Purple Heavenly Palace. After receiving Xiao Tang's transmission, the Holudas were in a hurry to come to the Purple Heavenly Palace and did not use their full strength to exert their means. Junti and Jane then refused to relent and pursued them all the way. Jane saw the situation, rushed forward to pull Junti, said, "Here is the Purple Sky Palace. If it is a big fight here, I am afraid to provoke the saint is not happy. Green Lotus treasure color flag is our treasure. Please return." Receiver said that he didn't want to fight, but in reality, he wanted to use the saints to pressure Xiao Tang. But how could Xiao Tang do what they wanted? Xiao Tang said with a smile, "This Green Lotus treasure color flag was also snatched by you from somewhere else, and now that it was taken by a few children, it naturally belongs to them." Siwa followed and said, "That's right, this treasure is in the hands of whoever owns it. If you have the ability, come and grab it." When Junti saw Xiao Tang with such an attitude, he couldn't help but frown. his face full of anger. Receiver, cut the crap and fight them directly. Junti snorted coldly and reached out his hand to offer a magic treasure, only to see a flash of light in his hand. The 7-treasure wonderful tree emerged. This treasure is claimed to brush nothing, but any worldly magic treasure, once enveloped by its light, will be easily brushed down. Xiao Tang had reminded Hulyua and the others to be careful of the 7-treasure wonderful tree, so he did not use his magic treasures in the previous battle. He just relied on his own divine ability to fight against Junti and Jiayin. Seeing this situation, Receptionist secretly weighed the situation in his mind. Xiao Tang's 8 people were all at the Deluo realm, so if they were to forcefully fight, their own side might not be able to gain any benefits. Besides, heaven has its own karma, and what is lost today may not be recovered in the next day. So, he sighed helplessly and said, "That's just it. This item has no destiny with us. It will be given to fellow Daoist Xiao Tang." Full of doubt, Junti asked, "Why?" Jiayin pulled Junti, lowered his voice and said, "All 8 of them are great Luo. We can't benefit from fighting with them. Wait until later. There will be a chance to take it back." Xiao Tang was secretly alert in his heart when he saw that Jie and Junti were discussing in a low voice. He secretly thought in his heart that if he waited for them to become saints, they would definitely come to find trouble with him. The difference between saints and quasi-saints was like an abyss. Once they struck out, even if the Hulk bearers teamed up to put up a formation, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to withstand them. Therefore, Xiao Tang secretly resolved that this time, no matter what, he could not let them become saints. Both sides confronted each other for a while, and in the end, they both tacitly chose to put things to rest. Each silently stood aside, their eyes all focused on the purple heavenly palace, only waiting for the moment it opened. As time passed, more and more beings hurriedly arrived from all parts of the flood wilderness. Many beings were too far away or too slow, and no matter how hard they sped, they were unable to catch up with this event. And many other people who arrived with great difficulty were mercilessly blocked out by the chaotic chi in that heavenly beyond. As the saying goes, those who have a destiny listen to it. And the first condition of this destiny includes being strong enough. Suddenly, the sound of the Tao roared, as if it was vibrating throughout the entire heaven and earth. The much-anticipated gate of the purple heavenly palace slowly opened in the midst of the blazing and expectant gazes of the crowd. White Lotus, when you enter the purple heavenly palace in a while, do not hesitate and go grab the futon with all your might. Xiao Tang transmitted his voice to White Lotus. Hearing this, White Lotus couldn't help but faintly stare, his heart filled with doubt. What was the point of grabbing the futon? However, she thought that Xiao Tang wouldn't pit himself. After the doors of the purple heavenly palace were opened, the crowd poured into it like a tidal wave. In an instant, they were all shocked by the sacred and vast aura inside the palace, and awe surged in the hearts of all of them. However, right at this moment, 2 figures flew out. Before the crowd had a chance to thoroughly see the details of the situation inside the palace, those 2 figures had already swept towards the front. When the crowd took a closer look, they only saw that at the very front of the palace there, 6 futons were quietly set up. At first glance, these 6 futons seemed to be plain and ordinary, but in this grand and empty purple sky palace, this kind of sudden appearance, everyone understands in their hearts that they must contain extraordinary significance and are by no means ordinary. The others were not clueless, and in an instant, they took the lead and rushed towards the futon like a stringed arrow. Jiayin and Juanti just want to rush forward, but was a group of 2 children and 3 children laughing and playing in front of the body. Third brother, look, there's a crane over there. Yeah, it's beautiful. Erwa and Sanwa were so focused on staring at the lifelike patterns on the walls of the palace that they seemed completely oblivious to the fact that they were blocking someone. Get the hell out of my way. Guiding and Jianti instantly opened their eyes in anger, and with their hearts racing, they did not hesitate to strike. Gourd children but very clever, and do not want to fight with it. Just a little means of blocking, so a little. Then cheeky, get out of the way. But just this short blockage had already allowed Junti and Jiayin to miss the perfect opportunity to seize the position. Xiao Tang and White Lotus were prepared and were the first to move. Thus they smoothly grabbed 2 futons. Immediately after that, the ones who grabbed the futons were the 3 Qing brothers who were the first to react. The 3 of them worked well together and had a heart-to-heart, taking up 3 futons at once. With this, there was only 1 bushel left in the entire room, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The Koan Peng's eyes flashed with a blazing light, and with his own exquisite and unparalleled stance, he instantly arrived in front of the last futon. He was filled with joy, as if victory was at hand. Just as he was about to take his seat, a sudden mountainous force hit him without warning. Stinky bird, it's been a long time. I didn't even expect to meet you here. It was none other than Wu Hua who blocked the Koan Peng. When Koan Peng saw Wu Hua stopping in front of him, a surge of anger surged in his heart. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, he didn't hesitate to directly engage in a fierce battle with Wu Hua. When Sanhwa and Siwa appeared together, Koan Pang could not help but feel a sense of awe in his heart. At that moment, he conceded and silently retreated to the side. It was still unclear what and how useful this futon was, and there was no need to put your life on the line for an unknown chance. Jin Yuanzi wanted to help Red Cloud snatch the position as he pushed the earth book with all his might, trying to escort Red Cloud to the top of the last futon. But just then, a figure stopped in front of him. Fellow Daoist Red Cloud. Father said that this position is not suitable for you. Dawa's voice was loud and serious. Red Cloud was originally indifferent by nature. If not, Jin Yuanzi pushed him up strongly. He actually had no intention of competing for it. At this moment, seeing that he was blocked, although there was a trace of loss in his heart, he accepted it openly and no longer forced himself. And in this instant, a graceful figure landed lightly on the last futon, and it was none other than Manhwa. The others, seeing this, how could they be willing to do so, and wanted to come forward to snatch it, but they were all beaten back. After the 6 people had settled down, the other beings weighed the pros and cons in their hearts. They all understood that if they were to fight recklessly in this saint's dojo, not only would they most likely not be able to snatch the futon, but they would instead offend the saint and end up in a miserable situation where they would be mercilessly thrown out. Thus, they gathered their minds and turned to grab those more forward seats and slowly sat down. The reason why Xiaotang asked Dawa to block Red Cloud was out of a piece of goodwill. In the flood, there are really very few people with good intentions, and even White Lotus, who sounds like a good person next to him, can hardly be called a real good person. Now that it is so hard to have such a good person as Red Cloud, Xiaotang must protect him for once. As for how his fate would be in the future, Xiaotang couldn't care less. The other beings looked at that last Manhwa sitting on the futon with some confusion in their hearts. This group of hulks was so strange. Why didn't they take that last spot when they clearly had the ability to stop the others? The Gourd girls acting like this was naturally arranged by Xiaotang. Sitting on a futon can be a chance, but it can also be a trap. He's already taking a bit of a risk by sitting on it himself, so the huckleberries shouldn't barge in. Get out of my way. I'll take these seats. An arrogant and domineering voice with a strong bottom suddenly came over. The crowd sniffed and looked, only to see 12 men strutting in. They did not exert their speed to grab the position as others did, but were full of dominance and chose to directly grab it hard. Big brother, this is a good seat. Come and sit here. A man with fiery red hair, as if a flame was burning, said excitedly. With that said, he nonchalantly reached out and grabbed at a man sitting on the ground wearing a golden robe. When that gold-robed man saw this, his expression did not change at all, and he slapped over without showing any weakness. The palms of the two instantly clashed together, and a scorching flame erupted from their palms. Yo, you're a fire player too. My name is Xu Rong. What's yours? Emperor Jun. This is my seat. Do you want to rob it hard? The ones who grabbed the position were the 12 ancestral witches, while the ones who were robbed were the 2 brothers, Di Jun and Tai Jun. Xiaotang watched coldly from the sidelines with interest in his heart. This contradiction between witches and demons even appeared so quickly, and I am afraid that it will be difficult to have peace and quiet in the floodplain in the future. Stop! A voice came over, and the one who spoke was none other than the leader, Emperor Jiang. We 12 ancestral witches are the creations of Father God. Our status is incomparably honored, and we deserve to sit in the front, Zhu Rong said nonchalantly. But this is a saint's dojo, so it's better not to cause trouble. Just pick a seat at random and sit down. How can that be? Zhu Rong's face was full of unwillingness, still wanting to argue. Alright, listen to Big Brother, the woman on the side said. After this woman spoke, Zhu Rong obediently gave up trying to steal Di Jun's position. Xiaotang's gaze was placed on the woman, who should be Ho Tu. Subsequently, the 12 ancestral witches chose a position to slowly sit down, and only then did some calm finally return to the purple heavenly palace. After everyone was seated, a figure emitting endless pressure suddenly appeared in front without warning. In front of them sat none other than the sage Hongjun. The moment Hongjun appeared, the entire purple heavenly palace was instantly quiet. Everyone held their breath, their hearts filled with awe and anticipation, not knowing what kind of Tao this sage would tell. Chapter 23, The Way of the Dala. The law is not passed on to the 6th ear. In the purple heavenly palace, all the people were harboring awe and curiosity. Their gazes turned to Hongjun in unison. However, with just one glance, a strong stinging sensation pierced straight into the eyes of the crowd, causing them to subconsciously avert their eyes. The light of the great Tao that surrounded Hongjun's body was brilliant and dazzling, and its depth and vastness far exceeded the limits of what the crowd could bear, making it impossible for the crowd to look directly at it. Xiaotang gently plucked a bright green gourd leaf from his own body. He eased the gourd leaves in front of his eyes and muttered, "It's too blinding to look directly at it. Wouldn't it be solved by taking something to cover it up?" Through the cracks of the gourd leaves, Xiaotang carefully scrutinized Hongjun's appearance. he realized that compared to when he first saw it, Hongjuan's body had a few more indescribable depths, but nothing else had changed. Hongjuan's gaze slowly swept over the many living beings in the purple heavenly palace, and every living being touched by his gaze felt as if they had been seen through all their secrets and had nothing to hide. When his gaze flowed to Xiao Tang, he paused slightly. The innate gourd vine and the 7 gourds on the vine, all of which have now taken shape, were just not expected by Hongjun. Even when he made projections with the jade disc of creation, he failed to explore the hidden mysteries behind this gourd vine. His thoughts couldn't help but drift towards the missing piece of the jade disc of creation. The Great Way is 50, the heavenly diffraction is 49, and one of them has disappeared. Could it be that this gourd vine belongs to that disappeared one? However, Hongjun only briefly pondered for a moment before withdrawing his gaze. In his eyes, Xiao Tang was currently nothing more than a being who had just stepped into the De Lo realm, and although he had some unique features, he was still far from being worthy of his high attention. Today, you are sitting in the Violet Sky Palace, and all those who have a destiny with me. Today, I will tell of the way of the great Luo. Hongjuan's voice, echoing in the purple heavenly palace, could be clearly heard whether one was sitting at the very front or at the very back. Just at this time, Hongjun as if suddenly perceived something, slightly frowned, and then spoke with a serious look. The law, do not pass the 6 ears. When the crowd heard this, they all looked puzzled and unsure. However, Xiao Tang was clear in his mind. In the middle of a quiet mountain forest in the floodplains, a monkey with 6 ears suddenly let out a miserable scream. The body fell straight to the ground like a kite with broken strings, and the originally lively and spirited aura instantly became shriveled. It was not that Hongjuan's preaching could not be imparted to the 6-eared macaque. It was just that if this monkey wanted to listen, he would have to come to the purple heavenly palace in person. The way of Hongjun is not to be passed on to those who overhear. However, this 6-eared macaque's ability to hear the sound of a sermon being preached in the purple heavenly palace from such a faraway distance away was truly amazing. Afterwards, Hongjun formally began to preach. The Tao he preached this time was the Tao of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Most of the people present had already reached the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortals. Thus, Hongjuan's sermon was like a sweet rain at the right time for them. Xiao Tang listened to Hongjun's sermon with full attention, nodding slightly from time to time, and sometimes falling into deep thought. It had to be said that Hongjuan's comprehension and interpretation of the Great Tao far surpassed everyone present. Every point of view and every theory he recounted seemed to open a door to a whole new world in front of Xiao Tang's eyes, allowing Xiao Tang to harvest unprecedented insights and revelations. The other beings were also immersed in Hongjuan's sermon, and only the 12 ancestral witches seemed out of place. They sat there and listened for half a day, but it was like listening to a heavenly book, full of confusion, not understanding at all what Hongjun was actually talking about. For them, cultivation was more direct and pure, as long as they were able to fill their stomachs and have enough strength to fight. As for this esoteric and mysterious principle of the Great Tao, in their conception, it was just too nebulous and impractical. Although compared to other ancestral witches, Hotu was slightly better in terms of enlightenment, and can barely understand a little bit of what Hongjun said, but only half understand, seemed to understand the degree. None of the 12 ancestral witches had cultivated their Yuanshun, which made it a natural barrier for them to understand what Hongjun was talking about, and they simply couldn't go deeper into it. They were sitting in the purple heavenly palace at the moment, only feeling uncomfortable, completely as if they were sitting on pins and needles, as if they had an on their backs, as if they were stuck in their throats. The only thought in their minds was to return to their ancestral witch territory as soon as possible, where they could feel at ease. Hongjuan's first sermon lasted a long 3,000 years. During these 3,000 years, the time in the purple heavenly palace seems to be frozen, and only Hongjuan's sermons sound like gurgling water echoes endlessly. Many living beings managed to break through their own realms during this period by virtue of their comprehension of the content of Hongjuan's sermons. Xiao Tang, since he had just stepped into the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal not long ago, although he failed to achieve a breakthrough in his realm this time, in the process of listening to Hongjuan's sermon, he constantly combed through what he had realized before, making his own realm stabilized. Wake up! These 2 words were like morning bells and drums, instantly breaking the silence in the purple heavenly palace. The many living beings slowly awoke from that deep state of enlightenment, a trace of confusion and disenchantment still lingering in their eyes, as if they had just experienced an incomparably wonderful yet short-lived dream. If they were to be allowed to continue to be immersed in this state of immersion, perhaps tens of thousands of years would pass by unnoticed. Hongjun nodded slightly. He had already imparted all the great Tao supreme principles that should be taught. As for how much the people could accept and comprehend, it would depend on their own enlightenment and chance. With a calm expression, he spoke to the crowd. This sermon ends here. 1 yuanhui later, we will gather here again for the second sermon. At that time, all of you can come according to your seats this time. Go on. As soon as the words fell, Hongjuan's figure slowly dissipated like smoke, disappearing without a trace. Only left the empty purple heavenly palace and a group of living beings still immersed in the afterglow of the sermon. The crowd got up and slowly flew out of the purple heavenly palace. At this time, they no longer had the same anxiety and urgency that they had when they came in, and many of them were even still attached to the purple heavenly palace in their hearts. After all, this place was rich in Tao rhythms, as if it was a natural holy land for cultivation. If he could continue cultivating here, he might be able to make even more progress in a shorter period of time. How are you listening? Is there any gain? Xiao Tang inquired about the Gourd girls beside him, with an excited smile on his face. Dawa exclaimed, "Father, the harvest this time is huge. I don't think it will take long to break through the current realm." Xiao Tang looked at Dawa's confident appearance, and his heart was also very pleased. In fact, the ones who gained the most among the people present were not the 6 people sitting on the futon, but these 7 Gourd children. The things comprehended by a single Hulhu waifs were limited, but when the 7 of them were brought together, the effect they produced was horrifying. They were like 7 mirrors with different angles, each reflecting a different side of the Tao spoken by Hongjun. Then through communication and sharing with each other, these fragmented perceptions and understandings were fused and supplemented with each other, thus forming a more complete and profound cognitive system of the Tao. Its harvest, compared to normal people, was 3 or 4 times more. Then you guys should properly sense the great Tao at Kongdong Mountain for the rest of the day. And don't run around. The Witch Demon Quantum Heist was coming. And this heist was so dangerous that even the strongest of the quasi-saint realm would be in danger of falling if they were not careful. Xiao Tang did not want them to get involved in it. However, before Xiao Tang could finish his words, Erwa said in an urgent tone, "Brothers, I seem to have sensed the aura of the wood spirit pearl. It's on that person's body." Chapter 24 Heaven's Secret. Searching for the 6-eared macaque, the crowd looked in the direction Erwa was pointing, only to see a man surrounded by many innate deities in the center. This person exuded a unique affinity and leadership aura around him, and was quite prestigious among the many innate deities. And he, the Duke of Wood, is the future Duke of East? Xiao Tang was secretly surprised in his heart, not expecting that this wood spirit pearl would be in his hands. You guys shouldn't be thinking of going to him to grab the wood spirit pearl, right? Xiao Tang looked at the Gourd girls and asked seriously. Siwa skimmed his mouth uncaringly and said, "Yeah, why not? That person doesn't look very powerful." Xiao Tang understood in his heart that what Siwa said was not false, although the Wood Duke was extremely well liked and had quite a reputation in the Floodlands. In terms of personal strength, he was indeed not particularly outstanding. With the combined strength of the Hulutas nowadays, apart from those veteran powerhouses in the floodplains who had been famous for a long time and had deep roots, there were indeed few enemies. Xiao Tang had originally planned to let them return to Kongdong Mountain to cultivate at ease, but at this moment, it seemed that this plan was afraid to be difficult to realize. The 5 elements of the spirit bead is now just short of the wood spirit bead has not yet been gathered. If it cannot be snatched into the hands of the Gourd Wahoo children will certainly be attached to the heart, difficult to devote themselves to cultivation. Then you guys go. Make sure to be careful. Xiao Tang sighed helplessly and exhorted. Don't worry, Father, we'll definitely borrow the wood spirit bead. The huckleberries smiled at each other with confidence in their eyes. After saying that, they quietly followed behind the wooden male. There were simply too many people around them at the moment, and they were well aware that if they were to make a rash move, they would likely be caught in a predicament where they were surrounded by the crowd, and they might even be caught by others. Therefore, they planned to wait patiently until the crowd dispersed before finding the right moment to strike. Xiao Tang looked at the departing backs of the Gourd children, shook his head slightly, and no longer interfered with them too much. They're going to rob things again. White Lotus slowly came and stood beside Xiao Tang, smiling. Xiao Tang nodded with a bitter smile and said, "Yes, these few little guys, they really make people worry." "That's not what you said at first," White Lotus teased. Xiao Tang helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said, "Hey, it's not that I wanted to find some face for myself at first, but nowadays, I've completely realized that wanting them to be obedient can be even more difficult than becoming a saint." White Lotus slightly tilted her head, a hint of doubt showing on her face as she said, "White Lotus has one thing she doesn't know, and I hope that fellow Taoist Xiao Tang will solve it. You're trying to ask why I asked you to grab the futon." Xiao Tang seemed to have long since seen through White Lotus' mind. White Lotus nodded and said, "Not bad. There doesn't seem to be anything special about that futon other than it being slightly more comfortable to sit on. Isn't sitting comfortably the greatest advantage?" Xiao Tang smiled and joked. White Lotus first froze, then smiled along with him and nodded. "Not bad, indeed. However, I still want to know the real reason." Xiao Tang put away his smile and slowly said, "That futon, it does have a chance, but I don't dare to be sure. The time has not yet come." so whether there is a chance or not will not be known until then. There is no harm in fellow Taoist White Lotus sitting on it first. According to the original development, the 6 people sitting on the bushes all got the Hongmeng purple chi and became saints successfully, but it is difficult to say whether it is those who sit on the bushel who can become successful, or only those 6 who can become saints. Maybe even if Xiao Tang and the others sat on top of the futon, the chi of Hongmeng still belonged to Junti and Jiayin. Then how did fellow Taoist Xiao Tang know that a futon exists in this purple sky palace? White Lotus curiously pursued. Xiao Tang smiled and uttered those classic words, "Heaven's chance cannot be revealed." Hearing this, White Lotus knowingly didn't pursue the matter any further. Fellow Taoist White Lotus, where do you plan to travel to next? Is it to continue traveling around the floodplains? Xiao Tang changed the topic and asked. White Lotus said, I have just listened to the saint's sermon, and although I have gained something, there are still many places that I have not been able to comprehend thoroughly. I intend to find a safe place to retreat and cultivate for a period of time, to properly sort out the feelings of this sermon. In that case, then traveling to my Kongdong Mountain is since the best choice. I have created a dojo at Kongdong Mountain, which is relatively safe and very conducive to closed-door cultivation. If we encounter any difficult problems in the course of cultivation, we can also discuss the Tao together, corroborate each other, and discuss the method of cultivation together. Xiao Tang warmly invited. Without hesitation, White Lotus nodded and said, Then I'll bother you, fellow Taoist. No trouble, no trouble. I'm happy that fellow Taoist White Lotus can go, but before I go, I need to travel to a place. Do you want to go together? Xiao Tang asked. Yes, where to? I don't know exactly where it is yet. I'll have to poke around first. Xiao Tang intends to go on a quest to find the six-eared macaque. This six-eared macaque was born in response to the Dragon and Phoenix Great Tribulation period, and his talent was not a bad heal. If the path of cultivation is smooth, it is reasonable to say that by the time of the quantitative robbery in the West, it will not be difficult to achieve the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. But in the end, he fought a weakened version of the Monkey King. After Hong Jun said the aphorism the law will not be passed on to the 6 ears, it was like a ban. And since then, no one dared to pass on the Tao of the six-eared macaque. However, since Hong Jun had already sent down punishment on him, he thought that he wouldn't pursue him any further. A saint chasing after a monkey, that would be too low. Moreover, the six-eared macaque's Tao had many similarities with Erwa's Tao. If he could be retrieved, their mutual discussions on the Tao in the future would be of great benefit to Erwa's growth. Xiao Tang's mind moved and instantly contacted Erwa, transmitting, Erwa, you and exert your magical powers to help me find a macaque monkey with 6 ears with all your might. That is, the one that was said by Hong Jun that the law does not transmit 6 ears. Okay, I'll find it right away. At this time, the Gourd girls were hiding their forms and following the wooden male closely. Erwa then followed while looking for the 6-eared macaque. In this flooded world, searching for a monkey was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack, if not more so. But fortunately, although Hong Jun's aphorism dealt a heavy blow to the 6-eared macaque, it also left some traceable karma. After searching for 100 years, Erwa managed to pinpoint the 6-eared macaque's location. Xiao Tang looked through Erwa's line of sight and saw the 6-eared macaque. Without hesitation, he immediately set off with the White Lotus, transforming into 2 streams of light that sped toward where the 6-eared macaque was. When Xiao Tang and White Lotus hurriedly arrived, the 6-eared macaque in front of them was in a worrying condition. Although he was lucky to regain his life, his breath was as weak as a candle in the wind, threatening to go out at any time. If it wasn't for the fact that this 6-eared macaque was equipped with unique magical abilities and was able to skillfully dodge those powerful enemies, I'm afraid that at this moment, it would have already been turned into sustenance. Chapter 25 Rescuing the 6-eared macaque. Xiao Tang's proposal. In the depths of that cloudy mountain forest, the 6-eared macaque was hiding in a dense bush. Its ears twitched slightly from time to time, seemingly catching even the slightest movement around it. Suddenly, its acute hearing caught a sound approaching. Not realizing that Xiao Tang had come to find him, the 6-eared macaque hid himself. As a result, he did not expect that Xiao Tang would appear directly in front of him. His body instinctively tensed up and without hesitation, he turned around to escape. However, his speed was so insignificant in front of Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang reached out and grabbed, and an invisible suction force instantly enveloped the 6-eared macaque. The 6-eared macaque only felt like it was caught in a vortex that it could not break free from, and despite its desperate struggles, it was ultimately still firmly grasped in Xiao Tang's hands. He struggled for a few moments and then passed out, his breath dying. This is the 6-eared macaque? White Lotus didn't expect Xiao Tang to come looking for the 6-eared macaque. Please also ask fellow Taoist White Lotus for help. White Lotus walked slowly and picked up the 6-eared macaque. She placed her palm gently on the 6-eared macaque's body. A soft light emanated from the palm of his hand. seeping into the six-eared macaque's body in a steady stream. Immediately afterward, White Lotus took out a few more drops of triple light divine water and sprinkled them into the six-eared macaque's body. The 3 lights divine water was able to produce flesh and bones, and with the White Lotus healing, the six-eared macaque was soon healed. It's no longer a problem. As long as he recuperates for a while he will be able to recover. However, I'm afraid he won't be able to learn the Tao in the future if he wants to, White Lotus said with a slight sigh. It's okay, I've got it covered. Although Xiaotang had no way to pass on the Tao to the six-eared macaque, the six-eared macaque could steal it from the side. If the six-eared macaque took the path of stealing, it would seem to be a good path. Come on, let's go back to Kongdong Mountain. Xiaotang gently picked up the six-eared macaque and his figure rose into the air. On the way to Kongdong Mountain, the six-eared macaque woke up. A trace of confusion first flashed in his eyes before he realized that he was still in Xiaotang's arms. His heart was startled and his body subconsciously twisted in an attempt to break free. Suddenly, he was surprised to find that the injuries on his body had disappeared without a trace. Don't move. Recuperate in peace. I saved you. The six-eared macaque had heard of Xiaotang, and he knew that Xiaotang was a good person. But he didn't think those huckleberries of Xiaotang's were any good. The six-eared macaque had wanted to be Xiaotang's master, but Xiaotang refused. The 7 children in his own home caused Xiaotang a headache every day. Add another monkey in. He shall not be busy to death. In the end, White Lotus took six-eared macaque as his disciple. Xiaotang looked at a person and a monkey. A White Lotus. A thief. How can this not be hitched off? However, since fellow Taoist White Lotus was willing to accept it, Xiaotang was naturally happy to see it happen. After returning to Kongdong Mountain, Xiaotang and White Lotus chose to close their doors for cultivation together. They left the six-eared macaque on the mountain to clean it up, and in the process, they asked him to plant trees to enhance the environment of Kongdong Mountain. The six-eared macaque was seen picking up the broom with a reluctant look on his face, beaming and muttering in a low voice. Monkey-like beings are by nature lively and active, and it is difficult for them to settle down. And the six-eared macaque had previously suffered a major setback, and his heart was full of depression. Xiaotang and Bai Lian expect that by sweeping the floor, he will be able to settle his heart and calm his mind. Xiaotang and White Lotus had been in seclusion for 10,000 years. After spending 10,000 years, they understood roughly what Hongjun had said clearly. However, if they wanted to completely comprehend and integrate it, they still needed to constantly verify and hone in practice. When Xiaotang came out of seclusion and saw the Kongdong Mountain that was planted with flowers and plants, he revealed a smile. This six-eared macaque is doing quite well, Xiaotang thought to himself. When the six-eared macaque saw that he had learned that they had come out, he monkeyed around. He was in a much better mood, and the shadow of his previous punishment for eavesdropping had largely dissipated. Xiaotang and White Lotus argued some more, exchanging what they had gained in these 10,000 years with each other. And in this way, they each gained again. I've still decided to go to the flood for a period of time to practice, so let's wait until the time of the second sermon before we meet at the Purple Heavenly Palace, White Lotus said. In that case, fellow Taoist White Lotus might as well go to the Western lands, Xiaotang said. To the Western lands? Why? White Lotus had a hint of doubt in his eyes. Does fellow Taoist White Lotus still remember the thrilling battle between the demonic paths? Of course I remember. Luo Shuji detonated the Western Earth veins, causing the Western lands to suffer a heavy blow. The Earth veins were damaged, and the aura receded like a tidal wave, and now all that remains is desolation and death. That's right. It's because of the damage to the Western Earth vein that I want fellow Taoist White Lotus to make the trip. When Xiao heard Xiaotang say this, White Lotus instantly understood. The avenue of healing that White Lotus walked on was closely related to the matter of restoring the Earth vein. If he was able to successfully repair the Western Earth vein, it would undoubtedly be a major breakthrough for himself on the path of the Great Tao. Many thanks to fellow Taoist Xiaotang for his guidance. Without delay, White Lotus will go first. Fellow Taoist White Lotus, if you go to the Western lands this time, I'm afraid that you'll encounter Jie Gui and Junti. Those two are not idle. If you meet them, make sure to be extremely careful, Xiaotang reminded. I understand. Many thanks to fellow Taoist Xiaotang. Master, take me with you. The six-eared macaque looked blearily at White Lotus, his eyes filled with longing. You can stay at Kongdong Mountain. This trip is full of dangers, and bringing you along will only lead to more changes and inconveniences. After saying that, White Lotus figure shifted, transformed into a stream of light, and swiftly left. Only Xiaotang and the six-eared macaque were left behind looking at each other in dismay. Does Master not want me anymore? Six-eared macaque. Yes, Xiaotang said without mercy. The reason why Xiaotang would let White Lotus go to the west to repair the Earth vein, besides sincerely wanting to help White Lotus cultivate the Great Tao, he also wanted her to seize the merits of Jieyin and Junti. If the land of the west gradually regained its prosperity with the help of the White Lotus, It would be even more impossible for Jain and Junti to become saints. Xiao Tang stood in place, his thoughts drifting, when suddenly, he seemed to remember something and his heart was startled. He then realized that he hadn't been in contact with the Hulkbusters for an entire 10,000 years. I wonder what these troublemakers are doing now. They're not going somewhere to cause trouble again, are they? When Xiao Tang connected Erwa's line of sight, a creepy scene appeared in front of him. One could only see that the surrounding area was a sea of blood. That sea of blood was turbulent, and there were faint gusts of mournful screams and roars. Erwa, what kind of place are you guys in? Xiao Tang asked eagerly. Father, this seems to be called the Underworld Blood Sea. There's a vicious old man in front of us, and we're fighting him, Erwa replied. There was a hint of nervousness and excitement in his words. Chapter 26, The Underworld Sea of Blood, Capturing Mosquito Taoist. Erwa concentrated and adjusted his vision. Only then did Xiao Tang see the person fighting them. One could only see that the man had a stout figure and a cold face. His eyes flashed with a blood-red light, revealing endless ferocity and brutality. He held a long sword in each hand, and the longsword's blade flashed with a cold, chilling light, as if it could cut through everything in the world. He was sitting on top of a huge blood-black lotus flower, which was surrounded by a dense blood aura. Sticks? How did you guys mess with him? Xiao Tang asked. Erwa explained. After we snatched the wood spirit pearls from Lord Mu, we kept running west. Who knew that we unknowingly came to this underworld blood sea? I had a feeling that there might be a treasure here, so we thought we'd drop by to look for it, and I didn't expect to run into this old guy. Although this old fellow's strength isn't much stronger than ours, he's surprisingly able to mobilize the power of this sea of blood. We can't do anything to him even if we activate the Grand Formation. When Xiao Tang heard this, he was so angry that he slapped his own forehead and secretly cried out in his heart. These bear children are also too unsettling. If you can't beat them, hurry back. Styx is not a guy to be messed with. If the blood sea is not withered, the river Styx will not die. As long as it is in the blood sea, the river Styx is invincible. At this moment, Styx was full of anger, his hands tightly gripping the Abi sword and Yuan Tu sword, the sword slightly trembling and emitting a burst of buzzing. He had been comfortably slumbering at home, but the sudden arrival of the huckleberries disturbed his dreams, and the anger in his heart could be imagined. I'm sorry, Father said we're not going to fight, so goodbye. The huckleberries turned to leave. Want to run? Trying to run after hitting, not even a door. Styx roared angrily and lunged towards them once again. Hey, old man, we're just giving in to you because we see you're older. We really think we're afraid of you, Manhwa shouted. Styx was so angry that he wanted to spit out blood if today's events got out. His reputation would be gone. Chaos Gourd, collect it for me. Chua bellowed and opened the Chaos Gourd, only to see that the mouth of the bottle of the Chaos Gourd produced a powerful suction force, like a black hole, sucking the surrounding water of the blood sea into it crazily. When Styx River saw this, he was shocked in his heart. He was surprised to find that precious gourd of Chiwa's was like a bottomless pit, with the surrounding water of the blood sea constantly pouring in, but it seemed that it couldn't be filled up. If we let this gourd boy continue to suck like this sea of blood might really be sucked dry. Don't suck it up. Don't suck it up. I won't fight. Styx hurriedly shouted. Well then, let's call it a day and we have to go. The gourds stopped attacking, and the 7 gourds put the chaos gourd away. Ugh, it's really bad luck. You're not allowed to come in here again. After saying that, Styx snorted coldly, and with a wobble of his body, he directly dived into the sea of blood and disappeared. He secretly vowed in his heart that when he encountered these 7 ancestors in the future, he would definitely avoid them from afar. Wait a minute, you're in no hurry to come back. Xiao Tang suddenly had a change of heart and said in a hurry. What's wrong, Dad? The huckleberries asked in unison. Anyway, you're all at the sea of blood. Go look and see if you can find a mosquito. The mosquito that Xiao Tang was talking about was that blood-winged black mosquito, the mosquito Taoist. This blood-winged black mosquito was born in the sea of blood, carrying the power of taint. Although he seldom showed his face during the weekdays, his battle record was enough to cause chills. He silently approached the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, one of the 4 major disciples of the Interceptor sect, and then in a swift manner, he sucked out the essence of the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, causing her form and spirit to perish. Not only that, it had also had the audacity to lay its hands on the heady treasure of the Buddhist sect, the 12 pieces of merit and virtue golden lotus, gnawing away 3 of them in a hard way. That was an innate extreme spiritual treasure that was almost indestructible, while the blood-winged black mosquito was able to gnaw on its origin. This kind of power really made Xiao Tang curious. He wanted to see it with his own eyes. After some careful searching by Erwa, he finally found a blood-winged black mosquito in a remote corner of the blood sea. Although the blood-winged black mosquito had already transformed into a form, it seemed to prefer staying in the form of a mosquito in this sea of blood. It was only seen to be small in stature and black as ink, with only the edges of its wings flickering with a hint of blood-red light, like 2 points of ghostly fire in the dark night. When the Hulkies got the message, they quickly reached out and flew over, surrounding the mosquito Taoist. "Who are you people?" Mosquito Taoist asked in some panic. "Are you the blood-winged black mosquito, the mosquito Taoist?" Dawa asked. "I am." Mosquito Taoist replied carefully. He lived in the sea of blood on one side and didn't have any interactions with other people. Why would this group of people seek him out? "Our father wants to see you. Come with us," Siwa said. Hearing Siwa's words, Xiao Tang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Why did he sound like a black boss? Mosquito Taoist looked at the Holudio people. Were too many people to respond to the battle. At that moment, without saying a word, he directly flew towards the bottom in a hasty manner, and plunged headlong into the sea of blood that was filled with the scent of blood. Seeing this, Dawa bellowed, "Want to escape? Where to run?" He was like a falling star, swiftly rushing down, his casserole-sized fist wrapped with the force of mountains and seas, ruthlessly smashing on top of the sea of blood. In an instant, the water of the blood sea within 1,000 meters was all lifted up with a bang, forming a huge blood wave water curtain. The raging impact wrapped around Mosquito Taoist and knocked him hard out of the sea of blood. The Mosquito Taoist was horrified in his heart and desperately incited his small but extremely flexible wings in a desperate attempt to quickly escape from this place. "Over there, don't let him get away." Urwa's gaze was like a torch, taking in every move of Mosquito Taoist. Under the lock of Urwa's vision, it was as hard as hell for the Mosquito Taoist to escape. The Gourd girls would not let go of this perfect opportunity and immediately launched a pursuit. They either swooped down from the air or quickly encircled from the water. Their figures were agile and well coordinated, and they finally managed to block the Mosquito Taoist in a place filled with blood mist. "You have bullied people too much." Mosquito Taoist was shocked and furious, his heart filled with unwillingness and resentment. Yet there was nothing he could do, only to see him throw his weight around, holding up the dark and strangely glowing mouthpiece, and madly charging towards the smallest in stature. Chihuahua. Chihuahua heard his father say that the most important thing to be careful of is the mouthpiece of this Mosquito Taoist. Thus, he took out the Ehe apricot yellow flag and ruthlessly beat Mosquito Taoist back. Immediately after that, several other Gourd girls sacrificed their 5-element spirit beads. In an instant, the 5 elemental spirit beads of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth shone brightly, surrounding the Mosquito Taoist to form a colorful and impenetrable cage, binding him to death. Dawa breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally caught this guy. Mosquito Taoist's body is so small. The movement is also so dexterous, like a slippery loach. Want to catch him can really cost them some effort. Chapter 27 Researching Divine Power. Piling it up with fabulous treasures. After seeing the Mosquito Taoist being bound, Xiao Tang exhorted, "Everyone must be careful. This Mosquito Taoist can suck the origin of the magic treasure. If he suddenly has any movement, immediately make a move to suppress it, and never allow him to suck out the 5 elements spirit pearl." An evil ability such as Mosquito Taoist was much trickier than many of the great Luo Golden Immortals. Xiao Tang didn't want to lose his wife and troops. A few of you quickly returned to Kongdong Mountain. If they are allowed to be so reckless again, in the future this karma will be endless and difficult to repay. So far, though, none of the karma owed has been significant, like the Wood Duke, Emperor Jun, etc. After all, they will eventually die, and after they die, the matter of karma will naturally dissipate and go away. Only that Juanti and Jain were really a bit troublesome, but as long as they didn't become saints, everything was fine. As long as they were strong enough, these karmic consequences would not matter. "Daddy, we're back." The Gourd children laughed all the way back to Kongdong Mountain. Xiao Tang looked at this group of lively children, shook his head helplessly and said, "Got it. All go to seclusion and cultivation obediently. No one is allowed to step out of Kongdong Mountain for half a step before the second opening of the Purple Heavenly Palace. In this way, Hulu and the others can't go out and cause trouble." Afterward, Shouting turned his head to look at the 6-eared macaque with trust in his gaze. "6-eared macaque, this task of guarding Kongdong Mountain will be handed over to you. You need to keep an eye on it at all times, and if anyone dares to leave the mountain privately, make sure to inform me immediately." Upon hearing this, the 6-eared macaque hurriedly responded, "Understood." Xiaotang nodded his head slightly when he saw him in such a serious manner, and then focused all of his attention on Mosquito Taoist. Xiaotang's gaze tightly fixed on Taoist Mosquito as he curiously asked, "How exactly do you perform your skill of sucking in the origin of a magic treasure? Can I learn it?" The Mosquito Taoist glanced at him disdainfully and laughed coldly. "This is my natural aptitude. It's not something you can learn." Xiaotang, however, did not think so and continued, "Talented aptitude does not necessarily mean that you can't learn you and demonstrate some to me." After saying that, Xiao Tang casually took out a medium-grade spiritual treasure and handed it to Mosquito Taoist. This level of spiritual treasure, in Xiao Tang, although no longer too useful, but if you can use this to gain insight into the mysteries of the Mosquito Taoist's divine ability, it's worth it. Mosquito Taoist received the magic treasure, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but he knew he was caught and had no choice. Thus, the Mosquito Taoist opened his mouth, and a powerful suction force instantly arose from his mouth. Just as the spiritual treasure approached, the power of the origin was quickly sucked in like a trickle of water. In a moment, the origin of this magic treasure was sucked clean. Xiao Tang took back the magic treasure. Into the hand only feel a rotting atmosphere. Take a closer look. The original spirit of overflowing treasure has now become a lifeless waste rock. Gently pinch, will be click sound shattered into powder. Xiao Tang couldn't help but marvel. Awesome. Although the effects of the avatar were already known, it was still surprising when one witnessed it with one's own eyes. Once more, let me feel it. Saying that, Xiao Tang took out another magic treasure and handed it to Mosquito Taoist. Mosquito Taoist also came to the rescue. The more Dharma treasures he sucked in, the stronger he could become. After Mosquito Taoist had sucked up more than a dozen medium-grade spiritual treasures and a whole bunch of lower-grade spiritual treasures one after another, Xiao Tang finally roughly figured out the operation principle of this ability of his. This ability seemed simple, but it was in fact mysterious, and it was never easy to turn it to your own use, so you still needed to think long and hard about it. Xiao Tang looked at Mosquito Taoist and said in a serious tone, "Alright, from now on, you will obediently stay at Kongdong Mountain. If I find out that you are secretly sucking on magic treasures or spiritual plants, or trying to escape, I will definitely pull off your legs one by one, then pull off your wings, and chop off your mouthparts, so that you will not be able to live or die." When the Mosquito Taoist heard this, he trembled in fear, and his heart was filled with dread. Since then, Xiao Tang cultivated Mosquito Taoist's devouring method while listening to the six-eared macaque recounting the strange and interesting stories in the flood. Since Hongjuan's sermon, the entire flood wasteland instantly became lively. Those who were fortunate enough to listen to the sermon have now become the objects of the crowd's pursuit, and all forces want to draw them in order to get a sliver of the heavenly Tao's enlightenment. Among them, the ones with the most followers were the Di Jun and Lord Mu. This person, Di Jun, was born with a kingly aura. His body is a golden crow, and his strength is incomparably strong, and wherever he goes, he shines brightly. When he raised his arm, he could attract countless living beings to follow him. Duke Wood's popularity was quite good coupled with his own extraordinary strength. He also had many followers. In addition, although the demon race and the sorcerer race hadn't been formally established yet, both of them had already caused some friction and skirmishes. Xiao Tu realized that while he had changed some things were slowly being repaired back on track. For example, Ku Wenpeng, who still follows Emperor as he originally did. It seems that this great trend of the flood is not something that can be easily reversed. It's almost time. We should go to the Purple Heavenly Palace. Dawa ran out in a flurry of wind and shouted. Although it is already less than 10,000 years until the second sermon in the Violet Sky Palace, but with our speed, there is no need to be in such a hurry, Xiao Tang said. But the brothers have been suffocating in Kongdong Mountain for a long time, and they all want to go out to get some air. Father, just let us go out, Dawa pleaded. After thinking for a while, Xiao Tang said, "Alright, however, Father also has requirements. This time when you go out all the way to the Purple Heavenly Palace, you guys make sure to follow closely and not leave 100 meters from my side." Ah, the crowd wailed. The six-eared macaque was unable to enter the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon, so he had to stay at Kongdong Mountain to watch over the family. The crowd arrived in front of the Purple Heavenly Palace, only to find that the palace doors were closed. They had come 1,000 years earlier than last time, so they would have to wait a while for the Purple Heavenly Palace to open. Sixth Hua looked blearily at Xiao Tang and asked carefully, "Father, there's still time anyway, so you'll let a few of us wander around the neighborhood, okay?" Xiao Tang's face sank as he said sternly, "Not good. None of you are allowed to leave." The Gourd girls sniffed and wailed again, their hearts filled with resentment. Shiva tries to roll for a takedown, and straight away Neshitu kicks him off, so the Huckleberries could only stay put and pass the time in boredom. Not long after, Xiao Tang saw the duo of Junti and Jiayin come together. This time, they came a bit earlier than usual, only that the two of them had gloomy faces, as if they were covered in dark clouds. Xiao Tang secretly guessed in his heart that it must be that White Lotus had caused a lot of trouble in the west, which made them so worried, and when their gazes fell on Xiao Tang and the Hulutas, their faces became more and more ugly, as if they were the bottom of a pot. After a few moments, two dazzling rays of light suddenly streaked across the sky. Di Jun and Tai Yi were like two suns, slowly falling in front of the crowd. When Kuan Pang saw Dawa and the others, He hurried forward and pointed at them and complained. It's a few of them who bullied me. You two must avenge me. Chapter 28, The Force Group Takes Shape. First contact with Ho2. Jun's eyes flickered as he swept his gaze like a knife at the Holudas. Since you have bullied my people, let's repay the karma today. With that, a blazing ball of true fire of the sun appeared in Jun's hand. The huckleberries sniffed and their blood rushed to their feet, and they all rubbed their fists together. Tai saw this and hurriedly pulled on Jun's sleeve and reminded in a low voice. Big brother, don't be impulsive. This is in front of the Purple Heaven Palace. Do not act recklessly. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. Jun gently waved his hand, only to see a Dala Golden Immortal and Tai Golden Immortal standing behind him. These were the people that Jun had pulled together. In an instant, the situation instantly changed radically. The Gourd wards, who originally had a numerical advantage, were instantly at a disadvantage. Xiao Tang sighed and stood in front of the Gourd girls. If Jun really wanted to fight, he would accompany him to the end. Just as the swords were drawn, a voice came out. Hold it. Don't make a move. Xiao Tang turned his head to look, only to see the duo of Fushi and Nuwa floating around. Fushi said softly to the crowd, before the Purple Sky Palace, is the Saint's sermon, must not be due to a moment of anger and fight. If it is delayed the Purple Sky Palace sermon, that can be a big sin. Hearing this, Emperor Jun put away his flames. The others also put away their hostility, and the atmosphere eased slightly. Alright, the few of you should also settle down and stop causing trouble. Xiao Tang reprimanded. The few Gourd children then obediently stayed behind Xiao Tang. If Daddy really got angry, then they would be in deep trouble. Xiao Tang looked towards Fushi and Nuwa exchanged words with Jun, seemingly having come together. It seemed that the two of them had joined the demon race after all. Xiao Tang searched around but didn't see White Lotus figure. Where did this White Lotus go? She didn't miss the sermon, did she? Look for Taoist White Lotus and see where he's gone. Good. Ava's eyes widened and he began to search. Found it. Sister White Lotus is flying this way, but the distance is still a bit far, so we might have to wait some more time. Okay, it's good to be here. In the time that followed, innate beings of all shapes and sizes came from all parts of the flooded earth and converged here. Xiao Tang realized that the beings that came this time were much stronger. Since the last time the sermon was heard, the flood world was undergoing great changes. Countless living beings were immersed in cultivation, and many of them with outstanding talent broke through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. In today's flood, although the Great Luo Golden Immortals are not everywhere, they are no longer as rare as they were in the past. Xiao Tang also noticed that the innate beings were talking in low voices in groups of 3 or 5, roughly divided into several distinct groups. The two of them, Jun and Tai, were surrounded by a number of followers and were quite prestigious among these innate beings. However, apart from the Golden Crow brothers, the most sought after is not the most famous of the 3 pristine ones, but the Wooden Duke. He was literally the star of the show, and the number of beings gathered around him far exceeded that of others. The Hulk-bearers' eyes were filled with astonishment when they saw the wooden male's appearance that was surrounded by the crowd. Images of their previous fight with the Wood Duke instantly surfaced in their minds. At that time, the Wood Duke was in a sorry state under them, but now it was as if he had transformed into a figure capable of calling on many living beings. Xiao Tang was not surprised by this. Can only say 2 words: luck. When luck arrives it can soar. When it is lost, it can hit rock bottom all at once. Momentary prosperity is of little use, eternal prosperity is the best pursuit. Suddenly, a familiar figure came into his eyes, and it was actually Ho2. She stood there quietly, an introspective and deep aura radiating around her. Xiao Tang was a bit surprised by Ho2's appearance, while other than herself, no one else from the 12 ancestral witches had come. You little guys, be good and stay here, don't walk around freely. Xiao Tang softly instructed the Gourd waifs and then flew in the direction of Ho2. Ho2 sensed Xiao Tang's approach and raised her head slightly, a hint of surprise flashing through her eyes. Fellow Taoist Ho2, are you the only one who came this time? Ho2 looked at Xiao Tang suspiciously, not knowing why he would recognize him. Poor Taoist Xiao Tang. Greetings. So it's fellow Taoist Xiao Tang. Ho2 said softly, my elder brothers are unable to get away due to many matters, so only I have come this time. Xiao Tang knew very well that where the other ancestral witches had something to do. It was clear that they didn't understand and didn't want to waste time, so they didn't come. Besides, what could be more important in the flood world than listening to the sermon and seeking one's own breakthrough in this purple heavenly palace? Ho2 was different. That hint of enlightenment, if any, during the last time she listened to the sermon was like a seed planted in her heart, prompting her to step into the purple heavenly palace once again. Just then, Kijo took a confident step toward the huckleberries. Xiao Tang saw it from afar and his heart abruptly tightened, subconsciously thinking that the Wood Duke was here to find trouble. After all, after the last sermon was over, The Gourd children had robbed him of his wood spirit bead. He couldn't think too much, so he quickly flew over. However, he didn't realize that the Wood Duke wasn't here to look for trouble, but to pull them in. Fellow Taoists are powerful. I wonder if you are willing to join hands with us to plan the grand endeavors of this heaven and earth together? If all of you can join our camp, with your help, I firmly believe that we will be able to open up a new world like never before in this flooded wasteland and create an unparalleled achievement. Mukong said a bunch of polite things, but none of them said anything of substance. The wooden male spoke with fluttering eyebrows and earnest words, but Xiao Tang secretly sneered in his heart. Although these words of the wooden public sound grand, but in fact empty, without half of the substantive content. The Gourd girls were even more direct and said disdainfully, "We don't want to be with people like you. You don't look like a good person." Duke Mu's face instantly grimaced when he heard this unflinching rejection. His heart burned with rage as he secretly swore, "You guys who don't know what's good for you, now you're arrogantly rejecting me like this. When my power grows in the future, even if you guys want to kneel down and beg for forgiveness and want to join, it will never be possible. After I gather more helpers, I will definitely settle that revenge of seizing the treasure with you guys." With that, he flung his sleeves and turned to leave angrily. Xiao Tang didn't care. What the Wood Duke had gathered was nothing more than a group of rabble, the vast majority of which he couldn't name, so the probability is that they all fell in the latter quantum of the world. The appointed moment came, and the gate of the purple heavenly palace opened once again. At that moment, White Lotus also happened to arrive. "Fellow Daoist White Lotus, you've come at the right time. Let's hurry inside." White Lotus nodded slightly, and the two of them walked side by side, stepping into the purple heavenly palace together. Chapter 29, The Method of Decapitating Three Corpses. Xiao Tang's Choice. The purple heavenly palace filled with a solemn atmosphere. Xiao Tang and White Lotus came straight to the forefront, found their own futon and slowly sat down. Hong Jun said at the end of his last sermon that the seats would remain the same this time, so everyone took their seats according to their previous positions. Of course, quite a few beings had fallen within this one session, vacating some positions. These positions were occupied by newly risen Great Luo Golden Immortals. When Hong Jun arrived, the second sermon began. With his arrival, the entire purple heavenly palace was instantly so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and all eyes were tightly focused on him. Hong Jun's voice was low and mellow, as if it were a great bell, echoing in the purple heavenly palace. "Today, the Tao that I am preaching is the Tao of paramount sainthood. A Tao Lord is a person whose Tao body is immortal and whose true spirit lives forever. The body of a Tao Lord is the end of the Tao, and can be considered the perfect fruit of the Tao." When the crowd heard these words, a wave of doubt welled up in their hearts. If the fruits of the Tao have already been perfected, then how can one achieve the position of a saint? Hong Jun had long been aware of the crowd's confusion, and after a slight pause, continued, "The Tao body is complete, but it is not the end of cultivation. This kind of consummation is actually a kind of self-imprisonment, using oneself as a cage, confining the true spirit within it, making it difficult to transcend. I have created a method that can break the perfection of the Tao body. This is called the method of cutting the three corpses, and it is the way of the saints. Those who are saints can transcend the 10,000 lifetimes, dip into karma without staining it, live the same life as heaven and earth, and coexist with the great Tao." Hong Jun's gaze slowly swept over the crowd, then began to elaborate on the method of cutting the three corpses. In order to chop off the three corpses, you need to use the power of a magic treasure. The grade of the magic treasure is directly related to the strength of the three corpses, which in turn affects the smoothness of the cultivation path in the future. Once one succeeds in cutting off one corpse, one can step into the early stage of paramount sainthood, and if one cuts off two corpses, one can become a mid-stage paramount sainthood, and so on. Only after the quasi-saintly realm has been perfected can one explore that supreme saintly way. Xiao Tang sat on top of the futon, his mind filled with thoughts. He had once heard a statement that said that the sainthood by decapitating three corpses was the weakest of the many ways to become a saint. But even so, the degree of difficulty of this decapitation of three corpses was very great. Wanting to place one's Tao fruits on the heavenly Tao and thus achieve the dignity of a saint was by no means an easy task, nor was it something that anyone was qualified for. Otherwise, how could there be only 6 heavenly Tao saints in the future flood? Although the way of chopping off 3 corpses was a pathway, Xiao Tang did not want to easily step onto this path. However, this Dharma also provides him with some worthwhile ideas. Xiao Tang silently combed through the righteous methods he knew in his mind. For one thing, becoming a saint by virtue is a difficult journey that requires the accumulation of immeasurable merit. Manhwa and Ho too, these two great beings, ultimately chose this path. They are compassionate and good deeds, leaving countless legends in the world, only to be able to step by step closer to the holy position. Xiao Tang secretly pondered in his heart, this road needs to be mindful of the world, and be blessed by the living. although he has this grand wish, but to really practice, it's never easy. Every accumulation of merit need to go through countless difficulties and obstacles to deal with all kinds of chaos and crisis in the world, which is not only a test of strength, but also on the sharpening of the heart. The second is to become a saint of qi, which means to gather up a vast ocean of qi, of which the incense and fire qi is the key element. Xiao Teng frowned slightly. He knew that relying on qi fortune to become a saint seemed like a shortcut, but in reality, there were hidden mysteries. Once he chose this path, it was like walking on a tightrope. If he was not careful, if the believers encountered a change of heart and their beliefs were shaken, the saintly position that he had achieved would be as fragile as a dream bubble, and he might even instantly fall down to the holy realm, and fall into the endless cycle of reincarnation and struggles again. He couldn't help but feel a trace of worry in his heart. If he took this path, could he control the unpredictable fortune? Could he ensure that the piety of his followers would never be extinguished? These questions were like shadows that lingered in his mind for a long time, and to prove the way by force, this road needs to rely on their own strong and unrivaled power, constantly refining the law, magic power, physical body and yuan shun, until it breaks the shackles of the holy realm. Xiao Teng's eyes flashed with a hint of enthusiasm. God Pangu was the legendary example of using force to prove the way. He opened up the sky and earth, shaping the flood world with his supreme power. Xiao Teng aspired to that kind of pure power, that kind of bravado of breaking through all the constraints by virtue of his own perseverance and unremitting efforts. Although he understood that this path was full of thorns, and every step forward would require an unimaginable price to pay, but once he succeeded, the powerful strength he gained would be enough to allow him to stand in this flood world and become an existence that dominated his destiny. At this moment, his heart was already quietly inclined towards this path full of challenges and opportunities. Finally, the method of world sainthood was reflected into Xiao Teng's mind, opening up worlds within or outside the body, or refining the world origin. This was a mysterious and inexplicable path. Xiao Teng had only heard of its theory, but had never witnessed anyone successfully practicing it. His heart was filled with curiosity and doubt. Was this a hidden shortcut to the supreme holy realm, or was it a desperate path filled with unknown dangers? He had no way of knowing, and could only bury it deep in his heart, pondering it silently as a possibility. Faced with these many choices, Xiao Teng fell into deep hesitation. Each path was like a door leading to a different destiny. The world behind the door was full of temptations and dangers. He had to be cautious and prudent. The Red Army's sermon was like a great bell that has been echoing in the flooded heavens and earth for 6,000 years. His calm and deep voice elaborated on the way of severing the three corpses in detail, dissecting the mysteries therein one by one. Xiao Teng listened with undivided attention, deeply admiring the Red Army's wisdom and insights in his heart. However, to the surprise of the crowd, the Red Army did not mention the other methods of attaining the Tao this time, but only left the mysterious method of attaining sainthood to be revealed when Xiao Teng listened to the lecture for the third time. Xiao Teng was secretly looking forward to it in his heart, and at the same time, he was also silently guessing how shocking that unknown method of attaining sainthood would be, and what kind of opportunities and challenges it would bring to himself. After the sermon ended, the Red Army did not float away as usual, but stood there quietly, his gaze gently scanning the crowd. At this time, the crowd, after stepping into the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortals, encountered more and more confusion and bewilderment on the path of cultivation. Some of the puzzles, with their own wisdom and experience, they were able to solve in their painstaking contemplation. Others, through mutual exchanges and discussions with like-minded Taoists, they were able to find answers in the collision of ideas. However, there were still some puzzles that were like impenetrable fortresses, leaving the crowd at their wits' end. Seeing this, the Red Army smiled faintly and began to patiently answer questions for the crowd. Chapter 30 Lord East, Queen Mother of the West, Vegetarian Cloud Boundary Flag. Xiao Teng raised his eyes and saw the beings bowing and saluting in a neat manner, so he followed suit with a salute. It's just a salute. It's not like you need to kneel down or lose a piece of meat. Moreover, he had gained many precious epiphanies from Hongjun. Based on this, it was only right to perform a salute. Hongjun was honored as the Tao Father, and it was indeed well deserved. Hongjun nodded slightly and frankly accepted everyone's salute. Xiao Teng's gaze whirled around to turn to Mu Gong. He understood that Mu Gong would definitely not flatter for no reason and should have his own purpose. As expected, the Wood Duke said aloud immediately afterward, "Enlighten the Tao ancestor. The period of the three tribes has ended, and now the order of this flood is chaotic, and the beings are even more directionless. I still ask the Tao ancestor to show us the way. All the people here are not stupid. Their hearts are as clear as a mirror. They are clear about the intentions of this kind of words of the wooden public." All of them looked at Hongjun with anticipation, and deep down they all had a slight desire for the power to manage the floodplains. Everyone carries a little bit of fluke in their heart more or less, maybe the position of the administrator of this flood will come to them. After Hongjun heard the words of Duke Mu, his face, which seemed to be bottomless, remained wave-free and calm as water. When the expectations in everyone's mind reached its peak, Hongjun slowly spoke. Nowadays, the number of living beings in the flood is so large and the order is so disorganized that there is indeed an urgent need for someone to lead the way in constructing a brand new order. Once the words came out, the hearts of all the people were instantly ignited. The excitement was overflowing, and they were all looking forward to what Hongjun would read out next would be their own names. Xiao Tang, on the other hand, was all indifferent, as he was uninterested in the power to command the flood. He knew that true power was built on the foundation of great strength. If one could ascend to the realm of a saint, even if one did not carry any power on one's back, other beings would still be in awe of him. On the other hand, even if you are lucky enough to obtain the right to command, but if the strength is not good, no one will listen to the orders, and even very likely to incur the trouble of killing themselves. Under the focus of the crowd's expectant gazes, Hongjun finally revealed his choice. You two, Mukong and Yang Hui, come forward. When the wooden male heard Hongjun read his name at first glance, he was overjoyed and excited, and hurriedly walked up quickly. Seeing that Hongjun chose the wooden male, although the crowd had expected but still hard to hide the unconvincing, many people secretly speculated that the reason why Duke Mu was chosen must be because of the flattering words he had just said. However, Hongjun's selection of Duke Wood was actually a thoughtful consideration. And that Yang Hui, what makes her? It was at this point that the crowd realized that Hongjun had just called the names of two people. Who is this Yang Hui? The crowd's eyes searched around, but they did not see anyone come forward. Moreover, the name Yang Hui was too unfamiliar to the crowd, and the vast majority of them had never heard of it. Hongjun's gaze fell on a female immortal. Yang Hui sensed Hongjun's gaze, so she moved her lotus steps lightly and slowly walked out. Yang Hui was not too keen on becoming the one to lead the living beings of the flood. She was obsessed with cultivation and refinement, and usually basically did not go out. Therefore, even though her strength had already reached the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, few people still knew her name. Tao Ancestor. Yang Hui walked up to Hongjun. Hongjun nodded and said, You two are respectively the first wisp of Yang Qi and the first wisp of Yin Qi in the innate heaven. Yin and Yang are harmonized, and you are just the perfect candidates to lead the immortals. Duke Mu, today, I appoint you as the Duke of the East, the head of the male immortals. Yang Hui, I appoint you as the Queen Mother of the West, the head of the female immortals. The two of you need to support each other and work together to maintain order in the flood. Hongjun's voice was solemn and majestic, echoing in the purple heavenly palace. I honor the Tao Ancestors' decree. The Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West responded in unison. After getting the position of the head of the male immortals and the head of the female immortals, the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West behaved very differently. The Duke of the East King was so excited that he couldn't help himself, and his mind had already begun to think freely about how he would lead the living beings in the floodplains in the future, and what kind of earth-shattering achievements he would make, as if that glorious future was already within reach. And the Western Queen Mother's face was still as calm as water, even somewhat helpless. At this moment, the only thought in her mind is to return to Xikanlun as soon as possible, and then find a quiet place for closed-door cultivation, regardless of what these two people feel in their hearts. The head of the male immortals and the head of the female immortals have already been settled. This is the decision of Hongjun. The two of them cannot be changed. Hongjun gave the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West a treasure respectively. Xiaotang fixed his eyes on the two treasures and realized that they were both extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures. Moreover, the treasure that was bestowed to the Queen Mother of the West was none other than the vegetable cloud boundary flag that they had been dreaming of. Nowadays, among the 5 party flags, only this plain cloud boundary flag is missing. Originally, Xiaotang was still thinking hard about how to obtain it from the hands of Hongjun. It didn't occur to me that now this treasure had already reached the hands of the Queen Mother of the West. The plain cloud brocade banner in the hands of the Queen Mother of the West in turn has more room to maneuver. Perhaps things will be much better. Then, Hongjun spoke again. This sermon is officially over. After 3 sessions, we will return to the Purple Heavenly Palace for the third and final sermon. Ergo, after saying this, Hongjun's figure instantly disappeared like light smoke. The beings in the Purple Heavenly Palace came out in droves. After stepping out of the Purple Heavenly Palace, a multitude of beings instantly gathered like a tidal wave beside the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West. East Wangon was full of smiles, springing up and exchanging pleasantries with all the people. The look as if he had truly become the head of all the immortals. And the Queen Mother of the West just casually dealt with the crowd for a few moments, and then she was eager to get away and leave. Witnessing this scene, Emperor Jun and Tai on the side, the anger in their hearts rubbed off on them, as if they were volcanoes about to erupt. there were also many beings who originally followed them, and it was considered a division between them and the Duke of Dongwang. However, now that the Duke of Dongwang had become the nominal head of the male immortals, many of the beings who had originally remained neutral had fallen to the side of the Duke of Dongwang like wallflowers. Dijun wanted to kill the Duke of Dongwang, but just being in front of the purple heavenly palace at the moment, he knew better than to do it rashly. Having just sealed the head of the male immortals, he died in front of his own palace, which is not a public slap in the face of Hongjun. Dijun stared dead at the back of the Duke of Dongwang, gritted his teeth and whispered, "If you want to become the head of the male immortals, you still have to see whether or not I, Dijun, will agree. Let's wait and see." Afterward, Dijun left with his men in anger. "Father, did you just see that? What that female immortal is holding in her hand seems to be the vegetative cloud realm flag." Erva Xin hurriedly said, "The veiled cloud realm flag. Isn't that the last flag we need? Father, let's hurry up and snatch it," Siwa said without thinking. Chapter 31, The Gods of Tingyi Mountain. Going to Zikanlun. Grabbing and grabbing is all you know. Use different tactics against different people. The Queen Mother of the West is no longer the head of the female immortals appointed by Hongjun, so at least she can't go and rob her on the surface. Furthermore, it's not like the Queen Mother of the West is like those unusual characters who have no benefit from hard fighting. Xiaotang felt that the best thing to do at the moment was to take out something and exchange it with the Queen Mother of the West. But what exactly does the Queen Mother of the West need? Not to mention what exactly the Queen Mother of the West needed. Right now Xiaotang's hands really didn't have any treasures comparable to the vegetative cloud realm flag to use in exchange. Extreme innate spiritual treasures were already rare and hard to find, and those who knew about them basically had owners. Xiaotang couldn't let take out his own innate spiritual treasure, the God-striking whip, or the chaotic gourd of the seven wonders to try to exchange it. As he was pondering, Xiaotang inadvertently looked at Chiwa who was on the side. Seeing Xiaotang's eyes, Chiwa subconsciously clutched the gourd in his hand a little tighter. "Father, let's hurry up and go after them. We won't be able to catch them if we don't," Erwa urged. Erwa had been watching the figure of the Queen Mother of the West, and could find her by following her directly. Just as Xiaotang wanted to move to catch up with the Queen Mother of the West, White Lotus suddenly came over and asked, "Where are you guys going?" Xiaotang responded truthfully, "I'm going to pay a visit to fellow Taoist Queen Mother West." White Lotus raised her eyebrows slightly, seemingly puzzled. "If you want to pay your respects, you should also pay your respects to the Duke of the East. How could it be a visit to the Queen Mother of the West?" Sanwa was straightforward and yelled without thinking, "Daddy wants the Queen Mother of the West's vegetable cloud boundary flag." Xiaotang knocked Sanwa's head. "This mouth is also too fast." Hearing this, White Lotus mused, "This vegetable cloud boundary flag is an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure. I'm afraid it's not easy to get your hands on it. Anyway, it's better to pay a visit first. If that's not possible, a hard robbery isn't out of the question. Anyway, I owe so much karma. I'm not afraid of ticks, so I'll just owe one more. In that case, I'll accompany you." White Lotus took the initiative to propose. That would be great. As a female immortal, it was only right for White Lotus to visit the Queen Mother of the West. It might be smoother and more natural for her to communicate with the Queen Mother of the West. Thus, Xiaotang and his group sped towards the direction where the Queen Mother of the West had left in great numbers. With his eyesight, Erwa kept an eye on the movements of the Queen Mother of the West. They landed down from the purple heavenly palace and traveled through the layers of clouds to the towering Buzhou Mountain. At this time, the Buzhou Mountain had gathered a large number of living beings, with Nuwa, Junti, and Red Cloud all standing at the mountainside with different expressions. Their faces were slightly despondent, and there was a vague sense of inexplicable loss in their hearts, as if something important had slipped away, but it was elusive for a moment. The reason for all of this Xiaotang knew in his heart, because the thing they lost was themselves. According to the original development, the innate gourd vine should have been the money divided at this time, and it was Nuwa who felt the greatest sense of loss. Originally, when Nuwa divided the gourds, she not only got one of the gourds, but also dug up the resting soil and took away the last section of the withered vine. She utilized the resting soil and the gourd vine to create new beings called human beings, thus obtaining great merits and becoming a saint. This time, however, because Xiaotang had already taken form and had taken away the resting soil and gourd vines, Nuwa missed her chance. After Xiaotang's group took a short pause, they flew over Zikanlun again without stopping. 1,000 years passed by in a flash, and they finally arrived at the Western Queen Mother's dojo, Western Kunlun. Zikanlun. Although the vegetation is sparse, but unique, there is a kind of cold and lonely beauty. The spiritual qi on the mountain was very rich, even better than Kongdong Mountain. Xiaotang was somewhat wanting to live here, but it was just a thought. After all, they had been operating Kongdong Mountain for so long, how could they just give it up? The number of living beings in the West Kunlun can be quite a lot. The Queen Mother of the West did not expel them. We all live together in the Kunlun Mountains. Do not disturb each other. Queen Mother of the West's dojo was located in the most central peak of West Kunlun. When Xiao Tang and the others were about to go up, they were blocked by a formation. Xiao Tang took a deep breath and lifted his chi and shouted loudly, "Poor Taoist Xiao Tang. I have come to look for fellow Taoist Queen Mother of the West. There is something I want to talk to you about." Xiao Tang's voice rang through the valley like a flood bell, echoing for a long time. However, Queen Mother West's response was cold and dry. "Please go back. I'm not receiving anyone." It turned out that since she became the head of the female immortals, the Queen Mother of the West had been surrounded by many living beings along the way, with all kinds of questions and requests coming in, and had long been bored to death. She had no intention of participating in the complicated management affairs of the flood. She found that the Duke of the East King was interested in management matters, so she would let him go about his business, and she herself was only willing to be a handful. Xiao Tang carefully scrutinized the formation in front of him. This formation was not strong and could easily be overbroken. But here is, after all, the Queen Mother of the West's clean place, rashly intruded. It is a rude act. I am afraid it will cause unnecessary misunderstanding and trouble. They had no choice but to wait patiently outside the formation. Xiao Tang looked at the Gourd waifs and said, "In that case, let's all stay in the Western Kunlun for a while. Dawa, take your brothers and go around in the Western Kunlun. Remember, this time you must not cause any trouble. If anyone causes trouble, don't blame me for not being polite. Understand?" The Gourd girls hurriedly agreed, and then rushed to all parts of Ziconlun like a runaway wild horse. They are lively and active by nature, although they have not intentionally caused trouble, but because of their noise and playfulness, they also make the original tranquility of Ziconlun was broken. The chickens flew and dogs jumped along the way, causing some living beings to look sideways. Xiao Tang and White Lotus, however, did not become anxious and annoyed because they ate the closed door. They simply sat down on the same spot and began to discuss the Tao. "What does fellow Taoist White Lotus have to say about the method of decapitating the 3 corpses?" Xiao Tang asked. White Lotus replied, "The method of severing the 3 corpses is indeed subtle. It can break the consummation of the body so that one can further cultivate and seek the great Tao. Does fellow Taoist White Lotus want to choose to behead the 3 corpses?" White Lotus was silent for a moment, then said, "It's unclear for now. If there's no other Dao to follow, then we'll have to choose the method of cutting off the 3 corpses. The method of decapitating 3 corpses was considered the most convenient for everyone, and only required a spirit treasure of a relatively high grade. It wouldn't be long before there would be quasi-saints in this floodplain." During Xiongda's discussion with White Lotus, countless living beings heard that the Queen Mother of the West was here and came to see the head of the female immortals. What's more, some directly indicated that they wanted to join Ziconlun and become one of them. However, the Queen Mother of the West was as if she had not heard of these external disturbances, and never showed up to respond. Xiao Tang was initially able to calmly discuss the Tao with White Lotus' Taoist friend, but as time passed, the clamor from the outside world became louder and unceasing. Even he, who had always been calm, gradually became distracted. Chapter 32 Exchange with the Queen Mother of the West, eating plum in yellow. Finally, he couldn't help but recall all of the Gourd girls and commanded with a serious look, "You are responsible for the guarding of West Kunlun, and no outsiders are allowed to be let in." When the Haludas heard that they had a mission, they were excited, and all of them rubbed their fists, directly stopping the people who wanted to enter the West Kunlun. After such a long time, just when the crowd thought that the Queen Mother of the West would still continue to stay in seclusion, the large formation that shrouded the mountain peak suddenly opened. The Queen Mother of the West slowly walked out from it. She was wearing a gorgeous immortal dress. Her face was cold and absolutely beautiful. It turned out that she had heard Xiao Tang and White Lotus discussing in the mountains, and the content of the discussion had aroused her interest. With lotus steps, she walked over to Xiao Tang and White Lotus and said with a slight bow, "Sorry, recently becoming the head of the female immortals, it's hard to find peace. Please forgive me for slowing down the 2 of you. Fellow Taoists, earlier." Xiao Tang hurriedly got up and returned the salute. "There is no need for you to be polite. Western Queen Mother, we are all in the..." Chapter 33 Golden Rock in Kongxian. Nectar-sucking mosquito Taoist. Time rushes. Xiao Tang and White Lotus in the West Kunlun residence is 5,000 years. On this day, Xiao Tang and White Lotus left Ziconlun with the Gourd waifs. On the way to catch the road, Xiao Tang divided the yellow Chinese plums among the huckleberries. "Daddy, this fruit is so delicious. Is there any more?" Chiwa asked. "It's only so 30,000 years to grow 9. One for each of us. Where are there more?" "That's too bad." Shiva was a little disappointed. "It's fine. If you want to eat it in the future, just come to West Kunlun Mountain to ask for it yourself. Just see if you have the ability." Xiao Tang said. We'll come together then, Manhwa said excitedly. If the 7 Gourd waivers go there every 30,000 years, then I'm afraid the Queen Mother of the West wouldn't mind getting tired of eating Li in yellow. Even if you're going to ask for it, you can't go empty-handed. Understand? Don't worry, Dad. Chapter 34, Traveling East, Status of the Witch Race. Alright, you can leave Kongdong Mountain. Go anywhere you wanna go on your own, Xiao Tang said to Mosquito Taoist. Really? A light of surprise instantly flashed in the eyes of the Mosquito Taoist. He had waited for this moment for too long. Of course it's true. You can leave now. Xiao Tang smiled and nodded his head in confirmation. Thank you, sir. The Mosquito Taoist was so excited that his voice trembled slightly. And then he flapped his wings vigorously and quickly flew towards the outside of Kongdong Mountain. Where did that little worm come from? Stand still. Don't run. When the Golden Rock saw the departing figure of Dao Manhwa, a sudden sense of impulse surged in his heart. He spread his wings and rushed extremely fast towards the Mosquito Taoist. Mosquito Taoist sensed the Golden Rock's aura approaching and was greatly alarmed in his heart. That innate sense of suppression on the Golden Rock made him shudder. Mosquito Taoist hurriedly accelerated his flight, raising his own speed to the extreme, playing with his life. Chapter 35, Above the East Sea, The Fae and the Green Dragon. Xiao Tang and Erwa flew in one direction. Their flying speed wasn't too fast, and Erwa needed to take the time to look over everything within a 1,000-mile radius. The area Xiao Tang and the others were responsible for was also the largest, so the task wasn't easy. Father, there seems to be something ahead that is rapidly approaching. Erwa's crisp voice came. Can you see what it is? Xiao Tang sniffed and looked ahead very calmly. Not long after, only a strange-looking beast gradually came into view. The beast was covered in a layer of hardened scale armor, each piece of which was as big as Erwa's body. His appearance was incomparably hideous, with sharp teeth crisscrossing in his bloody mouth, as if he could easily tear apart everything in the world. At this moment, the foreign beasts were raging towards them with their teeth and claws open. The appearance of this foreign beast was a bit like a turtle, but with a bit more ferocity and brutality. Rare Animal. Chapter 36, Killing the Green Dragon. Fighting for food. Xinglong only felt that his entire body was being squeezed by a huge force. The pain was excruciating, and it was as if his body was going to be crushed. Ah! Don't move! It hurts! Xinglong couldn't help but scream loudly. The green dragon was furious and looked like it wanted to eat Xiao Tang, not wanting to apologize at all. Although the dragon race has gone into decline, the pride and arrogance in their bones are still deeply rooted, and they will never bow down even when they are in a difficult situation. Erwa, pluck all the scales of this green dragon for me. Xiao Tang looked at Xinglong's arrogant appearance and the anger in his heart increased. Okay, Daddy, watch me. Erwa answered and his tiny figure rushed towards the green dragon. He rode on the back of the green dragon, his hands grasping a scale tightly before pulling it out with force. The scales were closely connected to the green dragon's body, and Erwa had to pull them out with great effort. And every time he pulled off a piece, the green dragon had to endure a burst of drilling. Chapter 37, Encountering Gue Tua. Arriving at Three Immortals Island. As the distance drew closer, Xiao Tang saw what it looked like. Its body loomed like a mountain, its huge body hidden in the seawater, and on its back, it carried an island with green trees and flowers. Wherever it passed, the sea automatically parted to the sides, giving way to a wide and calm path. If I'm not wrong, this should be Bai Shi, the sixth son of the dragon. It is said that it likes to carry heavy objects the most, so I think it should be it, right? Xiao Tang said. Bai Shi's aura was also very powerful, reaching the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Neither Xiao Tang nor Erwa were stronger than it. However, this Gue Tua didn't seem to care about Xiao Tang and their presence, and after brushing past them, he continued to swim towards the endless distance. As for the beasts under Xiao Tang's feet, they were scared stiff by the dragon's might released from Bai Shi and did not dare to make the slightest movement. Although Bai Shi is only a combination of a tortoise and a dragon, the dragon's power released from his body has a natural deterrent effect on the sea creatures, and wherever he goes, all creatures bow down. Daddy, this Bai Tua looks so strong, Erwa said. Xiao Tang said, it can't be helped. The number of years this fellow has survived is not shorter than us. If we only calculate from the time it took to transform into a form, it has existed in this world for a bit longer than us, and it's normal for it to be a bit stronger. That's just it. Don't mess with it. Originally, Xiao Tang wanted to ask Bai Shi if he had seen the Three Immortal Islands, but so it seems that this Bai Shi is not good to approach. They killed the dragon and inevitably got some dragon scent on them. In case they were discovered by Bai Shi, it would be a loss. Of course, if they really want to fight, they are not afraid of Bai Shi, but for trouble, it's better to avoid it if you can. After the foreign beasts had slowed down, they continued to go in search of the Three Immortal Islands. They had been searching hard on this East Sea for a whole 10,000 years. Finally, The heavens did not fail them, and they finally got the news of the three immortal islands. And the one who discovered where the three immortal islands were located was Chiva, who was always lucky. So Xiao Tu and the other huckleberries traveled quickly. Looking at the island in front of him that was shrouded in mist, Xiao Tang had a smile on his face. Looking from afar, one could only see that the three immortal islands in front of them were hidden in a hazy mist, as if they were a peerless beauty holding a pipa, emanating a mesmerizing aura. The island was wrapped in a formation, and the center was filled with mist, so if you didn't look closely you wouldn't really be able to find it. Erwa frowned and said, "Father, I can't see inside." Even Erwa couldn't see through it, which meant that this formation was indeed a bit interesting. The more so, the more Xiao Tang's curiosity was aroused. He wanted to see what exactly was going on in this three immortal islands. "Come on, let's go in. Everyone make sure to stay close together. Don't get separated." After saying that, Xiao Tang took the lead and stepped into that big formation, with the Gourd girls following closely behind. As soon as they entered the formation, a dense white fog instantly drowned them. The surrounding area was chaotic. As far as the eye could see was all white, and the divine sense was as if it had been plunged into a quagmire, unable to perceive the slightest bit of the surrounding area at all. At this moment, the Hulkbusters figures were all gone. It was a good thing that they had a special sense between them and could sense where the others were. "Everyone, don't panic. Let's figure out a way to break this formation together." Xiao Tang's voice was calm and firm, giving the huckleberries a peace of mind. The Hulutas themselves knew formations and thus had studied them, so the 8 of them worked together to penetrate them. However, this innate formation was truly too strong, and even if they combined their efforts to break it, it would not be easy to open it. "Everyone use the formation to break the formation," Xiao Tang said. The 7 huckleberries find each other and get together. Light flickered around their bodies, their powers as slowly fused, and they executed that overwhelmingly powerful 7-colored mixed heavenly deity formation. The light of the formation shone like a colorful sun blossoming brightly in the white mist. At the same time, Xiao Tang operated the 5 elements spirit bead and opened the 5 elements formation. For a while, the 2 formations echoed each other, as if they were 2 agile auger dragons fighting their way through the white mist. Gradually, under the powerful impact of that formation, a hidden passage slowly appeared in the white mist. Xiao Tang's gaze condensed and he shouted, "Go!" The crowd didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, quickly fishtailing along the passageway, finally succeeding in stepping into the 3 immortal islands. After entering the formation, it was as if the crowd had arrived in a new space. Underneath his feet was a vast sea of sparkling waves. In the center of the sea, 3 towering islands looked like 3 bright pearls. "It's so beautiful here, much more beautiful than our Kongdong mountain." The Hulutas couldn't help but let out a gasp of amazement. Xiao Tang looked around, and in his heart, he also sighed with emotion. These 3 immortal islands are truly a rare heavenly paradise in the world. Chiwa's eyes flashed with excitement as he pulled Xiao Tang's sleeve and said, "Father, why don't we take over this place?" Xiao Tang pondered slightly. If he remembered correctly, these 3 immortal islands should have been occupied by the Duke of the East King, and then after Lord Dongwon's death, this place became the territory of the demon race again. But now that they were the first to find this place, it was not entirely impossible for them to take it for themselves. A moment later, a look of determination flashed in Xiao Tang's eyes. "All right, it's settled. We'll occupy the 3 immortal islands." Compared to Kongdong Mountain, these 3 immortal islands have significant advantages. It is independent of the East China Sea, as if it were a paradise isolated from the world, and is not easily affected by the many disputes and calamities on the Flood continent. Once the witch demon quantum revelation and the god-sealing quantum revelation erupted, the heavens and earth were bound to fight to the point where the sky and the earth would fall apart. And at that time, it was really hard to predict whether Kongdong Mountain would be able to be preserved peacefully or not. Having this 3 immortal islands as a backyard, to them, it couldn't be better. "Great! The 3 immortal islands are ours." The Gourd girls cheered and were excited, and then flew down towards each of the 3 islands. These 3 immortal islands are named Fangpu, Yingzhou and Panglai. The most unique and fascinating of them is Panglai Island. Xiao Tang's figure floated down and landed steadily on top of Panglai Island. One could only see spiritual medicines all over the island, and one immortal grass was gently swaying in the breeze, as if welcoming his arrival. These elixirs were brightly colored and dense with spiritual qi, and they were obviously all treasures of the world. There were also a large number of spiritual treasures on the island, either hidden amongst the rocks or scattered amongst the grass, emitting a faint treasure light. In addition, Panglai Island also contained many unique ores that contained powerful spiritual energy, which were excellent materials for refining magic treasures. Although these things had some value to Xiao Tang, they were not the primary goal of his visit. What Xiao Tang was after was some more unique spiritual treasures. The old book The First Panda of the Flood. Opening Eat the Receiving Taoist has 200. 5,000 words already. You can check it out when you have time. Chapter 38, Innate Spiritual Root 5 Needle Pine, Refining 3 Immortal Islands. Xiaotang then flew up the winding mountain path to the top of Mount Panglai. Above the top of the mountain, a huge lake. The water in the lake flickered with 3 kinds of strange light, interplaying with each other, and it was precisely the 3 light divine water that Xiaotang was familiar with. Xiaotang couldn't help but feel a surge of ecstasy in his heart as he looked at the 3 lights divine water. The 3 lights divine water that he previously possessed had been used up to the point where he was worried about it. But he didn't expect to find so much 3 lights divine water here now. Look at the amount of water in this pool. Even if you use 10 huiyuan, I'm afraid it will be difficult to exhaust. And what surprised Xiaotang even more was that next to the lake shore, there was an innate extreme grade spiritual root 5 needle pine growing. This 5 needle pine was one of the 10 great spiritual roots of the innate. Just like Xiaotang had not expected that it would grow here. The 5 needle pine changes every 5,000 years, gradually moving from tenderness to maturity, with the season of maturity taking a total of 15,000 long years. Its fruits are divided into 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire and earth, with 10 of each, totaling 50 fruits. Consumption of these fruits can bring together the 5 elements of qi. For cultivators, is undoubtedly a shortcut to breakthroughs, able to save 10,000 years of arduous cultivation. Although the value of the individual fruits of this 5 needle pine is slightly inferior compared to that ginseng fruit and the yellow Chinese plum, but the good thing is that its quantity is quite considerable, and the growth time is not too long in comparison. The power of the 5 elements is vital to the cultivation of the holudas and is extremely helpful to their growth. Xiaotang slowly approached the 5 needle pine, reached out his hand and gently placed it on top of the tree trunk, slightly closing his eyes and gazing to perceive. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This 5 needle pine has not yet opened its spirit, which is somewhat out of my expectation. However, this is good, if it has a spirit. If you want to take it in, I'm afraid it will be a lot of trouble. The corner of Xiaotang's mouth rose slightly as he said softly, "Oh 5 needle pine. From today onwards, you will follow me well." After saying that, Xiaotang raised his hand and gently picked 5 fruits from the tree and put them into his mouth one by one to savor them. The fruit enters the mouth, and instantly a cool and sweet juice spreads out on the tongue, and 5 different flavors blossom on the taste buds in turn, or blazing like fire, or cold like frost, or rustic and thick, which is a novelty to eat. Although this fruit did not have a significant effect on Xiaotang's own cultivation enhancement, it was still more or less beneficial. Xiaotang was savoring the fruit when he suddenly had a thought in his mind. This 5 needle pine contains the power of the 5 elements. Then the 5 elements spirit bead in my hand might be able to help it grow. Thinking about this, Xiaotang immediately operated the 5 elements spirit bead. The 5 elements spirit bead shone brightly, and the 5 elements formation slowly took shape. The power of the 5 elements in the formation slowly surged towards the 5 needle pine like a babbling brook, and the 5 needle pine, as if it were a dead tree in a long drought, greedily absorbed this power of the 5 elements, only to see the entire tree instantly enveloped by a layer of multicolored light, as if it was dancing happily between the swaying branches and leaves. In this way, the 5 needle pine might grow a little faster. "Daddy, Daddy, look what treasure we've found." The huckleberries ran over and showed Xiaotang the treasures they had gotten. The huckleberries did harvest a lot of treasures. It's just that when they are compared to the 5 needle pines, they pale in comparison. However, Xiaotang did not expect to find the same treasure as the 5 needle pine on the 3 Immortals Island. "Daddy, what are we going to do next?" Chiwa asked. "It is since I want to refine these 3 Immortal Islands. Nowadays, these 3 Immortal Islands are still under the cover of formations and have yet to come out. If we wait for the 3 Immortal Islands to come out into the world, there will definitely be many people coming to seize them. So we need to refine them first. Only then can we stop others from coveting it and make these 3 Immortal Islands truly our territory." Immediately after that, Xiaotang and the holudas opened the refining 3 Immortal Islands without stopping. This refining was an entire 30,000 years. After a long time, they finally succeeded in completely refining the 3 Immortals Island. Since then, the 3 Immortals Island became their exclusive place. Just as this great achievement was accomplished, the great formation outside the 3 Immortal Islands was suddenly unsealed. The 3 Immortal Islands released an incomparably powerful aura that instantly spread throughout the entire flood world. The great powers of the floodplains had sensed something, and the innate beings were also attracted by the aura of the 3 Immortal Islands and flew towards them. Urwa shouted, "Father, so many people are coming this way. I can see that there are quite a few Dala Golden Immortals in there." Xiaotang, however, was calm and collected, as if everything was expected of him. He gently patted Urwa's shoulder and comforted, "Don't panic, I have my own way of dealing with this." After saying that, His figure flashed and came under the 5-needle pine. Only Xiao Tang used the 5-needle pine as the foundation and combined it with the 5 elements spirit bead to unfold the 5 elements formation, enveloping the 3 islands under the 5 elements formation. This 5-needle pine is the very best innate spiritual roots. 5 elements spirit bead is comparable to the power of the very best innate spiritual treasure. With the power of the 5 elements, this formation is indestructible. Even the great Luo Golden Immortal is difficult to break through. The first to arrive over the 3 immortal islands was the Duke of the East King, who was followed by a group of innate beings. East Huangdong was originally in the East China Sea near the cultivation, suddenly perceived the majestic aura coming out of the 3 immortal islands, originally thought that there was some kind of treasure, turned over to check. When the Duke of the East King saw the 3 immortal islands, but was stopped by a large formation, his face was filled with surprise and consternation. These 3 immortal islands are actually occupied already. How is this possible? Who could have gotten there before me? Could it be the Dragon Clan? Only this East Sea Dragon Clan has such a chance. These 3 immortal islands were overflowing with spiritual chi. How could the Duke of the East King be willing to give up? And at that moment he shouted loudly, "I wonder which Taoist friend has occupied the 3 immortal islands." Hearing this shout, the Gourd girls did not hesitate to fly out of the big formation. Dawa was majestic and shouted back, "It's you, Master Gourd." When the Duke of the East King saw the Gourd girl, he was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out. Previously, the matter of the wood spirit pearl being taken had not yet been released, and now that they had preempted the occupation of the 3 immortal islands, the hatred in his heart grew even more. With a turn of his eyeballs and a plan in mind, he said, "These 3 immortal islands are the place where heaven and earth are created in bells and gods, and should be the blessing of all beings in the floodplains. Is it too overbearing for a few of you to occupy them exclusively?" Hulua heard this, as if hearing the world's most comical things. Laughter. The third child was hot-tempered and spat. "You old thing. Aren't you just greedy for this 3 immortal islands? If you have the ability, come and grab it." After saying that, both sides of the swords were drawn, and instantly started to fight. Duke Dongwang shouted, "If you win, we will leave immediately. If we win, you will obediently hand over the 3 immortal islands." After saying that, both sides each cast divine spells. For a time, the magic treasure light interlaced. The roar was endless. The scene was chaotic. Although the number of people on the side of the Duke of the East King is large, but under the joint hands of the Hulua, it is also powerful. Not the slightest fear. And the Duke of the East King and other people in the battle is difficult to distinguish. Chapter 39, Defeating the Duke of Dongwang, Founding the Immortal Court. In the room that was as dim as if it had been drenched in ink, Xiao Hai cowered under the quilt, her body trembling violently and uncontrollably. The sound of his heartbeat was like thunder in the silent space, hitting him one after the other as if it were going to burst through his chest. Why is he so unlucky? I thought that after traveling to this world, I could become a writer or a song king or something with those novels and songs that I remembered from my previous life, but I didn't realize it was a world full of spooks. And not coincidentally, one of those creeps found itself tonight. His heart was filled with fear and despair, his thoughts tangled like a jumble. Through the narrow gap in the quilt, Xiao Hai's gaze was locked dead center on the doorway. Suddenly, a woman dressed in ghastly white drifted in. The clothes were blindingly white, as if they were glowing on their own in the darkness, and as if they had been made by fading colors after being repeatedly dipped in blood. Her footsteps were so light that there wasn't a single sound, as if she was stepping in the void, and the only thing that filled the air was the eerie aura that was like substance. The moment she stopped at the edge of the bed, Xiao Hai felt his heart clench violently, as if it was tightly clenched by a cold hand. "Can't see me, can't see me," he prayed frantically in his mind, his forehead covered with beads of sweat that slid down his cheeks and soaked the pillow. The female trickster suddenly bent down and her face appeared violently in front of Xiao Hai. The face was as pale as papier-mâché, bloodless, and the skin clung to the bones as if a thin layer of facade might flake off at any moment. Xiao Hai glimpsed the terrifying face in the gap, and the fear in his heart instantly erupted like a volcano. The female guile let out a strange hee laugh. The sound was like sharp fingernails scratching frantically on the blackboard, or like countless souls wailing in agony, drilling straight into Xiao Hai's ears, causing every one of his cold hairs to stand up. "Found you!" Xiao Hai was scared out of his wits, bounced off the bed with a bang, and recklessly grabbed the things around him, and frantically smashed them towards the woman. However, the moment those items touched the female guile, they fell to the ground as if they had passed through the air and were useless. The female guile saw this and laughed even more hideously. "Hey, hey, hey!" She grinned, revealing a mouthful of mottled yellow and jagged teeth, the scarlet tongue twisting in her mouth and emitting a sickening, putrid odor. Immediately afterward, the female guile leapt up and violently pounced on Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai only felt a strong aura of blood coming over him, as if he was swept into a sea of blood. The female creep pressed him down on the bed. The cold body was like a piece of 1,000-year-old ice, the coldness piercing right through the clothes to the bone marrow. She stuck out her narrow and mucus-covered tongue and licked Xiaohai's face. In that instant, Xiaohai felt as if an icy snake had crawled across his face. A bone-chilling coldness rushed straight from the soles of his feet to his head, and his soul seemed to be frozen. In a panic, Xiaohai's hand fumbled around the bed, finally grabbing the last thing he could, and he smashed it with all his strength into the female Guile's face. The female Guile let out a sharp and ear-piercing scream, and that sound penetrated Xiaohai's eardrums like a sharp arrow, causing his brain to instantly go blank, and he could only cover his ears instinctively. The female Guile touched her face, a hint of resentment flashing in her eyes. She originally wanted to tease Xiaohai and then slowly eat him up, so that this would be the most frightening. But now that her stunningly beautiful face was destroyed, the anger in her heart was burning like a bear. How dare you hurt me? I will tear you into pieces and swallow you again. She lunged toward Xiaohai once again. Xiaohai dodged sideways and fell to the ground in a heap. His eyes glanced in panic at something he'd flung out earlier, a book. In the nick of time, he rushed over to pick up the book on his hands and knees. Regardless, when Xiaohai picked up the book, the female Guile on the side suddenly stopped moving. Xiaohai looked at the book, the cover of which emitted a faint golden light. When he saw that the title of the book was The Classic of Mountains and Seas, his heart was filled with shock and doubt. Isn't this Shanhaijing my favorite book to read? How could it appear here? Could it have traveled across as well? Xiaohai could not think too much. Now he had to find a way to repel the female Guile. Since this mountain and sea scripture was able to cause damage to the female Guile, there might be a way to defeat the female Guile. Xiaohai trembled as he flipped open the Classic of Mountains and Seas, and in an instant, a soft light shot out from the pages of the book, dispelling some of the darkness around him. Within the light, a goat-looking being slowly emerged. Xiaohai instantly recognized that this was the identity of the foreign beast, Jia. In the base mountain, there is a beast whose shape is like that of a sheep, with 9 tails and 4 ears, and whose eyes are on its back. Its name is Mean, and it is not to be feared when it is worn. A phrase echoed in Xiaohai's mind. The appearance of Mean is like that of a sheep, with 9 tails, 4 ears, and eyes on the backbone. It is said that people can take its skin and wear it on their body without fear. Xiaohai was very shocked, not realizing that this mountain and sea scripture of his could really summon mountain and sea beasts out. But what to do with this guy? Is it hard to actually drape its skin over your body? Xiaohai reaches out and touches the crocodile. An arrogant man suddenly transformed into a light as if he had followed Xiao Tang's hand and didn't enter his body. Xiaohai only felt a fiery energy rolling through his body, and his body rolled as if it was about to burn. When the female trickster saw that the ghost disappeared, she thought that she had a chance to take advantage of it and lunged towards Xiaohai with her teeth and claws open. Xiaohai subconsciously reached out to block, but was surprised to find his hand tightly choking the female Guile's neck. He could feel a powerful force surging out of his body and passing through his arms to the female Guile. The female Guile writhed in agony as if she was being burned by a blazing fire. Xiaohai looked at his small hand, his heart filled with incredulity. He clenched his left fist, feeling full of power, as if he could shatter everything in the world. He lashes out with a barrage of punches to the chest of female Guile. The female trickster flew out like a kite with broken strings and hit the wall hard. Weren't you arrogant just now? What's wrong now? A never-before-seen courage surged in Xiaohai's heart. Is this the power of Gobbler? Pei Ji is not afraid, and really isn't afraid at all. The female Guile sensed Xiaohai's terror. Her eyes filled with fear as she rolled and crawled trying to escape. But how could Xiaohai let her go? He rushed forward like a cheetah and pinned the female Guile down for dear life, slamming punch after punch towards her head. Every punch that landed was accompanied by the female Guile's wail of pain. Gradually, the female trickster's voice grew fainter and fainter until it disappeared. Go to hell! Send you to your death! Xiaohai roared, using his entire body to slam down one last punch. The female trickster's head instantly burst like a fragile watermelon. In the end, the female Gui's body turned into a gray stream of air and surged into the mountain and sea scripture. At the same time, arrogantly drilled out of Xiaohai's body and returned to the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Xiaohai, who had lost his arrogant power, immediately felt that his strength had been drained out of his body and collapsed on the ground, so weak that it was difficult to even move his fingers. Recalling the misery of the female Guile just now, his stomach turned over and he couldn't help but vomit. Chapter 40 Di Jun destroys the Immortal Court. The terrifying power of the Dong Huang Bell. On the Three Immortals Island, Xiao Tang and the Haludas also learned of this. Chiwa curiously tugged on Xiao Tang's coat and asked, Daddy, what is the Immortal Court? It sounds like it's very powerful. Xiao Tang smiled faintly and gently touched Chiwa's head as he said disdainfully, that's nothing but a bunch of self-righteous guys gathering together to build something. They think they can control the flood and dominate everything in the world. But in reality, they don't have that kind of ability at all, and they can't even grasp their own destiny. Dawa was a little worried and asked, "Father, this Duke of the East King's power is getting bigger and bigger now. Will he come back to seize our 3 immortal islands again?" Xiao Tang raised his head to look into the distance with a hint of certainty in his eyes. "He will definitely return. He suffered a big loss at our place and will definitely not stop. It's just a pity that he won't have such an opportunity again." Liwa cocked his head and asked curiously, "Why?" Erwa snatched at the side and replied, "Because Di Jun has already led an attack on the Duke of the East King, and they're going to fight soon." Erwa saw that Di Jun and Tai Yi were leading an army to the Immortal Court. Xiao Tang smiled and said, "Next, let's just sit here properly and watch the show." Di Jun and Tai Yi led their armies like dark clouds pressing down on the Immortal Court of the Duke of Dongwang. They descended directly over the Immortal Court, their powerful pressure causing the Immortal Court guards below to tremble. Seeing this, the Duke of Dongwang was shocked and questioned loudly, "Emperor Jun, what are you doing? Why did you barge into my Immortal Court for no reason?" Emperor Jun was filled with disdain as he sneered, "Can't you see what we're going to do?" The Duke of the East King said angrily, "Di Jun, I am the head of the male immortals ordained by the Tao ancestor, and now that this Immortal Court has been recognized by the Heavenly Tao, do you want to go against the Heavenly Tao by bringing so many people to attack?" Di Jun looked up to the sky and laughed, "Ha ha, don't use the Heavenly Tao to pressure me. We only came here to discuss the Tao with you, to see what qualifications this Immortal Court of yours has to lead the flood, and have no other intention." However, the flickering killing intent in his eyes revealed his true purpose, and a great battle was about to break out. Di Jun raised that bony palm, and the blazing sun true flame in the center of his palm instantly surged and surged. The flames transformed into a golden crow, and with an aura that was going to burn everything down, it rushed towards the Duke of Dongwang. Wherever the real fire passed through, the space seemed to be scorched by the high temperature, causing a zigzagging sound, causing layers of distorted ripples. The heart of the Duke of Dongwang shrunk violently, and he hurriedly sacrificed his treasure to fend off the attack of the true flame of the sun. The Duke of Dongwang was able to establish the Immortal Court and still had some strength. He fought with Di Jun, and the two were at a stalemate. Tai Yi reached out and lifted his hand. The ancient and heavy Donghuang clock wrapped in the pale atmosphere of the beginning of chaos, boomed in mid-air. Tai Yi took a deep breath and fiercely exerted his power to slap out a palm. This palm slapped on the Eastern Emperor's bell, and in an instant, a loud sound like the opening of the heavens and the earth erupted. The sound wave was spread in a ring shape and materialized. Wherever it went, the mountains and rivers shook, boulders crumbled, and even the flowing clouds in the sky were shaken and dissipated into nothingness. The next moment, the whole world as if instantly be extracted from all the sound, plunged into a dead silence. The only thing left in the ears of the crowd is their own more and more rapid and chaotic heartbeat. Before the crowd could recover from the shock, Tai Yi once again built up his strength and raised his palm high, wrapping it in majestic and unrivaled spiritual power, and heavily slapped on the East Emperor bell. Under this strike, the terrifying sound wave seemed to carry the power of annihilation, transforming into an invisible blade like surging waves of fury and rushing into the ears of the crowd. Those who have a slightly weaker soul, instantly pale as a ghost, 7 orifices overflowing with blood, eyes protruding, soul as if fragile glaze unbearable. Their bodies fell straight down, and they didn't even have time to let out a single scream before their vitality was severed and their souls were scattered. For a time, a chilling dead silence and panic filled the perimeter of the battlefield, as the crowd looked at the East Emperor bell that was suspended high in the sky, emitting endless pressure, their hearts filled with awe and fear. The hefty divine might of this innate supreme treasure was displayed, as if the Flood Lord was pronouncing life and death. "Your bullies," witnessing the instantaneous fall of several immortals on his side. The Duke of the East King was enraged and hissed angrily as he threw his head back. "Everyone come with me. Today is a battle to the death, and we must not let Emperor Jun have his way." The Immortal Court crowd got the order, although fear in their hearts, but at this moment, they also have no choice but to fight with their backs to the water. The crowd had sacrificed their crushing treasures, and for a time, colorful rays of light illuminated the sky, and the shouts of killing shook the sky. The beings on Di Jun's side were also undaunted, their bodies blossoming with light as they surged forward to meet the enemy's attack. The two sides instantly mixed one place. Magic treasure light crisscrossed, spiritual energy aftershocks scattered impact, shouting and killing sound, magic treasure collision sound intertwined into a song. "Too bad, too bad," Rockwell kept saying, his expression not knowing whether it was regret or gloating. Tai Yi held the Donghuang bell and placed it at the highest place, looking down and not striking again. Below, Emperor Jun and the Duke of Dongwang were engaged in a fierce battle. Emperor Jun's body shone with golden aura, like a round of scorching sun, and his hands and feet carried the might of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, causing the Duke of Dongwang to retreat step by step. Jun sacrificed the river map and Luo book to trap the Duke of the East King and prevent him from escaping. Then he utilized the Golden Crow avatar to continuously attack the Duke of the East King. At this point, the Duke of Dongwang was already a bit flustered. It was clear that his realm was comparable to Emperor Jun's, but his fighting strength was weaker than Emperor Jun's. And what made him truly panic was that quite a few people in the Immortal Court had already begun to escape. These people had originally gathered together due to their interests. And now that the Immortal Court had previously suffered a heavy blow and was about to perish, they naturally had to find another way out. First, one or two figures quietly retreated. Then, as if it had triggered a chain reaction, more and more people turned and ran away, as if the tide had faded. In a matter of moments, the Immortal Court army had collapsed, with only a small portion of them continuing to hold on. Father, looking at this situation, it looks like the Immortal Court won't last long, Erwas said. Xiaotang had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His expression was leisurely, and he sighed softly. This Immortal Court, this is a cobbled-together grassroots team. The hearts within are not unanimous, and there is no deep heritage. It is a miracle that it can be developed into this way. With his honorable status as the head of the male immortals, if he can calm down and steadily develop his own power, he may not be unable to achieve something great and become the top power in the floodplains. Naiha, he acted too openly. Do not know the slightest convergence of sharpness. In vain provoked the demon race. Angered Emperor Jun. This kind of cruel role, fell into this kind of end now, is also to blame. After saying that, Xiaotong continued to look at the intense battle. Chapter 41, The Fall of the Duke of the East. The establishment of the witch and demon tribes. Tai Yi embraced the East Emperor Bell, firmly locking onto the struggling Duke of the East below. Lord Dongwang, your time to die has come. Tai Yi fully manipulated the East Emperor Bell to suppress the Duke of Dongwang, only to see that the East Emperor clock slowly rotating and getting bigger and bigger under the infusion of his majestic spiritual energy. In a matter of moments, it was like a towering mountain that topped the heavens, releasing a suffocating pressure. With the momentum of Taishan pressing down on the top of the mountain and crushing the Kunlun, and smashing down towards the top of the head of the Duke of Dongwang, the Duke of Dongwang exerted all his strength. His veins rippled, and sweat rained down like rain, drenching his clothes. He mobilized his spiritual energy and injected it into the resisting magic treasure as if it was burning his life. The magic treasure's light was so bright that it was almost blinding, and it was able to resist the downward pressing Eastern Emperor Bell. However, the power of the innate treasure could not be easily resisted. East Wangdong only felt that his arms were like being struck by a 10,000 pounds of heavy hammer. The sensation of acidic numbness and severe pain instantly spread throughout the body. A mouthful of hot blood pushed straight to the throat, which he forced to swallow. Tai Yi didn't give the Duke of Dongwon the slightest chance to catch his breath, and took advantage of the stagnation of his spiritual energy to slap out a palm once again. This palm contained majestic spiritual power and slapped on the East Emperor Bell. The bell roared, and the shockwaves were like surging waves of rage that materialized, wave after wave, endlessly impacting the Duke of Dongwang. East Wangdong in the body of spiritual energy as if out of control wild horses. Instant disorder berserk. Internal organs suffered heavy damage. A mouthful of fresh blood can no longer be suppressed. Sprayed out. The magic treasure light is also followed by a sharp dimming, faltering. Immediately afterward, Jun transformed into a brilliant golden light that was so fast that it instantly penetrated the body of the Duke of Dongwang. East Wangdong eyes instantly round open. Eyes full of shock, unwillingness and despair. Lips slightly open. Seems to want to shout but has no strength. His body slowly collapsed, instantly ignited by the flames, and in a matter of moments turned into flying ash dissipated in the wind, as if it had never existed in this flooded world. The Lord of the Immortal Court fell in this way, and when the remaining Immortal Court crowd saw this, they were scared to death, and their fighting spirit instantly disintegrated. The only thought left in everyone's mind was, escape. It's important to stay alive. In an instant, the birds and beasts scattered, and the magic treasures could not care less about putting them away, and fled frantically in all directions. Jun looked at the routed army and snorted coldly, not pursuing it. He was only striking out to overthrow this immortal court, not to slaughter these minions. In his eyes, these shrimp soldiers and crab generals were simply not worth wasting energy on. After resolving the Duke of Dongwang, Jun and Tai Yi looked at each other and smiled, pocketing all the treasures collected by the immortal court. Without the constraints of the immortal court, Emperor Jun's power in the floodplains more and more like a fish in water. Reputation as if a prairie fire spread rapidly. The living beings of the floodplains came to join them one after another, and their power continued to expand like a snowball. Looking at the growing, mixed team under his command, Jun stood with his hands up, looking up at the sky. His mind is full of thoughts, a more grand and majestic, Enough to change the pattern of the flood. Pattern of the concept is gradually taking shape, the creation of the heavenly court. On this day, Jun's body was surrounded by golden aura, as if a round of blazing sun hanging high, and his voice was wrapped in majestic spiritual power, resounding through every inch of the floodland. I am Emperor Jun. Today, in obedience to the heavenly Tao, I have created the heavenly court to protect the tranquility of the flood wasteland and to maintain order in the flood wasteland. All living beings in the flood wilderness who are ambitious in their hearts can enter my heavenly court, and together they will forge supreme glory. As soon as the words left his mouth, a dazzling golden light descended from the sky, directly enveloping Emperor Jun. The heavenly Tao sent down a great deal of merit and virtue, recognizing the establishment of the heavenly court. Only, this heavenly court of his was modeled after the immortal court of the Duke of Dongwang, so the merits and virtues were slightly thin in comparison. But that's not the end of it. Immediately afterward, Jun and Tai jointly proclaimed, I, Jun, Tai, have a feeling that the living beings of the flood are scattered and disorganized. Today, my brothers and I will re-establish the demon race and rebuild the order of the flood. But all living beings in the world who come out of their forms can be demons and join my demon clan. After the words, not yet dispersed, the auspicious clouds once again converge and tumble, the rich merits and virtues of the golden light as if the heavenly river pouring down. The merit of creating the demon race far exceeded that of creating the heavenly court. A portion of the merit fell into the bodies of all the beings of the demon race, while the other portion was evenly divided between Emperor Jun and Tai. The realm of the two people climbed rapidly, only one step away from the quasi-saint realm. Their spiritual power was majestic to the extreme, and they seemed to be able to change the sky and the earth when they raised their hands and threw their feet. Daddy, all those who have taken shape are demons, so are we also demons? Shiwa blinked his ignorant and innocent eyes, tugging at the corner of Xiao Tang's coat, asking with a face full of curiosity. Xiao Tang touched Shiwa's head and laughed softly. Demon or immortal, it's just a name given by the world. The key lies in how your own heart chooses. Where the heart goes, where the intention belongs, then why it belongs. Manhwa frowned at the side and said in a jar, Demon clan doesn't sound too imposing. I don't want to be a demon clan. Xiao Tang smiled slightly at his words. If he really wanted to talk about it, he would prefer to belong to the human race. It is a pity that Manhwa has not yet created man, much less a human race. If Xiao Tang remembered correctly, Manhwa had created man just after the third sermon. Calculating like that, there wasn't much time left. Speaking of which, Xiao Tang also had some karma for following Manhwa to create man. It seemed like he had to find some time to meet Manhwa. After the establishment of the demon race, it took a long time for the flooded heavens and earth to calm down. However, just when everyone thought it would be calm for a while, the entire floodplain shook once again. A majestic and magnificent voice spread vastly across every inch of the flood. The person who spoke was the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches were very angry when they heard that Emperor Jun Tai had created the demon race. They thought that since Emperor Jun was able to establish the demon race, they would naturally be able to create their own race. So, the ancestral witches led by Jiang said together, we, the 12 ancestral witches, are all transformed from the body of the Father God Pangu, and our bloodline is pure, and we are the rightful ancestors of heaven and earth. Today, we will establish the witch clan here, recruiting the witches of the flood, and molding a new order of the flood. In order to set the world right, heaven and earth will judge. As soon as the words fell, the auspicious clouds, which had already disappeared, converged once again like a whirlwind. Endless merit was infused into the body of the witch race. The 12 ancestral witches' bodies shook, and their auras rapidly expanded around them. An endless amount of merit descended and fell on the witch race. At this time the witch and demon, two tribes as the flood of heaven and earth, seems to be determined to fight a victory or defeat, then a high and low. When the other living beings in the floodplain saw the witch and demon clans obtaining merit one after another, they followed suit. However, races are not that easy to establish. After all, the witch and demon races basically accommodated all the living beings in the flood. Unless a new being emerges, it is difficult to obtain the same merit. TSK, I really didn't expect that setting up a clan could rake in such rich merits. Father, do you think we should establish a Gourd clan? Shiwa asked. There's no need for that. Xiao Tang shook his head and said, although establishing a clan can obtain the power fed back from the clan, at the same time, one will also be bound by the clan. What's wrong with just being uninhibited like this? That's true. Daddy, we haven't gone out for a long time. Why don't you let us go out for a spin? Liuhua immediately took the opportunity to change the topic. Xiao Tang laughed softly helplessly. He calculated that there are still tens of thousands of years to spare before the third sermon. At this moment, the witch-demon war is not in full swing, and it would not hurt to take advantage of this gap to go out and travel a bit. Alright, I agree. It's just that on this trip, You guys must follow me closely and not run around willy-nilly. Got it? Got it. The huckleberries smiled at each other and cheered. Although it is hard to avoid being tied up when playing with your father traveling with you, it is good to go out and explore the floodplains compared to being stuck on the 3 immortal islands. Chapter 42, The Mountain of Longevity. The Temple of Five Truths. Jin Yuanzi. Xiaoteng departed with the Gourd children and first flew to the shores of the Eastern Sea. Originally, the shore of the East China Sea was the territory of the Duke of the East, who sat here and ruled over the immortals. But the good times didn't last long. Di Jun rose up strongly. His army pressed forward and destroyed the Duke of the East. Since then, the east coast of the sea fell into the bag of the demon race. What could be known at this moment was that the flames of war between the demon race and the sorcerer race had already been ignited, and the scale of the battle was not small. With the successive establishment of the demon race and the sorcerer race, the chi of the two races rapidly converged, and the speed of their cultivation was greatly augmented. Countless sorcerer and demon clans had broken through the realm, and there were many strong people. Where the two sides exchanged blows, aura rioted and space shook. The overall strength of the demon race is not inferior compared to the sorcerer race, but if we talk about the top combatants, the demon race is no match for the sorcerer race. After all, the witch clan had 12 ancestral witches, and the demon clan only had 4 demon emperors. Luckily, Tai could close the gap with one against many by virtue of the East Emperor Bell, but these had nothing to do with Xiao Tang and the others. Originally, they planned to go back to Kongdong Mountain first. But Kongdong Mountain is on the other side of Buzhou Mountain. If they go straight through Buzhou Mountain, they will easily be affected by the war between the witch and demon tribes. If they go around, they will not have enough time. So they decided to just turn around on the east side of Buzhou Mountain and then turn back to Kongdong Mountain after they had been to the Purple Heavenly Palace. Xiao Tang saw the situation on Kongdong Mountain through Erwa's line of sight. He was relieved when he saw that the six-eared macaque was earnestly practicing with Kong Xian and Rock. Buzhou Mountain to the east, compared to the west, that can be too much stronger. The aura here is dense and rich, extremely suitable for cultivation, so the east side of the living beings than the west side is also a lot more. But there were some ungrateful guys along the way that took shots at them, but they were just too weak, and were easily solved by the Haludas. Daddy, there seems to be a treasure over there. Erwa suddenly yelled loudly in excitement. Where? Hearing that there was a treasure, the other Gourd girls instantly gathered around Erwa like lit cannonballs, energized and full of anticipation. Right over there, in the mountains 20,000 miles away, there's an extremely pure spiritual rhythm emanating out. It seems to be an innate spiritual root, and it's no worse than the 5-needle pine. When Xiao Tang heard this, he was immediately interested as well. Can it be that it's an innate spiritual root immortal apricot that hasn't yet appeared in the world? It would be great if he could obtain another extreme innate spiritual root. Father, let's go and take a look together, Manhwa suggested. Okay, go check it out. Xiao Tang thought briefly, nodded his head in response, and led the Gourd girls, following the direction Erwa had guided them to fly in. Not long after, a rolling, majestic mountain range came into view. The spiritual chi between the mountains was very dense, and it was almost comparable to the Buzhou Mountain. This kind of excellent place, there is indeed a great possibility that the innate spiritual roots are hidden. Wait a minute, this seems to be the Mountain of All Souls. Xiao Tang's eyes scanned the surrounding area and unexpectedly realized that this place was actually Wanqiu Mountain, where the 5 Zhuangguan was located. I said, how could an extreme innate spiritual root appear out of nowhere? So it's to Jin Yuanzi's territory. Xiao Tang suddenly realized that the extremely high-grade innate spiritual root that Erwa saw must be the most famous ginseng fruit tree. So it's Jin Yuanzi. I recognize him, Manhwa said. Previously in the Purple Heaven Palace, the Gourds also intercepted Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud, also considered to have had a side relationship. Father, should we pay a visit? Dawa asked with some hesitation. Xiao Tang pondered for a while before saying, it's good to make a trip there. It's just the right time to explain what happened last time. Jin Yuanzi, with his extraordinary roots, holds the Book of Earth. If he thought of the words, he might not be unable to gather up the living beings of the flood and establish a great power like the Duke of the East. But the great immortal has always been low-key introverted. Day to day nothing will be hidden in the depths of the Mountain of Longevity. Subconscious meditation. Do not ask the world. To be honest, it was indeed a bit of a waste for the Earth Book to be placed on Jin Yuanzi. I'll take you all along. Remember the rules. Don't lose your manners. Xiao Tang looked at the Gourd waifs one by one and urged them. Don't worry, Daddy. We know. The Gourd boys patted their chests in assurance. Xiao Tang didn't hold much hope for the Gourd warriors' assurances. However, with himself keeping an eye on it, there should not be a big mess. Xiao Tang and the Haludas flew leisurely towards the Manjusan Mountain, not hiding their breath. Thus, when he had just stepped into the boundary of the Mountain of 10,000 Longevity, That Jin Yuanzi was aware of it. Jin Yuanzi flew out in an ancient Taoist robe with an emaciated face. So it's fellow Taoist Xiao Tang and all of you Gourd fellow Taoists. I don't know what you've come to Wanshou Mountain for this time? Jin Yuanzi's tone was not considered enthusiastic. After all, he still remembered that earlier incident. Xiao Tang arched his hand and said, "We were traveling in the flood wasteland and happened to pass by the Wanshou Mountain. And seeing the lush spiritual chi of this place, we wanted to come over to see it. Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, once we parted ways at the Purple Heavenly Palace, you and I haven't seen each other for nearly 200,000 years. Goodbye. Thanks for your concern, fellow Taoist. The days are quite comfortable. I wonder if I can ask for a cup of tea at Taoist Friend's dojo?" Xiao Tang asked. Jin Yuanzi is free and open-minded, not a catty person. When he heard the words, he turned slightly sideways, raised his hand and made a gesture of invitation, and introduced the crowd into the five zhuangguan. "Daddy, this place is so grand." Just before arriving in front of the viewer, Hulyua couldn't help but marvel. From the outside, the mountain of longevity is just a mountain with abundant spiritual energy and beautiful scenery, and there is no trace of the Taoist temple. When you step into it, Wushuangguan looks like a fairy palace, and it is very grand. All the bricks and tiles of the Taoist temple are integrated with the Wanshou Mountain, as if they were naturally grown out of the mountain, hidden in the middle. If not close, very difficult to find. Yo, who did I think it was? It turns out it's you dolls who are here. A red shadow flashed like a flame, and it was Jin Yuanzi's dear friend, Red Cloud. Red Cloud was dressed in a red robe and was full of smiles, as if the spring breeze was brushing his face. "Fellow Taoist Red Cloud, long time no see." Xiao Tang smiled and arched his hand in greeting. "It has indeed been some time since I've seen you." Red Cloud cheerfully surveyed the Gourd girls. "How come you dolls haven't grown taller yet? You're the one who can't grow taller. We are young. Do you understand?" The fiery-tempered Siwa instantly quit. His little face reddened and he retorted in a loud voice, "It's hundreds of thousands of years old, and you still have the nerve to talk about being young. Then when did you take form?" Siwa pursued. Red Cloud thought for a moment before saying, "I don't remember. I only remember that when I took form, the fierce beast god rebel had only just fallen a short while ago. By that reckoning, you're a bit ahead of me, so we're naturally younger than you." "In that case it does," Red Cloud responded with a smile, not in the least bit annoyed, only realizing that these dolls were funny as hell. "Alright you guys, no more words. The waifs are naughty. I hope that fellow Taoist Red Cloud will bear with me." Xiao Tang hurriedly made amends. "It doesn't matter. These kids are quite interesting and quite to my liking. Come on, I'll show you around." Unconcerned, Red Cloud led the Gourd girls to leave first, laughing along the way. Chapter 43, Discussing Taoism with Jin Yuanzi. The ginseng fruit tree falls down. "No messing around. Do you all remember?" Xiao Tang shouted loudly towards the backs of the Gourd girls. "Got it, Daddy," came the response from afar, his voice full of leaps and bounds. Jin Yuanzi looked at the departing crowd and shook his head helplessly. His mood was similar to Xiao Tang's. Jin Yuanzi turned to Xiao Tang and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao Tang, inside please." "Thanks a lot." Xiao Tang followed Jin Yuanzi as he stepped inside. The house is elegantly decorated and the aroma of tea is rising. Jin Yuanzi personally made a cup of tea for Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang picked up the teacup and took a sip, only to realize that the tea aroma was like a spiritual spring moisturizing the heart, and praised, "Good tea, tea aroma overflowing, spiritual chi abundant, as if the spiritual charm of this Wanshou mountain are melted in a lamp. This tea was planted by my own family, and is not considered a treasure." Jin Yuanzi mouth humble, but heard Xiao Tang this kind of praise. Eyes are flashed a trace of imperceptible smile. The atmosphere in the room also melted a few points. "Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi's strength is extraordinary, so I haven't heard much about you over the years." Jin Yuanzi lightly raised his arm, and the duster in his hand swung slowly with it. By nature, the poor Taoist loves the seclusion of this Wanshou mountain, and dives into cultivation, disliking to do anything great. Xiao Tang heard this and shook his head slightly, sighing lightly. "That's a bit of a shame." Jin Yuanzi smiled faintly. "What's the pity? Others walk on other people's sunny paths. I cross my wooden bridge, each in their own way." Xiao Tang nodded. It did make sense. Xiao Tang picked up the teacup again and took a light sip of tea, then said, "This time, I came to visit the five zhuangguan, but in fact, I wanted to explain what happened in the Purple Heavenly Palace before. Living beings competing for opportunities in the heavens and earth is a matter of course. Fellow Taoist doesn't have to explain anything." Jin Yuanzi guessed what Xiao Tang was going to say, but he was not completely right. "Please also ask fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi to listen to my explanation. I stopped the two of you because I was competing for a chance, but rather I didn't want fellow Taoist Red Cloud to invite murder by sitting on that futon." Jin Yuanzi sniffed and hurriedly counted with his fingers. He frowned, only to realize that the heavenly chances were obscured by chaos, making it difficult to get a glimpse of what was going on. Since that's the case, I'd also like to thank you, fellow Daoist, for your help. Although Jin Yuanzi could not confirm the truth or falsehood of Xiao Tang's words, but he came to tell us personally. I think the possibility of what he said is true is very great. Jin Yuanzi's gaze lingered on Xiao Tang for a moment, as if he wanted to see through him. Immediately, he changed the topic and said, viewing your realm, you are now not far from the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The spiritual energy around your body is majestic and condensed, and there are hidden signs of a breakthrough. Xiao Tang laughed out loud. I'm not as good as fellow Daoist Jin Yuanzi. I'm still a bit short of a breakthrough. Unlike fellow Daoist Jin Yuanzi, who is now in the late Dala stage, it is truly a joyous occasion. Jin Yuanzi has been hidden in the 5 Zhuangguan to cultivate, has not traveled realm but always ranked in the first line of the flood. Really admirable. Just a slight gain. I wonder how much you know about the way of the associate saints, Jin Yuanzi inquired, his gaze gleaming. It won't be long before he reaches the perfection of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and the next step after the perfection is to cut off the 3 corpses and achieve the quasi-saint realm. Therefore, Jin Yuanzi asked this question, hoping to find a hint of inspiration from Xiao Tang here. Xiao Tang said, in that case, you and I might as well discuss the Tao with each other, so that we can also confirm what we have learned. So very good. The two of them sat down on their knees, made seals with their hands, and began their discourse. The two of them elaborated on each other's recent enlightenment, while exploring together for a way to cut down the 3 corpses and enter sainthood. For a moment, the two of them had a wonderful flow of Tao rhythms, but just when the two of them were immersed in oblivion, a loud noise suddenly broke the quiet atmosphere. What happened outside? Jin Yuanzi's eyes snapped open and he turned his head to the Taoist child serving beside him in a stern voice. The Taoist boy shivered in fear, his face pale, and rushed out to check on the situation. It wasn't long before another Taoist boy rushed in, yelling at the top of his lungs, it's no good, it's no good. The ginseng fruit tree has been pushed over. Jin Yuanzi and Xiao Tang rose at the same time. Jin Yuanzi was filled with astonishment, as if he had been instantly struck by lightning, frozen on the spot, his eyes filled with disbelief. This baby ginseng tree at home, he usually take good care of, as the treasure of the town view. Even the wind and the sun are afraid of hurting the slightest, but even suffered this disaster. Xiao Tang was also equally shocked as Jin Yuanzi. He was alarmed by the fact that it must be that the ungrateful huckleberries had gotten into big trouble again. The two of them could not think too much and ran towards the backyard as fast as they could. When he rushed into the backyard, the sight before him was heartbreaking, only to see the huge ginseng fruit tree fall to the ground. And all the fruits on the tree were gone, falling into the earth. Although this ginseng tree looks like a tree, it is not a grass. The ginseng fruit tree is restrained by the 5 elements, falling when it encounters gold, withering when it encounters wood, transforming when it encounters water, scorching when it encounters fire, and entering the earth. So the fruit goes straight into the soil when it hits the ground. What the hell is going on here? Jin Yuanzi's eyes opened angrily. His voice was like a bell, and his questioning voice shook the surrounding air. Dawa's face was full of shame. His head hung low and was about to be buried into his chest. His hands uneasily gripped the corners of his coat and he stepped forward, his voice as if he were a mosquito fly humming. Father, I'm sorry, I'm the one who pushed it down. Why did you push over the ginseng fruit tree? Xiao Tang was very angry. Before the trip he repeatedly urged, to abide by the rules, do not cause trouble. This is good. All left behind, even the ginseng fruit tree to push to. When the Gourd girls saw Xiao Tang get angry, their usual lively energy instantly dissipated, and they were all silenced, not daring to come out of the atmosphere. At this time, Red Cloud came over and advised, fellow Daoist Xiao Tang, don't be angry, this matter is all my fault. Tell me, what's going on? Jin Yuanzi asked. Red Cloud spoke, I was thinking of letting the dolls see what a ginseng fruit looks like. As a result, the dolls wanted to eat the ginseng fruit and were so greedy that they were eyeballing and chanting from the sidelines. In a moment of weakness, and thinking it was fun, I made a bet with them that if I could uproot this ginseng fruit tree, I would treat them to the fruit. How could I have imagined that this big baby would really pull up the ginseng tree? Jin Yuanzi was stunned and stared at Red Cloud, full of hatred. You, let me say what's good about you. Red Cloud blushed at the admonishment and scratched his head. I also didn't expect this doll to be so strong that it really uprooted the ginseng fruit tree. I really didn't mean to. That's all. This is not the time to pursue the blame. Xiao Tang forced down his anger, took a deep breath, and spoke out. It is imperative that we have to think of ways to save this fruit tree. This ginseng fruit tree is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, since it is impossible to die once plucked, but to let it recover, I'm afraid it will take a lot of trouble. I have a bottle of 3 lights divine water here that should be able to save it. With that, Xiaotang pulled out a crystal clear jade bottle. The shimmering light of the bottle flickered, and inside it was stored the 3 light divine water. Jin Yuanzi received the divine water. His face showed surprise. He really didn't expect Xiaotang to have so much 3 lights divine water. Chapter 44, Rescuing the Ginseng Tree. The heavenly realm appears. Jin Yuanzi fixed his mind, and his hands transported the power to transport a lift, as if pulling up a small mountain, and slowly lifted the ginseng fruit tree. When the fruit tree stood up straight, another gentle press brought it back into place, and the ground shook slightly beneath his feet. And then, opening the bottle, the mouth of the bottle tilted, and the 3 lights divine water slowly poured out as if it were a spiritual silk thread. Under the moisturizing of the 3 lights divine water, the ginseng fruit tree quickly regained its vitality at a speed visible to the naked eye. The original dull branches and leaves were once again bright green, shining with the luster of life, and the trunk of the tree was as straight as ever, as if it had never suffered a disaster. Luckily it wasn't pulled out for too long, and with the help of the 3 lights divine water, it's basically unharmed now. Jin Yuanzi was very grateful to see that the ginseng fruit tree was unhindered. Jin Yuanzi's duster in his hand swung, bringing up a soft wind, and the ginseng fruits that fell into the soil broke out and flew back to the branches, hanging steadily. He proceeded to pick out a dozen or so fruits and gave them to Xiaotang and the gourds. Since the fruit tree has been saved, as a token of appreciation, these fruits you all take and enjoy. Xiaotang was a little surprised, not expecting to get ginseng fruit to eat due to a blessing. He held the ginseng fruit in his palm. He only saw that the fruit's eyebrows, eyes, mouth and nose resembled a child's, lifelike and delicious at first glance. He opened his mouth to bite down a mouthful, only to hear click a light sound. The fruit tasted crisp, juice overflowing, rich in qi, gurgling down the throat, instantly flow to the limbs and bones. 36,000 pores seemed to be in the joy of leaping, body fluent, every inch of the skin through the cozy. Although Xiaotang was not sure whether eating the ginseng fruit could lead to immortality or not, the innate qi contained within it was indeed able to prolong the life of ordinary living beings. It is said that eating the flesh of the longevity monk can lead to immortality, so it must be the effect of this ginseng fruit as well. I say Jin Yuanzi Taoist brother, this fruit they several you have given, how can you bear to leave out me alone? Well, at least share me too, taste na. Red Cloud's face was full of smiles, and his eyes were filled with a bit of anticipation as he looked toward Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi blankly glanced at Red Cloud and coldly grunted. Humph, you don't take a look. This is originally the trouble you caused, and you even have the cheek to ask for the ginseng fruit? Besides, the previous fruits have basically entered your stomach, but also tasted fresh. You should be tired of eating the next few crops of fruits. You don't want to think about it. There's no part for you. Red Clouds are like frosted eggplant, drooping head, long pouting and sighing, ah, how I'm so unlucky yo. After saying that, he also stole a glance at the ginseng fruit tree from time to time, his face full of aggression and unwillingness, as if he had suffered a great injustice. When Xiaotang saw this, 2 round and full fruits that emitted a rich fruit fragrance floated towards Red Cloud. Laughing, he said, fellow Daoist Red Cloud, don't lose heart. Taste this fruit of mine. Red Cloud reached out to catch it, fixed his eyes on it, and stared in disbelief. Could this be the fruit of the 5-needle pine? Not bad. It is indeed the fruit of the 5-needle pine. I've picked all the fruits this time, and there aren't many left. Xiaotang took 2 more fruits and gave them to Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi looked at the fruit and said, I didn't expect this 5-needle pine to be in your hands. You are truly blessed. Xiaotang laughed. In the future, the 2 of you can come to 3 immortal islands when you have time, and I'll treat you to some fruit then. Definitely go. Definitely go. Red Cloud hurriedly agreed. Xiaotang and Jin Yuanzi drove the Gourd children and Red Cloud out of the Wanshou mountain, telling them to go outside and hokey-pokey whoever they wanted. The 2 of them sat quietly in the chamber, continuing their previously unfinished discussion on the Tao. Tao rhythms flowed through the 2 of them, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. When the discourse was over, the 2 men were silent for a long time, quickly digesting the proceeds. As a result of this discourse, they have traveled a little farther on the path of the word. I don't know if those little guys have caused any trouble, Xiaotang said with some worry. Jin Yuanzi laughed, with Red Cloud leading them. It would be strange if they didn't cause trouble, but with the strength of the 8 of them, I'm sure there are few rivals in the flood. Xiao Tu nodded. Indeed. Just then, the 2 sensed a majestic movement. Xiaotang immediately contacted Erwa and utilized his perspective to view the situation of Buzhou Mountain. The Buzhou Mountain shook continuously. Countless living beings panicked and ran in all directions. Even the sorcerer clan below the mountain was affected. Above the Buzhou Mountain, a strange space appeared that was shrouded in chaotic aura, making it impossible to see clearly. But everyone knew that there was a major treasure about to appear. "Father, there seems to be a treasure on Buzhou Mountain. Let's go take a look," Erwa said. Xiaotong thought carefully. To be honest, there were some things about the floodplains that he couldn't remember too well, and he had no idea what kind of treasure had appeared. Before Xiaotang could reply, the Gourd girls flew rapidly towards Buzhou Mountain. Xiaotang wasn't worried about them. After all, the most dangerous place right now was the Buzhou Mountain. Fellow Daoist Jin Yuanzi, the appearance of a heavy treasure is not to be missed. Would you like to go with me? Xiaotang arched his hand and asked. Yeah, let's go together. Yuanzi didn't hesitate and directly agreed. Jin Yuanzi originally didn't want to go, but he knew that Red Cloud would definitely go to join in the fun, so he had to go to escort Red Cloud. If he hadn't escorted him, Red Cloud would have been beaten to death several times. The duo transformed into two streams of light and ran to the Buzhou Mountain as fast as they could. Even so, it took them hundreds of years to get there. And at this time, the visions on Buzhou Mountain had not dissipated. Come on, go up there. The strange movement of the Buzhou Mountain should come from the top. Xiaotang would like to see what it was. Xiaotang and Jin Yuanzi flew towards the top of the mountain, encountering quite a few beings along the way. So many people wanted to come and get a piece of the pie. When they arrived at the very top of the Buzhou Mountain, they saw the chaotic chi in front of them. And in this chaotic chi, there seemed to be a small world birthed. Outside the small world, the 12 ancestral witches formed a circle and fought hard to break into the formation. However, this small world was guarded by powerful formations, making it difficult for even the 12 ancestral witches to easily enter. Damn mongrel bird, it's even one step ahead of us. Damn it! Shu Rong was seething with rage, and his eyes were burning with anger. Hearing the words of the ancestral witch, Xiaotang understood that it was the people of the demon race who had gone in first to activate the guarding formation. At this moment, within the small world, Di Jun and Tai Yi were grasping at straws and refining. Having decided to move the demon heavenly court into this small world, the 12 ancestor witches came late, so Xiaotang and the others naturally didn't have a chance, so they watched from outside. Father, you're here. The Gourd girls flew over with Red Cloud. It's a pity that we came too late, or else this little world would be ours. Manhwa said sadly. It's not something that is not ours. There's no need to force it, just go with the flow. Xiaotang softly comforted. Just then, a loud bang came out as Emperor Jiang broke through the boundary of the small world with a punch. Chapter 45, Refining the Heavenly Court. Opening of the Purple Heavenly Palace. But just as they wanted to go in, a bell rang out, shaking the crowd out. East Emperor Tai Chi held the East Emperor bell and looked at the crowd. Whoever wants to break in will have to see if my East Emperor bell agrees. With the power of the Eastern Emperor clock, Tai Yi rigidly stopped the others outside the small world. Not long after, Di Jun finally accomplished his great feat of completely refining the small world. Seeing this, the 12 ancestral witches knew that the momentum was gone and glared hatefully at the Demon Clan crowd. Even if they continued to do it, they couldn't take the small world, so they turned their heads and left. Di Jun and Tai Yi moved the entire demon race into the small world, and from then on this small world was the new heavenly court. Since then, the witch race was located at the bottom of Buzhou Mountain and the demon race was located at the top of Buzhou Mountain. The two races, the sorcerer and the demon, are located at the bottom and the demon at the top, forming an opposing trend. After watching the bustle, Xiaotang left with Jin Yuanzi and the others. Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud were going back to the 5 village view, and Xiaotang and the Gourd girls didn't follow along. They flew to the south side of Buzhou Mountain and prepared to look around in the south. As expected, the Sorcerer Clan and Demon Clan soon erupted into a great battle, with both sides sending out tens of millions of clansmen. And the battle was very grueling. And the battle didn't last too long before it ended, simply because the period for the 3 sermons of the Purple Heavenly Palace was approaching. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi did not dare to delay, and immediately made a truce with the witch race, and then led the demon race Dala Jinxian to rush to the Purple Heavenly Palace. Xiaotang naturally counted on the fact that the 3rd sermon was about to begin. So he flew to the Purple Heavenly Palace with the Hulutas. The 3rd time they came to the Purple Heavenly Palace, they were already familiar with the road. Plus they were much faster, so the time spent on the road was much less than before. As for the chaotic chi of the heavenly beyond, it could no longer do much to hinder them. When he came to the front of the Purple Heavenly Palace, he casually swept around and took in the surrounding situation. The 4 emperors and elites of the demon race were here, and they stood together very imposingly. The witch clan was still the only one who had come. Ho too, and it seemed a bit lonely. Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud basically arrived at the same time as them. However, Xiaotang realized that White Lotus hadn't come yet. Could it be that he was delayed by something this time? But fortunately, there was still some time before the start of the sermon in the Purple Heavenly Palace, so White Lotus should be able to make it over in time. If Xiao Tang remembered correctly, this third sermon should be about the way of the saints, and at the end of this sermon, Hong Jun would distribute the Hongmeng purple qi. Xiao Tang did not want to utilize the Hongmeng purple qi to become a saint, but now he still wished that he could obtain the Hongmeng purple qi. Only by getting the Hongmeng purple qi could he trade with the Queen Mother of the West for the vegetative cloud boundary flag. Otherwise, Xiao Tang might only have to take the 5-needle pine in exchange. While he was thinking about it, Xiao Tang saw the Queen Mother of the West coming, so he flew over. Xiao Tang greeted him, arched his hand and smiled. Fellow Daoist Queen Mother of the West, it's been a long time since I've seen you. You still have the same elegance na. Do you still remember your previous agreement? Queen Mother of the West nodded slightly, her vermilion lips gently opening. Naturally, I remember. When will you inform me of the wonderful method of sainthood that you promised earlier? Xiao Tang laughed. Fellow Daoist, don't be in a hurry. Be at ease. I will tell you when this sermon is over. Now that Xiao Tang hadn't gotten the Hongmeng purple qi yet, it was naturally impossible for him to make a deal with the Queen Mother of the West. Xiao Tang looked around and then flew over towards Ho Tu. Fellow Daoist Ho Tu, do you remember me? Ho Tu returned the greeting. Of course I remember. What does fellow Daoist Xiao Tang want to see me about? I see that the 12 ancestral witches are the only ones who have come, and this demon race is watching from the sidelines. You should still be careful. Xiao Tang reminded. Fellow Daoist Xiao Tang, please don't worry. They can't help me. When Xiao Tang saw Ho Tu's confident appearance, he was somewhat skeptical that the other 11 ancestral witches were not just hiding nearby. Xiao Tang thought about the wording for a moment, then said, has fellow Daoist Ho Tu been doing well lately? Ho Tu glanced at Xiao Tang with some surprise in her heart. It didn't understand why Xiao Tang knew that she had a great deal of confusion lately. Ho Tu felt that it didn't seem to be a big deal to talk to Xiao Tang, an outsider, so she said, Ancestor Hong Jun spoke about the way of the saints, but our witch race doesn't have a yuanshan. This path wouldn't work. I've been thinking about whether there's a suitable path for us to take. Xiongda said after hearing Ho Tu's confusion. Why don't you follow Father God's example? Prove the Tao with power? Hearing Xiao Tang's words, Ho Tu froze. The power of Father God was deeply imprinted in their hearts, and it was that far out of reach. Therefore, they never wanted to follow the same path as Father God Pangu. Ho Tu sighed slightly. The path of the Father God is too difficult. I'm afraid we won't be able to make it. Then at least it's a road, isn't it? Ho Lu nodded. Indeed. Many thanks to fellow Daoist Xiao Tang for clearing up the confusion. I'm just saying, whether this road can be traveled or not, you'll have to travel it yourselves to find out. After he finished communicating with Ho Tu, Xiao Tang looked at the others. He saw the Sanqing who had just arrived. Xiao Tang was surprised to find that the aura of Tai Chang, who was walking in the very center, had actually reached the early stage of quasi-saint. In other words, he had already chopped out a corpse, not realizing that he was ahead of everyone else. Tai Ching preaches about inaction, and is indeed the one that has the most to offer. The aura of Jade Chang and Shang Qing was also very strong, and at any time, they could chop off a corpse to break through to paramount sainthood. In fact, it wasn't just these few. Since the end of the second sermon until nowadays, everyone's cultivation speed was much faster. Looking around, basically all the people who came were great Luo golden immortals, and their aura was very powerful. Now there was really a feeling of great Luo everywhere. Taihe golden immortals are as numerous as dogs. Seeing that White Lotus was delayed, Xiao Tang arrived in front of Nuwa and Fushi. Fellow Daoist Nuwa and Fushi, long time no see. Xiao Tang arched his hand and saluted. Counting this would be their fourth meeting. After the two returned their greetings, Fushi smiled and said, fellow Daoist Xiao Tang's cultivation has progressed at a rapid pace. I guess he must have gained a lot of chances. I can't compare to the two fellow Daoists. Before we were at about the same cultivation level, but now you guys are ahead of me. After Fu Shi and Nuwa became the demon emperors of the demon clan, they gained the blessing of the demon clan's chi, and their speed of cultivation became even faster. Why did fellow Daoist Fu Shi choose to join the demon race? Xiao Tang asked. The demon race and the sorcerer race is a great trend, and the sorcerer race basically doesn't accept people from other races, so I can't go at all. Fu Shi paused and continued. I have already calculated that my path lies among the demon race. I want to verify my Tao through the demon race's chi. Only then can I enter the Tao and become a saint. Xiao Tang heard this and knew that Fushi was going his own way and couldn't persuade him much. If he remembers correctly, Fushi fell in the great war between the demon clan and the witch clan. After that, Fushi reincarnated as an adult and then became the heavenly emperor of the human race, and was considered to have successfully stepped out of his own path. So Xiao Tang did not intend to stop Fushi from joining the demon race. Chapter 46, The Way of Saints. Hongmeng Purple Chi. Just as the gate to the purple heavenly palace was about to open, White Lotus hurriedly arrived. White Lotus was dressed in a plain white robe and hurriedly arrived. Seeing this, Xiaotang's figure instantly transformed into a stream of light and swept over, landing steadily in front of White Lotus and asking with concern, "White Lotus, you're finally here, but have you encountered any trouble?" White Lotus shook his head and sighed softly. "The two guys, Jain and Junti, knowing that I am also repairing the earth veins, have even gotten competitive and are determined to compete with me. The two of them can be shady. You didn't suffer, did you?" White Lotus laughed. "It's not a matter of determining the winner by force, but rather a competition to see who repairs the earth veins one step faster. Although I walk the path of healing, I am comfortable in matters of restoration, but facing the two of them together, my restoration progress is really hard to reach. I have no choice but to travel day and night, not daring to stop for a moment, and it took a lot of extra effort to barely keep from falling behind." Xiaotang's gaze wandered over the White Lotus, and when he saw the light of merit and virtue that surrounded his body and shone brightly, he could not help but feel a trace of envy in the bottom of his heart. In this flood, merit is a real oil. Merit deep people, even if the other side of the heart, also have to weigh, easily dare not go out. And if you want to become a saint, you need the power of merit. Speaking of becoming a saint, Xiaotang however shook his head again. Although at this moment, White Lotus has a lot of merit on his body, but if he wants to use it to become a saint, he is still a lot short. I think that the two people, Jianti, repaired the Western Earth Pulse, and founded the Western religion, but even so, they still lack merit, but also need to borrow merit from the Tao of Heaven. Reduced to the lone saint secretly laughed at by others. Now that there was an additional White Lotus involved in dividing the merits of the Earth's vein restoration, and the three of them were dividing it together, it was undoubtedly much more difficult to accumulate enough merits to become a saint. At this exact moment, as if a dull thunderclap exploded in the ears, the two gates of the purple heavenly palace slowly opened, emitting a burst of thick buzzing. The flood spirits were instantly agitated, each scrambling to be the first, like a tidal wave towards the palace gates. After stepping into the purple heavenly palace and finding a position, everyone held their breath and quietly waited for the descent of the Hongjun Taoist ancestor. Xiaotang and White Lotus also each took a seat on the futon. Xiaotang swept his eyes over the futon underneath him, and secretly thought in his heart, "This is the last time to listen to the sermon." After listening to the sermon, he must think of a way to take this futon away. Maybe it will still be useful in the future. Just as Xiaotang was fantasizing, Ancestor Hongjun Dao appeared on the bushel at the very front. The eyes of the crowd instantly focused on him, full of anticipation for this sermon. What Hongjun was talking about this time was the way of the sage. Nowadays, the only one who had become a quasi-saint was Tai Ching. Thus, the way of the saints was obscure and difficult to understand for the multitudes who were still Dala Golden Immortals. Very few people can understand it, and even if they can only understand part of it. Xiaotang is also frowning tightly, full of puzzlement, those words and phrases drilled into the ear, but it is like a mess of threads, difficult to sort out clearly. However, everyone did not presume to comprehend the way of the saints all at once. Everyone first memorized all that Hongjun said, and then slowly recalled and comprehended it when they returned. When listening to the sermon, Xiaotang accidentally found that the sermon spoken by Hongjun, whether or not it can be understood, seems to have nothing to do with the realm. There were many people whose realms were not high, but who had a flow of Tao rhythms in their bodies, and there were some who had a high realm but were not allowed to have it. For example, Tai and Di Jun, both of whom were about to reach quasi-saint cultivation, were not as attuned to the great Tao as the Hulutas. The Gourds could understand not much either, but the seven of them were of one mind, and together they were more efficient than all of them. Especially when it comes to solving this kind of difficult content, 7 people working together is so much better than one. Xiaotang couldn't help but think that maybe these few little guys could become saints one step ahead of the others. At the same time, Xiaotang glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that Hotu had actually entered the state of enlightenment as well, and his heart was greatly surprised. In the first 2 sermons, Hotu listened in ignorance and could only comprehend a fraction of a star. This time, on the other hand, she listened and understood a little more than before. Seeing the Tao rhythm flowing from Hotu's body, Xiaotang thought in his heart that it was no wonder Hotu was able to become a saint afterward. This sermon lasted longer than the previous 2, a full 9,000 years. The crowd felt that this sermon was too long, and that time was passing much slower than before. This should be the difference between being able to listen and not being able to understand. When the vast majority of the living beings had regained their clarity, Hongjuan's voice resounded through the great hall. Under the heavenly Tao, there are 9 positions of saints. However, I have only found 7. There are still 2, hidden in the flooded heavens and earth, and only those who have the destiny can get it, not the destiny of heaven. After saying this, Hongjun raised his hand and gently waved it, and the 7 channels of Hongmeng purple qi, which nurtured endless creation, instantly hung in front of everyone's eyes. The crowd's eyes instantly blazed like torches, staring at the Hongmeng purple chi, their hearts and eyes full of desire. Although it doesn't mean that you will definitely become a saint, it is undoubtedly the key opportunity to become a saint. Everyone wants to be the lucky one. With a calm gaze, Hongjun took the lead in dividing 3 channels, which fell into the hands of the 3 Qing. Immediately afterward, Hongjun said, the 3 Qing were transformed by Pangu's clear chi and were born close to the great Tao. It deserves to obtain the Hongmeng purple chi. That is, the 12 ancestral witches were not here, or else they would have certainly shouted, we are still transformed by the turbid chi of Pangu. The 3 hurriedly got up, bowed respectfully, and shouted in unison, many thanks to Tao ancestor Hongjun. Hongjun nodded slightly, his gaze full of expectations. Of all the beings in this purple heavenly palace, the 3 clearings were the ones he was most optimistic about. Immediately afterward, Hongjun raised his hand again and a Hongmeng purple chi floated out and landed in front of Nuwa. I have calculated that you will have heavenly merits in the flood in the future, so you can obtain this wisp of Hongmeng purple chi. Nuwa was first stunned, then with a face full of surprise, she bowed with a flourish and said, thank you, Tao ancestor. Seeing that another Hongmeng violet chi had been split out, everyone looked nervously at the Hongjun Taoist ancestor. Now that more than half of the Hongmeng purple chi had been divided up, I wondered if I would get my share next. Hongjun took out 2 more strands of Hongmeng violet chi. Everyone understood that these 2 strands of Hongmeng violet chi should be Xiao Tang and White Lotus. It was clear to everyone that it should be the person sitting on the futon who could possess the Hongmeng purple chi. At that moment, many people felt remorseful in their hearts, hating themselves for being so cowardly when they fought for the seats. If they could fight again, wouldn't they have the hope of becoming saints at this moment? However, what made everyone's jaws drop was that the 2 strands of Hongmeng violet gas did not fly toward Xiao Tang and White Lotus as everyone thought. Instead, they flew down and fell straight into the hands of Junti and Jain. Hongjun explained, the 2 of you to repair the western earth vein. The merit is immeasurable, and I deduce the heavenly chances. Know that you 2 and the great Tao destiny is very shallow, so you can get this Hongmeng violet gas. Junti and Jain are also full of shock. Stay on the spot. They really did not expect, actually have their own share. Chapter 47 The belonging of the Hongmeng purple chi. Splitting the treasure cliff. Splitting the treasure. Seeing that Guiding and Junti had still obtained the Hongmeng violet chi, Xiao Tong frowned slightly. It seemed that this distribution had been decided long ago, and whether or not Jain and Junti sat on top of the futon, they were able to obtain the Hongmeng purple chi. In that case, wouldn't that last strand of Hongmeng purple chi fall on Red Cloud's head again? When the crowd saw the purple chi fall by the wayside, they were first stunned, and then they became excited once again. This seems to be the case. Whether or not you can get the Hongmeng purple chi has nothing to do with the seat, then you may still have a chance of survival. For a time, the crowd's eyes like hungry wolves pouncing on food, staring at the last strand of Hongmeng violet chi, full of anxiety, want to see exactly who it will fall gas. The Hongmeng purple chi turned slightly in the air, and then drifted towards Xiao Tang, landing steadily in front of him. Xiao Tang subconsciously reached out to catch it and was filled with doubt. He raised his eyes to look at Hongjun, but saw that Hongjun looked calm and did not give a word of explanation. At this point, all the Hongmeng purple chi had been distributed. You 7, are you willing to worship me as a teacher? Hongjun slowly swept his gaze over the crowd and asked softly, as if the 3 Chang and the other 6 had a telepathic connection. They instantly bowed down in unison, shouting under their breath, greetings, teacher. However, Xiao Tang did not worship the master. He stood up and arched his hand. I have no intention of worshipping Tao ancestor, so please take back the Hongmeng violet chi. There is no harm. Whether or not to worship the master is a matter of personal will. Since the chi of Hongmeng has fallen into your hands, it belongs to you, and it doesn't matter whether you worship the master or not. Afterward, Hongjun waved his robe sleeve and many spiritual treasures came out. He distributed these treasures to the crowd. Tai Ching got the innate treasure Taiji diagram, Jade Ching got the innate treasure Pango banner, and Shan Qing got the immortal exorcism 4 swords and the immortal exorcism formation diagram. Although the 4 immortal execution swords are not innate treasures, but the joint immortal execution formation diagrams form the immortal execution sword formation, the power is not inferior to the innate treasures. If it continued to absorb the baneful chi and refine it, it would be even more powerful than the Taiji diagram and the Pan Guan. Once the immortal execution sword formation came out, it could never be broken unless there were 4 people of the same realm working together to break the formation. If Lord Tong became a saint, then unless all 4 saints gathered together, it would be impossible to break through. Although the remaining few people did not have any innate supreme treasures, they had each obtained 2 extreme innate spiritual treasures. Nuwa was filled with joy when she obtained the red embroidery ball and the Chen Kuan tripod. Both of these treasures would serve an important purpose for her in the future. Guiding and Junti also obtained 2 pieces each, and one of them was the Golden Lotus of Merit. This Golden Lotus of Merit later became the treasure of Buddhism. It was only a pity that this Golden Lotus of Merit had been chewed off by the Mosquito Taoist for 3 grades and had fallen off the realm. However, now that Mosquito Taoist had fallen into Xiao Tang's hands, the Golden Lotus of Merit had been spared. Although Xiao Tang did not worship the master, he still obtained a magic treasure. Xiao Tang looked at this magic treasure in front of him with a shocked expression on his face. It was a pitch-black lance with a thick fury emanating from it. It was the extreme great innate spiritual treasure deicide lance. Wisps of baleful chi, like hideous ink-colored snakes, continuously snaked and coiled out from the gun body, writhing and churning wantonly, exuding a pressure that could make the gods and souls tremble. The God-Slayer gun is the magic weapon of Luo Shuo, with which Luo Shuo has traveled across the floodplains and stirred up countless bloody storms. After the fall of the Luo Shu, this regicide gun is nowhere to be found. I did not expect that it is also in the hands of Hong Jun. The God-Slayer lance was considered the #1 offensive treasure, and the Immortal Execution 4 swords individually were no match for it. Xiao Tang did not expect that the Red Army would actually hand over the deicide gun to himself. Xiao Tang gripped the God-Slayer lance, and powerful furious chi surged out from the God-Slayer lance. A cold and bone-chilling yet furious and blazing power instantly leapt into his body along his fingertips. Xiao Tang shook with force and forced the baleful aura back. Although the God-Slayer gun is powerful, it is not good to use awe. However, once he completely grasped the God-Slayer gun, under the quasi-saints, Xiao Tang didn't need to be afraid of anyone. Xiao Tang said respectfully, "Thank you, Tao Ancestor." When the distribution of the treasures ended, the Red Army's gaze swept around the circle and said aloud to the living beings, "Today, this is my last sermon, the way of the saints. I have taught it to you and others. After that, it will depend on your respective fortunes and enlightenment, so be sure to study more after you return. I hope that you will be able to attain the Tao at an early date. When you leave, the Purple Heavenly Palace will be closed, so if you have no important business, do not come back to disturb us." Upon hearing this, the crowd shouted in unison, "I honor the teachers, Tao Ancestors, decree." Immediately afterward, Hong Jun continued, "I feel that there is a lack of heavenly Tao, and I want to use my body to merge with the heavenly Tao to make up for the lack of heaven. In the future, if there are no major events in the flood, I will not intervene in the affairs of the world. You all have to manage their own cultivation path. Do not make a mistake." When these words came out, the eyes of the crowd were filled with shock. Unexpectedly, the Red Army Tao Ancestor would use himself to complement the all-heavenly Tao, which was a matter of great merit for the entire flood. The crowd secretly pondered in their hearts, looking at the eyes of the Red Army. In addition to awe, there are more points of respect and gratitude. I am going to merge with the Tao in a few days, and the many magic treasures beside me are no longer useful. I have decided to place the magic treasures on the cliff of separation and leave them to be acquired by chance. Everyone's eyes lit up after hearing this and they were very happy, not realizing that they could also share the treasure. Although the best few treasures might have already been divided up, there should be quite a few treasures left, and with a bit of luck, one might even be able to obtain a few top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Seeing this, the Red Army didn't say much and raised his hand to wave it gently. Only a ray of light flew out of the Purple Heavenly Palace and formed a treasure-dividing cliff. All those treasures were on top of the treasure-dividing cliff. Ergo, thank you, Taoist Master. The crowd quickly flew out of the Purple Heavenly Palace and headed towards the cliff of divided treasures. Xiao Tang and the Gourd girls also flew towards the treasure-dividing cliff. Although they already had quite a few treasures, no one would have too many. It wasn't just them, even the 3 purities flew very fast. Everyone arrived in front of the treasure-dividing cliff and realized that this treasure-dividing cliff was not a cliff, but a special space. The living creatures flew into it. In the treasure-dividing cliff, countless points of light flashed rapidly. Each point of light represented a treasure, and it was up to each person to decide how many treasures they could obtain. The huckleberries spread out and started grabbing babies from different directions. Xiao Tang flew towards some points of light. He reached out and grabbed them, and a point of light turned into a treasure. This was a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Although it was not very useful to Xiao Tang, but at least it was considered a treasure. So let's keep it first. He then flew towards another point of light. There were more and more beings entering the treasure-dividing cliff, and there were fewer and fewer treasures that could be obtained. The treasures are not endless, and eventually they are divided up among everyone. After everyone had left the treasure-dividing cliff, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the Hulutas struck out together and took the treasure-dividing cliff away as well. This cliff of divided treasures was also a treasure that should naturally be taken away. After obtaining the treasure, everyone left quickly, and if they continued to stay, they were very vulnerable to being robbed. Chapter 48 Exchanging the Vegetarian Cloud Boundary Flag. Ambush on the road. After leaving from the treasure dividing cliff, Xiaotang caught up with the Queen Mother of the West. Fellow Western Queen Mother, wait for me. The Queen Mother of the West stopped when she heard Xiaotang's voice. Fellow Daoist Queen Mother of the West, you're also going too fast. I just want to go back earlier. Congratulations to fellow Daoist Xiaotang for obtaining the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Becoming a saint is just around the corner. Queen Mother West congratulated Xiaotang. However, laughed bitterly, this Hongmeng Violet Qi falling into my hands is not necessarily a good thing. Oh, why would you say that? The other 6 saints have taken refuge after worshipping Hongjun Daofather, while I am alone. If I am not guilty of harboring a treasure, I will naturally be easily targeted by others after obtaining such an important thing. The Queen Mother of the West glanced around, although she did not see the silhouette, but also vaguely feel that someone is peeping. She slightly furrowed her eyebrows and softly said, in that case, fellow Daoist Xiaotang, I will travel with you. If someone really makes a move to intercept, I can also help out a bit. Xiaotang was slightly surprised. The Queen Mother of the West has never liked to provoke right and wrong, but now she is taking the initiative to propose to help herself. This love is rare. Xiaotang shook his head and excused himself. Thank you for your kindness. There is no need for fellow Daoist Queen Mother of the West to take the risk. This karma is too great. It is better for fellow Daoist not to get involved. But if we can get the vegetarian cloud boundary flag and put together the 5 square flags, we may be able to get away safely. Queen Mother of the West frowned and pondered for a moment, and then her jade hand gently lifted. A touch of flowing light flashed, and the vegetal cloud boundary flag appeared in her palm. She handed it to Xiaotang and said in a warm voice, in that case, this plain-colored cloud realm flag will be lent to you, Daoist, in case of emergency. Xiaotang took it and joked, if I don't return it, wouldn't you, Taoist friend, lose out? The Queen Mother of the West laughed lightly and said, it is just a magic treasure. If it can help you solve your problems, it is its chance. If you do not return it, it is also considered to let me see that you are not a person who can be handed over. Xiaotang saw how open-minded she was, and his expression corrected itself. We agreed on an exchange before, so I will use the opportunity to become a saint to exchange with fellow Daoist. After saying that, he offered up the plain-colored cloud boundary flag and laid down a layer of boundary that isolated the fluctuation of spiritual energy and prying of divine sense. This object is given to the Taoist friends. Xiaotang took out the Hongmeng Purple Qi and handed it to Queen Mother West. Queen Mother West was shocked. What are you doing? Gonna give this to me? Xiaotang nodded his head. Fellow Daoist Queen Mother of the West values love and justice. Xiaotang bears this in mind. I will never be ambiguous about what we agreed to exchange previously. The opportunity to become a saint, as I said before, is this Hongmeng Violet Breath, which is now of little use to me, and as we agreed earlier, it should belong to you. No, this item is too precious and far exceeds the value of the Veiled Cloud Realm flag. Although the Veiled Cloud Boundary flag was precious, how could it not compare to the quota of sainthood? The Queen Mother of the West pushed back, making Xiaotang very surprised. He himself may not be able to resist this temptation. The Queen Mother of the West can refuse. There's no harm in that. It's something we agreed on before. The Hongmeng Purple Qi is of limited use to me, so it should rightfully be the property of a fellow Daoist. Xiaotang drove the Hongmeng Purple Qi and didn't enter the Western Queen Mother's body. The Queen Mother of the West was full of doubts, not knowing why Xiaotang had given her such a chance. When the transfer of Hongmeng Purple Qi was completed, Xiaotang withdrew the boundary and said, this place is not suitable to stay for a long time. Fellow Daoist Queen Mother of the West, you quickly return to the Kunlun Mountains. At this moment, everyone has decided that the Hongmeng Purple Qi is in my possession and will not go looking for trouble from you. Fellow Daoist, when this wind passes and the situation is more stable, I will go to the Kunlun Mountains to pay my respects. After saying that, Xiaotang left straight away, with the Gourd girls following closely behind. He planned to return to the 3 immortal islands first, traveling to the East China Sea, the sea wind whistling, salty breath on the face, but cannot blow away that like a dark cloud on top of the solemnity of the air show. Vine was then surrounded by a group of people, none other than Di Jun and Tai Yi. Behind them were the demon race's great Luo golden immortals, more than 20 of them. Fellow Daoist, what is the meaning of this? Xiaotang feigned incomprehension. Di Jun smiled and opened his mouth. All of you have extraordinary strength. My demon clan is at a time when we are in need of people, and I've come to invite you to join the demon clan and share in the great cause. In the future, you will be able to enjoy all the glory, wealth, and supreme opportunities. Xiaotang laughed coldly in his heart. This group of demon clan played a good calculation on the surface of the recruitment, but in reality, it is trying to seize the treasure, but also said this kind of grandiose. Xiaotang's face, however, did not move, arched his hand and smiled. fellow Taoist Di Jun has raised his love. It's just that my children and I are used to being idle and have no intention of joining the demon race, so I hope you'll bear with me. Di Jun's voice plummeted coldly. In that case, it seems that we must have a good discussion with Taoist friendship. Xiao Tang raised his eyebrows and the corner of his mouth curled up in mockery. I am all too familiar with this word, discussing the Tao, from fellow Taoist Di Jun. I've heard that previously. Fellow Taoists looked for Lord Dongwang to discuss the Tao, and as a result, Lord Dongwang lost his life. Today, I'm afraid that you're not looking for me to spar, right? Di Jun snorted coldly. Now that you know, you should immediately hand over the Hongmeng purple chi, so that you can still be spared your life. I'm sorry, the Hongmeng violet breath is not in my possession. As if he had heard a great joke, Di Jun threw back his head and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, it's not on you? How can you say that? I've clearly seen you take it, so it's hard to believe that you could have given it to someone else? Xiao Tang wanted to say that he had indeed given the Hongmeng violet chi to someone else, but the odds were that Di Jun would not believe it. Want to fight? I'll help. Just as the swords were drawn, a clear voice cut through the stagnant air. White Lotus arrived and landed beside Xiao Tang. What brings you here? I was worried that someone was coveting your Hongmeng purple chi, so I quietly followed you. I didn't expect it to be true, and there were quite a few people. Seeing this, Di Jun asked sternly, this fellow Taoist, is he also going to be an enemy of my demon clan? White Lotus snorted. It's clearly you guys bullying the few with the many, trying to bully my Xiao Tang Taoist friend. How come it's me who's against the demon race? In that case, let's give you all a taste of power and send you all back to chaos together. Emperor Jun's hands quickly made seals and offered up the river map and Luo book, wrapping the surrounding space in layers, as if casting an invisible cage, causing Xiao Tang and the others to have no way to escape. Emperor Jun, are you sure you want to provoke me? Don't regret it later, Xiao Tang asked. What's the harm in provoking you? When the Hongmeng purple chi arrives, it will be just a matter of time before my demon race dominates the flood. Di Jun released the true fire of the sun to attack Xiao Tang. Wuwa blocked in front of Xiao Tang and sprayed water to resist. Water and fire intersected and dissolved each other. Emperor Jun stared with wide eyes, his face full of astonishment. How is this possible? My sun true flame is the strongest flame in the world, but it was doused so easily. What kind of water are you? Wuwa grinned, revealing two small tiger teeth. This is my saliva. How does it taste? With that said, Wuwa opened his mouth once again and spewed out more water to shoot at Di Jun. Emperor Jun immediately dodged sideways. Secretly thought in his heart, these few Gourd children do not seem to be in a high realm. The means are so bizarre and difficult. Underestimated them. All together, Emperor Jun ordered. The demon race great Luo golden immortals moved at the sound and surrounded like hungry wolves pouncing on food. The Gourd girls were fearless, each fighting on their own, or spitting fire, or spitting water, or stealthy surprise attack. One person alone to block 2 or 3 golden immortals. For a time, the battlefield was in chaos, with spell lights crisscrossing and roaring. Chapter 49, Battling the Demon Race, stiffly resisting the East Emperor Bell. Xiao Tang turned his head to White Lotus and said, fellow Taoist White Lotus, please go help the children. You can do it alone? Don't worry, I can still manage with just him. Emperor Jun's strength is one step higher than Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang wants to win is really not easy, but the magic treasure can make up for the short board of the realm. 5 square flag. Now, 3 brightly glowing flags flew out and hung around Xiao Tang, which were the green lotus treasure color flag, the Offerth flame light flag, and the vegetable cloud boundary flag. Immediately after that, the Xian Yuan water control flag and the Wuji apricot yellow flag flew in from Kongdong Mountain and the 3 immortal islands respectively. Surrounded by 5 flags, it shines. Emperor Jun jaw. These 5 flags are extremely high grade innate spiritual treasures. Never expected that Xiao Tang actually can collect all of them. At the same time, there was a bit more greed in his eyes. If we can get the 5 square flag, why worry about the great cause? Di Jun attacked with another ignition of the sun's true flame. Xiao Tang maneuvered the Offerth flame light flag to resist and easily dissolved the flames. Seeing this, Di Jun directly switched to a strong attack with his physical body. The Yi apricot yellow flag blocked in front of Xiao Tang, stopping the attack. How would Xiao Tang be stupid enough to fight with his physical body, since he can use magic treasures to use magic treasures? Emperor Jun failed to hit. Draw back and attack again. Xiao Tang is relying on the 5 flag circle to resist. You and me. A time actually fight difficult to distinguish. This amazing battle, straight stirred up the wind and clouds on the shore of the East China Sea, and the waves were turbulent. Wild winds struck the shore reefs, splashing up thousands of snow waves. The Gourd waifs were a few points stronger than the other great Luo golden immortals. They moved swiftly and attacked vigorously, charging left and right in the siege of the demon race's group of great Luo golden immortals. and actually did not lose out in the slightest. This made the crowd of the demon race stunned, but their hearts were also flooded with a trace of coldness, secretly thinking, what exactly is the origin of these dolls? How so difficult to deal with? But the other side was really outnumbered and it was difficult to get away for a while. Right now, both sides seem to be in a stalemate situation, but in reality, the demon race still has the bottom card yet to come out. Taiyi had been standing on the side and had not made a move. At this moment, seeing that Xiaotang's several people had miraculously resisted the siege by the crowd of the demon race, he finally couldn't help but make a move. He slowly raised his hand and offered up the mighty Eastern Emperor bell that had shaken the flood. Taiyi's palm lightly tapped the body of the bell. Buzz sound. Sound waves like invisible sharp edges, wrapped with the power of destroying the sky and earth, straight toward Xiaotang swept. Xiaotang's expression was aghast, and without hesitation, he urged the 5-square flag to resist. The flag's surface glowed greatly, and the runes flickered as it managed to stop this mighty blow. The sound waves impacted on the light curtain, stirring up layers of energy ripples, causing Xiaotang's arms to go numb and his qi and blood to surge. Taiyi's strike could be far too strong compared to Di Jun's attack, and the power of the innate supreme treasure was on display, terrifying as it was. Seeing this, the corner of Taiyi's mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful sneer. Afterward, his hands once again built up their strength and violently slapped his palm heavily on the Eastern Emperor clock. The Eastern Emperor bell flickered with light, and the powerful force was like a volley of mountains, and the 5-square flag was directly dispersed. Xiaotang's body staggered backward several steps. He had just gotten the 5-square flag not long ago, and had not yet had the time to deduce the 5 elements grand formation, so it was inevitable that he would not be able to cope with the onslaught of the extremely high-grade magic treasure. Emperor Jun saw that the 5-party flag was shaken away, and instantly bullied his way up, his huge fist wrapped in the whistling sound of the wind, as if carrying the might of the falling stars, and fiercely smashed towards Xiaotang's head. Xiaotang didn't dare to take it hard. His body flickered and sidestepped. At the same time, he took out his god-striking whip, waved his hand, and snapped directly at Emperor Jun's body. Emperor Jun looked down, only to see a hideous bloodstain instantly emerge on his arm, and was instantly enraged. He looked up to the sky and roared, "Xiaotang, you will definitely die today." Both hands danced rapidly, manipulating the raging and surging sun true flame, like an inflammatory dragon roaring the sea of fire, and attacking crazily towards Xiaotang. Xiaotang was not panicked, drew out the 3 light divine water, hands appoint, the divine water into 3 shares. Each share seems to be like a spiritual silver snake, respectively, to meet the sun true fire. The 2 meet, nuisance sound, water and fire mingling, water vapor steam, turned into a thick mist, filling the battlefield. This 3 lights divine water, together, is a sacred medicine for healing, but separately, it is a highly poisonous thing. Once contaminated, even the body of a great Luo golden immortal would have to shed its skin. Emperor Jun knew the power and rushed to dodge, not daring to get the slightest bit. "Chaos Gourd, collect it for me," Chua shouted and offered the Chaos Gourd. The mouth of the gourd instantly generated a powerful suction force, as if an ancient beast had opened its bloody mouth. The 2 demon race great Luo golden immortals who were too late to dodge in front of them only felt an irresistible force pulling them, and their bodies tilted forward uncontrollably to be instantly taken in. Their screams echoed, but ended abruptly, and the situation saw its first breakthrough. "Shiva, come to me," White Lotus shouted at the top of her voice. At the sound of his voice, Shiva's figure flickered and arrived in front of White Lotus, taking down a few of White Lotus's original foes. The White Lotus then moved and flew to Xiaotang's side. "Let me help you." White Lotus sacrificed a lotus lamp, her companion spirit treasure pure lotus heart flame lamp, which was likewise an extremely high-grade innate spirit treasure. White Lotus took on Emperor Jun with the power of the spiritual treasure. Xiaotang, on the other hand, utilized the 5-square flag and circled around Taichi. The 2 sides are once again at a standstill. Xiaotang understood in his heart that if he continued to fight like this, he was by no means Taichi's opponent, and he must end the fight as soon as possible. He shouted, "Dolls, open formation." The Hulutas sniffed and quickly withdrew from their respective battles. The 7 brothers shared the same mind and condensed their power between them, opening the 7-colored mixed sky dipper formation. In an instant, the 7-colored mixed heavenly dipper formation surrounded the demon race's great Luo golden immortals and the 2 Dijun Tai brothers. 7 distinct yet complementary forces flew through the formation, glowing like rainbows, intertwining and intersecting, and each force contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The demon race's great Luo golden immortals had never seen such a powerful formation, instantly panicked, waving their magic treasures in their hands in a chaotic manner. Emperor Jun is also full of shock, did not expect Xiaotang not only hold the 5-square flag, but also can drive such a powerful killing formation. This time for snatching the Hongmeng purple chi came. Originally thought that hand-to-hand. Now this situation obviously kicked the iron plate. Tai once again offered the Eastern Emperor bell, and the spiritual energy around his body poured in crazily. The Eastern Emperor clock shone brightly to the extreme, attempting to break through the predicament in one fell swoop. Xiao Tang's gaze flinched as he drove the 5-square flag into full force. The 5 rays of light were like 5 animated dragons that instantly surrounded the Eastern Emperor bell in layers. Trapping the Eastern Emperor clock for a short period of time was still something he was barely able to do. At this moment, the 7-colored light made a hover in the formation and violently struck a great Luo golden immortal. That golden immortal's face was filled with horror, and before he could exert his divine ability to resist, his body was instantly shredded by the light, and his true spirit collapsed. Emperor Jun's face suddenly changed when he saw another great Luo golden immortal fall from his side. Each great Luo golden immortal was a precious combatant to the demon clan, and would have to fight the sorcerer clan in the future. If this loss is too heavy, I fear that I will go back to my family. The path before us now, one is to fight to the death. Perhaps there is a chance to defeat Xiao Tang and capture the Hongmeng purple chi and the 5-square flag. But in addition to him and Tai Chi, the rest of the great Luo golden immortals are afraid to die here, and the chances of winning are really slim. The second is to make an immediate decision and withdraw immediately to preserve the demon race's vitality. Chapter 50, Visiting West Kunlun again. Demon Race Invitation. After thinking about it, Di Jun gritted his teeth and chose the second path. Enough! No more fighting! Di Jun shouted loudly, his voice carrying a bit of resentment and anger. But Xiao Tang acted as if he didn't hear it, and didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, letting the Gourd girls continue to attack. In the blink of an eye, the Holutas struck again, killing another Dao Lord Golden Immortal. Okay, that's fine. Xiao Tang spoke out to stop it, and continuing to kill Emperor Jun would really have to fight with them. At the sound of their voices, the Hulk Busters withdrew their hands in unison, stopping their attack. Emperor Jun clenched his fists, white knuckles, full of reluctance, but did not dare to start the war again. Right now, if you continue to fight, the loss is bound to be heavy. In case there is a yellow bird in the dark, the demon race can be completely finished. We'll keep this account today. We'll see. Dropping these harsh words, Di Jun led the crowd of the demon race, transforming into a recluse immediately. Xiao Tang looked at the direction of the demon race to escape. His heart is clear. Today this cause and effect, once knotted, in the future to dissolve. It will not be so easy. Although it can also wait until the end of the witch demon quantitative hijacking, but he is clear that the Gourd children cannot endure this stifling. Sure to find the demon race to settle the score. The Holutas disarmed the Great Formation, and Xiao Tang also put away the 5-square flag. Fellow Daoist White Lotus, come with us to 3 Immortal Island and try the 5-needle pine fruit on the island. Xiao Tang warmly invited. White Lotus was also curious about the 3 Immortal Islands and readily agreed. A group of 9 people flew swiftly in the direction of the 3 Immortal Islands. Xiao Tang took White Lotus on a tour through the 3 Immortal Islands, during which he also treated White Lotus to the fruits of the 5-needle pine. These 3 Immortal Islands are truly a marvelous place. I wonder if I can stay here, White Lotus asked. Xiao Tang was since happy to agree. Of course, I am often on Penglai Island with the Gourd waifs on weekdays, so it's a bit noisy. If you are interested, you can choose either of the Abbot Island and Ingzhou Island. White Lotus thought about it a little and finally chose Terra Nova Island to stay on. After that, Xiao Tang and the Gourd waifus cultivated in the 3 Immortal Islands. After Xiao Tang had gifted the Hongmeng purple chi to Shi Wangmu, there was no way to follow the same path of witnessing as the others. Among the various methods of proving the Tao, Xiao Tang was more inclined to prove the Tao by force. As long as he cultivated the law of conception to its great completion, he should be able to become a saint on the right path. Not only him, but White Lotus and the Holutas could also follow this path. However, proving the Tao with power was much more difficult than becoming a saint by chopping off 3 corpses, and this path needed to be explored by him. Of course, using force to prove the Tao is too far away for them at the moment, and it is imperative that they cultivate to the Dala Golden Immortal Perfection realm. The only way to get a glimpse of the path of the righteous path to sainthood. Time rushes on, and 10,000 years pass in an instant. Xiao Tang's aura around his body became more and more majestic, and his realm successfully stepped into the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The Gourd wahu's cultivation speed was much faster than Xiao Tang's could be, 1,000 miles a day, and they were about to be perfected by the Great Luo Golden Immortal. During these 10,000 years, Xiao Tang had also successfully deduced the 5 elements grand formation, and in this way, he would truly have the ability to fight against Taiyi's Eastern Emperor Bel. After staying on the 3 Immortals Island for too long, Xiao Tang felt that it was time to go out and make a break for it. He decided to travel to the flooded land with the Hulua, to realize the infinite greatness contained in all things in heaven and earth. The huckleberries were also cheering and full of anticipation. On the other hand, Kong Xian and Dapeng diligently cultivated day and night, and finally arrived at the realm of Tai Golden Immortal smoothly. Xiao Tang saw that the two of them were surrounded by solid spiritual energy and their strength had increased greatly, so he allowed the two of them to go out and practice. The two bid farewell to Kongdong Mountain and plunged into the floodplains, their eyes full of eagerness and longing. The six-eared macaque's strength was restored, and although he also had the ability to go out and travel, he chose to stay at Kongdong Mountain. Xiao Tang respected the six-eared macaque's choice, so he let him go. During these 10,000 years of Xiao Tang's cultivation, the sorcerer and demon tribes grew rapidly, and the number of tribes doubled straight away. The north and east sides of Buzhou Mountain have become the territory of the demon race, while the south side of Buzhou Mountain is the territory of the sorcerer race. The two clans have been at war from time to time over territorial disputes and past grievances. However, the strength of the demon race is obviously weak compared to the witch race. Many demons have fallen into the witch tribe's blood food, but enhanced the power of the witch tribe. After traveling for thousands of years, Xiao Tang and the Gourd girls set foot in Zikanlun again. This time, the Queen Mother of the West directly came out to greet her personally. The Queen Mother of the West smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao Tang, you finally arrived." Xiao Tang replied, "He has been practicing at the Three Immortal Islands for some time and did not come over in time." Fellow Daoist Queen Mother West, when you returned from the Purple Heavenly Palace earlier, was the journey smooth? The Queen Mother of the West replied, "I am no longer the head of the female immortals, and even more so, no one knows that the violet breath of the Hongmeng is in me, so it is peaceful all the way." "Well, come on in, several of you." The Queen Mother of the West welcomed everyone into the western Kunlun Mountains. "Fellow Taoists have come at the right time. This crop of yellow medium plums is ripe again, so everyone just happens to have a taste." Queen Mother West raised her hand and a stone table instantly appeared in front of her. The table is full of fresh fruits and spiritual water, among which the most eye-catching is the 5-needle pine cone brought by Huang Zhengli and Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang took a look at Shi Wangmu's cultivation and said, "Fellow Daoist Shi Wangmu, your realm is already complete. Are you planning to chop off 3 corpses next?" Queen Mother of the West nodded slightly. The way of chopping off the 3 corpses set by Grandmaster Hongjun is indeed a shortcut to sainthood. Xiao Tang nodded his head. The 3 pristine ones, as well as Nuwa, all took this path. Only Nuwa has gained a lot of merit after chopping off the 3 corpses, and can be considered a saint of merit. It is not easy for the Queen Mother of the West to take the path of becoming a saint by virtue, unless she can find another way to find a brand new chance, so it is still the most appropriate to chop off 3 corpses to prove the way. Although chopping 3 corpses to prove the way is regarded as the weakest method of becoming a saint, but saints and prospective saints compared, that is also a world of difference. As he was talking, Bai Zhe of the Heavenly Court suddenly arrived at Kunlun. Xiao Tang and the Gourd girls had another argument with the Queen Mother of the West. At this time, Bai Zhe of the Heavenly Court suddenly came to Zikanlun. The Queen Mother of the West saw it. Her moth brows slightly knitted. "What is this white zephyr doing in my West Kunlun?" The departmental demon clan had also come to solicit Shi Wangmu before, but he had directly rejected them. "Just in time to go. Let's go out and clean him up a bit," Siwa said. Xiao Tang stopped the Hulutas. "Don't act rashly. Let's first see what exactly White Zephyr is doing here." The Queen Mother of the West transmitted her voice and asked, "White Zephyr, what are you doing here in my West Kunlun?" Bai Zhe said aloud, "Fellow Daoist Mother West, I have come here to deliver invitations on behalf of the Heavenly Emperor and the 2 Empresses. 10,000 years from now, the Heavenly Emperor will marry the 2 Empresses, and I hope that you will take the time to observe the ceremony then." "Fine, leave the invitation and you can go." "Yes, Bai Zhe will throw it out." And the invitation turns into a stream of light and flies into the western Kunlun Mountains. The White Zephyr then left. The Queen Mother of the West reached out and caught the invitation looking at it and said, "Emperor Jun is getting married. This is a rare thing. Shiha, Shangshi, these are the 2 above the Taiyin star, right? Queen Mother of the West and White Lotus. Who do you think is the female lead?" Chapter 51, The Demon Clan's Wedding. Xiao Tang takes the baby to eat the seat. Xiao Tang glanced at the invitation and said, "I think Di Jun's marriage with these 2 should be because he wants to borrow the power of the Taiyin star. The Sun Star and Taiyin Star, one Yang and one Yin, complement each other. With the help of the Taiyin Star, the strength of the demon race can soar." Queen Mother of the West nodded. "So that's how it is, but I don't want to get involved in this demon clan's affairs. If you are interested, just take this invitation. In that case, I'll take it." Xiao Tang would like to take a look. After all, this was the first big wedding in the flood. Very meaningful. After being here for so long, he hadn't had a banquet yet. And without having to pay a portion of money, you can take 8 or 7 children with you to the banquet. Xiao Tang thought about it and felt that it was a good deal. However, the big wedding would not start until 10,000 years later. and with Xiao Tang's current speed, they would be able to reach the heavenly court in at most 1,000 years by flying from here. So, he continued to stay with the Queen Mother of the West for a while. After staying with the Queen Mother of the West for a few thousand years, Xiao Tang and the Gourd girls left. They continued to travel throughout the floodplains until the big wedding was about to begin. The wedding date came as scheduled, and Xiao Tang and the Gourd girls arrived at the heavenly court without incident before the start of the wedding. The solemn and majestic heavenly court was as if it had been ferried on a layer of dreamy golden edge, glittering and glowing, like a fairyland situated in the clouds of the ninth heaven. The sun star and the sun star shone so brightly that the stars around them seemed to dim their light, willingly falling into the background. The marriage between the Taiyin star and the sun star was an event for the entire flood. After all, the first heavenly marriage in the flood wilderness, the first of its kind since the opening of the heavens, received the invitation of the people do not want to miss, cannot wait to come to the heavenly court to see the spectacle, that right not invited, heard the wind, also like a tide from all directions, want to see if there is an opportunity to enter the heavenly court to watch the ceremony. Xiao Tang then felt that it was always wrong to eat and drink for nothing, so he flipped out a lower grade innate spiritual treasure and handed it to the immortal attendant who received the gift. Don't look at it as just an inferior product, but at least it is also an innate thing. And when he took it out, Xiao Tang was also a little heartbroken. Emperor Jun attached great importance to this marriage and dressed up the heavenly court in an incredibly luxurious manner. He also planned to take advantage of this opportunity to recruit some of the great powers of the flood, so that there will be enough capital to fight against the witch race. When the people of the demon race saw Xiao Tang and the others coming, they instantly gathered around and came forward. A demon Daelord's face was full of hostility, stepped forward and pointed his finger angrily. How come you guys are here? The heavenly court didn't invite you. Are you here to deliberately cause trouble? Xiao Tang looked calm and unhurried as he pulled out the Queen Mother of the West's invitation card from between his sleeves and said with a faint smile, "Fellow Taoist Queen Mother of the West is so wrapped up in her affairs that she has no time to come, so she has entrusted us to observe the ceremony on her behalf. So is there anything wrong with that?" As soon as the demon Daolord grabbed the invitation, he turned it over and over to check that it was actually a real. Even though you have an invitation, you are not welcome in the heavenly court. Leave at once. It turned out that this demon Daolord was the very one who had been taught a lesson by the Hulutas before, and looking at the Hulutas, he was filled with resentment. Dawa's thick eyebrows rose, his voice like a bell. "So this demon clan doesn't welcome us to participate. In that case, let's go." Dawa's voice was so loud that almost everyone in the heavenly court could hear it. The gazes of the crowd instantly converged. When the demon Daolord saw this, they were a bit nervous, fearing that if they messed with these great powers, they wouldn't be able to afford it. He hurriedly said, "I'm only talking about you guys, not the others. Leave at once, or don't blame me for being rude. Humph. Let's fight. Who's afraid of who?" Siwa's nature was fiery, and the fire in his palm miso jumped up. "Stop, don't be rude." A majestic voice suddenly came out. The crowd took a look and the visitor was none other than Fushi. The crowd of the demon race hurriedly saluted. Fushi laughed. "I didn't expect a few fellow Taoists to be here. Hurry up and take your seats." But the demon Daolord wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Fushi raising his hand. "Don't talk too much. All comers are guests. There's no reason to drive them away. Hurry up and serve more spirit fruits to a few fellow Taoists." Although the demon Daolord hated it, it was Fushi's order and could only be obeyed. "Eat openly, waifs, don't be polite." Xiao Tang gave a greeting, and the Gourd girls sat down and took a big bite to eat and drink. The other living beings around them saw the Gourd children eating like this, without any modesty to speak of, and couldn't help but move to the side. It was really a bit intolerable to look at. Xiao Tang and the Gourd children, however, do not care. Fill the stomach is the important thing. Besides, they are with the gift. Must eat back. While eating, Xiao Tang's gaze swept across the entire venue. There were quite a few strong people who had come, but only the top figures like the Three Chang, the Western Duo, the Red Cloud, and Jin Yuanzi had not come. I think although they received the invitation, but keenly aware of the fight between the witch and the demon clan will be extremely fierce, so they do not want to get involved in it. Xiao Tang also does not want to be involved in the war between the witch and demon tribes. He is purely here to eat a seat. Soon, the sound of the heavenly court bell rang out lazily, and it was none other than Emperor Jun's Eastern Emperor bell. When the East Emperor bell rang, the entire room was instantly quiet. With the lingering sound of the bell, Emperor Jun appeared in the center of the heavenly court with the two Taiyin goddesses. Jun's face is full of happy smiles. At this moment he is the most pleased person in the flood. On the contrary, Chang Shi and Shi He were expressionless, even vaguely transmitting a few points of helplessness. The two of them were in the Taiyin star to cultivate Nai Ji Jun's strong marriage. Although their own strength is not bad, but it is difficult to compete with the many-strong demon tribe. No choice but to agree to the marriage. At this time, Bai Zhe paced out and proclaimed in a loud voice, "I'm grateful that all of you have taken the trouble to come to the Heavenly Court to celebrate the marriage of the Heavenly Emperor and the Empress Dowager. Next, I would like to invite Emperor Nuwa to witness the marriage of Heavenly Emperor and Empress Dowager." As soon as the words fell, Nuwa came as if she were stepping on an auspicious cloud, her steps producing lotus flowers. The red embroidered ball in her hand shone brightly, flowing with a strong power of marriage. She gently moved to the front of the three in a graceful step, raised the red embroidered ball, and her vermilion lips gently opened. Today, the Sun Star God's son, Emperor June, and the Taiyin Star Goddess, Shiha and Shangshi, concluded a heavenly marriage, which is a great joy for the harmonization of yin and yang, and for the heavenly Tao. I, Nuwa, will use the red embroidered ball as a witness for your marriage. May you and I be linked by the threads of love, be forever united in love, and be blessed. In an instant, the multicolored haze instantly filled the entire heavenly court. We congratulate the heavenly emperor and empress on their wedding. The crowd of the demon race and all the living beings congratulated each other. At the same time, a bright and dazzling golden light descended from the sky and showered down on the three of them. Emperor June. This unprecedented heavenly marriage in the history of the flood contained the gift of the heavenly Tao, so it was recognized by the heavenly Tao and descended the heavenly Tao merits. A portion of the merit didn't enter the bodies of Emperor June's three, while the other portion fell on top of Nuwa and the red embroidered ball. After this, the red embroidered ball was crowned by the heavenly Tao and became the unquestionable symbol of the flooded marriage, hanging high above the sea of love, glittering, witnessing the endless years of love and hate to come. Chapter 52, The Witch Clan's Wedding. Holyua joins the battle. The ceremony of witnessing the marriage ended, and a festive atmosphere filled the heavenly court. Emperor June was full of joy and warmly greeted the people who came to congratulate him, ordering the immortal servants to bring plates of fruits, as well as sweet and refreshing spring water and fragrant fruit wine. The crowd laughed or whispered and reveled in the merriment. Suddenly, a voice resounded through the sky as if it were a thunderbolt. "Weedy bird, I heard that you got married, and today we, the 12 ancestral witches, have come to congratulate you." Upon hearing this, June's face instantly darkened with rage. "This 12 ancestral witches even came to provoke me on my big day. It's really too much of a bully." The 12 ancestral witches came outside the heavenly court and without saying a word, they directly swung their fists and smashed them on the heavenly court. The heavenly court shook violently under this violent attack. How could June tolerate such humiliation and provocation? All generals listened to the order. "Follow this emperor into battle and let these arrogant people know how powerful my demon race is." After saying that, he took the lead and rushed out, and behind him all the demon generals also shouted and followed closely behind. In an instant, the two sides were mixing it up in the vast emptiness beyond the heavenly court. This sudden sorcerer demon war caused the other living beings to be terrified and leave the heavenly court in droves. They didn't want to be caught in the middle of the witch demon war. "Go go go, let's go too." Excitement flickered in the eyes of the four wards as they pumped their fists and rushed out. Subsequently, the other few Gourd children followed in the footsteps of the four children. They flew towards the witch demon battlefield. Xiao Tang on the side watched the huckleberries leave and didn't stop them. They had a grudge against the demon race anyway, so they took this opportunity to get some good revenge. Although the strength of the Volutus had not yet reached the realm where they could fight against the Paramount Saints, the power of their 7 brothers joining forces could even kill the Paramount Saints once they executed the formation. Below a saint, few people could take advantage of their formations. As soon as they entered the battlefield, the huckleberries moved like fish out of water. They struck east and west, attacking the demon Dowlords. Their movements were flexible, and they ran away after hitting, and the demon frontal Daolojinxian couldn't do anything about it at all. And when every time a spiritual treasure flew by, or an immortal god fell, they rushed over to pick up the treasure. "Enough is enough. Stop fighting and hurry up." Xiao Tang hurriedly transmitted his voice to the Gourd wonders when he saw that the witch demon was fighting more and more aggressively. When the Gourd girls heard Xiao Tang's voice transmission, even though they were a bit unfulfilled, they immediately closed their hands and flew over towards where Xiao Tang was like birds returning to their nests. Afterward, the crowd left the smoke-filled Buzhou mountain together. In this battle, the witch race had only come with the purpose of causing trouble and did not have the intention of a complete showdown, so the battle did not last too long. After a brief exchange of blows, both sides stopped and retreated. The second half of the wedding was marred by this sudden war, and Emperor June was shaking with anger. "If I don't take this revenge, I, June, swear not to be a demon. Make sure to make this group of guys who only have brute strength pay." He forced down the anger in his heart and hurriedly summoned the demons, ordering them to speed up the refining of the Star Streamer. With the Star Streamer, they could establish the perpetual Star Dipper Grand Formation, when the weekly Heavenly Star Dipper formation is completed. I will make sure that the Sorcerer clan knows how powerful my Demon clan is, Jun said indignantly. After leaving the Buzhou mountain, Xiao Tang and his group flew towards the south in a vast manner. They hadn't explored all of the territory south of the Buzhou mountain, so they came over here to roam. 1,000 years later, they came to the South China Sea. Above the South China Sea, the waves are sparkling, the sea and sky are colorful, and the scenery is indeed breathtaking. However, the air in this place was filled with a hot scent, making Xiao Tang and the others not quite accustomed to it. Daddy, is that over there the location of the immortal volcano? Dawa squinted his eyes and asked, pointing in a direction. Xiao Tang said after taking a look. That's right, that is indeed the immortal volcano. Haven't we been here before? Back then, Xiao Tang and the Gourd girls snatched the flame light banner off the ground and the two phoenix guts in the immortal fire mountain. Xiao Tang and Hulyua's relationship with the Phoenix clan was not good in the first place, so Xiao Tang had no intention of going over there. Just as they were about to leave, Erwa suddenly said, Father, the Phoenix clan seems to have gotten into trouble. Oh, what's the trouble? Xiao Tang hurriedly utilized his mana to access Erwa's line of sight. He only saw that several people were aggressively surrounding the outside of the immortal volcano. Daddy, are we going to take a look? Dawa asked. We're here anyway, so let's take a look. Xiao Tang hesitated for a moment, but still decided to go forward to find out what was going on. As they drew closer, they finally saw clearly that it was none other than the people from the demon court who were surrounding the immortal volcano. At the head of the group were the three great marshals of the demon race. These three great Luo Golden Immortals might not be enough to make the Phoenix clan feel fearful based on their individual strength alone. However, this time, there were also many other great Luo Golden Immortals and Tai Golden Immortals who had come together. The number of them added up to be even more than the number of existing Phoenix clan strongmen. Erva quietly exerted her divine ability and heard their conversation from afar. It turns out that Jun, in a vain attempt to expand the power of the demon race, hit on the Phoenix race, wanting the Phoenix race to join the demon race as well. So he sent 3 demon marshals to lobby. If the Phoenix clan was willing to surrender, then naturally everyone would be happy, but if the Phoenix clan refused to submit, they were afraid that they would have to use force and force it. The great Luo Golden Immortal of the Phoenix clan said categorically, Our Phoenix clan has no intention of joining the demon clan, much less getting involved in the fight between the demon clan and the sorcerer clan. The old ancestor has long since made it clear that this heiress does not belong to our Phoenix clan, and all of our children are not allowed to go out. The Phoenix clan's refusal didn't surprise the demon race demon marshals too much. They had already expected this possibility before they came. Since you are unwilling to do so, don't blame us for not being polite. The demon Dowlords roared in unison as they raised their magic treasures and attacked towards the Phoenix clan. The strongest members of the Phoenix clan were also not willing to show weakness, quickly exercising their divine abilities and engaging in a fierce battle with the demon clan. However, the number of strong men of the Phoenix clan was already at a disadvantage. Plus their overall strength was also slightly inferior compared to the demon clan. For a while, they were almost overwhelmed by the fierce attacks of the demon race and could only struggle to hold on. You guys go help, Xiao Tang said to the Gourd boys. The Huckleberries jumped up and down with excitement when they heard they were going to fight. Without hesitation, they rushed over and joined the battle circle to help the Phoenix clan attack the demon clan. Seeing these Gourd children come to stir up trouble, the demon marshals were furious and stormy. Why are you guys everywhere? But there was no time to think about it at the moment. They could only continue to deal with it with all their might. 7 Gourd bearers with the strength of a great Luo Golden Immortal joined the battle, instantly changing the situation. Chapter 53, Witch Demon Battle. The might of the Great Formation. Pangu's Shadow. The Hulk and the Phoenixes worked together, and after spending some time together, they beat the demonic crowd into submission. Dare to reject us? We'll see. Although the crowd of the demon race was upset, they knew deep down that it was useless to fight again at this moment. After putting down his harsh words, he hurriedly flew back to the heavenly court. Naturally, the Phoenixes recognized the Huckleberries right away. What are you guys doing here? Trying to steal again? The Phoenix in the lead was full of vigilance, and a flame of anger burned in his eyes. But we were clearly the ones who saved you just now, Xiao Tang said. The Phoenix said, I do have to thank you all for what just happened, but you are still not welcome in our Phoenix clan. Not only did the Halutas take away their clan's greatest treasure, the flame light banner off the ground, but they also stole the 2 children of the old Phoenix ancestor. In their minds, the behavior of the Halutas was even more abominable than that of the demon clan. Xiao Tang also understood in his heart that previously, when he had snatched the Phoenix's off-earth flame light flag and the 2 Phoenix eggs, he had indeed caused himself and the Halutas to owe a lot of karma to the Phoenix clan. Therefore, this time Xiao Tang chose to step in and help out with the intention of paying back some of this karma. At that moment, Yuan Feng's voice suddenly came from the immortal volcano. sensing the presence of the Hulk-bearers. Yuanfeng hurriedly spoke up and asked, "Where are my children?" Xiao Tang replied, "Don't worry. They're fine. They're all tiny golden immortals now. I can have them come back for a visit if I have time, but I'm not too sure exactly where they are. And if I come across them afterward, I'll be sure to have them come back for a visit. Thanks a lot." Yuanfeng's voice carried a hint of gratitude. After saying those two words, Yuanfeng fell into silence again, hidden in the depths of the immortal volcano. "Alright, I've almost paid back the karma of your Phoenix clan, so I'll say goodbye." Xiao Tang turned around and left the immortal volcano with the Volutas. Xiao Tang and the Gourd waifs continued their travels in the flood. 10,000 years later, the Witch-Demon War finally began. This battle was different from the previous ones, as Dijun led the demon race's paramount saints and great Luo golden immortals to fight against the 12 ancestral witches, while hundreds of millions of the sorcerer race and demon race fought with each other. Thousands of living beings fell every moment. That rich bloody scent filled the entire heaven and earth, as if it was going to dye the sky into a piercing blood red. Only a very small number of people noticed that the blood chi and resentment chi came together to form the robbing chi. In fact, the direction of victory or defeat in this war did not depend on which side had more people, but rather on who was superior in terms of the strength of the top powerhouses on both sides. Although the demon race has a few saints to be, when they faced the 12 ancestral witches that were transformed by the blood of Pangu, who were born with strong physical bodies and possessed unique magical abilities, they still appear to be quite inferior. Just then, the demon emperor Jun suddenly opened the circumstantial star dipper formation, enveloping the 12 ancestral witches within it. This perimeter star dipper formation was built by borrowing the power of the stars, and it was incredibly powerful. The circumstantial star dipper grand formation, coupled with the innate supreme treasure, the Dong Huang clock. For a time, the demon race actually really suppressed the 12 ancestral witches to the point where it was somewhat difficult to move. Tai sacrificed the East Emperor bell and smashed it toward the ancestral witches. Emperor Jiang stretched out his fist and slammed it on the bell with all his might. The Eastern Emperor's bell emitted a tremendous amount of power and sent Emperor Jiang flying. Ho Tu hurriedly flew over to catch Emperor Jiang. When Di Jun saw this, he was overjoyed. Sure enough, they hadn't practiced this great formation for nothing. Just as the demon race was getting complacent, they saw the 12 ancestral witches suddenly stand together. Light erupted from the bodies of the 12 ancestral witches as their powers fused together and intermingled with each other. Immediately afterward, an immense and incomparable great formation appeared in front of the crowd. When Emperor Jun saw this scene, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief, his face filled with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? The sorcerer race even has such a powerful grand formation, and judging from the aura emanating from this grand formation, it seemed to be much stronger than the demon race's perpetual star dipper grand formation. Di Jun thought, how can this be? And at that moment, something even more shocking happened. In the center of the grand formation, a huge figure rose up from the ground. The figure was holding an axe that emitted a chaotic aura, and just standing there made people feel fearful. The aura on the silhouette made every flood living being feel intimate, yet his majesty was felt. This figure was Pangu, the one who had opened up the heavens and opened up the earth. The gazes of the flood spirits all gathered. The entire flood wasteland was part of what Pangu had become, and for this sorcerer race to be able to summon the silhouette of Pangu was just too shocking. Of course, everyone is also clear that this Pangu is only a shadow, not the real Pangu reborn. But even so, the terrifying power that emanated from the silhouette still caused every living being to feel a deep fear. Who do you guys think is stronger and weaker when you compare your grand formation with the grand formation of the witch and demon clans? Xiao Tang inquired the Gourd waifs next to him. The huckleberries couldn't help but ponder at the shocking scene. A moment later, Dawa was the first to speak. From the current situation, their grand formation is clearly a bit stronger. However, this is only temporary, mainly because our realm today is not high enough. If we wait until we have cultivated to the point of quasi-sainthood, I believe that the power we control will definitely not be weaker than theirs. Xiao Tang possessed the 7-color mixed sky dipper formation and the 5 elements grand formation, and when the two were combined, even if he encountered the witch race or the demon race, he should not have any problem fighting against them. The 12 ancestral witches and that Panga shadow would not give the demon race too much time to think, only to see that they raised the axes in their hands high, and smashed down fiercely towards the demon race's circumstantial star dipper grand formation with endless might. Sensing this powerful force coming at them, the beings of the demon race didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, and hurriedly released their own power without reservation, reinforcing the perimeter star dipper grand formation with all their might. They all had only one thought in their minds: they must block Panga's axe down. However, how sharp was this Panga's axe? It was a sharp weapon that had once opened up the heavens and the earth, capable of splitting even the chaotic heavens and the earth. And now it was not something that a large formation could withstand. With just this one hit, The incomparably sharp axe blade directly hacked a huge hole in the perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation. If it were to come one more time, this Grand Formation would absolutely collapse completely. Everyone, quickly inject all of your power into the East Emperor Bell. When Tai Yi saw this, he was shocked, and he hurriedly sacrificed the Eastern Emperor Bell and shouted out to Emperor June and the others. Hearing Tai Yi's shout, June and the others ran the circumstantial Star Dipper Formation with all their might, pouring their power into the Eastern Emperor's Bell. Tai Yi concentrated all of his divine sense to manipulate the East Emperor Bell and collided hard with Pango's axe. This collision was as if two stars were colliding, and that terrifying power instantly erupted, and the entire sky of the floodplains instantly changed color. Chapter 54, The Witch Demon War temporarily ends. Arriving at Fingchi Mountain. Stop! Just in the nick of time, a majestic voice came. A figure appeared in front of the crowd, and it was none other than Hong Jun. Only Hong Jun's face was calm and his eyes were filled with an unquestionable majesty. He slowly stretched out his hand and gently pressed it, and the terrifying power that had originally filled the heavens and earth and was enough to destroy the floodplains instantly disappeared without a trace, as if it were an obedient child. Afterward, Hong Jun once again reached out and waved his hand, and the seemingly impenetrable grand formation of the sorcerer and demon clans was like fragile paper that was easily broken open. When the living beings of the flood wasteland saw Dao ancestor Hong Jun appear, the awe in their hearts was so great that they bowed respectfully. Xiao Tong stood on the side, his eyes tightly staring at Hong Jun as he realized that the aura on Hong Jun's body had changed greatly compared to before. At this time, Hong Jun's body had a very strong Dao rhythm, as if he wanted to become one with the heavenly Dao. Xiao Tang secretly guessed in his heart, it seems that Hong Jun is on the verge of successfully merging with the heavenly Dao. In fact, originally Hong Jun was in seclusion concentrating on merging the Dao, but all of a sudden, he felt the power fluctuations emanating from this horrific battle between witches and demons. This force was strong enough to threaten the safety of the entire flood world. He had no choice but to temporarily interrupt his seclusion and step in to mediate. Hong Jun's voice slowly rang out between heaven and earth. From today onwards, the witch and demon clans are not allowed to fight within the 3 sessions of the Yuan. The demon race is in charge of the sky and the sorcerer race is in charge of the earth, so they are divided in this way and shall not be infringed upon. I respectfully obey the Dao Father's law. Hong Jun's words, and no one dares to disobey. After all, against his will, that face the consequences is not anyone can withstand. When Hong Jun's figure disappeared, the crowds of the sorcerer and demon tribes also dispersed. In this great battle, both sides suffered extremely heavy losses, leaving the two races with a great deal of vitality. It was clear to all of them that they needed to recuperate a good deal next, in anticipation of a rematch later on. It is simply impossible for the witch and demon clans to fight to the present day and live in peace any longer, and only one of the two of them can exist. Hong Jun is quite good. He even stepped in to stop the Great War. In this way, the flood would not have to suffer. Erwa's gaze was filled with a bit of celebration. Xiong Da on the side, however, shook his head and spoke in a low voice. Things aren't that simple. In that battle just now, although both sides displayed amazing power, in reality, it couldn't cause too much subversive damage to the vastness of the flood. If we continue to fight like this, the demon race will probably be destroyed by the sorcerer race. By allowing the two clans to refrain from fighting for a short period of time, Hong Jun is giving the demon clan time to develop. No matter whether it is the witch race or the demon race, as long as there is a clan that has the beginnings of dominance, Hong Jun will not sit idly by. What he wants is for both the sorcerer and demon clans to prosper at the same time, and to fall at the same time in mutual checks and balances. Only in this way can the authority of the heavenly Dao be stabilized. After all, once whichever race is left without a rival and becomes incomparably powerful, then they will inevitably develop the ambition to challenge the heavenly Dao next. This is something that Hong Jun, who will soon incarnate the heavenly Dao, will never allow to happen. Ah, this is too complicated, isn't it? Manhwa scratched his head, his face filled with confusion. He really couldn't imagine that things would be so complicated. Xiao Tan laughed. It's fine. You guys don't need to think about all these convoluted things. Just keep your mind on trying to become stronger. Xiao Tang understood that the sorcerer and demon clans would surely seize the opportunity to grow rapidly in the next 3 sessions. Once the ban is lifted, I'm afraid an even more terrifying battle will break out. And the next battle, in all likelihood, would be the last. The end of the witch and demon 2 tribes. The underworld has long been predetermined. Even if Xiao Tang wants to intervene to change, it is difficult to turn the tide. Next, Xiao Tang's focus would have to be on becoming a saint. In this flood, if you are not a saint, you are ultimately an ant. The path Xiao Tang chose was different from the others, so naturally the more effort and price he needed to pay. If Xiao Tang remembered correctly, Manhwa should be on the verge of becoming a saint. Moreover, This Nuwa becoming a saint had some destiny with himself, so he made up his mind to go and look for Nuwa first. If this trip goes well, you may be able to gain some merit. Nuwa built the Nuwa Palace at Fengchi Mountain Resort, and she and Fushi lived in the Nuwa Palace on weekdays. It wasn't the first time Xiao Tang and the others had come to Fengchi Mountain, so they weren't strangers. Arriving outside the Nuwa Palace, Fushi personally came out to greet them. I don't know what you friends of the Dao have come to my Nuwa Palace for? Fushi was kinda scared that the Hulkbusters were here to rob him. After all, these guys don't have a very good reputation. Since the last time we parted ways, we haven't seen each other for many years, so I've come to pay a visit to you two fellow Taoists, Xiao Tang said with a smile. In that case, all of you, please come in. Fushi sidestepped and led the crowd into the Nuwa Palace. Xiao Tang stepped into the palace gate. His gaze slightly swept around the carved beams and painted buildings, beads and jewelry inside this palace, everywhere revealing atmosphere and luxury. With that, he opened his mouth and asked, "Is Taoist Nuwa not here? My little sister is out traveling, and currently I'm the only one in Nuwa Palace." Fushi replied truthfully. Xiao Tang guessed that Nuwa must have gone to travel the floodplains in order to find the opportunity to become a saint. I don't know if she'll be able to successfully create the human race without the gourd vines. Fellow Taoists, please have some tea. Fushi greeted warmly, and with skillful movements in his hands, he brewed spirit tea for everyone. This spirit tea was collected from the spirit tea tree deep in Fengchi Mountain, and steeped with the spirit spring water in the mountain. The tea leaves spread out in the cup, emitting a burst of refreshing fragrance, which was unique to drink. Seeing this, Xiao Tang was not stingy and took out the 5-needle pine from his storage magic treasure and shared it with Fushi. This crop of 5-needle pine cones was almost given away by Xiao Tang, but it doesn't matter. The tree is on its own anyway. It just needs some time to wait before it can be eaten again. Fellow Taoist Xiao Tang has come. He shouldn't just come to the Nuwa Palace to take a look. Fushi gazed at Xiao Tang with an insightful light in his eyes. Xiao Tang saw that Fushi had already pointed it out, so he stopped beating around the bush and opened his mouth to say, "These past few days, I suddenly felt something in my heart, and felt that I have some destiny with fellow Taoist Nuwa, and this destiny will soon be ripe for the picking, so I especially came over to look for her." Fushi is proficient in the art of deduction, walking the path of deduction. His mind has long been calculated. He nodded slightly and said, "My little sister's opportunity to become a saint is indeed about to be found, and it would be perfect if it was in your fellow Taoist. How about this? I'll inform my little sister to come back." Xiao Tang hastily raised his hand to stop it. The matter of becoming a saint is a matter of great importance, and a tiny difference can lead to a huge mistake. It's better to let everything happen naturally. It would not be worth it if there was a mistake in sanctification because of letting Nuwa come back early. Since they had to wait for Nuwa to return, Xiao Tang and the Gourd girls stayed in Fengchi Mountain for a while. Chapter 55, Xiao Tang's roundabout reminder. Giving earth and water. In the first few days, Hulwa was still patient, but as each day passed, Nuwa still hadn't returned. Gourd children are active by nature in this mountain for a long time, then some cannot sit down. Xiao Tang was worried that if these little guys were to start messing around in this Fengchi Mountain, it would be troublesome if they caused damage, so he sent them out to experience the outside world. The huckleberries were so happy to learn that they could go outside to play that they couldn't wait to fly out in a flurry. After waiting for a full 30,000 years, a beautiful figure finally appeared outside the Nuwa Palace. "Elder brother, I'm back." Nuwa's voice dripped with a bit of fatigue, but it was hard to hide the joy of returning home as she flew towards the palace with quick steps. "You, still so fussy? There are guests." Fushi looked at his sister, his eyes full of favor. Nuwa naturally noticed Xiao Tang on the side and walked over. "So it's fellow Taoist Xiao Tang." Xiao Tang arched his hand and returned the salute. "Fellow Taoist Nuwa, my respects. Fellow Taoist Xiao Tang is here for you." Fushi, who was on the side, explained at the right time. "I wonder what fellow Taoist Xiao Tang is looking for me for." Nuwa looked at Xiao Tang with a curious expression. Xiao Tang didn't answer directly, but instead asked in return. "Fellow Taoist Nuwa traveled through the flood wasteland on this trip. I wonder if she could find the opportunity to become a saint." Nuwa sighed softly, a trace of regret flashing in her eyes. "On this trip, I traveled through the flood wilderness, traveled through thousands of mountains and waters, and saw thousands of living beings, so I did gain some more insight in my heart. I vaguely felt the existence of the opportunity to become a saint, but I couldn't catch it." Fellow Taoist Xiao Tang, have you found the opportunity to become a saint? Nuwa knew that Xiao Tang also had the Hongmeng Violet Qi, so she inquired in this manner. However, Xiao Tang gave her an unexpected answer. "I gave my Hongmeng Purple Qi to someone else." "Gave it away?" Nuwa and Fushi both looked at Xiao Tang in shock. That was the Hongmeng Purple Qi. It can be said that without the Hongmeng Purple Qi there is no way to become a saint. Giving it away casually like this, The two of them didn't know whether to say that Xiao Tang was generous or that he was stupid. Don't talk about me? It's better for Taoist Nuwa to talk about the clarity of the tour. Okay. Nuwa shared what she had seen along the way with Fushi and Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang raised his eyes to Nuwa and spoke softly. Fellow Taoist Nuwa, after seeing so many living beings along this journey, don't you have any thoughts? What idea? Nuwa asked in disbelief. Xiao Tang was about to say something. He couldn't possibly say to Nuwa directly, you can become a saint if you make a human being, right? The chance of becoming a saint is about following the heart and being natural. If he rashly breaks it and spoils the chance, I'm afraid that Nuwa won't be able to become a saint by virtue of creating a human being. Xiao Tang thought for a moment, then turned his words around and said, I wonder what the two fellow Taoists think about the great war between witches and demons. Fushi and Nuwa glanced at each other, and there was a look of doubt in their eyes. Fushi was still talking about becoming a saint, but why did he suddenly get involved with the witch and demon tribes? What is this Xiao Tang's gourd selling? Fushi still replied, the current situation of the demon race is not too optimistic. Although the demon text was previously created and a heavenly marriage was held, the strength of the demon race has indeed grown substantially. However, if we compare it to the witch race, the gap is still obvious, especially the formations of both sides. The sorcerer clan's 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury formation is incredibly powerful, and on the contrary, the demon clan's perimeter Star Dipper formation is difficult to contend with at the moment. Xiao Tang nodded and said, indeed. However, there is actually another reason for the demon race's disadvantage, and that is that the demon race's strength is uneven, and it is not as unified as the sorcerer race. The witch clan is basically all of its own people, whereas the demon clan incorporates deities from all clans. Anyone who practiced transforming into a demon can be a demon, and the demon race is too complicated. When it comes to fighting, the synergy is naturally inferior to the witch race. The two of them frowned slightly, still not understanding what exactly Xiao Tang had to do with becoming a saint when he said this. Nowadays, these living beings seen throughout the flood wasteland, other than the sorcerer race, are the demon race. When you look at it like this, the races in the flood wasteland are a bit too few. As Nuwa listened to Xiao Tang's words, an indescribable touch suddenly surged in her heart, as if an aura had crossed her mind. Xiao Tang noticed the subtle changes in Nuwa's complexion and was secretly pleased in his heart, knowing that his guidance was starting to work. So he struck the iron while it was hot and continued, if there could be more other races, injecting fresh blood into this flood, perhaps this heaven and earth would be more prosperous. Hearing this, Xiao Tang secretly sucked in a breath. Having circled around most of the time, he could be considered to have led the words to the point. Nuwa's entire being instantly froze in place, and after a moment, a flash of determination flashed through her eyes as she murmured in a low voice, new beings, I understand. With those words, Nuwa's body flashed and flew straight out of the Nuwa Palace. After Nuwa left the Nuwa Palace, she came to a secluded river in Fingchi Mountain. She fell slowly, and stood still for a long time at the edge of the river. She was deep in thought, and the air around her seemed to freeze as she thought. After a long time, Nuwa gently opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes gazing at her own reflection in the water. I will then create a being like my likeness and add a different color to this flood. With this in mind, she squatted down and gently picked out a lump of clay from the ground. The clay was then mixed with river water, and with her imagination of what a living being looked like, she carefully fabricated a clay doll that bore a slight resemblance to herself. She incorporated her own power of creation into the clay doll, yet the clay doll simply shattered just as it took shape. When Nuwa saw this, she couldn't help but frown slightly. How could this be? She scrutinized the crushed mud on the floor and quickly realized what the problem was. Ordinary soil and river water could not carry the power of creation. One had to look for spiritual soil and water to do so. I have it here. Nuwa looked back and saw Xiao Tang flick his wrist. A stream of light flashed by, and the resting soil and the three lights divine water appeared in front of him. Nuwa's eyes lit up as she hurriedly took out her Qiankuan tripod and placed the resting soil and the three lights divine water into it. Afterward, she made a seal with both hands, urging the spiritual energy in her body, and slowly fused the two with the power of the Qiankuan tripod. When the fusion was complete, Nuwa took out a ball of fused clay and reconstituted it. This time, her expression was more focused, and the movements of her hands became more and more delicate, squeezing bit by bit. At the same time, she continuously integrated her own power of creation into it. Xiao Tang and Fushi watched Nuwa fabricate the clay dolls. Their entire hearts lifted with some tension. I don't know how long it took, but a clay doll finally took shape. This time, the clay doll did not shatter as before, but instead came to life, as if it could speak in the next second. Nuwa looked delighted and gently placed the clay doll on the ground. A miraculous scene happened. The mud doll landed instantly, as if injected with a soul, suddenly came to life. He blinked his soulful eyes and gazed curiously at the world. Chapter 56 Manhwa creates man, proves the way to sainthood. Manhwa looked at the living creature she had created with her own hands, her heart filled with joy and pride as she said gently, "You are neither of the demon race nor the sorcerer race. From now on you will be called human." Then, Manhwa said to the flooded heavens and earth, "Today, I, Manhwa, create a race of people called man." The man on the ground suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, "Man, man, 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 man." He called out the name of his race. The voice was small, but it instantly spread throughout the flooded earth. Immediately afterward, the entire floodplain seemed to be awakened by a powerful force, and the earth shook. 7-colored auspicious clouds converged from all directions, and golden light poured down like a waterfall, landing on Manhwa and this new being. Manhwa could only feel her body's breath churning, and the Hongmeng violet chi that had been sleeping deep within her body was now trembling madly. It continued to evolve and metamorphose, gradually coalescing into the foundation of the Great Tao. Manhwa's surroundings were surrounded by a rich aura of the Great Tao, her breath constantly climbing. Her physical stature slowly rose, golden lotus flowers blooming in layers on her side, and a huge golden wheel of merit and virtue slowly emerged behind her. At this moment, heaven and earth resonated, and all the creatures of the floodplains let out sounds of joyful congratulations. Manhwa has been certified as a saint. Oops, finally caught up. The Gourd wavers flew back quickly after receiving Xiao Tang's order. They just happened to see Manhwa's righteous path to sainthood. You guys get a good feel for it, and it will provide you with some experience in the future, even though you don't necessarily have to follow the same path. The huckleberries nodded obediently and stood still in earnest appreciation. After Manhwa became a saint, she did not stop for a moment, only to see her hands lightly raised. She once again threw herself into the vast project of fabricating clay figures. One after another lifelike clay figures were born in her palm. Manhwa pinched a full 3,000 of them, and then felt a little tired. Whenever she fabricated a person, she had to use up a lot of spiritual energy and the power of creation. But Manhwa knew that 3,000 was simply not enough for this community to truly survive. But I'm afraid I'm going to tire myself out if I keep getting it like this. I'll have to think of something else. Fellow Daoist Manhwa, I'll lend you an object. Xiao Tang reached out and threw the God-striking whip to Manhwa. This God-striking whip is made from withered gourd vines. In this way, Manhwa still used gourd vines to create man. After catching the whip, Manhwa stirred the soil with the whip. Then she threw the whip, and countless mud spots splashed. When these mud spots landed on the ground, they turned into one person after another. Manhwa gritted her teeth and poured the power of creation into the soil. She flung the whip 9 times in succession, and with each swing, a group of humanoids appeared. Together with the previous 3,000, Manhwa created a total of 129,600, which is exactly the number of the 1st century, in accordance with the principles of the way of heaven. At this moment, heaven and earth felt it and once again rained down a large amount of merit. A portion of the power of merit and virtue enveloped Manhwa with precision, nourishing her tired body and helping her stabilize her newly achieved holy position. A part of it fell on those newborn human beings, giving them life and blessings. There was also a part that leisurely fell on the God-striking whip and Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang only felt a majestic force surging into his body. Even though he had only obtained 1/10 of this merit, it was still extremely huge, enough to bring his cultivation to the next level. Looking at that God-striking whip, under the power of merit, it had already morphed into a supreme treasure of merit. Manhwa moved lightly with her lotus steps and flew in front of Xiao Tang, softly saying, "I thank you for your generosity in helping me this time." If Xiao Tang hadn't given the 3 lights divine water, the resting soil, and this God-striking whip in time, Manhwa was afraid that her path to sainthood would have taken a bit more. Not only is it time-consuming and laborious, but it is also highly likely that you will miss this best opportunity. A strong look of exhaustion surfaced on Manhwa's face as she added, "Even though I have proven myself to be a saint this time, the loss of creating the human race after all of this tossing and turning is just too great. I need to return to Manhwa Palace immediately to retreat and cultivate, and stabilize my realm as soon as possible. Elder brother, I'll ask you to take the trouble to look after these humanoids first. Once they have a little bit of self-preservation, then place them on the shores of the Eastern Sea." This place, Fenchi Mountain, was full of crises and was infested with demons from time to time. The human race and the various forces, like a piece of tempting meat and potatoes, it is difficult to ensure that they do not have covetousness. The human race can't live under the shelter of my wings forever. The only way to break out in the floodplains is to go through the trials and tribulations to make themselves strong. Xiao Tang nodded. Manhwa had a point. Without further delay, Manhwa immediately returned to the Manhwa Palace. She exerted her supreme magic power and moved the Manhwa Palace to the heavenly beyond. After becoming a saint, it would not be appropriate to continue living in the flood. When Di Jun learned that Manhwa had become a saint, he was initially filled with joy and thought to himself, in this way, the demon clan has produced a saint, and in the future, there will be no need to be afraid of the sorcerer clan's great formation. However, what he didn't expect was that Manhwa withdrew from the demon race after becoming a saint. As a result, not only did she not strengthen the demon race, but she was also missing a paramount saint, and the strength of the demon race had once again declined. On the other hand, Xiao Tang and the Gourd Wahoos accompanied Fuxi in escorting the human race to the shores of the Eastern Sea. The human race was extremely adaptable, and in just a short time, they had gotten used to life by the East China Sea. At first, they could only rely on picking some flowers and fruits to barely eat. As time went by, some smart and brave people began to try hunting. Although the process was difficult and often missed, once they succeeded, the people were able to have a full meal. Gradually, the people mastered the art of hunting. In the floodplains, there were quite a few people who had set their eyes on the human race. They were very curious about a brand new race like man. However, no one dared to act rashly. After all, the human race was created by the saints, and the other beings didn't even dare to make a move against the human race. They just watched from afar. Fellow Daoist Fuxi, you might as well take this opportunity to withdraw together as well, Xiao Tang said. Fuxi had fallen in response to the tribulation in the quantum salt of sorcerer and demon. If he withdrew now, he might still have a chance of survival. Fuxi rejected it outright. The path I'm going to walk must be into the momentum. Today, the battle between witches and demons is the great potential of this flooded heaven and earth. Although the demon clan won't necessarily win in the end, I'm already deeply tied to the demon clan. Even if I withdraw now, if the demon race loses, they will all be punished all the same. Actually, I've already calculated that it's almost impossible for me to attain the Tao, but I still want to give it a try. As long as I can walk into the Tao, it doesn't matter if I die. Hearing Fuxi's words, Xiao Tang couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. When one hears the Tao, one can die at night. Fuxi was a bit surprised when he heard Xiao Tang's words. Wonderful words. Fellow Daoist, the demon race still needs me, so I'll go back first. Fellow Daoist Xiao Tang, if there is an opportunity in the future, please look after the human race. Don't worry, I will. Xiao Tang was also a human race in his previous life, and he was inextricably linked to the human race, so he was close to them. Besides, he knew that the future flood would definitely be the world of the human race. To step in and help might even reap the benefits of merit. Chapter 57, the three pristine ones prove their path to sainthood, and the two saints make a grand wish. After Fuxi left, Xiao Tang carefully surveyed the human race below. There is a big difference between the 3,000 men created in the front and the more than 100,000 men created in the back. After all, the ones in the back were just randomly thrown out, and it would be great if they didn't have any missing arms or legs, whereas the 3,000 in front were fabricated bit by Manhwa, so naturally they were different. Among the crowd, that first person pinched out by Manhwa was particularly special, with a faint layer of shimmering light seeming to flow around his body. He has a lot of man-making merit stained on him, and his future is unlimited. Xiao Tang also discovered that the human race was different from the innate beings in that they did not have a Yuanshan, but instead became 3 souls and 7 spirits. In addition, the human race had a very low starting point and was weak, so if it wasn't for the remaining power of the saints guarding them, I'm afraid that they would have all been eaten clean by the beasts in no time. Xiao Tang couldn't help but shake his head slightly, worrying about the situation of the human race and wondering how they had survived the witch-demon quantum robbery. The starting point of the human race was low, though the potential and growth rate was very fast. For an innate being to reach the great Luo golden immortal from a golden immortal, I'm afraid it would take hundreds of thousands of years to do so, and during that time, they had to go through countless hardships and dangers to polish their heart and divine abilities. But what about the human race? Those with outstanding qualifications will be able to reach it in a few thousand years or even a few hundred years, which is indeed a somewhat amazing speed. As he was pondering, Xiao Tang suddenly looked puzzled, and the six-eared macaque's voice transmission was heard in his ears. There are strange movements on the side of Kongdong Mountain, and it seems that a treasure is about to appear. Xiao Tang's heart trembled. Could it be that the Kongdong seal was about to appear? This Kongdong seal is closely connected to the human race's qi, and now that the human race is present, it makes sense for it to come out at this time. Xiao Tang did not dare to have the slightest delay, and immediately called on the Holudio children, and together they flew back to Kongdong Mountain. They arrived at Kongdong Mountain as fast as they could. Xiao Tang arrived at the place that the six-eared macaque had spoken of, only to see a iffy light coming through from the depths of the mountain's earthly veins. At that moment, Xiao Tang did not hesitate and directly entered the earth vein. Not long after, a ceiling formation appeared in front of Xiao Tang. With his current strength, these formations could not be blocked. Xiao Tang made a move to break the formation all the way through, and a large, ancient seal hovered in the air. He reached out and grabbed the ancient seal. After taking a closer look, he saw that the word Kongdong was engraved on the seal. It really is the Kongdong seal. Xiao Tang was very excited. Xiao Tang was very pleasantly surprised. Although this Kongdong seal was not a supreme treasure, its importance was even above that of a supreme treasure. It represented the luck of the human race, and when the human race was at its most prosperous, it would be able to exert a power beyond that of an innate supreme treasure. Of course, now that the human race had just been born, there was very little qi in the Kongdong seal, and now I was afraid that it could only be used to smash walnuts. However, nowadays, the human race had only just begun to develop, and this Kongdong seal would not be of much use for a while, so Xiao Tang put it away. After obtaining the Kongdong seal, Xiao Tang left the earth vein. Daddy, did you get the baby? Dawa asked. It's already here, and it's a nice baby. The huckleberries want to see what the treasure looks like, but Xiao Tu refuses. There were too many karmic consequences entangled in the Kongdong seal, and Xiao Tang didn't want the Huladongs to be implicated in it. Xiao Tang realized that after taking away the Kongdong seal, the aura on this Kongdong mountain was much weaker. Nowadays, this Kongdong mountain was far worse than the 3 immortal islands. So Xiao Tang then decided to give up this place and directly move to the overseas immortal mountain. Xiao Tang let the Gourd girls scavenge the Kongdong mountain, taking away everything they could, and then flew back to the 3 immortal islands with the 6-eared macaque. However, they had just returned to the shore of the East China Sea. A voice steeply spread throughout the entire floodplain. The heavenly Tao is above. And now I, Tai Chung, have taken the Taijutsu as the foundation of the correct religion, and founded the human religion. I want to teach the human race and pass on the supreme way to all beings. The heavenly Tao appreciates this. After the establishment of the Tai Ching sect, 7 colored auspicious clouds converged, and the heavenly Tao rained down a great deal of merit and virtue. Merit invoked the Hongmeng violet Qi in Tai Ching's body, forming the foundation of the great Tao. A majestic and incomparable power centered on Tai Ching and spread out in all directions. His aura grew stronger and stronger, and an enormous Dharma body appeared behind him. Tai Ching Zhang Dao has become a saint. After Nuwa's righteous sainthood, it only took 1,000 years for Tai Ching to become a saint with it. This speed caused the people of the flood to be somewhat unable to react. Service. But before the crowd could regain their senses from the shock of Tai Ching becoming a saint, 2 impassioned voices resounded through the clouds. The way of heaven is above. And now I, Yu Qing, have founded the hierarchy with the Pan Gu Han as the foundation of the orthodox religion. I wish to expound the principles of the heavenly Tao for all beings, to enlighten their spiritual wisdom, and to pass on the supreme wonderful law to all beings. See you in heaven. Jade Qing's voice has just fallen, followed by the Qing shouts, and then came the Tao of heaven in the above. Now I'm on the Qing, with the immortal execution sword as the foundation of the orthodox religion, the creation of the interception of the religion. Want to intercept a line of heaven for all living beings, where the flood, half to the heart of the road, all can enter the interception of the church. The way of heavenwards just fell. 5 colorful clouds, as if hearing the call, quickly converge, respectively, fell on the jade clear, on the Qing 2 people head. The amount of merit is snowflakes like a flurry of fall, into the 2 people's bodies, 2 people's breath climbing, body light shining. In a burst of violent energy fluctuations, the bottleneck was shattered, but also successively the right way to become a saint. 3 clear 1, 2 clear into the saint of the air under the lead, jade clear, and on the clear breakthrough, the 3 successive sainthood. This scene like a thunderbolt in the heart of every living soul in the flood. Bring the shock is unparalleled. In the heavenly court, Emperor Jun sits high on the throne. The original majestic and confident face is now full of consternation and unwillingness. His hands tightly clenched fists, knuckles white. His heart roared, I am the lord of the heavenly court of the flood. I should be the first to become a saint, to lead the flood to a new chapter. But now, watching the light of sainthood shining in the sky, others are repeatedly, again and again, robbed in front of their own to enter the holy realm. How can he accept this? That suffocation and indignation caused fire to almost spew out of Jun's eyes. Just when everyone thought that the flood will temporarily return to calm, slowly digested this series of shock. There are 2 melodious but through the urgent voice spread throughout the 4 sides, the heavenly way in the above. Junti, receive the guide to see the suffering of all living beings, especially 12 pints of merit and virtue of the golden lotus for the foundation of the orthodox teachings. Set up the Western Church to universalize all living beings, wherever the suffering of the world can be, into our religion, to the pure land of ultimate bliss. The heavenly Tao sensed this, and the light of merit and virtue once again descended, showering on the 2 of them, Junti and Jane. The 2 of them were full of expectations and operated their gong methods in an attempt to break through to the holy realm with the help of this power of merit and virtue. However, A few moments later, although their breath increased, but always stuck in the bottleneck, failed to succeed in becoming a saint. Juenti and Jain looked at each other, their eyes filled with anxiety and determination. They knew that the opportunity to become a saint was fleeting, and once they missed it, it would be difficult to have such a good opportunity in the future. Chapter 58, Widely Accepted Disciples. First Human Race. In just one day, 5 people became saints in the flood. The living beings of the flood were all shocked to the point of being somewhat numb. Nowadays, even if there were still people who were going to become saints, they all felt that it was nothing. Although the two of them, Juenti and Jain, were co-founders of the religion, their merits and virtues were equally divided. However, if you count the merit they accumulated by repairing the Western Earth veins and reshaping the vitality of the West, on the whole, their merit was in no way inferior to that of the 3 Qing. Even, Xiaotang could responsibly say that the merits of the 3 Qings were slightly inferior compared to the 2 of them. However, the 3 purities were the original spirits of the great god Pangu, and they were born with the great merit of opening up the heavens and the earth, and they had a head start. This made their path to sainthood much smoother and with fewer obstacles than the others. So while the 3 pristine ones were able to attain sainthood very smoothly, Jain and Junti had to make grand wishes and borrow a great deal of merit before they could attain sainthood. Both the 3 pristine ones and the 2 saints of the West, although they had all chopped off the 3 corpses, none of them actually chose to become saints with the 3 corpses, and in the end, they all became saints with merit. Xiaotang suddenly also understood why Hanjun had to wait until after 3 sessions before letting the sorcerer and demon tribes continue fighting, because he was just waiting for the 6 Nuwa to become saints. With the existence of these 6 saints, it is like giving the floodplain 6 insurance. Even if the witch and demon tribes make a big mess, the mountains and rivers are broken, can ensure the stability of the floodplains. The Tao fruits of the 6 saints all rested on the heavenly Tao, so everything in the flood nowadays was closely related to them. If one day the heavenly Tao collapsed, then the 6 of them would also be implicated. When Hongjun gave them the Hongmeng purple chi, he gave them both opportunities and constraints. In fact, as long as the heavenly Tao develops smoothly and as usual, this binding may not be an unbearable burden for them. Even if they knew in advance, they would still choose to become saints. After the 3 purities established their religion, they began to recruit disciples. Tai Ching only took in one person. The first person that Nuwa pinched out and named Shendu. Jade Clearance opened his mountain gate widely, accepting people with destiny. Of course, he chose people with good followers and qualifications. Those mediocre generation, he is disdainful. In his eyes, only this kind of good material beautiful jade can inherit his supreme Tao. The heavenly father of Lingbao is different from him. He is free-spirited and believes that everything has a chance. As long as there is a chance, no matter how noble or lowly they are, no matter how qualified they are, all of them can enter his discipleship and practice the way of teaching without discrimination. The 2 Western saints, in order to allow the Western sect to flourish, were extremely lenient in the matter of recruiting disciples. As long as someone is willing to join the Western sect, regardless of the strengths and weaknesses of the roots, good and bad behavior, all accepted. After thinking about it for a while, Xiaotang decided to let the Gourd girls travel to the floodplains. Right now, the Witch and Demon 2 clans cannot afford to start a big war in a short time, and the outside is relatively safe. So let the children go out to wander around, and they can also experience some experience. As for himself, he stayed among the human race, intensely searching for his own great Tao. Xiaotang traveled between the human races and was surprised to find that the first 3,000 people to be fabricated actually contained extremely powerful origin power within their bodies. With a long lifespan, living for 10,000 years was no big deal. Those who were later birthed by the gourd vine were much weaker in terms of origin power, and at most survived for only 1,000 years. Now that Nuwa is in seclusion, it is obviously impossible for her to continue creating people. In that case, after 1,000 years, wouldn't the human race face extinction? Xiaotang understood that the human race must master the method of self-reproduction in order to ensure longevity. This method of reproduction is naturally the union of male and female, the mingling of yin and yang. Xiaotang then used Dijun and the tying goddess as a template to guide the human race into a marriage. Originally, this matter was done by Nuwa, but now that Nuwa was in seclusion, it just gave Xiaotang an opening. Xiaotang meticulously prepared for the first wedding ever held for the human race. At the time of the marriage, auspiciousness filled the sky, and merit and virtue fell from the sky, showering down on the 2 and Xiaotang. A year later, the bride became pregnant. Xiaotang carefully checked the state of the baby and found that he was very well and should be able to be born safely. Xiaotang walked on the Tao of conception, so watching the human race conceive their offspring was also able to gain a lot of enlightenment for him. It was 10 years before the child was born. As soon as the child was born, it revealed itself to be extraordinary. Xiaotang took a closer look and suddenly frowned slightly. This newborn child's origin power was actually a bit weaker than its father's. But that was normal. After all, they weren't created by the resting soil and the three lights divine water. Xiaotang named this first child Kai, who carries the light of hope for the continuation of the human race. A new beginning for the human race in the true sense of the word. Kai was the first human in the true sense of the word. Xiaotang thought very highly of him, so he directly accepted him as a disciple. After Kai was born, a number of other humans were born. These new beings lacked the heavenly merits and virtues in their bodies, and were born with weaker and weaker powers, and their lifespans were gradually reduced from the initial 1,000 years to 800 years. Maybe if we continue to breed like this, the human race will live less and less. Fortunately, however, the great Tao of Jindan, which was passed down after Tai Ching founded the human sect, could be practiced by the human race. By practicing the Jindan Avenue, they gained the ability to live forever. 100 years have passed in a hurry, and Kai has grown into a fit young man. He had an upright posture, exuding vigor and vitality, and was a small and prestigious member of the human race, serving as the leader of a small tribe. On this day, Kai cheerfully took the strong men of the tribe out to hunt, and they traveled through the mountains and forests, reaping a good harvest with their athletic hands and tacit cooperation. Returning to the tribe, Kai hurriedly picked out a fat rabbit and jogged all the way to Xiaotang, a simple smile on his face. "Master, look, this is the rabbit I called today. Try it." Xiaotang looked at the rabbit still dripping blood in Kai's hand, smiled faintly and said gently, "Master has already said that there is no need to eat these things, so take them back and eat them yourself." After entering the Great Luo Golden Immortal, there was no need to ingest food at all. Kai then scratched his head and laughed nervously. "Alright then, I'll take this rabbit back and share it with the group. By the way, Master, something strange happened in the tribe recently, and a number of people suddenly disappeared. I brought my brothers to check for a long time. There are no traces of wild beasts around, and no signs of fighting, so I really don't have a clue." Hearing this, Xiaotang closed his eyes and began to deduce the cause of the matter. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It turned out that there was a demon race that was secretly striking out against the human race. Originally, because of Manhwa's deterrence, they didn't dare to do anything. When it was discovered that after eating the human race, Manhwa did not condemn them, so they began to secretly capture humans. They captured humans because they found that their cultivation could be enhanced after eating them, especially those innate human races. Eating it was very helpful to their cultivation. Chapter 59, Attack of the Demon Race, Migration of the Human Race. Xiaotang looked at Kai and admonished in a serious tone. "This must be a demon in the dark. You must be vigilant when you go out hunting in the future." Kai Grip responded loudly, "Don't worry, Master. I will protect myself and my clan, and never let the demons take advantage of this." Although Xiaotang had already calculated who was making the move, he did not make a move to stop it. The human race needed to get through the calamity on their own before they could become stronger. As long as there was no crisis of extinction, Xiaotang would not step in to help. Once they learned to rely on others, they would no longer rely on themselves, and they would forever lose the courage to grow on their own. Xiaotang raised his hand and gently made a point, and a shimmering light silently disappeared into Kai's body, leaving behind an imprint. In this way, if Kai encountered any changes, he himself would be able to know instantly. Although Kai's strength is still good nowadays, dealing with ordinary beasts is no big deal, but if he runs into those demon clans with higher realms, it will be difficult to fight against them after all. Time flowed on, and with Xiaotang's intentional push, more and more human races married and conceived offspring. Xiaoting discovered that while the first generation of conception required 10 years of pregnancy to give birth, the second generation would take only 9 years, and the third generation only 8, taking less and less time. Maybe a couple dozen more generations of gestation will be able to turn into an October pregnancy. At the same time, with the increasing number of the human race, the qi gathered by the human race also became more and more majestic. From time to time, Xiaotang offered the Kongdong seal to check. After the Kongdong seal absorbed the human race's qi, the aura around it grew stronger. Xiaotang immersed himself in it, taking the opportunity to observe the human race's conception, and his own sense of the great Tao of conception grew deeper and deeper. He firmly believed that one day, he would be able to completely penetrate this great Tao of conception and become a saint. On this day, Kai ran to Xiaotang full of joy. "Master, I heard that the tribe next to me has discovered a magical thing called fire. That thing is really scary. If you are not careful enough to get close to it, your body will be harmed. But strangely enough, if you place food on it and fire it, it instantly becomes fragrant and delicious." Xiaoting asked, "Who discovered the fire?" After thinking about it for a while, Kai scratched said, "It was discovered by a man named Flint." Xiaotang instantly realized that it was the flint that drilled wood for fire. Swearin is also one of the more special people among the innate human race. He led the human race, which continued to flourish in the flood and eventually became a large tribe, and was later also known as one of the three ancestors. However, the peaceful days of the human race did not last long. As the demon race gradually perceived the value of the human race, more and more demons could not hold back and began to make frequent moves against the human race. Although the human race had quite a few people who had stepped onto the golden immortal path and practiced hard, compared to those demon races with high magic power, there was ultimately a lack of top-notch powerhouses, and they were simply incapable of defending themselves against the ferocious encroachment of the demon races. The East China Sea coast has an open view, and there is simply no place for the human race to hide. If this continues, the human race will surely be plunged into a place of no return. In desperation, the human race began a difficult migration journey. Kai's tribe was not spared and chose to migrate to the southwest. Xiao Tang followed them out. Along the way they were attacked by a number of demon clans, and every time it was Kai who stepped forward, holding simple but sharp stone weapons, leading his clan in bloody battles, and repelling the demon clans time and time again. But fate did not favor this tenacious tribe. A golden immortal level demonic beast appeared out of nowhere and rushed into the tribe where Kai was. In an instant, there was a series of screams and blood splatters as the demonic beast brought about the destruction of the tribe. Kai watched as his brothers, who usually fought together side by side, fell at his feet one by one, his eyes instantly filling with blood and his heart filled with resentment. How he wished he could become a little stronger and protect everyone properly. Kai, who had fought hard to duel with the demonic beast, was now covered in wounds, and his strength was slowly running out with the loss of blood. He looked at the mountain-like great demon in front of him, and for the first time, despair appeared in his eyes. However, he suddenly thought of the clansmen of the human race behind him, and a wave of determination surged steeply in his heart. He took the gun made of stone and used his last ounce of strength to stab towards the great demon with all his might. Demon, go to hell! Xiao Tang reached out and attached a layer of mana to the stone spear. Kai took the gun and used the strongest force of his entire body to stab into the body of the great demon. Originally, the great demon thought that this was just an ordinary shot that he would easily be able to receive. However, when the shot pierced into his body, it realized that something was wrong. However, at this moment, it was too late for him to escape. The terrifying spiritual energy rushed into the great demon's body, directly destroying the meridians in his body. When his body was completely destroyed, the great demon fell to the ground and lost his breath. Having killed the great demon, Kai could no longer support himself and lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Finally, he defeated the great demon and protected the clan. Xiao Tang reached out and flicked his hand, and a drop of 3 light divine water fell into Kai's body. At once, the injuries on Kai's body recovered quickly. Kai looked at his change in surprise, then he looked at Xiao Tang, and he instantly realized that it was his master who had helped him. Guys, let's keep going. Kai braced himself and stood up, leading the human tribe onward. Eventually they came to a mountain forest. This mountain forest is lush and green, and although there are wild beasts in it from time to time, it is not easy to be detected by the demon race because of the hidden terrain. Kai thought to himself that by hiding here, the clan should be safer for the time being. And in another part of the flood, Witch and Demon 2 tribes, although because of the agreement within 3 will not move, but both sides of the small action never stop. The Witch clan utilized the Witch clan blood pool to create a constant stream of clansmen. The demon race, on the other hand, was using their best efforts to bring in new deities to join them and strengthen their own forces, while continuously deducing the perpetual star dipper formation. Now used the circumference of the stars and buckets array is not perfect enough. After seeing the Witch tribe that amazing power of the 12 heavenly god break array, Emperor Jun is determined to deduce their own array to be more powerful. Xiao Tang sat quietly in the human camp, and the figure of the demon race's demon master, Kuanping, suddenly flashed in his mind. One of the key reasons why Kuanping was able to hold the position of demon master in the demon race was that he created the demon text, which allowed the demon race to have an article that could pass down the cultivation method from then on. Words were quite important to a race, and although the Great Tao Divine Writings existed from the beginning, not any deity was able to recognize Great Tao Divine Writings. For the current human race, there is also a need for words of their own. So, Xiao Tang resolved to make characters. It was naturally impossible for him to take the words of the latter days and use them directly. That would be no different than the Great Tao Divine Text. Xiao Tang noticed that there were also quite a number of humanoids who adopted drawing and arranging stones and branches to keep track of numbers or record a certain thing. Shouting decided to create hieroglyphics based on pictures. Chapter 60, The Witch Demon War resumes. Recalls the Hulua. Hieroglyphics. At a glance, can know the meaning of the expression, simple and easy to understand, easy for the human race to learn to master. It took Xiao Tang a month to successfully create 365 hieroglyphs. On the day he finished, Colorful clouds gathered quickly from all directions and hovered above Xiao Tang's head. Immediately afterward, a massive amount of light of merit poured down, and all of it did not enter his body. Xiao Tang himself had not expected that word-making would gain such abundant merit, which was really out of his expectation. Xiao Tang knew that the core of the scripts lay in the inheritance. So, he gathered the people of the Kai tribe together and began to teach these hieroglyphics. At first, the crowd looked at these odd symbols with confusion in their eyes and difficulty in understanding them. Seeing this, Xiao Tang patiently explained one by one, from the sun, moon and stars to mountains, rivers and grasses, the origin and meaning of each word in detail. Gradually, the confusion in the eyes of the crowd faded away and was replaced by a euphoria after a sudden realization. After the people of the Qi tribe had become proficient in hieroglyphics, Xiao Tang instructed them to pass on this precious knowledge to other tribes. One day, hieroglyphics could be spread throughout the human race in the entire flood world, forging the foundation for the inheritance and development of the human race. The human race is like a tenacious seed that has taken root and sprouted under the nourishment of the years, and has continued to grow and develop, continuing to create many new things never seen before. Xiao Tang had traveled all the way and witnessed the birth of countless lives in the river of time, and had also witnessed the death of many lives like the fall of a meteor. Time passes in a flash, and the period set by Hongjun for the meeting of the three tribes will soon arrive. At this time, the floodplain seemed exceptionally calm, and that heavy sense of oppression made the entire floodplain's beings feel uncomfortable. At this time, the chi and strength of the sorcerer and demon tribes had increased greatly compared to the past, especially the demon race. Within these 3 sessions, they had fought with all their might to develop, and now their chi even overpowered the sorcerer race by a hair. As for the human race, in these 3 sessions of the witch and demon clans competing for supremacy and the heaven and earth in turmoil, they likewise did not choose to sit back and wait for death. Although their initial power is like a candle in the wind, weak and fluctuating, but also often suffered from the witch and demon 2 tribes of covetousness like hungry wolves pouncing on food. But the innate spirit of self-improvement in the bones of the human race has helped them to keep moving forward. Originally, the human race only stayed on the shores of the East China Sea, but after migrating, they spread out towards the floodplains, gradually spreading to every inch of the flood world. Nowadays, although the human race didn't have much power yet, it wasn't so easy to be exterminated. In addition to the changes in the human and demon races, the 3 purities after becoming saints also underwent great changes. The 3 purities were one and the same, 3 saints in one family, making the living beings of the flood envious. But now the 3 purities are separated. The root of the problem is that there is a world of difference in the cultivation concepts and doctrinal inheritance between the elucidation sect led by Yu Qing and the interdiction sect led by Shang Qing. The hierarchy pursues an elite, step-by-step path of orthodox cultivation, emphasizing root qualifications in chants. On the other hand, the interceptor sect upholds the concept that there is no such thing as a religion, and that all people, regardless of their origins and qualifications, can enter the door of cultivation as long as they have the will to learn the way. The disciples of the 2 factions were like ice and fire meeting, and conflicts and contradictions naturally arose and intensified. In the end, the upper Qing Tong Tian could not endure, so he left the Kunlun Mountains and went to the East China Sea Janao Island to set up his own business. The 3 Qing were originally one, but now they parted ways, a change that has left the entire floodplain in a state of confusion. The appointed day came as scheduled, suppressed in the heart of the witch and demon 2 races for a long time of surging anger. As if sleeping for 1,000 years after the awakening of the volcano, in an instant eruption, spewing out, witch and demon 2 tribes madly crashed together, and in an instant, heaven and earth changed color. The wind and clouds rolled back, and a great battle that was enough to overturn heaven and earth drew the curtain. The flooded heavens and earth, under the impact of that heaven-destroying power from both sides, were directly hit and shook violently. The living beings in the floodplains, they have to look for hidden places to hide as fast as possible, and submerge themselves in seclusion, not wanting to be affected by the witch-demon war. This witch and demon 2 clans are fighting too much, Kai said as he walked next to Xiao Tang. At this time, Xiao Tang's realm had already reached the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The reason why his cultivation had risen so quickly was because as one of the chiefs of the human race, he had a large amount of human race's chi luck on him. Under the blessing of the human race's chi luck, the speed of cultivation would be much faster. At the same time, she also knew that he had a great responsibility. Now that this witch-demon war has broken out and the human race is in danger, he must step forward and guard his people. On top of that, the several human leaders from before also possessed the power of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Ordinary people from the sorcerer and demon clans, they were still able to deal with them. In the following days, Xiao Tang told the clansmen to stay in their quarters and minimize their outings. If he remembered correctly, after the sorcerer-demon war, The sorcerer and demon clans would capture a large number of human clans in order to replenish their strength as quickly as possible, and the human race would then face a huge disaster. Xiao Tang had no way to stop the great war between the witch and demon clans, so he must plan ahead to protect the integrity of the human race as much as possible. As the witch-demon war progressed, the situation became more and more critical. Xiao Tang didn't dare to delay and immediately gathered the Holudas back. Nowadays, each and every one of the Gourd waifs had already reached the realm of the perfection of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and were only one step away from the realm of the quasi-saints. The path of cultivation followed by the Holudas is likewise the path of power. With their own talent and hard work, their cultivation speed was a few points faster than Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang gave the Gourd waifs a task, which was for them to be distributed all over the floodplains to protect the human tribes. Protecting the human race at this time was also able to merit, although they chose not to merit sainthood. This thing called merit was naturally the more the better. This great battle between the demon witch race and the demon race was a completely insane fight that lost its mind and was reckless. On the battlefield, a large number of clansmen fell every moment, and their corpses piled up as high as a mountain, forming a creepy mountain of corpses under the Buzhou mountain. And the bloody aura filled the sky and the earth and did not dissipate for a long time. There were also many true spirits of those who had died in battle, floating in the air without dispersing, and the scene was truly chilling. Although the demon race had recruited and cultivated many quasi-saint powerhouses through various means, causing their own strength to increase greatly. However, compared to the 12 ancestral witches of the Witch Clan, they were still a bit weaker. The demon race's circumstantial Star Dipper formation, after another deduction, was several times stronger than before. However, the witch race's 12 capital Divine Fury formation also became stronger because the power of the 12 ancestral witches became stronger. However, both sides didn't use the formation easily. After all, once this formation was used, it would most likely lead to the collapse of the flood, which was something that none of them wanted to see. So the two clans competed to see who would last longer. Chapter 61 Ghost Card plunders human race. Dawa attacks. In order to further enhance the strength of the demon race, Di Jun sent people on a rampage to capture the human race, in a vain attempt to refine the 3 souls, 6 spirits and flesh of the human race to strengthen the power of the Star Streamer. For a while, the demon marshals of the demon race, with a large number of demon elites, poured out to capture the human race. Ghost Che also led a group of demon clans and arrived at the tribe of the Swearen clan in a furious manner. As soon as they arrived, they directly set out to plunder the human race of the Flint tribe. Swearen led many of the strongest people in the human race to fight back. However, as a powerful demon marshal, Ghost Car's cultivation and combat experience were far above that of Flint. As soon as the two sides exchanged hands, the Flinty man felt the pressure like a mountain, making it difficult to resist. With no choice but to fight to the death while organizing the retreat of his clansmen, the Swearen had no choice but to fight to the death while organizing the retreat of his clansmen. This area of the Flint tribe happened to be in charge of Dawa. When Dawa learned of the Ghost Car's actions, he flew out to block it without hesitation. The Ghost Car saw Dawa from a distance, and his heart fluttered, knowing well the power of the Gourd girl. This Dawa, with its infinite strength, was an extremely tricky fellow. If he really wants to fight hard, he may not be able to get a good result by himself. But then look around. Their own side of the demon brothers all fists and palms. The number of people still seems to have the advantage. Besides, as a demon commander, if he were to retreat like this, how would he lose face? Thinking about this, Ghost Car gritted his teeth and decided to feign toughness for the time being. But then again, he felt it would be best if he could not clash head-on with Dawa. So, he colorfully shouted, "You leave at once, or else you'll blame us for not being polite." Dawa roared loudly, "This should be what I say to you. Immediately take your people and get out of here, or I will not be polite." Although Ghost Car knew Dawa's strength, he didn't think he was weaker than him. He remembered that the most powerful thing that the Holudas were capable of was the great formation that their people formed in unison. But now there was only one Dawa, and there were other demons on his side, so there shouldn't be any problems. He then struck directly at Dawa. Seeing the Ghost Car and Dawa instantly battling in one place, the Flint heart was a bit agitated. These demons looting and killing the clansmen was really abominable, and had long since made his teeth itch with hatred. So he raised his arms and shouted, "Everyone, don't run away anymore. Let's all go together and fight with these demons." The voice was a little hoarse from excitement, but it was full of broken courage. This cry was like blowing the horn of the human race's counterattack, and the anger in the hearts of the people that had been held back for a long time was instantly ignited, and each of them clenched their fists, with the intent to fight flashing in their eyes. The aura of the human race instantly rose as they cried out and charged towards the demon race crowd regardless. Seeing the situation, Ghost Car shifted and instantly transformed into a 9-headed strange bird. The strange bird was huge, covering the sky and the sun. and its feathers around its body were so black and shiny that they were like black satin dancing in the wind. It opened its bloody mouth and a black stream of air gushed out, rolling and attacking towards Dawa. Dawa, however, was fearless. He bent down and thrust his hands into the earth like iron pincers. Only heard a rumbling sound. A small mountain was actually uprooted by him. Dawa raised the small mountain high with both hands and roared, slamming it toward the ghost car. When the ghost car saw this, he was shocked. If he was hit solidly by the small mountain, he would definitely be injured. He desperately flapped his wings and dodged sharply. The ghost car tilts its head and lets out a high-pitched, ear-piercing chirp that can seduce the soul. The crowd of the human race was caught off guard and only felt a sharp pain in their heads, as if there were millions of steel needles stabbing into them at the same time, and they all clasped their heads with both hands and collapsed to the ground in agony. Seeing this, Dawa's figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of the ghost car. He raised his right fist high in the air, and that fist seemed to contain the power to open up the heavens and the earth, and with the sound of whistling wind, he slammed his fist hard on the head of the ghost car. Only heard a muffled bang sound. The ghost car's head was instantly like a watermelon that had been smashed, flesh and blood flying, black blood splattered everywhere. Ghost car roared in agony, the sound tearing at his heart and ringing through the sky. The ghost car forced itself to endure the severe pain and used its few remaining heads to attack towards Dawa with its teeth and claws at the same time. Seeing the right moment, Dawa grabbed one of the ghost car's heads and violently threw it up. Ghost car only felt the sky spinning and his body flying through the air uncontrollably. At this moment, Ghost car's heart was filled with panic, and it was only then that he truly realized that Dawa's strength was far beyond his imagination. Diva blew out 3 of Ghost car's heads in quick succession. Seeing this, Ghost car realized that he was no match for Dawa. His own attacks were ineffective, and instead, he had 3 of his heads blown off by Dawa. If this continued, there was no guarantee that this little life would have to be taken. Dawa had wanted to pursue the attack, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the other demon races that seemed to be going against the human race. On balance, he didn't go after them. When the other demon clans saw that their own demon marshals had all fled, they immediately lost their backbone, and each one of them was scared as if they were scared, panicking and hurrying to flee. Everyone, don't let them escape just like that. Kill. Seeing this, the flinty man's eyes flashed with vengeful pleasure as he shouted. Hearing the shouts, the crowd of the human race was so demoralized that they got up from the ground, waving their humble weapons in their hands, and chased after the demon race. Shouting and killing sounds abounded along the way, killing quite a few panicked fleeing demon clans. Thank you for saving me. I don't know your name? After the fierce battle, the flinty man, full of gratitude, walked up to Dawa and said with both hands in a respectful arch, I am Xiaozhen. There is no need to thank me. If you run into trouble in the future, you can call my name and I will come over to help when I hear it. The name Xiaozhen was given to him by Xiao Tang, and the word Zhan is very suitable for Dawa. When you go out, you can't go out without a name. It's impossible to introduce yourself to others and call yourself Dawa. So Xiao Tang gave each of the 7 Gourd girls a name. You guys need to get out of here. It's not safe. After saying that, Dawa's body shifted and turned into a stream of light, directly leaving. Meanwhile, one after another, the other Gourds encountered the demons who preyed on the human race. They had struck out and fought off the demon race, preserving the human race. However, the vastness of the floodplains and the human tribes are scattered everywhere. Although they tried their best, they could not protect all the human tribes, and a lot of human tribes were still captured by the demon tribes. The demon marshals returned to the heavenly court and reported the incident to Emperor June. Emperor June was very angry when he learned about it, but he couldn't do anything about the Huludas. Although he was confident that he could defeat the Hulkbearer's grand formation by utilizing the present day's grand formation of the peripatetic star. But in case the witches come to steal the house at this time, it's all over. So, Emperor June had to let the demons sneak in and rob people without making too much noise. Chapter 62 10 Days in the Sky, Cotter Chasing the Sun. As the witch demon war proceeded, the flooded earth was as if it had turned into a human purgatory. On the battlefield, smoke filled the air, and countless living beings fell every moment, and blood gathered into a river and gurgled. The baleful aura emanating from these tragically dead beings grew heavier and heavier, and in the end, it even transformed into a calamity aura that filled the heavens and earth, causing the entire floodplain to be shrouded in an ominous atmosphere. Witch and Demon 2 tribes are well aware that the war is about the survival of the community. If anyone wins it is okay, but once lost, will bear the boundless karma. At that time will step on the dust of the dragon. Phoenix and Unicorn 3 tribes fell into a decline and demise of the end. As a result, both clans were red-eyed and killed even more fiercely, with only one thought in their minds, win or die. On this day, a peculiar thing happened in the flood. The people were shocked to find that 10 radiant suns had appeared in the sky, Xiao Tang raised his head and looked up, squinting his eyes, carefully observing the 10 sons and realizing that each of them was personified by a golden crow. These 10 golden crows were the children born to Emperor Jun and the Taiyin goddess Xia. As the princes of the heavenly court, they had been favored by the entire demon race since childhood, and thus had developed an arrogant and domineering personality. On weekdays, they stayed in the Soup Valley, enjoying comfort and luxury, and rarely showed themselves in the floodplains. This time, they actually all came out together, and they recklessly kept releasing the true flame of the sun. The reason why the 10 golden crows had come out was because they knew that their father was fretting about attacking the sorcerer clan. Then he thought to himself, if he could help his father get rid of some of the people of the witch clan, then his father and uncles would surely praise him. They then changed into 10 sons and rushed into the territory of the witch clan from the sky in a great rush. Wherever the 10 golden crows went, the earth instantly turned into a sea of fire. The originally vibrant earth was now scorched by the sun true flame to the point where not an inch of grass could grow, and the land was parched and scorched. Although the 10 golden crows were all only at the Taiyi golden immortal realm, they relied on the mighty power of the true fire of the sun to rampage through the territory of the sorcerer clan. Among the witch clan, those weak clansmen were simply unable to withstand the scorching fire of the sun, and were burned alive, letting out miserable cries. Seeing the people of the witch race being burned to death, the 10 golden crows not only didn't have a trace of pity, but were extremely happy. They thought to themselves, after killing so many people of the witch clan in this way, their father would surely praise them. Thinking of this, the golden crows burned even harder as they continuously spewed out the true sun flame to incinerate the sorcerer clan. The look was smug, as if they were playing a fun game. Under the wanton killing of the 10 great golden crows, tens of millions of living beings died under the scorching fire of the true sun. What the 10 golden crows didn't know was that they had completely angered the sorcerer clan with this action. Although the witch-demon war has lasted for a long time, and both sides have killed in the dark and shattered mountains and rivers, they never go to sneak attack those weak clansmen who have no hands. However, this action of the 10 golden crows is undoubtedly a ruthless step through the bottom line of the witch race. Those weak tribes had no power to resist in the face of the true fire of the sun. Some tribes had Taiyi golden immortals, but they were not helped by the fact that their speed was too poor compared to the golden crow. At this time, a great sorcerer at the level of a great Luo golden immortal stood out. He transformed into a 100-foot giant and attacked towards the 10 golden crows. The 10 golden crows felt the powerful oppression that came to their faces and did not dare to fight hard, directly turning into several golden lights to quickly vanish. And this powerful man of the witch race is none other than Quaif. Cotter was holding a mahogany staff and chasing after Jinwu. Cotter struggled to swing his mahogany staff at the fleeing golden crow. The golden crows flickered and dodged nimbly. They then turned their heads to spew out raging sun true flame as a means of blocking Quagmire's footsteps. Seeing this, Cotter did not avoid it and crossed his arms in front of him to protect himself against this fiery attack. In an instant, the flames collided with his flesh, making a ZZ sound. Although the sun true flame failed to cause fatal trauma to Quafu, it also caused his movement to be hindered, and his figure was slightly staggered. Seeing the opportunity, the golden crows once again accelerated and fled towards the distance. The 10 golden crows fled while scorching the quartet with true fire. The power of the sun true flame was such that even Cotter couldn't block it unharmed. The wounds on Cotter's body were increasing, but he didn't stop. With so many of the witch clan dead, even if he had to give his life, he had to make these golden crows pay. Although this incident happened in the territory of the witch clan, but now the territory of the witch clan is really too big. The 12 ancestral witches are all thinking about how to fight with the demon clan, and did not notice for a moment. Otherwise, if any of the ancestral witches made a move, these golden crows would immediately pay the price. At the same time, another great sorcerer at the level of a great Luo golden immortal, De was also keenly aware of the evil deeds of the 10 golden crows. De was very good at fighting, and his archery skills were number 1 in the witch race. When he sensed the great battle between Quafu and the 10 golden crows, he immediately rushed to help. But he couldn't match the speed of the quaffle and could only chase after it from a distance. These golden crows flew all the way to the east, and actually flew into the territory of the human race. The human race was already fragile, and under the ravages of this sun true flame, there were even more deaths and injuries. The place where the golden crows were at this time happened to be the territory of the 4 children. Seeing this tragic situation, Siwa's anger rose from his heart. He hurriedly sacrificed the flame light banner off the earth and sucked in all of the sun true flame that was spreading across the sky. Siwa raised his head, looked towards the 10 dazzling balls of light in the sky, lifted his breath and leaped forward, and with a few rises and falls, he blocked the golden crows. Who are you? The big golden crow at the head spoke arrogantly. I am Xiao Yan. Siwa's eyes widened in anger and his voice was like thunder. How dare you set fire to the human race and burn them to death? Today is the day of your death. The great golden crow laughed disdainfully and coldly, his eyes filled with contempt. You're talking about those things that are as small as ants. We didn't intend to target them. It was just an accidental wave. In the eyes of the golden crows, the sorcerer race with a stature of 100 feet tall was not even in their eyes, let alone these human races that were less than a foot tall and fragile. When Siwa heard this, he was so angry that he was trembling. You guys are looking for death. When the 10 golden crows saw the 4 waifs rushing towards them, they simultaneously spewed out the true fire of the sun. However, the flames had no effect at all on Siwa. Siwa pierced through the flames and arrived in front of a golden crow in a flash, choking the golden crow's neck with his hand. The captured golden crow frantically released the sun true flame in a vain attempt to scorch Siwa in order to get away. Yet it couldn't hurt him at all. You, how come you're not afraid of fire? The golden crow's eyes were wide with shock and fear. Humph, you guys were still eggs when old me was playing with fire. Still wanna burn me with fire. Looking for death. After saying that, he fiercely exerted his force, following Dawa's example, and directly ripped the golden crow's neck off. Then with a pinch of his hand, he ruthlessly crushed the golden crow's true spirit. Chapter 63, The Last Golden Crow. Witch Demon Battle. Siwa let go of his hand, and the golden crow's body quickly fell, transforming into a huge fireball that smashed into the earth. When the other golden crows saw this, they were scared out of their wits and fled. They knew they couldn't flee to one place or they would be caught up, so now they could only escape as many as they could. And at that moment, a large hand suddenly reached out and grabbed a golden crow. Accompanied by a mournful scream, the golden crow instantly died. The one who struck was none other than the arriving quarry. With this block from Siwa, Cotter caught up with him. Siwa and Kwafu struck again, getting 2 more golden crows killed. With this, there were 4 less of the 10 golden crows. The other 6 golden crows had taken advantage of this opportunity and had run far away. Cotter and Siwa each chased towards a golden crow. Among them, the great golden crow was very happy to see that no one was chasing towards him. As long as he could escape back to the heavenly court, he was not afraid of anything. However, just when he was happy, an arrow came silently and penetrated his head with unparalleled precision. The arrow was extremely powerful and directly broke the golden crow's true spirit. The great golden crow's body also turned into a fireball and crashed down. And the one who shot this arrow was none other than Dei, who hurriedly arrived. After shooting down a golden crow, he bent his bow and an arrow left the string. The speed of that arrow was a few points faster than the golden crow, hitting the target with unerring precision. A golden crow wailed and fell, its light dimming. The remaining 4 golden crows witnessed the tragic deaths of their brothers one after another. Terrified, their eyes filled with panic, momentarily panicking, they expended all their strength at that moment, desperately stirring their wings in a vain attempt to escape. However, how could either Kwafu or Hoi let the golden crow go so easily? The 3 Siwa got another golden crow killed by one of them. In this way, only the smallest of the 10 golden crows remained. How could Dei give up? He lightly tapped his feet, caught up with the last golden crow, and once again took his bow and shot an arrow. The little golden crow trembled in fear as it felt the deathly aura that came over it. It looked at the arrow that was shot at it and its heart was filled with despair. Am I going to die here today? Just in the nick of time, a majestic voice came out. Who dares to hurt him? Immediately afterward, the big bell appeared out of nowhere and covered the little golden crow, blocking that life-threatening arrow hard. This bell is none other than the Eastern Emperor's bell, and the one who sacrificed it is Tai. Tai sensed the death breath of the little golden crows and quickly rushed over, not realizing that he was still slightly late. Seeing this, Dei felt it was a great pity that if Tai had come a little later, he would have been able to kill the last golden crow. You seek death, Tai slapped down with a single palm, and the might of the paramount sage instantly shattered Dei's flesh. On the other side, Kwafu had been chasing the sun for a long time, and his body had long been continuously burned by the fire of the sun, and because he had exerted all his strength in killing the golden crow earlier, at this moment, he could no longer support himself and collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. After Tai finished resolving Dei, he turned his head to look at Siwa at the side. Humph, if I kill you today, you brothers won't be able to open your grand formation. Taichi wants to take this opportunity to kill Shiva. He swung his fist out with maximum force towards Siwa. Siwa felt this powerful pressure and did not flinch. He exerted the power of his entire body and offered the flame light banner of Offerth to ward off this fatal blow. Although the strength of the 4th child was also similar to that of a paramount saint, he was still a step behind in the end. After carrying this blow hard, his face turned pale and he was injured. Weedy bird, how dare you kill so many of our clansmen? You all must die. A voice as loud as a flood bell rolled out. Only the 12 ancestral witches were seen instantly arriving from the 4 directions of heaven and earth. Seeing this, Tai immediately couldn't be bothered to lay his hands on Siwa anymore and quickly turned around. preparing to give his full attention to fighting the 12 ancestral witches. The fastest Emperor John rushed to Tai in the blink of an eye, swinging out that huge fist and smashing it towards the Eastern Emperor Tai. The Eastern Emperor Tai didn't dare to underestimate it and similarly swung out a fist to fend it off. The two fists connected, as if the stars were colliding, emitting a shocking loud sound. In terms of pure power, Tai was still slightly inferior compared to Emperor Jiang, and his entire body was shaken back a distance. Seeing the situation, Tai immediately offered up the Eastern Emperor bell and slammed it hard, knocking Emperor Jiang back. Immediately after that, all 12 ancestral witches appeared in a closed circle, trapping Tai in the center. Tai made an immediate decision, first putting the little golden crow into the space of the magic treasure, and then pouring out his whole body to cast the Dongwang bell and start a confrontation with the 12 ancestral witches. Tai pushed the Dongwang bell and smashed away Gong Gong and Shu Rong. Emperor Jiang took advantage of the opportunity and punched Tai's body. This strike was too powerful and directly caused Tai to be seriously injured. Tai hurriedly recalled the Eastern Emperor bell back to defense. The East Emperor's bell was indeed strong, but after all, it was 12 against 1, and Tai simply couldn't withstand it. And at that moment, the closed-off Emperor Jun arrived with the many paragons of the demon race. There was an instant melee between witch and demon. The 10 golden crows of the demon tribe have really provoked the anger of the witch tribe, and as the demon race favors protecting the last little golden crow, this battle will not stop easily. Finally, the 12 ancestral witches combined their efforts and used the 12 metropolitan divine furies grand formation. In an instant, the sky and earth changed color, the wind and clouds surged, and the Pango's silhouette, as if awakening from an ancient slumber, slowly surfaced in the formation. He raised the heaven-opening god axe and slashed towards the demon race. Nowadays, this 12 capital heavenly divine furies grand formation is jointly performed by 12 paragons, and is so powerful that even saints have to avoid it for a while. The 12 ancestral witches were able to open the 12 metropolitan divine fury formations at any time, but the demon race could not. The perimeter Star Dipper grand formation required the combined efforts of a large number of demon races before it could be opened. The ones who were here today were basically quasi-saints and a handful of great Luo golden immortals, and they could only open a small perpetual Star Dipper formation. And this crippled version of the circumstantial Star Dipper grand formation had no way of blocking the Panga shadow. Thus, Tai gathered all the power of the grand formation into his own body. Then he sacrificed the Eastern Emperor bell with all his might and slammed it towards the Panga shadow. The Eastern Emperor's bell and Pango's shadow clashed together. At that moment, a roar that could shatter the heavens resounded through the floodplains, and a terrifying power spread wildly in all directions. Billions of miles of earth were destroyed by the impact of this force that cracked the earth and mountains, and the rivers flowed backwards. Countless living beings suffered extinction. Even Siwa ran far away in advance so as not to be affected by the terrifying power. Siwa sighed in relief as he felt the power left over from the battle. It was fortunate that it wasn't himself who was facing this 12 heavenly divine fury formation. He felt it and realized that even if they used the 7-colored mixed heavenly dipper formation, there was no way to block an axe from Pangu's shadow. If their grand formation was coupled with the 5 elements grand formation, they might be able to block the strike. Still, hopefully it will never come to that. After the terrifying air currents dissipated, everyone on the demon race's side was seriously injured. The Tai who stopped at the very front was even hit with a shattered Dao body. If it wasn't for the East Emperor clock guarding him, I'm afraid it would have been lost directly. Feel free to join the group chat at the book blurb. There are rewards for suggesting typos. Chapter 64, The Demon Race's Scheme, Shao Tung's Choice. The Tai body shattered and the crowd of demons were injured, so they immediately tore through the void and fled. Seeing this, the 12 ancestral witches hurriedly raised their divine axes again to slash out a second strike, and before the second hit, the demon race crowd had taken the lead. The 12 ancestral witches had managed to severely injure the demon race with great difficulty, so how could they possibly let them go just like that? Thus, the ancestral witches likewise tore through space and chased towards the demon race. On the sidelines, Siwa watched the melee. He realized that all of the people in this area he was guarding were dead. None had survived, so he had to look elsewhere. During the period when the witches and demons were at war, the human race still seemed too small and fragile as ants. In the collision between the two races, they were easily crushed. The remnants of the demon race withdrew to the heavenly court like lost dogs. Dijun immediately summoned all the demons in the heavenly court and unfolded the great formation of the stars and dukes of the week. Nowadays, the Buzhou mountain had completely become the territory of the demon race. The circumstantial Star Dipper grand formation used the Buzhou mountain as its base and added the power of the heavenly court and the power of the circumstantial Star Dipper, which was very powerful. Even the sorcerer clan's 12 heavenly divine fury formation was difficult to break. After a few chops of the Pangu divine axe, the 12 ancestral witches were a bit exhausted. while the circumstantial Star Dipper formation was still solidly in place. The perpetual Star Dipper Grand Formation was able to borrow the power of the stars and merge the power of the 10,000 demons. On the other hand, the 12th Capital Heavenly Divine Fury Formation only relied on the power of the 12 ancestral witches, and it was easy to run out of strength. There was no choice but to disperse the 12 ancestor witches, after which they led the witch clan to attack the heavenly. Originally, the heavenly court could still fight with the sorcerer race with the extremely powerful artifact of the Eastern Emperor's Bell. However, now that Tai Tai's body was broken, he could no longer use the East Emperor Bell. Without the East Emperor's Bell, the demon race can only cower in the heavenly court to resist the sorcerer races. Jun knows that the situation is critical. If you do not want to come up with countermeasures, even if there is a Star Dipper array, the demon tribe will sooner or later be defeated. He frowned tightly, thinking in his heart, what the witch clan relied on the most was the 12th Heavenly Divine Fury formation. Once this formation was fully executed, it was almost irresistible. But if we can manage to kill an ancestral witch, so that this big formation cannot be fully formed, then the demon race will have the opportunity to turn defeat into victory. When he thought of this, a flash of viciousness flashed in his eyes, but then it dimmed. The witch race is powerful, and the ancestral witches have always clubbed together and taken care of each other. So how easy is it to kill a single ancestral witch? Even if he himself personally made a move, along with the 10 great demon saints assisting from the side, he might not be able to win. But Jun didn't give up. He immediately gathered all the demons and opened a meeting. In the heavenly court, the atmosphere was so heavy that it was suffocating, and the demon master Kuanping and the 10 great demon saints were also full of solemn killing. The crowd sat around, discussing the ploy of how to kill the ancestral witches. After much deliberation, a bold and sinister plan gradually surfaced. Everyone knows that the soul of the human race has an extraordinary restraining effect on the body of flesh and blood. The sorcerer race does not cultivate the spirit, and relies solely on the strength of the flesh and blood body to gain a foothold. If he could use the souls of the human race to refine a superb magic treasure, it would be highly likely to break the deadlock and kill the ancestral witches. After settling on this plan, the demon race began to go on a heartless rampage to capture the human race. They sent out a team of elites, even going so far as to use a paragon-level expert to lead the attack. For a time, countless human races fell into the clutches of the demon race. Although the Holutas had extraordinary strength, they were somewhat overwhelmed by the frantic capture of the demon race at the moment. Their own strength hadn't yet reached the level of Paragon, so if they rashly confronted the demon race Paragon, they would undoubtedly be striking a stone with an egg. Xiao Tang then told them to avoid the front line for now, and to only target the Deluo Golden Immortal level demons. One day, the Holutas set up an ambush and after a hard battle, they finally captured a demon Deluo Jinxian. The Gourd children surrounded him and sternly pressed out the conspiracy plan of the demon race. He told them all about the demon race's intention to refine divine weapons to deal with the witch race. Xiao Tang fell into deep thought after learning about the demon race's plan. It was almost impossible to stop the demon race's attack on the human race with just his and Hulyu's power. So if you want to save more of the human race, you have to pull the witch race over. According to the original trajectory, the sorcerer race and the demon race would eventually end up together. But if we intervene, can we change this established ending? After thinking about it for a while, Xiao Tang had a decision to make. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Xiao Tang would like to see if all this would still develop towards that established tragedy under his interference as a traveler. The conflict between himself and the demon race had been going on for a long time, and in comparison, although the sorcerer race also had faults, it was still much better compared to the demon race. Coupled with the fact that he had to save the human race nowadays, he decided to take the side of the sorcerer race in this strife. Xiao Tang took out the Wuxi apricot and yellow flag and gave it to Kai, but he protected himself. Afterward, Xiao Tang's figure flickered as he sped toward the Buzhou Mountain. The Buzhou Mountain, towering up into the sky. However, compared to before Xiao Tang had transformed into his form, the current Buzhou Mountain no longer had its former elegance. As soon as Xiao Tang appeared, he was discovered by one of the great Luo Golden Immortals of the Witch Clan. When he saw Xiao Tang, he thought it was a demon race. Without saying anything, he waved his huge fist, wrapped in whistling wind sounds, and smashed it fiercely. Seeing this, Xiao Tang's eyes glazed over and he swung out his fist to block his opponent's punch. Xiao Tang then hurriedly said, "I'm here to see your ancestral witch. I'm not from the demon clan. If you want to see the ancestral witch, you also have to see if you have the strength." This great sorcerer once again swung his fist towards Xiao Tang. Xiao Yan took out his god-striking whip and struck the arm of the great sorcerer of the witch clan with a whip, which immediately broke the skin. The great witch screamed miserably and covered his arm, looking at Xiao Tang with a face full of shock. What a strong magic treasure. The great sorcerer's heart was shocked. Even a top-grade spirit treasure would be hard to leave marks on his body. and Xiao Tang's magic treasure was able to hit his skin. This whip must be an extremely high-grade spirit treasure. But this big witch is also a stubborn person. Although the heart is shocked, but did not retreat. He gritted his teeth and ignored his arm injuries, and once again merged his body to pounce on him in a vain attempt to suppress Xiao Tang by virtue of close physical combat. Xiao Tang's figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of the great sorcerer, flying up and kicking him hard in the chest. This kick contained an extremely strong force, and the great witch immediately flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, falling heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Xiao Tang looked around and said aloud, "Ho Tu! I'm Xiao Tang. I want to see you." Xiao Tang's voice spread throughout the uncharted mountain. Not long after, a delicate figure flashed out, and it was none other than Ho Tu. When the injured great sorcerer saw that Ho Tu had arrived, he hurriedly complained, "Chief, this is the man who trespassed into our territory and injured me." Ho Tu glanced at the great sorcerer and said indifferently, "He's already being merciful by not beating you to death." Ho Tu understood in her heart that although Xiao Tang was a great Luo golden immortal, her strength was unfathomable and not necessarily weaker than herself. Chapter 65, Killing the Ghost Cart. Standing up to the witch race, Ho Tu looked at Xiao Tang and asked, "What does fellow Taoist Xiao Tang want with me?" Xiao Tang said, "I came here to tell you guys a piece of news. The demon race is on a rampage to capture the human race, preparing to create a magic treasure that will specifically target your sorcerer race. Once this magic treasure is formed, even your ancestral witches will have trouble resisting it." Hearing this, Ho Tu's face changed slightly. She knew deep down that Xiao Tang would not speak without words, much less exaggerate. So, she immediately summoned the crowd by sending a message to her elder brothers. Soon, the ancestral witches gathered in the ancestral witch hall. The gazes of the crowd turned to Xiao Tang. Ho Tu was the first to speak. "Brothers, Taoist Xiao Tang has brought us a message. The demon race is capturing the human race to make magic treasures to deal with us." Xu Rong was impatient in nature, and when he heard this, he immediately said with a face full of disdain, "Humph, those guys who only know how to hunker down in the heavenly court, what kind of powerful magical treasures can they produce? Even that Eastern Emperor Bel, we are not afraid of it." Xiao Tang opened his mouth and explained, "The demon race has evil intentions this time, trying to use the 3 souls and 6 spirits of the human race to create magic treasures that carry the power of the soul. As for the sorcerer race, you were born without true spirits and fight with your strong physical bodies, and their magic treasures must have a great restraining effect on you. For the demon clan, the biggest obstacle is the sorcerer clan's 12 metaphysical goddesses formation. If the magic treasure is refined, the demon clan will take advantage of the situation to settle one of you. With the numerous paragon saints of the demon race, plus that special magic treasure to assist you, it's highly likely that you'll be trapped if you're not careful. I believe in fellow Taoist Xiao Tang's words." Ho Tu was the first to take a stand. Emperor Jiang, who was sitting in the center, spoke, "No matter what, since the demon race has a conspiracy, then we'll just break it. They dared to sneak out of the heavenly court, so that's our chance to rob and kill them. I can provide you with the location of the demon race," Xiao Tang said. With Erwa's divine ability, those guys from the demon race would have nothing to hide even if they were hiding deeper. What Xiao Tang lacked at hand nowadays was precisely a powerful battle force such as that of the witch race. "Very well, since that's the case, let's cooperate with fellow Taoist Xiao Tang." Emperor Zhang's majestic voice rang out, carrying an unquestionable majesty. The other ancestral witches looked at each other. Since Big Brother had said so, let's follow this. Xiao Tang didn't dare to delay and immediately asked Erwa to exert his divine ability to find out where the demon race was. An ancestral witch alone against a demon saint. Although he could definitely defeat the other party, it was never easy to kill him. To be on the safe side, Xiao Tang would let the 2 of them fight one for good. Thus, the 12 ancestral witches quickly split into 6 groups, and with a flash of their bodies, each sped towards their respective targets, and Xiao Tang asked the Gourd girls to kill a demon saint. With the combined power of the 7 Gourd wards, it was not impossible to kill even a quasi-saintly powerhouse. The 7 Gourd boys were the first to arrive, just in time to stop the ghost cart in its tracks. Thinking of the last time they let this ghost car get away, the Gourd girls all gritted their teeth and secretly swore that this time they would make him pay a terrible price. When the ghost car saw these 7 aggressive Gourd children in front of him, his face instantly turned pale, and without saying a word, he turned around and wanted to cast a spell. Originally, a single Holowanwa, he was doubly strenuous, and now these 7 together. How can he still have half a chance of winning? However, how could the Gourd girls do as he wished? They were enraged and directly charged towards the ghost car, instantly surrounding him securely with 3 layers on the inside and 3 layers on the outside. Seeing the bad situation, the other surrounding demon clans didn't have the slightest intention to stay and help the ghost car, only wanting to hurry and escape from this place of wrongdoing. "Brothers, send him to his death." The Gourd children roared, each using their own magical abilities. The fourth child spewing fire, the fifth child spewing water, the eldest child purely exerting force, and the third child using his adamantine body to attack directly. For a while, the light flashed, and the ghostly car was quickly dismembered and destroyed in ashes under this overwhelming attack. At the same time, the other ancestral witches also faced the demon saints of the demon race, K. Meng, 9 infants, Shan Yang, Fei Lian, Ying Zhua, and Qin Yuan, respectively. As for the more runnable Kuan Pang and the difficult Di Jun, they were not their targets. The demon saints saw that the situation was bad, and they all sacrificed their magic treasures, preparing to fight to the death. The 12 ancestral witches had a clear goal, with only these demon saints in their eyes, and as for the other minions, they didn't even bother. Although the other great Luo golden immortals wanted to come forward to help, they knew that there was a disparity in strength, and they had no choice but to wait on the sidelines. The battles of Paragon Saints were not something they could meddle in. The demon saints were already struggling to deal with one ancestral witch, not to mention the two that had come. They could only think of every way to escape. Because of his precognitive ability, Shan Yang realized the danger in advance. Early on, he made thorough preparations, and at the critical moment, he tried his best and successfully escaped from this desperate situation of life and death. The other 5 were not so lucky, and under the fierce attack of the witch race, they were killed and their souls were scattered. In this way, the demon race instantly lost 6 paragon saints and suffered a great loss of strength. Emperor Jun learned of this bad news in the heavenly court and was so angry that he trembled and a mouthful of blood surged up his throat, nearly spitting out. He was filled with grief and anger, and he really couldn't figure out how the witch clan could know their whereabouts so precisely. This is good. The human race has not yet captured enough numbers, but the demon race first suffered such a heavy blow. Di Jun knew that the only way at the moment was to continue capturing the human race and scrambling to refine that magic treasure that could deal with the sorcerer race. Otherwise, the demon race is in danger. Although the demon clan scattered out as much as possible, the sorcerer clan sent out the same people to intercept them. For a while, the speed of the demon race in capturing the human race became very slow, and the human race is not a fish and meat to be slaughtered. Over the years, the human race also appeared in the Great Luo Golden Immortal, encountered the demon race when the Great Luo still able to resist, no longer let the demon slaughter of the weak lamb. On this day, Xiaotang found Ho-Tu and originally wanted to discuss with her in detail the next thorough plan to deal with the demon race, but as soon as he got close, he realized that there was something wrong with Ho-Tu's state at this moment. Fellow Taoist Ho-Tu, Xiaotang shouted softly. Ho-Tu reacted and slowly turned her head to look at Xiaotang. So it's fellow Taoist Xiaotang. Is fellow Taoist fretting about something? Xiaotang asked. Ho-Tu raised her head and said, fellow Taoist, raise your eyes and look. Have you ever noticed the baleful aura that fills the sky? Xiaotang's heart was startled and his face showed surprise. Logically speaking, it was unusual for someone like Ho-Tu, who was deep into the quantum revelation, to not be able to feel the existence of the revelation chi at all. I didn't expect Ho-Tu to have such a keen sense to detect this menacing aura that was hidden between heaven and earth. Xiaotang nodded his head slightly and said with a grave expression, not bad. With the great battle between the witch and demon clans, the number of casualties is increasing, and accordingly, a baleful aura has been formed. The transformation of these furies into robbery chi is not unlike that of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans during their great battle. Chapter 66, The Witch Race's Approach. Another Great War. Upon hearing Xiaotang's words, Ho-Tu's brows furrowed even tighter, the worry in her eyes overflowing. I'm worried that even if we, the witch race, end up defeating the demon race, but if this demonic aura is not removed, the sorcerer clan will also be doomed and unable to escape. Xiaotang also let out a long sigh. Although he had already made up his mind to help the witch race defeat the demon race, he was also pondering in his mind as well. After this great battle, will all of the robbing chi fall on the demon race? Or will the sorcerer race and the demon race bear the evil consequences together? If the demon race is completely extinguished, I am afraid that all of the calamity gas will have to be transferred to the sorcerer race's body. At that time, what is the difference between winning and losing? Xiaotang hung his head in contemplation for a moment before slowly saying, if you want to seek a different ending, perhaps the only way to have a chance of survival is to dissolve the sky full of deadly chi. When Ho-Tu sniffed, she suddenly seemed to have thought of something crucial. Her eyes became a bit mesmerized, and a force was quietly guiding her in the underworld. There was something vital just ahead, within reach, just that much closer to a firm grasp. Fellow Taoist Xiaotang, I seem to have found my way to the witch clan. I have to go out, so I'll ask you to take care of the witch clan side first. Xiaotang's heart stirred. With Ho-Tu looking like this, it was likely that she was about to touch the opportunity to become a saint. If Ho-Tu really incarnated in the 6 paths of reincarnation, she would certainly be able to find a home for the living beings in this heaven and earth. But in this way, the 12 ancestral witches will be missing a key pillar, and the 12 metropolitan godfiend grand formation will not be able to form a complete composition. Without this grand formation, it would be difficult to break through the demon race's circumstantial star dipper grand formation in the future. However, if Ho-Tu did not become a saint or became a saint later, the 6 paths of reincarnation could not be created in time, and the roiling baneful chi would remain between heaven and earth, and sooner or later it would be transferred to the witch race. At that time, the witch race will only be able to repeat the mistakes of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin races, and end up in a state of decline and extinction. After Xiaotang thought about it more, he felt that Ho-Tu should go after the opportunity to become a saint first. As for the method of defeating the demon race, when the car arrives, there will be a way through the mountain, even without the 12 heavenly goddesses formation. By virtue of the cooperation between the sorcerer race and the Huludas, other ways to win can definitely be found. After Ho-Tu left, the momentum of the witch race's attack did not half diminish. Once the sorcerers weakened their attack, it would be easy to realize that one person was missing. Although Ho-Tu had left, the witch clan had more Xiaotang and the Hulubs on their side, and their addition brought the witch clan's top combatant level to the next level. Xiaotang told the Huludas to try to kill the demon race's paragon saints and downlords without killing too many of them. This would mean that they could quickly diminish each other's strength and reduce the amount of being entangled by the calamity chi. A small amount of robbing chi Xiaotang could still afford it. Originally, the demon race planned to capture the human race to refine magic treasures to enhance their own strength, but the witch ancestor interfered, making their plan to capture people everywhere blocked. Slow progress. The number of human races captured today was a drop in the bucket compared to what was needed to refine the magic treasure. With no other choice, the matter of refining the magic treasure could only be put on hold for the time being. Di Jun was filled with annoyance, but he could only focus his energies on dealing with the sorcerer race's strong attack first. The news of Ho-Tu's absence was eventually discovered by the demon race. When Emperor Jun learned of this news, his heart first burst with ecstasy, but he didn't immediately panic. In his opinion, this was undoubtedly a heavenly opportunity. The 12 capital heavenly goddesses' great formation would not be able to function without Ho-Tu. On the other hand, his side's great formation of the stars and dukes of heaven could operate without any hindrance. With careful preparations and skillful layouts, the witch race can certainly be taken by surprise by taking advantage of this opportunity. As long as an ancestral sorcerer is killed, the 12 metropolitan divine fury formations will forever lose the possibility of reappearing in the world, and the sorcerer race will be greatly wounded as a result. On the other side, 12 figures sat in the great hall of the witch clan. Xiaotang represented himself and the Huludas sitting in the back earth position. The atmosphere in the great hall was somewhat heavy. Although the sorcerer clan currently had the advantage, they couldn't break through the demon clan's defenses for a while. And what made their headache even worse was that the blood pool of the witch race was gradually failing to create new witches. As the Great War progressed, the number of the witch race was decreasing, and it was because of the blood pool that a steady stream of great witches appeared. The casualty figures of the witch race continued to climb, while the newborn forces struggled to keep up, and the number of the community dwindled as far as the eye could see. Now that something had gone wrong with the blood pool, it could be said that it had jeopardized the foundation of the witch clan. Gong Gong's face was red, and there seemed to be anger burning in his eyes as he stood up fiercely and roared. Since there is no way to solve the matter of the blood pool, then it would be better for us to rush up directly with a brain and fight with the demon race to the death. For a while, no one in the hall said anything. Everyone knew in their hearts that this was really the next best thing to do out of desperation. It was possible to fight, but that perpetual star dipper formation was just too sturdy. Even when Ho-Tu was there, she couldn't split it with the 12 heavenly goddesses' great formation, and now it would be even more difficult for them to split it. After speaking for a while, Emperor Jiang said, "Since the circumstantial star dipper formation is based on the Buzhou mountain, then we will break open the Buzhou mountain. In this way, the circumstantial star dipper great formation won't have much power." The crowd was quiet as they listened. Breaking open the uncharted mountain? Xianmei spoke. That Buzhou mountain is the spine of Father God, and it's incredibly sturdy. It's hard to break through even with the use of a great formation. That's exactly why it's our only possibility of winning. Xianmei turned his head to look at Xiaotang and asked softly, "Fellow Daoist Xiaotang, what do you think?" Emperor Jiang also looked at Xiaotang immediately afterward. His gaze filled with inquiries. Xiaotang frowned slightly and spoke after a moment of contemplation. This method of fellow Taoist Emperor Jiang is indeed good, but now that Ho-Tu is not here and the 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury formation cannot be executed, how can we break through the Buzhou mountain? The crowd sniffed and once again fell into deep thought. Yeah, how do you break through the uncharted mountain? After some intense discussions, the people racked their brains and finally came up with a risky plan. That is to select a powerful great witch to temporarily take over the position of Hutu. There was ultimately a difference between great witches and ancestral witches, and they were unable to truly open the 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury Great Formation. However, the ancestral witches held in their hands the essence blood left behind by Hutu, and with this treasure, they might be able to briefly activate the power in Hutu's blood and simulate most of the might of the Great Formation. Just this kind of forced action. The big formation must be extremely unstable, can make a few moves with full strength is completely unknown. Moreover, when catalyzing the Grand Formation, it was extremely exhausting to that great sorcerer's body, and the slightest carelessness could cost him his life. But things have come to a head, and the witch race has no choice. After a bit of sifting, a great witch was finally chosen who willingly stepped up to the plate. The great battle became more and more intense, and the demon race and the sorcerer race prepared themselves at the same time. This battle was very crucial and would probably affect the future trend of the flood. Xiao Tang and the Hulutas followed the witches into battle. Chapter 67, Severing the Buzhou Mountain. Death of Zhu Rong Gonggong. Upon learning of Hutu's absence, Di Jun immediately unfolded the perpetual Star Dipper formation, turning defense into offense. However, what they didn't expect was for the Sorcerer clan's 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury formation to open up once again. The crowd of the demon race was very surprised. How could they not expect that they would still be able to open the 12th capital Heavenly Goddess's great formation with less Hutu? Emperor Jun was shocked in his heart. And then he suppressed his emotions and hurriedly commanded the demon race to once again use the weekly Star Dipper formation to defend with all their might. At this moment, a blinding light split down, and the Pangu axe ruthlessly smashed on top of the circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Formation. In an instant, the large formation trembled, and horrifying energy ripples swept madly. The crowd of the demon race clenched their teeth and exerted all their strength to output their spiritual energy, and it took a lot of effort to barely stabilize the shaking formation. Immediately afterward, the Pango silhouette once again raised the giant axe high, wrapping it in the aura of opening up the sky and earth with a vicious slash. With a loud click, the large formation shook violently, and many people in the front row of the demon race were directly shaken to the point that they bled from their 7 orifices and collapsed to the ground. A shocking gash was even cut out on top of the big formation. Fortunately, the demon race reacted quickly, and the people at the back rushed to fill the gap, and after a few flashes of light from the large formation, it struggled to return to its original state. Seeing this, the people of the witch race understood in their hearts that if such a stalemate in consumption continued, the first to collapse would inevitably be them. The great sorcerer who had replaced Huta had already exerted all his strength, and after swinging out 2 axes consecutively, his body began to show signs of disintegration. On the skin, cracks spread rapidly like fine spiderwebs, and crimson blood gurgled and oozed from the cracks. If he continued to maintain the grand formation, he would be in danger of perishing. Don't mind me, keep doing it. The 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury's grand formation once again shone brightly as the Pango silhouette raised its axe and slashed out with great force. And this time, the object they cleaved wasn't the circumstantial Star Dipper formation, but the Buzhou Mountain. According to the original plan, they were to shatter the Buzhou Mountain, so that without the Buzhou Mountain as the foundation, the perpetual Star Dipper grand formation would not be able to do much. Di Jun hadn't even expected them to attack the Buzhou Mountain directly. After all, this Buzhou Mountain was made of Pangu's spine, and according to how much importance the Sorcerer clan placed on it, it was impossible to chop it down in any way. But I never expected that the witch race would really be so determined. Just then, the body of the Great Witch could no longer support itself and directly collapsed. See you guys? The Great Witch incorporated his own flesh and blood and true spirit directly into the Panga shadow. At once, the Pangu imaginary image was nourished and its light flourished. The other ancestral witches renewed their strength and hacked at the unconventional mountain. Although Di Jun wanted to make a move to intercept it, if he were to block the move himself, he was afraid that he would be cut directly in half. When Buzhou Mountain was hacked, heaven and earth suddenly lost all sound, as if everything had stopped. The next moment, with an earth-shaking roar, boulders crumbled and flew. Under the impact of this stone-breaking impact, the Buzhou Mountain collapsed, and half of the mountain broke off directly, and the heavenly court, located on Buzhou Mountain, shook violently. The foundation had been destroyed, and the light of the perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation was instantly dimmed, its power greatly reduced. Witnessing the death of the Great Witch, Emperor Jiang's eyes burned with the flames of vengeance as he led the crowd of the witch race towards the demon race to launch a general attack. On the side of the demon race, the people also understand that the survival of life and death in this battle have to light up the magic treasure, exert all their strength, full resistance. Even Tai, who was recuperating from his injuries in seclusion and whose breath was still unstable, forcibly suppressed the injuries in his body and rushed out with a pale face. If we don't fight for our lives at this moment, the demon clan will surely be destroyed. Although Taiyi's strength had not yet recovered, with the East Emperor clock in place, it added a powerful force to the demon race. In the center of the battlefield, Di Jun was locked in a tangle with Gong Gong and Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong's flames and Gong Gong's floods made it very difficult for Di Jun to get into a mess. Gong Gong used the power of weak water to force back Di Jun. Seeing this, Zhu Rong took the opportunity to stretch out his fist and slam it towards Di Jun. However, in the very next moment, Di Jun suddenly took out a scarlet sword and violently stabbed into Zhu Rong's body. As soon as the sword appeared, it exuded a chilling aura of blood. Terrifying power surged madly through Zhu Rong's body. In the next moment, Zhu Rong's body directly collapsed. Gong Gong rushed over and tried to grab Zhu Rong. However, Zhu Rong's flesh crumbled and there was no true spirit, so there was nothing left. Emperor Jun, you seek death. Seeing this scene, the other ancestral witches immediately repelled their opponents and charged over angrily. They didn't quite understand why Di Jun had killed Zhu Rong with a single sword. Xiao Tang's heart shook as he looked at the sword in Di Jun's hand. Is this sword hardly the Witch Slayer sword? Xiao Tang didn't understand why this witch-slaughtering sword was still created even though he had clearly prevented the capture of the human race. The ancestral witches were filled with rage as they attacked together towards Di Jun. The other demon paragons rushed over to protect Di Jun. Now that there was a way to kill the ancestral witch, the turnaround for the demon race to turn back the clock had come. Although the ancestral witch wanted to kill Di Jun to avenge his death, he was very jealous of being near that sword. The ancestral witches fought with Di Jun, but they didn't dare to get close to that sword. And every time they were cut by this sword, there was no way for the wounds to heal. All along, the witch race, with the strength of their physical bodies, has been running rampant in the floodplains, but I didn't expect to run into such a terrifying magic treasure today. Demon race, I'm going to make you pay. After Zhu Rong's death, Gong Gong was like a madman, his red eyes staring at the Buzhou mountain that had half collapsed not far away, and suddenly his body moved, madly rushing towards that side. Stop him. Seeing this, the crowd of the demon race knew in their hearts that it was not good, and they all shouted and went forward to stop them. Gong Gong instantly transformed into a monstrous flood, the waves reaching up to 1,000 feet high, sweeping away everything in its path. The people of the demon race who were in front of him were instantly engulfed by the flood and washed away. With undiminished speed and with the determination to destroy the world, Gong Gong slammed into the place where the Buzhou mountain had broken. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled violently once again, and the powerful impact directly smashed the remaining Buzhou mountain completely. And Gong Gong also exhausted all his vitality after this shocking collision, and his body slowly dissipated. After the Buzhou mountain completely collapsed, the heavenly court lost its pillars and faltered. The great formation of the stars and dukes of perpetual heaven was also completely unable to be put into action. The crowd of the witch clan looked at the collapsing Buzhou mountain and the two dead ancestral witches. Their eyes reddened and they hissed, rushing towards the demon clan regardless. Tai braced his weakened body and sacrificed the Eastern Emperor bell. As soon as that East Emperor clock appeared, it emitted a majestic aura, as if it could set the heaven and earth. Emperor Jun held the witch-slaughtering sword and echoed with the Eastern Emperor bell, stiffly stopping the 9 sorcerer ancestors who were rushing aggressively. Both sides were at a stalemate, and every collision of spiritual energy carried the sound of thunderous explosions, shaking the surrounding space with ripples. Xiao Tang violently flung the god-striking whip in his hand and lashed the demon Daolord in front of him. Under the 3 lashes, the demon Daolord's divine form was destroyed. The Holutas also performed their respective magical abilities to kill the demon race's great Luojingshians. Chapter 68 Witch Demon Battle. Emperor Jun Tai falls. The ultimate showdown between the sorcerer and demon clans has been plunged into a desperate situation of immortality. On the battlefield, karma continued to grow and spread, wrapping itself around every living being who fought, and the karma on those beings who died in battle reverted back to heaven and earth to find a new host. This astonishing battle was more tragic than the 3 clans' battles in the past. Thinking about the time when the 3 tribes were at war, there were only 3 patriarchs who had reached the realm of the quasi-saint. But today, the witch and demon 2 tribes have gathered more than 10 quasi-saint powerhouses. With every strike they made, they could cause space to shatter in time to be disrupted, fighting as if the end of the world was coming. Incomparably terrifying. If we continue to kill each other without restraint, the flood world will be destroyed, and all living things will be reduced to nothingness. As a result of the collapse of the Buzhou mountain, a big hole appeared directly in the sky, and the heavenly river poured down and started to flood the floodplains with a roar. Wherever the floodwaters went, mountains and rivers were submerged. Living beings struggled in despair, and the whole world was plunged into an endless abyss of flooding, with the end of the world coming. At the critical moment, in order to save the living, the 2 saints of the West, as well as Tai Ching and Yu Qing, took action at the same time. Standing in the 4 directions of heaven and earth, stabilizing the floodplains with the power of the saints, and suppressing the chaos between heaven and earth. Manhwa also took out her Qianquan cauldron and collected the 5 colored stones to refine the heaven mending stone to mend the shattered firmament. Shanqing, on the other hand, took the 4 swords of the immortal executioner to the North Sea Xian turtle and prepared to use the 4 legs of the North Sea Xian turtle as pillars of the sky to hold up the sky. And while the saints were mending the sky, the witch demon war continued. Turn on the great formation. Xiaotang transmitted his voice to the Hulutas. The Hulutas immediately gathered their strength and opened the 7-colored mixed heavenly deity formation. With the addition of this formation, the Hulutas combat power soared, and they managed to kill several paragon saints of the demon race. In this way, apart from Di Jun, Tai Yi, Kuan Peng who ran too fast, Bai Zhe who was extremely lucky, and Fu Shi who had the support of saints behind him, basically all of the demon race's quasi-saints were killed. However, the fury of the remaining 9 ancestral witches did not subside. Their eyes were red, and the hatred in their hearts drove them to recklessly continue charging towards the demon race. Seeing the situation, Xiaotang led the Gourd girls to quickly surround towards Tai Chi. Tai Yi directly sacrificed the East Emperor Bell and smashed it towards the Hulutas. Manhwa rushed to the forefront, using the power of his physical body to harden the Eastern Emperor Bell. To compare defense, he was even more powerful than the ancestral witches. Formation. The Hulkbusters once again turned on the Great Formation, trapping Tai Chi inside. Tai Yi snorted coldly. With this formation of yours, you want to trap me? Tai Yi slapped his palm on the East Emperor Bell, which emitted a roaring sound and kept hitting the Hulkbusters' Great Formation. Xiaotang stood outside the formation with a calm gaze. He naturally wouldn't be naive enough to think that he could subdue Tai Yi with just this 7-colored mixed elements heavenly deity formation. He still had a backhand. Xiaotang quickly made seals with both hands and shouted, and the 5 square flags came out and hung in the air. The 5 square flags fluttered against the wind, each releasing the majestic power of the 5 elements: red, yellow, blue, white, and green. The 5 colors of light mingled and converged with each other. 5 elements grand formation. Enlighten. The 5 elements formation formed by the 5 square flags was so powerful that it was no less powerful compared to the perpetual star dipper formation and the immortal execution sword formation. Together with the assistance of the 7-colored formation of the Hulutas, even if they encountered the 12 metropolitan gods' fury formation, they would dare to touch it. Tai Yi observed the 4 directions, looking for loopholes in the grand formation. He threw the East Emperor Bell with great force and attacked Chua. The 5 elements grand formation came into play, blocking the Eastern Emperor's bell while transforming its attacks away. Immediately after that, the Gourd girls seized the moment, and the 7-colored divine light surged toward Tai Yi. At this time, Tai Yi's old injuries have not yet healed, and before the fierce battle with the witch race has lost a lot of spiritual energy. At this moment, facing this overwhelming attack, immediately some can't hold back, body shape back and forth, face more and more pale. The other 4 paramount saints of the demon race were also deadlocked by the 9 ancestral witches and could not protect themselves, so there was no way to come over to help Tai Yi. Di Jun found the right opportunity to stab Chang Liang's body with the Witch Slayer sword. Chang Liang directly erupted with all of his power, transforming into endless thunder and lightning and trapping Emperor Jun. Seeing the right moment, Emperor Jiang instantly arrived in front of Emperor Jun and roared as he swung out a fist. This punch contained all of his power and anger, and was so powerful that it directly exploded Di Jun's head. Then, Emperor Jiang grabbed Di Jun's true spirit and directly crushed it. Di Jun's true spirit instantly dissipated, and the He-Tu Luo Shu and the witch-slaying sword lost their light. Just then, a black shadow flashed by, so fast that it was too late to react. This figure was none other than Kuan Peng. He performed his unique Kuan Peng technique and instantly disappeared, pocketing the He-Tu Luo Shu. Emperor Jiang didn't expect someone to grab the treasure, so he didn't react for a moment. By the time he tried to catch up, Kuan Peng had already fled far away and wasn't that easy to catch up with. Taking advantage of Fushi's distraction, Zabi Zombie swung his huge tail and ruthlessly stabbed through Fushi's chest. Fushi stared with wide eyes, his face full of unwillingness and shock, then slowly collapsed, dying of gas. In the distance, Manhwa, who was concentrating on mending the heavens, suddenly felt a pain in her heart. She stopped her hand movements and looked in the direction of the demon race battlefield, her eyes filled with grief. But it was a critical time to mend the sky, and she was simply too late to rescue. From the moment Fushi decided to join the demon race and become the demon emperor, his fate was sealed. But fortunately, for the sake of Saint Manhwa, Fushi's true spirit was preserved. When Tai Yi saw the tragic death of his elder brother, Emperor Jun, his eyes instantly turned red as if he was insane, and he recklessly pushed the Dongwon bell with all his might, wanting to break out. "I'm going to bury you all with me." Under his frantic urging, the East Emperor Bell's light became more and more dazzling, and the sound of the bell resounded through the heavens and earth. as if it was going to die with everyone. But Xiao Tang wouldn't let him get away with it. Xiao Tang quickly mobilized the power of the five elements grand formation and tightly imprisoned the Dong Huang bell. At the same time, the Gourd waifs pushed the great formation with all their might, and the seven-colored divine light continuously attacked towards Tai. In the end, Tai could no longer support himself and his Dao body shattered once again. Xiao Tang used the god-beating whip to whip, directly shattering Tai's true spirit, completely cutting off the possibility of his rebirth. After Tai's complete death, the East Emperor clock instantly became a masterless object. This Dong Huang clock was originally an innate treasure with spiritual intelligence. It vibrated and tried to flee the place, but how could Xiao Tang let it escape? The reason why he would deal with Tai was because of this East Emperor bell. Suppress me. Xiao Tang used the five-colored flag to suppress the ownerless Dong Huang clock. A masterless Dong Huang clock could be much better to deal with than a mastered one. Xiao Tang first put away the Dong Huang clock and waited until the matter over here was over before he found a place to slowly refine it. On the side of the demon race, with the deaths of the two core demon emperors, Emperor Jun and Tai, the army was in chaos and disorganized. The wizards took advantage of the situation and pursued them without mercy. The demon race army was routed, but there were still some members of the demon race who took advantage of the chaos and executed various kinds of recluse techniques to escape. Chapter 69 End of the Witch Demon War. Ho Tu becomes a saint. Other than Kun Pang, the only demon paragon left was Bai Zhe. Seeing a bad opportunity, White Zephyr also immediately cast a life-preserving technique and fled back to the heavenly court. He takes away the little golden crow and a group of demon personnel to preserve a trace of the demon bloodline. On the side of the sorcerer race, although they had won the battle, their losses were equally heavy. More than a dozen great wizards died in battle, while 3 ancestral wizards also fell in the fierce battle. Emperor Jiang held the witch-slaughtering sword and looked at the sword, which was stained with the blood of the witch race, with a face full of determination. This kind of evil magic treasure must not be left in the world again, otherwise it will be a future danger for the witch clan. Thus, Di Jun forcibly destroyed the witch-slaying sword. The smoke from the witch demon war gradually dispersed. However, the fury that permeated heaven and earth had not dissipated in the slightest. Boundless baleful chi surged through the air, turning into an evil beast that chose to devour people, transforming into karma and attaching itself to the bodies of the demon and sorcerer clans in strands. The warriors of the witch race were a bit desperate. Even if their witch race won the fight, it would be hard for them to escape their karma. But fortunately, the karma that the sorcerer race endured was much lower than that of the demon race. Those demon race that survived, I'm afraid that it will not be easy for them in the future. Only, where exactly the future of the witch race would go remained lost. Just then, a voice suddenly resounded through the flood. The great Tao is above, and I, Hu Tu, am transforming the wheel of reincarnation with my body today. From now on, the souls of all living beings in this world will have a home after death, and will no longer be dispersed. The good and evil in their lives will be judged, so that merit and sin will be rewarded, so that all things can follow this path and have the opportunity to regenerate. With this body, I wish to protect the cycle of reincarnation and establish the right path for heaven and earth. The great Tao recognizes this. Ho Tu stood above the sea of blood, invoking the power of the sea of blood to transform the wheel of reincarnation with her body. The moment the reincarnation was established, a mysterious power spread out from the land of the underworld toward the flood. Those true spirits and souls that remained after death throughout the floodplains drifted out from all corners of the world to the underworld, pouring into the reincarnation. It was with the merits of reincarnation that Ho Tu wanted to dissolve the heaven and earth's baneful chi and secure a ray of hope for the witch race. The wheel of reincarnation was established. The earth road was revived, and both the great Tao and the earth road simultaneously descended merit and virtue, pouring it into the body of Ho Tu. Ho Tu's aura continued to grow stronger and stronger, and he eventually proved to be a saint. Ho Tu gave up her physical body and became one with the wheel of reincarnation, and at this moment she represented the earth's way in the wheel of reincarnation. The wizards were very happy to learn that Ho Tu had become a saint. Now, the witch race finally had a saint as well. Just when they thought they could dominate the flood, Ho Tu's voice came out once again. The witch clan is ashamed of the flood in heaven. Therefore, on behalf of the witch clan, I announce that I will voluntarily enter the hell to keep the cycle of reincarnation running in order to repay my karma. Without waiting for the other ancestral witches to react, Ho Tu directly grabbed the remaining 8 ancestral witches with one big hand, and then grabbed all of them into the hell. The rest of the sorcerers couldn't escape either, and all of them went to hell. The originally empty hell was suddenly overcrowded. After taking away the witch clan, Ho Tu's aura was hidden. She had to take the time to properly repair the hell and perfect the wheel of reincarnation. The good thing is, she's finally stepped out of the way for the witches. The demon race fled in all directions, plus the sorcerer race left this time. The entire floodplain became empty. The only ones still on the battlefield were Xiao Tang and the Gourds. Ho-Tu stabilized the earth and Manhwa patched up the sky. After mending the heavens, Manhwa couldn't be bothered to rest and flew over in the direction where the battlefield was. Her eyes were filled with anxiety as she searched for her older brother. Fushi, fellow Daoist Manhwa. Xiao Tang flew over. He stretched out his hand, and the true spirit of Fushi floated in his palm. Many thanks to fellow Daoist Xiao Tang. Manhwa carefully picked up Fushi's true spirit. After Fushi's death, Xiao Tang had protected his true spirit. Manhwa also counted on her elder brother having a calamity, but she didn't realize that it would be when she was mending the heavens. Fellow Daoist Manhwa, what do you plan to do next? Xiao Tang asked. After pondering for a moment, Manhwa said, I'm going to use the resting soil and the three lights divine water to fabricate a new body for my brother, and then incorporate the true spirit into it. Xiao Tang nodded slightly. That would be a good choice. However, I'm afraid that a physical body made of resting soil would be difficult to perfectly fit with the true spirit. In that case, it's not conducive to pursuing his Tao. Manhwa sighed. There is no other way out of this situation. If it was in the past, there was indeed no way, but now it's different. Xiao Tang said. Oh, why? Manhwa asked. Fellow Daoist Ho-Tu has created the wheel of reincarnation, into which all undissolved true spirits can enter and be reincarnated. Fellow Daoist Manhwa is perfectly capable of sending fellow Daoist Fushi's true spirit into it to be reincarnated. After rebirth, that means he can retain his memories and also allow him to obtain a physical body that matches his own. This will help fellow Daoist Fushi pursue his own Tao. Manhwa nodded after hearing this. She hadn't thought of this solution, but she was also a little worried. Xiao Tang saw Manhwa's expression and said, Is fellow Daoist Manhwa worried that because of the sorcerer and demon clans, fellow Daoist Ho-Tu is unwilling to help and send him to reincarnation? Manhwa nodded. I think that if fellow Daoist Huda can become a saint, she naturally won't care about this matter. How about this? I'll accompany you. I have some friendship with Daoist Ho-Tu, so I can reconcile it if we go together. Since that's the case, then I'd like to thank fellow Daoist Xiao Tang once again. Xiao Tang turned around and shouted to the group of Gourd waifs behind him. I'll make a trip to hell. You guys clean up the mess. The flood wasteland has just calmed down. Don't cause trouble. Yes, Daddy. The huckleberries agreed in unison. There were simply too many living beings that died in this battle, and there were quite a few intact, or shattered treasures on the battlefield. Some of these treasures were still quite valuable and could be picked up, after the witch and demon core was destroyed. As long as the saints didn't make a move, no one would pose a danger to the Haludas. So by leaving them behind, Xiao Tang was still very relieved. After arranging for the Gourd girls, Xiao Tang traveled to the hell with Manhwa. At this moment, the hell was not as chaotic as Xiao Tang had imagined, but instead felt very organized. It all stems from the Saint Ho-Tu pressure. At first, the witches were not willing to come to Earth. So, Ho-Tu gave a slap to each of the disobedient ancestral witches, and everything was passed. After a few ancestral witches had been talked through, Ho-Tu asked them to pacify the other witches. Under the strong suppression of the ancestral witches, no one dared to raise any objections. Ho-Tu first selected a group of people, and then taught them how to manage and run the hell, while at the same time sending the remnants of those true souls into reincarnation. Learning that Manhwa and Xiao Tang had arrived, Ho-Tu personally came out to greet them. Fellow Daoist Manhwa, fellow Daoist Xiao Tang. The three men greeted each other. I have to thank fellow Daoist Xiao Tang for this, or else the casualties of my witch race would only be even more disastrous. Ho-Tu said. Chapter 70, Delineating the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Fushi's Path to Reincarnation. In response to Ho-Tu's thanks, Xiao Tu waved his hand. No harm done. Since I chose to do a favor for the witch clan, all of this is what I should do. Ho-Tu said. I should still thank you. After all, Dao friend Xiao Tang helped us and took on some karma. I have some karma here, so I'll send it to fellow Daoist. When Ho-Tu reached out and pointed, a merit flew out from the wheel of rebirth and fell into Xiao Tang's body. Xiao Tang instantly felt refreshed. Xiao Tang and the Gourdwanas helped the witch clan defeat the demon clan, and when the heavenly Dao sent down karma, Xiao Tang and the Gourdwanas were naturally tainted with it. Xiao Tang had focused all the karma of the Haludas on himself, and when Ho-Tu became a saint, Xiao Tang also shared some merit because he helped. Those karma from the sorcerer demon war had long since been washed away by merit. Now that Ho-Tu had given Xiao Tang another portion of merit, in general, Xiao Tang had benefited. Manhwa had been standing by, watching quietly. When the two had finished their conversation, she spoke. I came here because I have something I want to ask fellow Daoist Ho-Tu. Fellow Daoist Manhwa is doing this for fellow Daoist Fushi, right? Ho-Tu had already guessed. Manhwa nodded. My elder brother died tragically in the great battle. I would like to trouble you to send him to the reincarnation in peace so that he can be reincarnated. Speaking of which, Fuxi had killed people who weren't from the witch race, and it was only right that Ho-Tu should hate him. But the current Ho-Tu was a saint, representing reincarnation, and would not be swayed by emotion. Ho-Tu nodded her head and said, "This is natural. After the death of any living being, I will send it into the cycle of reincarnation." Manhwa was slightly relieved to hear that. In that case, it would be troublesome. I wonder what kind of beings brother can turn to. Ho-Tu sighed and said, "Nowadays, I'm also considering it. Every living being has different merits and karma in them, so naturally I can't just randomize them. That would be too unfair to those with merits. I'm going to make a distinction between these beings according to the merit and karma on them, creating 6 reincarnation channels. It just so happens that both of you fellow Taoists are here to help me figure out how to divide them." After a few heated discussions among the three, the 6 paths of reincarnation gradually took shape. Most of the names of these 6 paths were also given by Xiao Tang. From high merit to high karma, they are, in order, the heavenly Tao, the human Tao, the Shura Tao, the evil ghost Tao, and the hell Tao. The rules of division were established, and Ho-Tu immediately operated the power of reincarnation, bringing those who had died in the great battle and converged on the true spirits to be reincarnated in an organized manner. Manhwa asked again, "I wonder which Tao my elder brother is able to enter today." Xiao Tang and Ho-Tu sniffed and projected Fuxi's current situation. As one of the 4 great demon emperors of the demon race, Fuxi, although he had merits and virtues in his life, he was also tainted with a lot of karma due to the demon race's many acts of killing. Even if his own merit and virtue cancelled out some of it, the remaining karma was still a lot. Ho-Tu said with a grave expression, "According to fellow Taoist Fuxi's current merit and karma situation, he should enter the hungry ghost Tao or the Shura Tao." Naturally, Manhwa was not happy about this. Her elder brother had almost died, so she could not let him suffer anymore. Even if he couldn't go to the heavenly humanity, he had to enter the humanity and be reincarnated. But Manhwa also understood in her heart that she had just laid down the rules of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and as a saint with a golden tongue, she naturally could not arbitrarily make any further modifications. Manhwa, however, had other ideas. One could only see a huge golden wheel of merit and virtue appear behind Manhwa. In the next moment, a large amount of merit and virtue surged into Fuxi's true spirit, originally lingering around the true spirit of karma. Under the impact of this merit, such as ice and snow meet the sun, quickly dissipated without a trace, but instead, let Fuxi's true spirit more glittering light of merit. Xiao Tang and Ho-Tu could not help but secretly marvel at the situation. This was really the first time they had seen this kind of direct delivery of merit. It was really overbearing and very powerful. Manhwa had already gained immeasurable merit by creating the human race, and now that she had succeeded in mending the heavens and saving the lives of countless living beings in the floodplains, her own merit was already so deep that it was difficult to calculate. So it was naturally not a difficult task to eliminate the karma from Fuxi. "Now my elder brother can go to reincarnate. Into which path he can go to reincarnate?" Manhwa asked with a smile. Ho-Tu and Xiao-Tu looked at each other and replied, "With fellow Taoist Fuxi's current merits, it's no problem to enter the heavenly humanity." Manhwa nodded, very satisfied. "I think that, more than the celestial human way, fellow Taoist Fuxi is more suitable to enter the human way," Xiao Tang suddenly said. Both Ho-Tu and Manhwa looked at Xiao Tang, their eyes filled with doubt. Xiao Tang explained, "Fellow Taoist Fuxi has already traveled the heavenly Tao once, and he didn't find his own Tao. And I feel that it's more likely that fellow Taoist Fuxi will find the Tao that belongs to him amongst the human race." Hearing Xiao Tang say this, both Ho-Tu and Manhwa also carefully pinpointed. After pinching her fingers for a moment, Ho-Tu didn't count anything. Then, she said, "In fact, whether it's the celestial humanity or the humanity, with the shelter of fellow Taoist Manhwa, fellow Taoist Fuxi won't have any problems." Manhwa nodded. Although she wasn't sure exactly where her elder brother's Tao was, she could vaguely feel that the future flood world belonged to the human race. Having her elder brother go to the human race should be a good choice. Manhwa then sent Fuxi's true spirit to Ho-Tu. Ho-Tu added a protection to Fuxi's true spirit and then sent it into the cycle of reincarnation. Nowadays, there are numerous true spirits reincarnating into the midst of reincarnation, and it will probably take 1,000 years before fellow Taoist Fuxi is born. Manhwa nodded. She was in no hurry. To her, 1,000 years was not much time. "Fellow Taoist Manhwa, I suddenly remembered something that might be helpful to fellow Taoist Fuxi." Xiao Tang suddenly spoke out. "I still ask fellow Taoist Xiao Tang for clarification," Manhwa said in a hurry. "In the past, the river diagram and Luo book, the object of Emperor Jun, this Hichu Luo Shu records the changes of all things in the flood, and is very helpful to Fuxi's projections in deducing the great Tao." Manhwa had also heard her elder brother mention that river map Luo book was very useful to him. At that time, Fushi even asked Di Jun to borrow it and read it. But this river map Luo book was lost after the fall of Emperor Jun. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find it, Manhwa said with some fretfulness. I know that this river map Luo book is now in the hands of Koan Pang, and Koan Pang should have returned to the Sea of Northern Underworld. Fellow Taoist Manhwa should be able to find it if she goes to the Sea of Northern Underworld. In that case, I will go now. Thanks for the reminder, fellow Taoist. After saying that, Manhwa simply left. Seeing this, Hotu smiled and said to Xiaotang, fellow Taoist Xiaotang may stay and take a look at today's hell. Yeah. Xiaotang also wanted to see how the hell had changed nowadays. The last time he came here, it was still a sea of blood. Chapter 71, Yama of the Earth, Manhwa's meeting. The current order of hell is not yet complete, and many things are being built in full swing. However, with hundreds of millions of sorcerers helping out together, I'm sure it won't take long for this hell to be built. It is clear to the Empress Dowager that a complete management system is necessary for the long-term stability of the Earth's capital. Therefore, she carefully set up the position of the 10 temples of hell, aiming to be fair and strict law, judging the reincarnation of the 3 worlds of living beings to go back to life. And these 10 halls of hell were then served by 8 ancestral witches as 8 of them. In this way, there were still 2 empty seats left. Hotu's gaze landed on Xiaotang and asked softly, fellow Taoist Xiaotang, do you have any interest in this position of the 10 temples of hell? Xiaotang's heart moved to become a 10 temples Yen Luo. This proposal from Hotu, he felt it was still quite good. Although becoming a 10 temples Yen Luo meant shouldering the responsibility of maintaining the Earth's mansion. If something happened to the hell, then Xiaotang would be equally affected. But likewise, there are many benefits to be gained from joining the Hellmouth. Nowadays, hell is on an uphill climb, and as more and more undead enter the cycle of reincarnation, hell's merit will increase. It can be said that working in hell is quite stable and promising. This kind of opportunity was rare, so Xiaotang had no reason to refuse. Since fellow Taoist Hotu thinks so highly of me, I'll take a seat. When Hotu saw this, she looked relieved. So very good. She raised her hand and a ghostly light flashed, and a brand new token hung in front of Xiaotang. On top of the token, runes flashed, containing endless power of hell. This is the token of the 10 temples of hell. With this token, you will be able to mobilize the power of hell. At the same time, every year in the future, you will be able to obtain due merit through the token. Xiaotang took the token and felt a surge of power pouring into his body along his palm. He felt that he was connected to the hell. Since then, Xiaotang has officially become the equal king of hell, in charge of the dreaded Abi Hell, as well as the still under construction Fengdu city. Anyone who has committed heinous sins in the world and is entangled in karma will enter the abyss after death. They will be punished extremely cruelly to wash away their sins. Only when all the sins are washed away can they enter the 10th hall to be reincarnated by the wheel-turning king. At present, the rotating king has not yet found a suitable person, so the Hutu will temporarily take up the role. Knowing that he couldn't stay in hell all day, Xiaotang turned his attention to the 6-eared macaque. 6-eared macaque ears and eyes. Up can listen to the 6 Taoist sound. Down can hear the secret of the 9 ghosts. For the flood all things. Know clearly. Therefore, it is appropriate for the 6-eared macaque to reign over the abyss. Xiaotang told the 6-eared macaque about the situation, and he agreed straight away. Although this abyss is dangerous, it is also a good place to accumulate merit. Moreover, with Xiaotang behind him, there is no need to fear that there will be trouble. With the 6-eared macaque, Xiaotang was considered to be a shirker, inspecting only occasionally. Xiaotang spent a few hundred years helping the 6-eared macaque sort out the affairs of the Hellmouth, and then returned to the flood. He did some math and realized that it wouldn't take long for Fushi to be born. He hadn't found Manhwa yet, though, logically, with the power of Sage Manhwa, it shouldn't be difficult to retrieve the river diagram and Luo book from Koan Peng's hands, but I don't know why it hasn't even returned yet. Xiaotang had also searched around with the help of Erwa's ability, and had not found Manhwa's figure in the floodplain. Can it be that Manhwa has gone to the outer heaven? Only in the purple heavenly palace in the heavenly beyond. Erwa can't find any trace of it. Xiaotang thought for a while and suddenly realized what was going on. After the great war between the demon race and the sorcerer race ended, they withdrew from the stage. The flooded earth was momentarily plunged into a power. Now the flood needs a new leader to establish a whole new order. So Hongjun put his children Haotian and Yaoqi in charge of the heavenly court as heavenly emperor and queen mother respectively. The place used for this heavenly court is the heavenly court left behind by the demon race. Although the heavenly court was severely damaged in the final battle between the witches and demons, it was still a very good cave after some repairs. Manhwa was called by Hongjun to the purple heavenly palace for a meeting, which is why Xiaotang couldn't find her. Seeing that Manhwa was delayed in returning and that Fushi's descent was imminent, Xiaotang decided at that moment not to wait any longer and went on his own first. Xiaotang came to the human tribe, where the Huashu clan was. This is the place where Fushi was born. Legend has it that the daughter of Huashu saw a giant footprint in the thunderbolt. The footprints seemed to have an irresistible attraction, making her curiosity rise, and under the influence of the gods, she even raised her foot and stepped in. That stomp made her pregnant. The pregnancy lasted 12 long years, far longer than a normal pregnancy. The clansmen in the tribe marveled, all saying that this son must be extraordinary. On the day when Fushi was about to be born, Nuwa arrived in time. I thought you couldn't make it, Xiao Tang said as he greeted them. Nuwa sighed lightly and said helplessly, I just recaptured the river map and Luo book from Koan Pang, and before I could catch my breath, I was called by old man Hongjun to the Purple Heavenly Palace to discuss the matter of the Heavenly Court. You said that the candidate for this Heavenly Emperor, he directly decided on it. Why bother asking us to make this trip? I'm not interested in this Heavenly Emperor position anyway. Now that these three realms are first settled, it seems that the winds and waves are calm, but in reality, the dark tides are surging. The Lord of the Three Realms sounds awesome, but it's a chore these days. Although the witch-demon war ended, there were still powerful demon clans scattered in the flood. These demons were originally unruly and untamed, so naturally they could not possibly listen to the orders of an empty shell heavenly court. There were demons wreaking havoc outside and no powerful immortal gods inside. At this time, the heavenly court could be considered to be suffering from internal and external problems. Hongjun Daozu means to let me, the group as a senior uncle, help him, but I don't have any disciples, so I can't help him even if I want to. Nuwa suddenly said to Xiao Tang, fellow Daoist Xiao Tang, this heavenly court is now looking for talented people. Are you interested in serving in the heavenly court? Xiao Tang sniffed, shook his head slightly, and said blandly, I am now the Yama of hell, and with my duties, I'm afraid that I'll be distracted. Nuwa glanced sideways, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. You've joined the hell. This is really out of my expectation. I originally thought that you were used to getting away with it and wouldn't join any of the forces. Xiao Tang smiled slightly and said, today's hell has a saint like Ho Tu backing it up, as well as the 8 ancestral witches and many great witches. In actual comparison, this heavenly court is much inferior. If the Hellmouth has the intention to subvert this heavenly court, I'm afraid it won't take much effort. Nuwa nodded. And things did. Hey, look, it's born. It's born. Nuwa suddenly said excitedly. She hadn't even been this excited when she made a child herself. Xiao Tang raised his head and saw that there was a multicolored haze flying in the sky above, with 1,000 streaks of Ru-He, accompanied by a clear cry. A bright golden light broke through the house and illuminated the entire tribe. Chapter 72 Birth of Fushi. Change of human race. Xiao Tang fixed his eyes to take a closer look, only to see that the baby was surrounded by a soft radiance, behind which the human head and snake body's original appearance was faintly visible, and the rich innate yang qi drifted out like substance. Look how cute that little guy is, Nuwa said happily. Her eyes were full of love and her face was beaming with happiness. Xiao Tang stood at the side, suddenly thinking that Nuwa had watched her elder brother being born. This should be a different kind of experience. At this time, Xiao Tang suddenly took out the Kongdong seal. He sacrificed the Kongdong seal, and the human race's qi quickly gathered over. A portion of the qi fortune entered Fushi's body as the Kongdong seal transformed. When Nuwa saw this, she looked shocked. What are you? Xiao Tang explained. I will infuse the human race's qi into him, hoping that he will become the human emperor of the human race. When he grows up, he will lead the human race to prosperity. Many thanks to fellow Daoist Xiao Tang. Nuwa thanked very sincerely. Nuwa knew very well what the human clan emperor meant. The future flood heavens and earth would definitely be dominated by the human race, and it was possible for the human emperor of the human race to become a saint as he had collected the entire human race's fortune in one place. Coupled with Nuwa's help, it is truly possible for Fushi to find his own Tao. Then, Nuwa stretched out her hand and the book of He Tu Luo appeared in her hand. She threw it gently and it turned into a stream of light and flew into Fushi's body. She gently raised her hand, and the Hichu Luo Shu was like a bright meteor, dragging a long stream of light and flying into the body of Fushi, who was soundly sleeping in his swaddling clothes, with unerring precision. When Fushi croaked, Nuwa was also reincarnated as a human being, transforming into his sister and quietly accompanying him. Xiao Tang quietly watched all of this. As he watched Nuwa's actions, his heart was filled with doubts and he muttered secretly, what exactly is this Nuwa's idea? Acting like this, it's like she's going to put together a hustle and bustle on earth. It's really inscrutable. Although Fushi had forgotten the memories of his past life, his innate talent was slowly awakening in his body like a sleeping beast. When he was young, his eyes were clear and bright, and he was full of curiosity about everything around him. From time to time, he would sit alone in the corner of the tribe, looking up at the sky, and some marvelous auras flashed in his mind for no reason. As he grew older, he began to cultivate, and every time he inhaled the spiritual chi, it seemed to resonate with heaven and earth, and his progress was rapid. 100 years rushed by, and he had successfully reached the golden immortal realm. The eyes of the tribesmen looked at him with respect and awe, and he lived up to the expectations and became the tribal chief, showing his leadership style when he raised his hands and threw his feet. He led his tribe to go out hunting, and by virtue of his own strength and boldness, he solved the crisis again and again, and with his extraordinary charm, he called on the neighboring tribes and brought them under his command one by one. Your foundation, talent, and affinity for the great Tao are all more than half a star short. In this situation right now, the position of human emperor is not Fushi's. If you have the opportunity, you must take care of his tribe more. Yen nodded slightly, although there was some unwillingness in his heart. He also knew that what Xiao Tang said was true. In the past 100 years, the demon race from time to time infested the human race, but the human race by virtue of the tenacity of the will and unity of the force, but also barely maintained peace and stability. After Fu Shi got the book of river map and Luo Shu, he studied it day and night. He found a quiet cave with a simple but neat layout, and a stone table full of all kinds of runic patterns he had drawn. He often immersed himself in it, using the Hichu Luo Shu as a guide, observing the flow of the sun, moon and stars in the flooded heavens and earth, as well as the changes in the landscape of mountains and rivers, and deducing the laws of all things in the world. One day, he closed his eyes in contemplation for a long time, suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of light in his eyes. His hands quickly danced, drawing a mysterious trajectory in the air. The 8 trigrams were born. Since then, he has been using the power of gossip, in-depth exploration, and even deduced the law. He knew that the human race is difficult to cultivate. It will be too clear Taoist Heavenly Father's Jindan Avenue as the cornerstone. Repeated refinement, improvement, for the human race to open up a smoother road to cultivation. Not only that, he also gathered his people together and solemnly taught them the rights and laws, so that they would know the inferiority and superiority of the people and understand the advancement and retreat. He also pioneered the art of medicine, so as to save the people from their illnesses and sufferings. Under his leadership, the human race is becoming more and more prosperous. The chi is like a rainbow. Cohesion does not dissipate. Xiao Tang hands of the Kongdong seal is also hidden vibration, seems to echo the rise of the human race. Thousands of years later, Fushi stood in the center of the tribe, looking at this prosperous landscape that he had built with his own hands. He knew that it was time for him to leave. He set up the throne of the human emperor and turned to leave, each step firm and powerful. At this moment, with the help of the human race's luck, he had already cultivated to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal and had recovered all the memories of his previous life. He knew that only when a new human emperor took over, the human race would be able to continue to strive forward. After Fushi left, Nuwa also left quietly. She strolled on the clouds, looking calm, but her mind was full of thoughts. I originally came here for Fushi, but now that he has grown up to this point, and the human race is on the right track, I shouldn't interfere too much. The way of the saint is to rule without doing anything, and this merciless action is actually the greatest fairness to all beings. The human race has such potential. Even without me, I think it will be able to overcome the obstacles and move forward. However, if it really encounters extinction, I will not stand idly by. The throne of the Emperor of Man was then passed on to the Shinong clan, also known as Shinong of the Laishan clan. Since his childhood, Shinong has shown extraordinary intelligence. He is a small but energetic man who travels between the mountains and the fields, and is full of love for all things in the world. Whether it was the towering mountains and rivers, the grass and trees swaying in the wind, the birds and animals flying in the air, or the insects and fish hiding under the water, he observed them all carefully, not missing any details. He often sat on the ground, playing with freshly picked flowers and plants in his hands, pondering their uses in his mind. As he grew older, the tribesmen recognized his wisdom and honored him as Yendi. At that time, the human race hunted for a living, and life was difficult. Since Suweren's discovery of fire, although it can roast food, improve life a little, but with the increase in population, hunting is more and more difficult to find. Food shortage has become a big problem. Yendi was worried about this, often frowning, pacing back and forth in the tribe, thinking hard about the solution. Xiao Tang learned of this matter, performed great magic, evolved 5 grain seeds. Coincidence? Shinong get these seeds. Shinong is like a treasure, cannot wait to find a fertile land, carefully cultivated. He woke up early and went to bed late every day to take care of these seeds and observe their growth. Finally, the 5 grains grew vigorously, and he was so happy that he spread the planting method to the human race. From then on, the human race gradually moved from a hunting society to a farming society. In order to improve the efficiency of farming, he also played a whimsical, invented a variety of tools, such as lay plowshares, etc., greatly facilitating the work of the clan. Seeing that the grains were plentiful and the people were no longer worried about food, Yendi's face finally showed a smile of relief. Chapter 73 Shinong tastes 100 herbs. Yellow Emperor unifies the human race. After people consumed grains, a new problem arose, and that was the frequent occurrence of diseases. The knowledge of medicine left behind by Fushi was no longer enough, so Shinong tried to find a way to heal them. From time to time, he paced the tribe, looking at the frail, moaning clansmen from sickness and pain, and secretly vowing to find a cure. Through observation, he found that animals that were injured or sick would travel between the grasses of the mountains and forests, seeking out particular flowers and plants to devour. And after eating these flowers and plants, he then realized that the animals were all healed. Shinong instantly understood that these flowers and plants were the medicines that saved lives and cured diseases. But which medicine is right for which disease is a bit of a dilemma. Shinong then decided to consume these flowers and herbs one by one to see what they actually did. Whenever he encounters an unfamiliar flower or plant, he will first crouch down, carefully examine its form, color, gently sniff the smell, and then carefully pick a small piece of it and put it into his mouth to taste. Some herbs were bitter in the mouth, instantly making his mouth and tongue numb and his body surging with discomfort. But he forced himself to endure the discomfort and record his reaction. Some herbs tasted strange, with a bit of pungency and sourness, making him want to vomit, but he still insisted on distinguishing the effects. After countless adventures and attempts, he finally figured out the medicinal properties of the 100 herbs, giving his ailing clan members hope for recovery. With these achievements, Shinong deservedly became the new generation of human emperor. He followed the footsteps of Fushi, leading the human race through the thorns and thistles, constantly pioneering. The tribe is growing stronger and stronger. The human race has become more prosperous and flourishing. As time passes, Emperor Yendi is entering his twilight years, and the tribe is facing a new inheritance decision. It was at this point that Huangdi, the gifted upstart, came to prominence. Since his childhood, Huangdi displayed extraordinary intelligence and boldness, learning knowledge and mastering skills at a rate far beyond that of ordinary people. When he realized the bottleneck and direction of the tribe's development, he studied day and night to sharpen himself. Although Yendi, as a senior, had deep seniority, but seeing Huangdi grow so rapidly, his heart was not only not jealous, but full of appreciation. This son has outstanding talent. If he takes over the throne of the human emperor, he will definitely be able to lead the human race to a higher peak. However, some people in the Yendi tribe thought otherwise. They were used to enjoying many benefits under the Yendi's patronage and were afraid that their own interests would be jeopardized when the Yellow Emperor came to power. Thus, they have been opposed to the passing of the throne of the Emperor of Man to the Yellow Emperor. Yendi and Huangdi are both people who care about the overall situation of the human race. In order to smooth the transition, the two have been talking privately for a long time, and finally decided to put on a show. In the name of tribal rivalry, the Yellow Emperor was allowed to ascend to the throne of the Emperor of Man in name only. At the time of the battle, the two tribes faced each other in formation, and the atmosphere was tense. But in reality, the battle between the two sides wasn't that intense. Yendi was so eager to give the position of the human emperor to Huangdi that he often let water out of the water during battles, allowing Huangdi's side to win a little more. And under the intentional control of the two, the casualties of the two races were not actually large. In the end, the Yellow Emperor managed to defeat the Yen Emperor and became the new generation of human emperor of the human race. After the Yellow Emperor assumed the throne, he set out on a non-stop campaign to subdue the various scattered tribes. And just then, an equally powerful figure appeared among the human race, and his name was Chiyu. Chiyu has the bloodline of the witch clan in his body. His talent is extremely extraordinary, and his own strength is very powerful. Under the efforts of Chiyu, he quickly unified a large number of tribes and separated from the Yellow Emperor. Empress Dowager could not bear to see the complete demise of the witch race, and after exploring the area, she found a way to reincarnate the witch race, which had no true spirit, into a new life. Moreover, Hotu found that by walking through the cycle of reincarnation, he was able to cleanse his body of karma. So she reincarnated the Wiccan people in large numbers. And once these new Wiccans were reincarnated, they grew rapidly. Their strength is a bit more powerful than the ordinary human race, and each of them is valiant and warlike. It is also with these reincarnated wizards that Chiyu has the ability to compete with the Yellow Emperor. When the Yellow Emperor and Chiyu respectively brought the other tribes of the human race under their banner, an ultimate showdown to determine the future direction of the human race, the Battle of Zhuolu, drew the curtain. In this battle, the winds and clouds changed, and heaven and earth shook. The human army was densely packed all over the battlefield, and the sounds of shouting and killing and clashing weapons were intertwined and deafening. The Battle of Zhuodir was not like the previous battle intentionally designed by Emperor Yan and Emperor Huang. It was a very tragic battle, with numerous deaths and injuries among the human race. Not only did the human race go all in on this battle, but other races also joined in. On the side of the Yellow Emperor, the dragons showed their support by sending Yinglong to help. This Yinglong was one of the more special ones among the dragons because he was born very late in life and didn't carry any karma on him. Therefore, he could move freely in the flood. And he helped the Yellow Emperor because he wanted to cancel out the karma on himself through the human race's chi. Chi side. There are also many powerful beings. They work well with the witch clan and attack ferociously. Xiao Tang did not intervene in this battle. Once he intervened, he would soon be able to separate the winners from the losers. In that case, the human race on the Chi side might not identify with the Yellow Emperor. Only when the Yellow Emperor had conquered all the human races through his own strength would he be able to truly unify the human races throughout the flood. And the Yellow Emperor did do this. He managed to defeat Qiyu in this great battle and became the final victor. The Yellow Emperor unified the human race, and the Qi of the human race gathered from all directions. Xiao Tang gave the Kongdong seal to the Yellow Emperor and used it to absorb the converging Qi luck. With the continuous influx of Qi, the Kongdong seal underwent a metamorphosis. Nowadays, the Kongdong seal was already considered a supreme treasure of the human race. As the human race was developing, the heavenly court was also developing rapidly. Hao Tian borrowed the peach tree of Queen Mother of Yaoqi and elaborately prepared a peach feast. Hao Tian invited the great powers and scattered immortals of the floodplains to go to the heavenly court. He then offered further tantalizing conditions to attract people to join the heavenly court. The conditions offered by Hao Tian were really good. Not only did they have peaches to eat, but they were also able to obtain heavenly merits as well as the heavenly court's chi. So quite a number of Tai Golden Immortals chose to. And these Tai Golden Immortals weren't what the Jade Emperor wanted. He wanted the Great Luo Golden Immortals or even the Quasi-Saints. Only the Great Luo Golden Immortals were the most central force in stabilizing the heavenly court. If it was in the past, the Great Luo Golden Immortals would still be willing to join. However, since the previous experience of the demon race, they did not dare to join the heavenly court at will. Outside the heavenly court, although the demon race has declined, the remnants of their forces are still causing chaos in all directions. Seeing this, the Jade Emperor had no choice but to send heavenly soldiers and generals to encircle the floodplains in order to ensure peace and quiet. Bai Zhe knew that the demon race's power was gone, so he took the little golden crow into hiding. Among the remaining demons, although there weren't too many powerful great demons, it wasn't that easy to deal with them. Although the Jade Emperor had sent troops to encircle and annihilate several times, the results were not very good. It can't be helped. Who asked the heavenly court not to have a core force that can really do the job? Chapter 74, The Three Emperors and the Five Emperors End. Queen Mother of the West becomes a saint. On the contrary, the disciples of the three religions were the most active on the floodplain, especially the disciples of the Interceptor sect and the Elucidator sect, who traveled all over the flood wasteland and could be seen almost everywhere. The disciples of this Interceptor and Hierophant sects have also caused a lot of chaos and incurred many living beings. However, because they were powerful in their own right, coupled with being disciples of saints, very few people dared to mess with them. The disciples of the Interceptor sect and the disciples of the Hierarchy sect often met together. When they met, they would inevitably have a discussion. If the verbal discourse went wrong, then it became a hand-to-hand discourse. The Gourds traveled throughout the flood and dealt with these disciples on a regular basis. And if there is a conflict, to fight, the Gourds will not be polite, even if the other side is a disciple of the saints, but also to fight. The Hulutas were considered the strongest among the disciples of the new generation of the three religions. The Hierophant disciples and the Interceptor disciples were no match for them. After the two disciples of the two religions were all scared by them, they all went around when they saw them. The Yellow Emperor, after enduring countless difficulties and obstacles and fighting a bloody battle, finally accomplished a great cause and unified the human race. And under the Yellow Emperor's efforts, the human race's chi reached an unprecedented peak. After 100 years, the Yellow Emperor abdicated and passed the throne of the Emperor of Man to Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao continued along the path left by the Yellow Emperor, but did not make many pioneering moves. But fortunately, he also inherited the throne of the Emperor of Man securely. Subsequently, Xiao Hao abdicated and passed the throne of Emperor of Man to Zhuansu, with Zhuansu inheriting the throne of the Emperor of Man. This Kongdong seal had completely completed its metamorphosis. Xiao Tang sensed that even without the enhancement of the human race's chi luck, this Kongdong seal had the power of an extreme innate spiritual treasure. And if it was added to the entire human race's chi, even the innate supreme treasures would be comparable. Zhuansu's life also followed the path of his predecessor, the human emperor, little by little. But he did something very remarkable, the Jedi Tiantong. At that time, the world of the flood was a mixture of immortals and mortals. and the immortals often interfered in the affairs of the earth at will, either because of a moment of anger, or for the purpose of competing for resources, which brought many calamities and turmoil to the human race. Zhuansu witnessed the suffering of the human race and was determined to change this chaos. So, he studied the way of the human race's qi and finally found a way to break it. Zhuansu utilized the power of the Kongdong seal to invoke the human race's qi and complete the Jedi Heavenly Pass. The Jedi Heavenly Passage didn't mean to completely isolate heaven and earth, so that immortals and mortals were completely blocked. Rather, it was to divide the immortals and mortals by virtue of the human race's qi. He strengthened the role of the human race's qi, reinforcing karma and making it impossible for immortals to strike out against the human race at will. If the actions of the immortal gods caused too much of an impact on the human race, then they would bear a huge amount of karma. This was also considered to be a layer of protection gained for the human race. With this layer of protection, even the great Luo golden immortals wouldn't dare to strike out at random against the human race. This act of Zhuansu completely solidified the position of the human race and also led to greater unity within the human race. This behavior of Zhuansu's Jedi Tiantong was naturally supported by the successive human emperors of the Firecloud Cave, as well as being tacitly approved by the saints. Otherwise there was no way he could do it with just his power. Since then, if the immortals were to strike out at random against the human race again, they would surely suffer backlash and bear unimaginable consequences. The throne of the Emperor of Man continued to be passed down through the years. Zhuansu to Yao, Yao to Shun, and Shun to Yu. Since Gong Gong angrily crashed into Buzhou Mountain, the water of the heavenly river poured down and flooded a large area of the flooded land. Although Nuwa exhausted her efforts to mend the sky and stabilize the firmament, the earth was still flooded with water. By the time of Dayu, the floods were even more devastating, displacing the human race and causing cries to shake the heavens. Looking at his devastated home, Dayu's heart felt as if it was stabbed by a sharp blade, and he secretly vowed, "I will not rest until the flood is extinguished." As a result, Dayu resolutely took up the banner of water treatment and led the people to start the journey of water treatment. He held lei, wind and rain, traveling between the mountains and rivers, day and night to survey the terrain, looking for good water management. In the process of water treatment, the most touching story is the story of how he passed by the door of his house 3 times without entering it. Once, when he passed by his house, the sound of his child crying and his wife calling came from inside the house. His footsteps were shaken, his eyes filled with longing and guilt, his hands clenched into fists, and his knuckles turned white. Seeing this, the assistant beside him gently urged, "Do you, go in and take a look. Just one look." Do you, however, shook his head violently and said through clenched teeth, "No, now that the flood waters have not yet receded and thousands of people are still suffering, how can I stop because of my own personal feelings?" Saying this, he forced himself to hold back the grief in his heart, turned around and left with great strides, his figure becoming more and more resolute as he continued to devote himself to the great cause of water healing. Finally, with superhuman wisdom, tenacity and fearless courage, Dayu succeeded in taming the flood and dredging the water veins of the world. At that moment, heaven and earth celebrated together. Heaven and earth seemed to be touched by his achievements and sent down auspicious light to bestow upon him supreme merits. The name of Dayu instantly spread throughout the land of the human race, and the people were grateful to him. Subsequently, Dayu established the Xia dynasty, the first dynasty in the history of the human race, marking the transition from the primitive tribal system to the hereditary system. Since then, the transfer of power has changed from election to family inheritance, and this shift, like a watershed in the long river of history, has opened up a whole new chapter in the development of the human race. With the abdication of Dayu and the passing of the throne of the human emperor to his son, the era of the 3 emperors and the 5 emperors of the Firecloud Cave quietly came to an end, and the power of the human emperor gradually declined in the changing times. But it also opened up a new historical journey. At this time of changing winds and clouds, Hongjun was in closed-door meditation to realize the supreme way of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a soft but contains a powerful voice like silk thread into his ears, is actually the Queen Mother of the West's call. Let him quickly to the West Kunlun trip. Hongjun slowly opened his eyes. The essence of his eyes flashed, secretly thinking in his heart, it has been a long time since he met with the Queen Mother of the West. This urgent summoning, there must be something important happening. His figure moved, transformed into a stream of light, and sped toward West Kunlun. With Hongjun's cultivation now, this vastness of the world is just a stone's throw away from him, and he will be there in an instant. When he arrived in front of Zikanlun, he only saw that the guardian boundary flashed with light and opened instantly. The Queen Mother of the West stepped out from it, and what met Hongjun's eyes was her extraordinary posture and shocking state. At this time, the Queen Mother of the West, as if surrounded by a mysterious film of light, endless Taoist rhythms like spiritual fish, swimming and flowing around her, exuding a suffocating pressure. Seeing this, Hongjun couldn't help but frown slightly, showing a look of surprise as he asked offhandedly, "Fellow Daoist Mother West, what's going on with you?" The Queen Mother of the West raised her head slightly, with determination and pride in her eyes, and softly explained, "Fellow Daoist Hongjun, now that my power has reached a bottleneck, and after countless years of bitter cultivation of the Tao, today, I am ready to impact the realm of sainthood." Chapter 75, Gathering at the Purple Heavenly Palace, Matters of the God Sealing List. As the Queen Mother of the West prepared to testify, the three corpses appeared around her. Subsequently, the three corpses entered Shi Wangmu's body at the same time. The three corpses that were originally decapitated merged back together today. The power in Shi Wangmu's body began to collide and mingle with the power of the three corpses, and her own aura continued to rise. In the next moment, a terrifying power burst out from her body. The Queen Mother of the West blossomed with endless light, and a heavenly Dharma phase appeared behind her. At this moment, she successfully fused the three corpses and certified as a saint. Endless pressure spread out in all directions like a tidal wave, causing everything in heaven and earth to bow down and worship. Just then, the voices of all the saints came from the flood. "Congratulations, fellow Daoist Queen Mother of the West, for certifying to sainthood. Many thanks to all of you," Queen Mother of the West thanked. After the 5 saints became saints in one day, the Queen Mother of the West was the first to become a saint in so many years. However, many beings in the know were a bit puzzled. The one who obtained the Hongmeng purple chi was Xiao Tang, so why did Xiao Tang not become a saint? But the Queen Mother of the West became a saint? Xiao Tang wrote down the scene of the Western Queen Mother's sainthood in detail, beheading 3 corpses to become a saint, merit to become a saint, and the human emperor's chief fortune to become a saint. These several ways of becoming a saint, Xiao Tang had already seen them all. Although he chose none of these approaches to sainthood, they could give him valuable experience on the path to sainthood. The Queen Mother of the West arrived and landed in front of Xiao Tang, with the joy and exhaustion of sainthood still lingering on her face. She asked softly, "How was it? Is there any gain?" Xiao Tang gave a salute. "Many thanks to fellow Taoist Queen Mother West, there is indeed a great gain." "That's good. I wonder when fellow Taoist Xiao Tang will become a saint?" Queen Mother West asked again. Xiao Tang laughed bitterly. "It's not for me to decide when to become a saint, but at least not for a short period of time. This road of cultivation is long, and now my power is far from extreme." The Queen Mother of the West nodded and continued, "It may seem like I'm ahead of you, but in reality you've always been ahead of me." Xiao Tang said, "Even though one has become a saint, the great Tao is endless, and becoming a saint is just a state on the path. Even after becoming a saint, one still has to continue to explore and move forward yet." Fellow Taoist Xiao Tang is right. Right at this moment, Hongjuan's voice resounded lazily between heaven and earth, "Please, all the saints, come to the Purple Heavenly Palace to have a chat. Fellow Taoist Xiao Tang should also come along." Xiao Tang was a bit surprised when he heard Hongjun ask him to go as well. After all, he wasn't a saint yet, so why would Hongjun look for him? "In that case, let's go together," Queen Mother West said. "Okay." Xiao Tang nodded and flew towards the heavenly beyond with the Western Queen Mother. With their current realms, it wouldn't take much time to travel to the heavenly beyond. When they arrived in front of the Purple Heavenly Palace, Xiao Tang realized that Manhwa, the 2 saints of the West, and the 3 pristine ones had all arrived. Ho Tu was in the hell, suppressing the wheel of rebirth and not allowed to come out, so she did not come. Xiao Tang looked around the crowd and asked, "Everyone, it's been a long time, how are you?" "Peace." The crowd responded the same, but in different tones. Xiao Tang understood in his heart that those present, other than Manhwa and the Queen Mother of the West, didn't have a good relationship with several others, especially the 2 saints of the West, who had been both robbed by the Hulhu waifs and found in a lot of trouble by the White Lotus. White Lotus founded the White Lotus sect in the West, specializing in stealing people from their Western sect. If it wasn't for the fact that the 2 of them had become saints and had the reputation of saints, they might not have been able to snatch the White Lotus. But even so, a lot of people were robbed by the White Lotus. When they saw Xiao Tang, who had joined White Lotus, they naturally didn't have a good face. "Gentlemen, please come in." Hongjuan's voice came out from within the Purple Heavenly Palace, and the door of the Purple Heavenly Palace slowly opened. After entering the Purple Heaven Palace, the crowd realized that besides Tao ancestor Hongjun, Heavenly Emperor Haotian was also here. When Xiao Tang saw Haotian, he suddenly remembered. After the witch and demon tribulation, the God-sealing tribulation was about to begin. This time, when he came over, it should be for the matter of sealing the gods. He looked at Haotian, only to see that Haotian's face was full of sorrow, and his eyes were filled with helplessness and eagerness. Xiao Tang knows very well that although this Haotian is noble as the common lord of heaven and earth, the heavenly court is in its infancy, with a lack of manpower and unstable foundation. he took great pains to recruit some people. Although he had temporarily stabilized the heavenly court, he had absolutely no power to lead the flood. Many things need to be done personally. It is difficult to control this huge flood. He had no choice but to come to the Taoist ancestor for help, hoping that the Taoist ancestor would find a way to help him grow the heavenly court. So there was the matter of the sealing of the gods. Hongjun scanned the crowd for a while, and when he confirmed that everyone had arrived, he slowly opened his mouth. Today, I called all of you to come. There is one thing to discuss. The flood has gradually stabilized after the witch-demon war, but for long-lasting peace and stability, we still need the heavenly court to step in and govern. I have summoned you all to discuss the matter of sealing the gods, and to increase the number of immortal gods for the heavenly court. Several saints looked at each other, and between their eyes meeting, they already understood the intent of this. Immediately after that, Hongjun raised his hand and a golden light flashed, and the list of gods appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Hongjun solemnly said, "This object is called the God Sealing List, and there are 365 positive God positions on it. The seats on this list will be filled by the disciples under your disciples. Of course, there's one thing I have to tell you in advance. After entering the God Sealer List, you will be subject to the control of the God Sealer List, and you must abide by the rules and regulations of heaven and follow the orders of the Heavenly Emperor, or else you will be punished." The 6 saints' faces suddenly changed when these words came out. They cultivated immortality and sought the Tao, going through countless hardships in order to transcend the 3 realms and be free. If the disciples under the door went to the God Sealing List, bound by that list, and obeyed the orders of others, this is contrary to their original intention, and it is unacceptable. Junti took the lead and said, "My Western church, located in a remote area, lack of resources. The disciples under the door are scarce and mediocre qualifications. There is really no one who has the ability to enter this God Sealing List." Reception went on to say, "Indeed, we too have a mind to do nothing." Guiding and Junti sang in unison and took the lead in plucking out the Western religion. Hongjun owed the West great karma, so he was not in a good position to force them, so he looked at a few others. Seeing this, Manhwa said helplessly, "There are only a few Taoist children under my door, who only sweep and serve on weekdays and do not really cultivate, so there is really no suitable candidate who can go on this God Sealing List, and there is nothing I can do about it." The Queen Mother of the West followed. "I can't get anyone either. There are only a few outer disciples under my door who are still growing, and it's difficult for them to take on this heavy responsibility." Hongjun nodded slightly, knowing that what Manhwa and Zhuangmu had said was true. He placed his last hope on the 3 Qing. Dowd frowned slightly, stroked his beard, and said slowly, "I only have one disciple. I really can't take anyone. Dao Dao only has one disciple, Xian Du, and if he were to be on the God Sealers list, he's afraid that he'd be looking for someone to fight for his life." Now, all eyes were focused on Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. The 2 of them had many disciples under them, and each of them had great magical powers and superior strength, so it was not a problem to fill up this God Sealing List. Chapter 76 Argument for Entry into the List. Lord Tai Shan Lao. Seeing the gazes of the crowd gathered, Yuan Shi spoke without panic. "Teacher, the disciples under my door have pure roots, and all of them have the qualifications to enter the Tao and attain the great Tao. If they are on the God Sealing List, I'm afraid that it will break their cultivation prospects." Tong Tian then said, "I intercept the religion is to take a line of life in heaven and earth, free and unrestrained. This on the God Sealing List is contrary to the teachings. The disciples are also born free, like unrestrained. I'm afraid they are not willing to go on this God Sealing List." Hongjuan's face sank when he heard the crowd's refusal, and he hadn't expected everyone to be so resistant to this God Sealing List. His own carefully prepared plan to seal the gods had met with so much resistance right from the start. Hao Tian saw this situation from the side and immediately cried out, "Nowadays, my heavenly court is thinly populated, and there are demons in the lower realms causing chaos, so I really can't take up this great responsibility. Please ask the old ancestor to take back my position as the heavenly emperor. I'd rather just be a child." Words to this point, Hongjun understands, must come up with a result, only to hear him said in a deep voice, "Seal the gods on the list of the 3 treasures 65 positive gods. You must sign the full." The people understood that it was mostly impossible to escape from letting disciples on the God Sealing List, but how many people and who to let on nowadays would have to be debated again. "Senior brother, you have many disciples from the Interceptor sect, and you claim that 10,000 immortals are coming, so I think that you are completely capable of filling up this God Sealing List." Yuan Shi pointed the finger at Tong Tian, intending to have the disciples of the Interceptor sect top it up, being backstabbed by Primordial. Tong Tian had some atmosphere and said, "There are quite a few disciples of Senior Brother. Why can't they be on the God Sealing List?" Primordial said to Tong Tian, "The disciples under your door are all wet and spawned. more suitable for the God's sealing list. The original has always disliked Tongtian's Dizzy, and it was because of this incident that the three clearings were separated, and Tongtian moved to Janeo Island. Tongtian was furious in his heart when he heard Yuan Shi's words. He was already displeased with Yuan Shi's usual contempt for his own disciples, and today, he belittled them in front of so many saints, adding fuel to the fire. Tongtian's hands clenched his fists tightly, the anger burning in his eyes burned, wishing to fight with Primordial right now. Alright, you guys stop arguing. Hongjun interrupted the two. Both Tongtian and Yuan Shi stopped looking at each other. The Human Sect, the Elucidator Sect, and the Interceptor Sect. The three sects are the main body of the Xian Sect, and all of you need to send people into the Heavenly Court. Dowd raised his eyelids slightly, his gaze calm, and spoke without delay. There are only two of us, Master and Disciple, so I'll send one of them into the Heavenly Court. When these words came out, all the people were shocked, and their gazes turned to Dao Dao in unison. What kind of drug is this moral Gourd selling? Does he really want to send his only personal disciple to the Heavenly Court to suffer from that kind of detention? Just as the crowd was wondering, a figure walked out from beside Dowd. This person and the moral as if a mold carved out, only the face compared to more amiable. Exudes a kind of warm as jade atmosphere. Supreme Lord Lao, meet all the Taoists. The figure slightly arched his hand and saluted the crowd. It was then that the crowd came to realize that this Taishan Lao Jun was actually the incarnation of the good corpse of morality. Taoism is not about chopping off three corpses to become a saint, so there is no need to merge the three corpses after becoming a saint. But everyone didn't expect that Dowd would take out his three corpses, but even if they had known, they wouldn't have done so. After all, the three corpses were also extremely important to them. What's more, the three corpses also represented themselves to some extent, and several other saints couldn't pull their punches and send their own three corpses to take orders from Haotian, since the Dao deity sect had already sent out one person. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were riding a tiger at this time, and there was no way to stay out of it. Yuan Shi secretly grumbled in his heart as he looked at Tong Tian and then at the God sealing list in front of him, and shook his head helplessly. That's just it. I'm afraid I can't hide from this situation today. With that in mind, he put pen to paper and signed a few names on the list. When it was Tong Tian's turn, he was still tight-fisted and full of reluctance as he yelled. There are so many vacancies on the list, plus the entrance to the list must be at least at the Golden Immortal Realm. My disciples may not even be enough even if all of them fill in. And even though I am their master, how can I directly decide their fate? Yuan Shi, why don't we each fight on our own merits? When Yuan Shi heard this, his eyes instantly glazed over. In his heart, he thought, good you Tong Tian, I've already signed my name on it, and you come up with this at this moment, then won't I lose a lot of money? But on second thought, the few names I signed were indeed a drop in the bucket, and I'm afraid I'll have to sign more. It didn't seem all bad to fight against Tong Tian. Hongjun gazed deeply at the two of them, sighed slightly, and said, that's fine, you will battle it out, and the loser will be entered into the God sealing list. However, the power of saints can destroy mountains and seas, and the beings of the floodplains simply cannot withstand it. You saints are not allowed to take action, so let the disciples under your door take care of it on their own. Since Hongjun had said so, Tong Tian and Yuan Shi couldn't refuse and had to bite the bullet. Then, teacher, I wonder how the sealing of the gods should proceed, Yuan Shi inquired. Hongjun spoke. The matter of the heavenly court concerns the three paths of the flood, heaven, earth, and humans, all of which will be involved. Listen to this meaning of Hongjun, that is, whether it is immortal gods, human or hell, have to be involved in it. Involving the entire flood is a really big deal. Xiaoteng suddenly understood that Hongjun was trying to take advantage of the sealing of the gods to bring the three paths of heaven, earth, and man into order at the same time. Now, there were slight changes in the human way and the earth way, which gave Hongjun some sense of crisis, and he wanted to maintain the absolute position of the heavenly way. Xiaoteng suddenly remembered that after the sealing of the gods, the human race no longer had any emperors, and humanism had fallen away with them. He had spent so much time on the human race, it was naturally impossible for him to watch the human race's chi decline and the human path wither. I'm afraid he'll have to intervene in this calamity of sealing the gods. At this moment, Hongjun's gaze suddenly fell on Xiaoteng's body. Fellow Daoist Xiaoteng, do you and the 7 Hulu waivers have the will to enter the heavenly court? Xiaoteng's heart shook violently. He originally held the mentality of a bystander and came here to eat and watch the show. Never thought that Hongjun would suddenly hit his idea on himself. He and the 7 Gourd waifs had not become saints, but they were very strong. If they could join the heavenly court, its strength would grow tremendously. But Xiaoteng just wanted to say, Hongjun, you were thinking about fart eating. After thinking for a while, Xiaoteng said, we won't enter this God sealing list. but I think the children should be interested in joining the heavenly court. Going to the heavenly court to join and do not necessarily really have to enter the God-fearing list, so that the Gourd girls voluntarily go to the heavenly court to take up positions, but also to account for it. Hongju nodded, and he didn't continue to force the issue. In that case, it is settled at this point. I will no longer interfere in the matter of sealing the gods, so you guys decide on your own. Chapter 77, Hulyua's Tenure in Heaven. West Kunlun's Guests. In the Purple Heaven Palace, the matter of sealing the gods was finally settled under the deliberation of all the saints. For a while, the saints each had their own thoughts and dispersed one after another. Xiao Tang and the Queen Mother of the West walked side by side as they slowly made their way towards the outer palace of the Purple Heavenly Palace. Fellow Daoist Xiao Tang, do you really want to let those children of yours serve in the heavenly court? Queen Mother West turned her head to look at Xiao Tang and asked. Xiao Tang pondered for a moment before saying, it's not a big deal to serve in the heavenly court, but it depends on whether they are willing or not. If they are not, then they don't have to go up. Even if Xiao Tang didn't send the Gourd girls to the heavenly court, Hao Tian couldn't do anything about it. Then is fellow Taoist Xiao Tang going to look for them now? Queen Mother West softly asked after them. Rather, there's no need to look for them. I'll just give them a direct message about it. Then if fellow Taoist Xiao Tang doesn't have anything to do, let's go to Zikanlun as a guest. Previously, I was busy with the matter of certifying to sainthood and didn't have time to entertain fellow Taoist. It just so happens that this crop of yellow medium plums is ripe again, so it's a good time to bring it to you, fellow Taoist, to savor and taste. The Queen Mother of the West warmly invited Xiao Tang, and Xiao Tang was not in a position to refuse. In that case, I'm sorry to bother you. Xiao Tang flew along with the Queen Mother of the West to West Kunlun. The Holudas had gotten a transmission from Xiao Tang and knew about going to the heavenly court. The Holudas thought to themselves that serving in heaven sounded like a novel experience. With the exception of Dawa and Shiva, several other Gourd girls want to try their hand at heaven, so they transformed into several streams of light and sped towards the heavenly court. After returning to the heavenly court, Hao Tian was very happy that this matter of sealing the gods was finally finalized. At this time, Queen Mother Yao Ji came over and said, I heard people say that Yao Ji had descended to the earth, and after investigating, I found that this was indeed the case. Hao Tian frowned after hearing this. Now that the heavenly court was in the sensitive period of sealing the gods, privately descending to the earth was against the rules of heaven. If it was not done properly, it would even affect the sealing of the gods. This Yao Ji is the sister of Hao Tian when he went down to the earth to experience the calamity. After he returned to the sky, he brought her up as well. Hao Tian immediately sent someone to catch Yao Ji back. Nowadays, the heavenly court's violation of the heavenly rules must not be discovered by the other saints. Otherwise, this heavenly rule of theirs would not be very convincing. Shortly after Hao Tian's order, the Holudas arrived at the heavenly court. Seeing the Holudas come, the Jade Emperor was very happy to know that they were supposed to be here to serve. The 5 Gourd children are all saints. If they join, the heavenly court will have the backbone of the force. In the future, to maintain the order of the 3 worlds, will have more confidence. The Jade Emperor's face was filled with smiles when he saw the Holudas coming. Greetings to the heavenly emperor. The Urva at the head of the group arched his hand. Welcome several fellow Taoists. Are several of you here to serve in the heavenly court? The Jade Emperor couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. Not bad. The 5 of us are willing to serve in the heavenly court. Urwa responded on behalf of the crowd. And the other Gourd girls nodded their heads. Hao Tian was full of smiles. Although 2 Hulk bearers hadn't come, having 5 had far exceeded his expectations. Hao Tian then fell into deep thought, pondering what official position should be given to them to be appropriate. These people are saints to be. If the official position is small, one appears to be small-minded heaven. And secondly, I am afraid that it is difficult to keep these people. A moment later, he raised his head, cleared his throat and said, several of you have profound magical power. So let's seal them as the 5 heavenly monarchs of the 5 directions. The second child is the central yellow emperor Xianling Huangtianjin. The third child is the western white emperor Haolang Huangtianjin. The fourth child is the southern red emperor Danling Zentianjin. The fifth child is the northern black emperor Woling Zuentianjin. And the sixth child is the eastern cyan emperor Qingling Shishinjun. The 5 of them are in charge of the 5 directions in the southeast, west, north, and center. These 5 heavenly rulers of the 5 directions are the same level of position as the 6 imperials, just one level lower than the Jade Emperor. After hearing this, the Hulks looked at each other and nodded slightly. This position was not bad. After the several Holudas were ordained, they each went to the place they were in charge of to guard it. Although they nominally keep to one side, in reality, they move freely and can go anywhere else at will, with no restrictions. It was only that if there was a major upheaval on this side, they, as officials of the heavenly court, shouldered their duties and naturally needed to step in. When the first Heavenly Father returned to the Kunlun mountain, his face was grave and he summoned all the 12 golden immortals. Master is going to talk to you today about the matter of the God sealing list. The first Heavenly Father told the matter of the God sealing list in detail. When the 12 golden immortals heard this, their faces changed drastically and their hearts were filled with resistance. They didn't want to go and serve the heavenly court. In their opinion, once they were on the God sealing list, they were not at liberty to do anything, and they lost their freedom and the opportunity to continue their cultivation. The first Heavenly Father looked at the disciples' panicked appearance and spoke out to comfort them. You don't need to be anxious. Although you have signed your names, there is a way to salvage it. All you need to do is to go and collect a few disciples to reach the golden immortal realm before the end of the God sealing, and then you will be able to ward off calamities and get on the God sealing list for you. The 12 golden immortals were instantly delighted upon hearing this. Fortunately, there was this silver lining. As long as they could stay off the God sealing list, whatever they could do would be fine. Sect leader Tongtian returned to Jinao Island and similarly summoned the people of the Interceptor sect. The disciples of the Interceptor sect came from all directions, and there were a large number of them. Thousands of disciples in addition to the 4 great progenitors and the 7 immortals, which was far too many compared to the number of the Hierophant sect. With a soft face, sect leader Tongtian swept his gaze over the crowd and also told them about the matter of the God sealing quantity calamity. The flood quantum robbery will end. All disciples stay on Jinao Island and cultivate intensely. They must not leave them, or they will meet with great misfortune. Tongtian secretly pondered in his heart. As long as they didn't go out and cause trouble, with his own strength, it was enough to ensure their safety. This God sealing list, whoever you like, can't be your own disciple anyway. In the West Kunlun, the clouds are like a fairyland. Xiao Tang and the Queen Mother of the West sat opposite each other. The stone table was filled with all kinds of rare spiritual fruits and spiritual water. The fruits were overflowing with fragrance, and the spiritual qi was dense. The most valuable of them are still naturally the yellow Chinese plum and the 5-needle pine. I wonder what fellow Taoist Xiao Tang has to say about this God-sealing quantum robbery. The Western Queen Mother's vermilion lips lightly opened and took the lead to ask. Xiao Tang said after a moment of silence. The God-sealing quantum revenge is inevitable. There's no harm in me telling you, fellow Taoist, some things. I calculated that after the God-sealing quantum revelation, the human race's qi might be suppressed, which is not what I wished for. In that case, fellow Taoist Xiao Tang, you want to participate in the quantum sinking? The quantum revelation was not that easy to participate in, and there were many great powers who had died in the quantum revelation. Tai, Di Jun, the 12 ancestral witches, which is not close to the existence of saints, but in the end, all dead. Hide. The Queen Mother of the West looked at Xiao Tang, her eyes full of worry. She truly did not want Xiao Tang to follow the same path. Don't worry, I won't do it rashly. I have to preserve the human emperor's inheritance. But I also understand very well that my own life is the most important thing. If it's really impossible to do so, I can only go with the flow. Xiao Tang was still very confident in himself. Chapter 78, Western Queen Mother's Help. Meeting the Young family on the road. The Queen Mother of the West hesitated a bit, then said, if fellow Taoist Xiao Tang needs anything, I can help. Xiao Tang smiled and said, then I'll be counting on fellow Taoist Queen Mother West when the time comes. Xiao Tang did not refuse because he knew that even though Hongjun had said that saints were not allowed to make a move, there were quite a few saints involved in this battle. The God-sealing quantum revelation was considered to be one of the times when the top warring forces made the most attempts, with the 3 pristine ones and the 2 saints of the West all involved, and even Manhwa being involved. Xiao Tang understood that it was always good to have an extra ally in the middle of the quantum revelation. Then what is fellow Taoist Xiao Tang going to do next? Queen Mother West asked. The God-sealing quantum revelation will open shortly. I do have to make some preparations first. Xiao Tang left after spending a few years in Kunlun. He transformed into a stream of light and sped in the direction of the eastern face of Mount Buzhou. On his way, he suddenly saw several golden lights falling from the sky. Those golden lights were coming from the heavenly court, which had sent out so many people. Not knowing what was going on, Xiao Tang pinched his fingers and instantly gained an insight into the cause. It turns out that the heavenly court has sent someone to arrest Yao Ji, who has come down to earth privately. How Yao Ji is Xiao Tang doesn't care too much, but her several children are not to be underestimated. Let's leave aside Dalan Yang Jiao for the time being, but let's just say this Erlang Yang Jian is one of the key figures in the God sealing. There was also the youngest sister, Yang Chan, who had become Manhwa's disciple, although she didn't have much to do with the God sealing quantum revelation. Being Manhwa's disciple was still very good in its own right. Xiao Tang's figure turned sharply and swooped down towards where the celestial soldiers had fallen, only to see below. Several heavenly soldiers and generals dressed in golden armor were surrounding Yao Ji. Although Yao Ji was Hao Tian's sister, she was originally only a mortal body, and now she had only reached the golden immortal realm. A few golden immortal realm heavenly soldiers and generals would make it difficult for her to resist. After a few moves, Yao Ji could not support herself. In a short time, Yao Ji was captured alive by the heavenly soldiers and generals. Her husband, Yang Tianyu, ran away in a panic with several children in a desperate attempt to break out of the siege. But how could they escape the heart of the heavenly soldiers and generals? They didn't run far before they were caught up. Yang Tianyu and Yang Jiao fought back, but they were killed by the heavenly soldiers with one move and their blood was spilled on the spot. Yang Jian pulled her sister Yang Chan tightly, her eyes full of fear and determination, and ran wildly. However, the young body was unable to defeat the pursuers, and was eventually caught up by the heavenly soldiers. Just as the heavenly soldiers raised their sharp blades and prepared to strike down the two, a broken voice came from the air. This son is destined to be with me. I need to take him under my tutelage. The Jade Tripod Master floated in a white suit. He reached out and grabbed Yang Jian. Immediately after, Tai Jinjin also appeared and picked up Yang Chan and left. Xiao Tang was hidden in plain sight. The Jade Tripod truly took Yang Jian away because he wanted to take him as his disciple. But what did this Tai Jin take Yang Chan for? After thinking for a while, Xiao Tang understood. This Tai Jinren was preparing to take Yang Chan to exchange the spirit beads with Nuwa. Seeing that the two real people took away Yang Jian and Yang Chan, the heavenly soldiers and generals looked at each other and weighed their options, but did not dare to continue to pursue the matter. The 12 golden immortals were not something they could afford to mess with, so they escorted Yao Ji and hurried back to the heavenly court, ready to report the matter to the heavenly emperor. Xiao Tang followed in the direction of the Jade Cauldron Master and stopped in front of him. The Jade Tripod Realist frowned slightly as he looked at Xiao Tang, but there was no way to see through it. I wonder what you are stopping me for. Xiao Tang looked straight at the Jade Tripod Master and said in a deep voice, Yang Jian and I are destined to be together. Hand him over to me. Yang Jian was useful to Xiao Tang's plan, so he wanted to take him over. When the Jade Tripod Realist heard this, he was naturally displeased. It is so hard to find a seedling like Yang Jian, who has a good relationship with him and good talent. How can he give up so easily? Besides, as the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy, who dares to be strong with him in this flood, except for a few saints? At that moment, he snorted coldly and said, I'm already prepared to take Yang Jian as my disciple, so there's no way I'll give it to you. Xiao Tang coldly said, I'm not discussing with you. After saying that, Xiao Tang stretched out his hand, his right palm wrapped in majestic power and slapped towards the Jade Tripod Realist. The Jade Cauldron Master similarly slapped out a palm to fend it off. Double palms connected, only to hear bang a loud sound. The Yuding real person like a broken kite was sent flying out, spitting blood. He was filled with shock. How is that possible? The Jade Cauldron Realist looked at Xiao Tang with disbelief. Nowadays he was only a hair's breadth away from being a quasi-saint. And that move just now, he unexpectedly lost. Can't it be that the one in front of him is a quasi-saint? But he hadn't heard of this Saint-to-be's name either. Who exactly is fellow Daoist? The Jade Tripod Realist asked in a trembling voice. Xiao Tang said with a bland look, It doesn't matter who I am. Hurry up and hand Yang Jian over to me. I am a disciple of Yuan Shi Tianzun. The Jade Tripod Truthfulness presumptuously brought up the name of his master to deter Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang, however, sneered, Even if Yuan Shi comes, I'll still have to take Yang Jian. The Jade Tripod Truthfulness heard the words. His heart was shocked, and he knew that his master was very powerful and famous, and no one was unafraid of him in this flood wasteland. But this person in front of me is not afraid at all. What exactly is his origin? Before he could think more, Xiao Tang once again slapped out a palm, the palm wind whistling with amazing power. Jade Tripod Truthful had no choice but to release Yang Jian unwillingly, as saving his life was important. Xiao Tang reached out and firmly grasped Yang Jian in his hands. The Jade Tripod Realist said hatefully, I will report this matter to my master this time. With those words, he cast a spell and fled in a sorry state. Xiao Tang looked at the unconscious Yang Jian in his hands and sighed softly in his heart. This kid, having just gone through such a drastic change, it's hard for him. He then prepared to find a place for Yang Jian to take a good rest first. Hao Tian was furious when he learned that Yao Ji had come down to the earth to give birth to 3 children with mortals. This Yao Ji, she's simply bold. Now that the sealing of the gods was going on, the 3 religions were not very happy about it in the first place. Yao Ji's violation of the laws of heaven will definitely cause dissatisfaction among the saints, and if she is not handled well, I am afraid that this great cause of sealing the gods will be ruined. He then killed the 4 Yang Tianyu and imprisoned Yao Ji in Peach Mountain. He was relieved when he heard that the Jade Cauldron Master and Tai Yi Master had taken away Yao Ji's 2 children. Since the 12 golden immortals were going to take them as disciples, there would be an explanation on the saint's side. Not long after, Yang Jian woke up leisurely and looked around with confused eyes. What place is this? Where are my mom and sister? He had seen his father and brother die, and now the only thing he worried about was his mother and sister. Your sister was taken by the others, and as for your mother, she was taken to heaven by your uncle. My uncle? Yang Jian was stunned. Your mother is the Jade Emperor's sister. She married your father and gave birth to you all, violating the laws of heaven, so your uncle took her back. Xiao Tang patiently explained. No, I have to get mother back. Yang Jian got up and ran in a direction. Chapter 79, Adopting Yang Jian as an Apprentice. Xian Bird sang Shang. Xiao Tang stood on the sidelines and did not make a move to stop him, but only watched him quietly. This child, courage is commendable, only now the strength is too weak, still need to sharpen. As expected, Yang Jian was exhausted on the ground after running for half an hour. Xiao Tang walked forward and said, with your current strength, let alone going to rescue your mother, you won't be able to reach Peach Mountain at all. Peach Hill? Is that where mother was imprisoned? Yang Jian asked with a ragged breath. Xiao Tang nodded. Your mother is now imprisoned in Peach Mountain, which is millions of miles away from here. If you want to leave, you simply can't. What should I do then? Yang Jian clenched his fists, his eyes filled with eagerness and longing. Xiao Tang slowly said, in order to save your mother out, you must be strong enough. I can teach you. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian knelt on the ground with a thud and said, please teach me, master. Yang Jian is quite resourceful. Just as well, you and I are destined to be together. I'll take you as my disciple. Yang Jian hurriedly kowtowed. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. He knew it was the only chance to save his mother. Get up. Xiao Tang's hand gently lifted and helped Yang Jian up, then said, cultivation is not that easy, and the hardships in between are far beyond imagination. You have to endure the pain. Don't worry, master, I can do it. Yang Jian's eyes were very firm. Good. Xiao Tang nodded his head repeatedly, his face showing relief. I'll first teach you a technique for forging the body and refining the qi, and when you've built a good foundation, I'll then teach you the method of immortal cultivation. Xiao Tang used the cultivation method he learned from Fuxi, which is very suitable for the human race to cultivate, and with a slight modification, Yang Jian was able to use it. Yang Jian is a child with excellent bones, and if he is taught carefully, he will become a great man in the future. Since then, Xiao Tang carefully taught Yang Jian the cultivation know-how while leading him towards the east. His destination was Chaoga, the royal capital of the Great Shang. Of course, nowadays, the Great Shang had not yet been established, and the human race was managed by the Xia dynasty. However, the fate of the Xia dynasty was near, and it would soon be the time of the Great Shang. In this way, they traveled dawn and night, and it took them 20 whole years to finally arrive at the royal capital of the Xia dynasty. In 20 years, Yang Jian has changed from a teenager to a handsome young man. Xiao Tang, on the other hand, hadn't changed at all and was still as handsome as ever. They came just in time to witness the fall of the Xia dynasty and the rebirth of the Shang dynasty. Tang led the human race to overthrow the Xia dynasty and established the Great Shang. This was also the first time that there was a way of passing on a new dynasty by overthrowing the previous one. Look, master, what a big bird. Yang Jian excitedly pointed in the direction of the capital of the Great Shang dynasty. One could only see a huge Xian bird that covered the sky and wrapped in multicolored haze, appearing majestically in front of the crowd. In an instant, the people of the Great Shang royal capital bent down and bowed in worship. The heaven-ordained Xian bird descends to give birth to Shang. Kong Xian had been traveling around in the flood wasteland since he left Kongdong Mountain. As the son of the ancestral phoenix, he was exceptionally gifted. After returning to the Phoenix clan, he took over the Phoenix clan with his great strength and identity. Seeing that the Phoenix clan was entangled in karma, he was in a difficult situation. In order to help the Phoenix clan get out of the predicament, he resolutely decided to become the guardian god of the Great Shang. Kong Xian also saw that Ing Long had helped the Yellow Emperor and freed the dragons from some of their karma, so he adopted the same approach. Now that the Shang dynasty had been established, Kong Xian had also received his rightful share of the human race's qi and merit as he had hoped. With these, the karma carried by the Phoenix clan was finally alleviated a bit. Kong Xian, come over and meet me. Xiao Tang transmitted his voice. Kong Xian heard Xiao Tang's voice and his figure flashed as he quickly flew over. He transformed into the form of a young man dressed in fancy clothes with clear eyebrows. He stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Kong Xian has met master. I didn't say anything about taking you as my disciple. Kong Xian had a smile on his lips and his eyes were full of sincerity. Even though master didn't confiscate me as a disciple, I have long since regarded you as my master. Besides, back then, it was the fourth brother who hatched us out. By rights, we still have to call you father, or grandfather. Xiao Tang's body stiffened when he heard this, and the figures of many children instantly surfaced in his mind. He already had enough children and didn't want any more. It really wasn't a good idea to call daddy, and if Yuan Feng knew about it, he wouldn't rush out from the undying volcano to beat himself up. As for grandpa, forget it. Thus, he hastily waved his hand. Forget it, just call him master. One more named disciple is nothing. Many thanks, master. Kong Xian was all smiles. Sure enough, it's all about being cheeky to have a chance. What is the current situation of the Phoenix clan? Xiao Tang asked with concern. Kong Xian put away his smile and said, the Phoenix race has not been doing well. But fortunately, now that the Shang dynasty has been established, the Phoenix, as the totem of the human race, has been able to share some of the human race's qi. As long as the Great Shang is still around, nothing major will happen to the Phoenix race. Xiao Tang nodded slightly. The path Kong Xian had chosen was indeed good. Kong Xian, the Shang dynasty will experience a great calamity in 600 years, so you must prepare in advance. Master, I understand. I will be careful. Kong Xian nodded solemnly. Right. Let me introduce to you. This is Yang Jian, sort of your junior brother. Xiao Tang said as he turned around and pulled Yang Jian. Yang Jian took a step forward and bowed. Yang Jian has met senior brother. Hello senior brother. It's our first time meeting, so I'll give you this feather. Kong Xian smiled and took out a colorful feather from his sleeve, which was streaming with colorful light. Thank you, elder brother. Yang Jian took the feather with curiosity and held it in his hand and shook it gently. The feather shines with a strange light under the sunlight, but other than that, there seems to be nothing special about it. Kong Xian saw Yang Jian stout and explained with a smile. Junior brother, you have to be careful. This feather contains a part of my mana, and it contains 3 attacks of 5-colored divine light. Nothing can be brushed with the 5-colored divine light. In the future, if you meet someone who holds a powerful magic treasure, all you need to do is to lightly brush the other person's treasure. At that time, you'll take advantage of his inattention and directly snatch the treasure. Moreover, the attack power of the 5-colored divine light is extremely strong. Even a Tai golden immortal would have to be seriously injured if they took a hit. Yang Jian had heard Xiao Tang talk about the various realms of cultivators and suddenly understood the power of the feather. The strongest of the heavenly soldiers and generals who had captured the mother before were only of golden immortal cultivation. Xiao Tang looked at Kong Xian, who was now a great Luo golden immortal. If he utilized the qi of the Shang dynasty to cultivate, he might be able to reach quasi-sainthood by the time of the God-sealing quantum revelation. Alright, go do your own thing. Xiao Tu waved his hand at. Yes, master. Disciple excuses himself. Kong Xian bowed and then turned into a colorful light and flew into the Chaoga. Chapter 80 Yang Jian leaves. Regulus 3 demons. Xiao Tang stood for a long time, gazing in the direction of Chaogua, his gaze penetrating the void. He could clearly see the human race's qi luck pouring into Chaogua city like a tidal wave. Come on, Jiro, let's enter the city. Xiao Tang stepped into Chaogai city with Yang Jian, and the city was bustling with traffic. Xiao Tang brought Yang Jian into Chaogai city, chose a nice mansion, bought it and lived in it. They lived here for 500 years. 500 years later, Yang Jian's strength had already reached the late stage of golden immortal. It was really good to know that without any help from qi luck or quantum revelation, he had reached the late stage of golden immortal in just 500 years. Yang Jian looked at the direction of Peach Hill and thought to himself, it's been 500 years. Mother, my child is not far away from rescuing you out. Yang Jian looked at Xiao Tang, who was taking a cool ride in the courtyard, and steadily walked over to him and spoke. Master, I'm going to save my mother. Xiao Tang's eyes, which were originally slightly closed, slowly opened, and his gaze fell on Yang Jian as he said, your current strength, although stronger than the heavenly soldiers and generals who surrounded you at the time, is simply impossible if you want to rescue your mother from Peach Mountain. Yang Jian unconsciously clenched his fists and continued, but my mother has suffered for many years, and I just can't stand by and watch her being imprisoned in Peach Hill any longer, no matter how treacherous the road ahead is. I have to give it a try. Xiao Tang gazed at Yang Jian, and after a moment of silence, he said softly, since your mind is made up, I won't advise you much. It will be difficult for you to go. I have a pouch here. Take it. If you encounter a dilemma that you can't do anything about, it may be able to help you. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian solemnly received the brocade bag with both hands and carefully put it into his bosom. He once again bowed deeply to Xiao Tang. Many thanks, master. I will certainly do my best. You're alone on the road, without even someone to look after you. How can this put my master at ease? Roaring dog. With Xiao Tang's call, an imposing big black dog rushed out from the corner. It ran to Xiao Tang's side, tilted its head back to look at him, and let out a joyful woofing sound from its mouth, also rubbing its head affectionately against Xiao Tang's hand, its tail wagging like a rattledrum, looking extremely excited. This roaring dog is a stray dog that Yang Jian picked up from the city of Chaoga. Seeing that it was quite spiritual, Xiaotang taught it the cultivation method of the demon race. Nowadays, the roaring dog is able to take shape, but it still prefers the form of a dog. Let roaring dog accompany you, and you'll have a helper on the way, Xiaotang said as he looked at Yang Jian. Roaring dog understood Xiaotang's words and directly jumped and pounced into Yang Jian's arms. Yang Jian held it steadily, a doting smile appearing on his face as he gently stroked the roaring dog's smooth fur. Yes, master. Afterward, Yang Jian took roaring dog and left Xiaogai with a firm pace, heading towards the distant Peach Mountain. Xiaotang looked at the direction Yang Jian left for a long time. This kid is bound to go through trials and tribulations. Luckily, he had asked Erwa to keep an eye on him in advance, so if there were any emergencies, Erwa would be able to notice them in time and protect him more or less. After Yang Jian completely disappeared from sight, Xiaotang slowly got up. It was time for him to do something. There's still more than 100 years to go before the Shang dynasty falls. If he wanted to preserve the human emperor's legacy, the great Shang could not be destroyed. The demise of the Shang dynasty is the general trend. Want to change is not easy, so Xiaotang must be prepared in advance. In the midst of this divine seal quantum revelation, the most crucial figure was undoubtedly King Zhou Dxin, though it is said that the Shang dynasty was heading towards its downfall, mostly due to Dxin's despicable behavior. However, the God-sealing quantum robbery involves the layout of saints from all sides, and the demise of the Shang dynasty is not something that he alone can influence. However, Dxin was, after all, this last human emperor, controlling the human race's qi in his hands. Therefore, Xiaotang had to make sure that he didn't fall into a downright dim king. With this thought, Xiaotang's figure flickered and instantly disappeared in place. In the next moment, he had already arrived in front of Xian Yuan's grave. This Xian Yuan tomb is a closed grave built by the human race in honor of the Yellow Emperor as a tribute to the successive human emperors. And in the vicinity of this Xian Yuan grave, quietly perched 3 demons, a white jade fox with a snow-white body, a colorful pheasant, and a jade lute that exudes a warm luster. These 3 small demons were nourished by the aura of this place for many years, and inhaled the incense of human sacrifices, and gradually opened up their spiritual wisdom and embarked on the road of cultivation. It's just that their foundation is still shallow, and to this day, it's still difficult to even change their human form. That alabaster fox is none other than Daji, who will later confuse King Zhou. However, Xiaotang didn't think that a tiny fox would be able to confuse the human emperor. However, since she was also the one who should be robbed, she naturally had her uses. At this moment, the 3 little demons were huddled in the corner of the Xian Yuan grave, their eyes tightly closed, absorbing the thin incense qi around them with all their concentration. Suddenly, a powerful force descended from the sky, as if it were a Tarzan pressing down. The terrifying pressure made the 3 little demons instantly soften their limbs, and with a thud, they prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling with fear, and did not even have the courage to raise their heads to look at them. Great Immortal, spare our lives. Great Immortal, spare our lives. We know we're wrong. We shouldn't have stolen the incense privately. Please, Great Immortal, spare us this time. The 3 little demons cried out, their voices filled with terror and pleading. Xiaotang appeared and looked at them, and couldn't help but laugh a little in his heart. If they were scared like this after absorbing a bit of incense, how capable could they be to do bad things? However, now that we have found them, we can carry out our plan. Do not cry out, I have not come today to smite you. Here, I have a great creation to bestow upon you. It's up to you if you have the guts to take it. Hearing this, the 3 little demons looked at each other, their eyes filled with astonishment and doubt. They were just small demons with a lowly origin and no background. How could they be favored by a great immortal and given a chance? The white jade fox braced itself, raised its head slightly, and asked with a trembling voice, I wonder what the chance the great immortal is talking about is. Xiaotang said with a calm demeanor, what I'm giving you guys is a great opportunity that can change your destiny, and once you grab it, you can ascend to heaven in one step. Of course, this opportunity coexists with risk. A little carelessness, you may end up with a god's form destroyed. Hearing the words God's form is destroyed, the 3 monsters were so scared that their faces turned pale and their bodies shook like chaff. We don't want this chance. Please, great immortal, let us go. The pheasant spirit was so terrified that his voice changed tone. Xiaotang comforted. There is no need to be afraid. With me here, a godly form being destroyed is merely the worst case scenario. As long as you guys do what I say, this situation is almost impossible to happen. The chance I can give you now is to help you become immortal. Become an immortal? The 3 little demons' eyes widened, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 81 Daji takes form. Yang Jian battles 3-headed Jiao. Hearing that Xiaotang wanted to help them become immortals, the 3 demons simply couldn't believe it. As cultivating demons, They know that the road to becoming an immortal is difficult and dangerous. With their roots in this situation where there is no background and no one to support them, wanting to become immortal is simply a foolish demon's dream. The three little demons looked at each other and hesitated for a long time. The white jade fox gritted her teeth, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. Great immortal, we're willing to give it a try. Very well. I will pass on a cultivation method to you, and you will be able to take human form in just 30 years. But other than that, you guys have to learn something else. After Xiao Tong finished speaking, he then stretched out his right hand and flicked it. 3 rays of light shot out like meteors, accurately failing to enter the foreheads of the 3 little demons. In addition to imparting them with a set of the most suitable cultivation techniques, it also came with all sorts of knowledge such as governing the country and leading troops into battle. They will most likely be assigned to King Zhou in the future, and although they may not be proficient in all of them, as long as they can master 1 or 2 of them and utilize their skills, they may be able to play a benign role in guiding the situation of the Shang dynasty. Since then, under Xiao Tang's strict supervision, the 3 demons began to study hard day and night. Inside the Xianyuan tomb, the sound of them reciting scriptures and discussing the art of war was often heard. 30 years passed in a flash. On this day, the light within the Xianyuan tomb shone brightly, and the white jade fox was the first to break through the shackles and successfully transformed into a form. Just see her graceful posture, delicate face, hands and feet to show all the charming flavor. She gently swaying posture, lotus steps, a smile as if it can hook people's heart, really called the day charming bone heavenly. If an ordinary mortal were to see her in this form, they would be afraid that they would instantly be captured by her power of seduction. However, Xiao Tang had seen the elegance of ancient goddesses such as Niwa and Ziwangmu, and looking at Daji, she was just a small demon with a demonic aura. Compared with the innate goddess, whether it is temperament or charisma, there is a huge difference. There is no comparison. However, both Daji and the other 2 demons were quite happy. Sister, you've transformed, Pheasant Essence shouted in surprise. Daji looked at her own hands, and touched the face that had become smooth, her eyes full of joy. Yes, I also did not expect to be able to transform so quickly. I think you will not be far away. Pheasant spirit and Peepa spirit is a little worse than Daji, and then cultivate for a few decades. Will also be able to transform into human form. After saying that, the 3 demons looked at each other and smiled, with a vision of the future shining in their eyes. At this time, Xiao Tang suddenly saw that Yang Jian and Roaring Dog had already reached Peach Mountain without any problems, so he focused on Yang Jian's side first. Yang Jian said, Roaring Dog, look, that's Peach Hill, and Mother is imprisoned in it. Master, then let's hurry up and rescue the old lady. Roaring Heavenly Dog spoke up. Yang Jian looked at Peach Hill and thought to himself, Mother, I have finally found this place and will definitely rescue you. At that moment, with determined eyes, he shouted, let's go. With that, Yang Jian sprinted away with Roaring Dog, but just as he approached Peach Hill, a deafening roar exploded like thunder. Yang Jian raised his head and looked, only to see a 3-headed giant snake hovering on the top of Peach Mountain, its black scales glittering coldly in the daylight. The 2 horns on its head were lofty, and it had obviously cultivated to the realm of transforming the augur. Yang Jian remembered that Master had told himself about the 3-headed Jiao before. He saw the 3-headed augur and had some mixed feelings. Back then, these 3-headed scaly scow nearly killed Mother. If it wasn't for this calamity back then, Mother wouldn't have met Father, much less their siblings. However, at this moment, the 3-headed scaly dragon stretched out in front of him, and the path to saving his mother was blocked, so he could only defeat it. Roaring Dog, you and back off. These 3 evil scaly heads were great demons of the golden immortal realm, and were incredibly dangerous. If Roaring Dog went up, it would only be a total death sentence. After that, Yang Jian took a deep breath, lifted his chi and concentrated, and rushed up towards the 3-headed Jiao. When the 3-headed Jiao saw Yang Jian, they were equally furious. He stole a treasure from the heavenly realm and descended to earth, only to be pursued by Yao Ji. After defeating Yao Ji with great difficulty, he was captured by the heavenly emperor and was imprisoned in this Peach Mountain to guard it for a whole 500 years. And now the little one has come to beat him. This family is abominable. The 3-headed Jiao's bloody mouth opened, and flames wrapped in heat waves gushed out. Yang Jian dodged sideways, and the flame flew past the corner of his coat, scorching a piece of it. He took advantage of the situation and his sandbag-sized fist rapped with the force of 1,000 pounds, ruthlessly smashing into the body of the 3-headed Jiao. The 3-headed Jiao ate the pain and let out a roar as its huge body twisted. It threw its head and stretched out its sharp teeth to bite towards Yang Jian. Yang Jian took a few steps back to avoid the attack, followed by another heavy punch, hitting the 3-headed Jiao directly in the head. The 3-headed Jiao received this heavy blow and fell with a bang, smashing into the ground and raising a cloud of dust. After landing, it transformed into human form and pounced towards Yang Jian again. Yang Jian was undaunted and rushed forward to meet his opponent, and both sides instantly fought in one place. Between you and me, hundreds of rounds have passed. Slowly, the three-headed Jiao lost some of its mana. On the other hand, Yang Jian's mana is still abundant. The gongfu that Xiao Teng taught Yang Jian was top-notch, and the speed of mana recovery was very fast. Just when the three-headed Jiao revealed a crack, the eye of heaven opened at the center of Yang Jian's eyes. This was the protective magic treasure left to him by his mother Yao Ji, and at this moment, the light was so bright that a strong light shot out, hitting the three-headed augur directly. The three-headed Jiao suffered a heavy blow and collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Seeing this, Yang Jian took an arrow step forward and swung his fist to kill him completely. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! I admit defeat! The three-headed Jiao shouted in terror. Yang Jian sniffed, his fist hanging in mid-air, and snorted coldly. Admit defeat? Between you and me, there's only life and death, so there's no such thing as winning or losing. Wait, don't kill me. I can turn into a weapon for you to use. Upon hearing the words of the three-headed Jiao, Yang Jian's heart was moved and he was worried that he had no weapon in his hand. Are you telling the truth? The three-headed Jiao busily nodded. Of course, as long as you spare my life. Yang Jian scrutinized the wretched three-headed Jiao in front of him, thinking that even if it dared to cheat me, he could still subdue it again with his own skills. So he loosened his fists, only to see the three-headed augur's body twisting and transforming into a three-pointed, two-bladed gun with a chilling light. Yang Jian held it in his hand and waved it around for a few times, only to find that it was light and heavy and quite smooth. Master, are you alright? Roaring Dog ran over it this time. I'm fine, just hurry up and save your mother. Yang Jian took a deep breath to calm his mind. Yang Jian came to the foot of Peach Mountain, looked up at the towering peak and shouted, Mother, can you hear my voice? The sound echoed through the valley. In the middle of Peach Mountain, Yao Ji had been trapped for many years and had long been disillusioned. At this moment when she heard this familiar yet unfamiliar voice, her petite body shook and tears flashed in her eyes. Is it Erlang? It's me, Mother. Hearing his mother's voice, Yang Jian was very happy. Chapter 82 Yang Jian splits Peach Mountain. Mother and son meet. Yao Ji slowly got up, her heart filled with disbelief. Yao Ji also didn't expect to be able to see Erlang again. She had thought that all her children had died. After all, it had already been 500 years. Mortals simply didn't have such a lifespan. I didn't expect that Yang Jian was not only alive, but also found his way here. Yang Jian was so anxious that he searched for the entrance around Peach Hill, but he found nothing. With a clench of his teeth, he decided to forcefully split open the cage that held his mother captive. Yang Jian's body flashed and flew to the top of Peach Mountain, holding a three-pointed two-bladed spear. Mother, my child will get you out. Immediately, he shouted, his entire body's mana infused into his arms, swung his lance, and swung down hard. In an instant, the Peach Mountain shook, boulders crumbled and debris flew, but that Peach Mountain only dropped a few pieces of debris and remained standing. Erlang, go away. This Peach Mountain is made by your uncle from immortal peaches. It contains the power of heavenly rules. You can't split it. Yao Ji heard the commotion in the mountains and with tears in her voice, she spoke out to discourage it. I don't believe it. Yang Jian's eyes were red as he swung his three-pointed, two-bladed spear once again, slashing like crazy. Each shot was infused with his thoughts and resentment towards his mother. However, no matter how hard he tried, Momoyama remained rock solid. Above the heavenly court, Haotian sits high in the clouds, overlooking the three realms. Yang Jian's act of splitting the mountain naturally couldn't escape his eyes, and he looked at the struggling figure below with a lot of emotions in his heart. In the end, Yao Ji is his own sister. These years although she will be imprisoned Peach Hill, but has not been excessively harsh treatment. Now see nephew with their own strength. Just 500 years will be cultivated into the golden immortal. Haotian's heart actually surged a trace of comfort. He moved to recruit Yang Jian to serve in the heavenly court, but he knew deep down that he wouldn't agree before saving his mother. Haotian sighed. Why would he not want to let Yao Ji out? It was just that the god-sealing quantum revenge was coming soon. At this moment, even as the heavenly court master, he must not violate the heavenly rules. Yang Jian, whose magic power was exhausted, landed under the Peach Hill. He knelt on one knee, one hand propped up on the ground, gasping for air, and raised his eyes to look at the towering Peach Mountain that seemed to plunge into the sky. His eyes instantly reddened, and tears came out of his eyes uncontrollably. The whole 500 years of hard training. I thought I could have enough power to save my mother, but I did not expect to split the Peach Hill, and I did not even see my mother's face. He was filled with self-reproach and unwillingness. His hands clenched into fists as he muttered, Mother, my child was incompetent and failed to save you. Yao Ji cried and said, Lang. Knowing that you are still alive makes me very happy. Don't get into danger for my mother again. All is well here for my mother. Don't worry. You just live well. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian shook his head desperately, as if he wanted to get rid of the idea of giving up. No, mother, I must get you out. Yang Jian took out the brocade pouch from his pocket, thinking about what his master had told him before he left. If you use this pouch when there is no way out, it will surely be effective. At the moment, this brocade bag was his last straw. Yang Jian carefully opened it, only to see a section of incense emitting shimmering light lying quietly inside. And the note next to it read, "Light this incense and someone will come to help." Yang Jian didn't dare to delay and quickly cast a spell to light the incense. Curls of green smoke rose into the air and drifted toward the sky. Not long after, the incense burned out and a figure descended from the sky and appeared beside Yang Jian. Yang Jian's eyes widened and he blurted out, "Are you here to help me?" Dawa nodded slightly and said aloud, "Father has already explained. As long as you light this incense, I will come to help you. You can just call me eldest brother." Yang Jian was shocked and delighted. He heard his master mention the valor and bravery of his 7 senior brothers, and now that he had seen his eldest brother with his own eyes, his heart was strengthened. He pleaded, "Eldest brother, please help me save my mother." Dawa shook his head slightly as he looked at Yang Jian's eager appearance. "This path of saving mother will ultimately have to be traveled by yourself. However, senior brother, I can lend you my treasure for a while." After saying that, Dawa swung his big arm, and a huge axe appeared in his palm. "This is the Gangjin Mountain Opening Axe, the first treasure I found. With its help, you will be able to split this peach mountain." Yang Jian received the mountain opening axe with both hands, only to feel a heavy mountain-like force pressing down. With this kind of weight, not to mention splitting the peach mountain, just picking it up is already so laborious. Dawa advised, "Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. When the magic power is restored, then it won't be too late to split the mountain. Rescuing mother is not in a hurry for a while." Yang Jian nodded and tried his best to calm down. He sat on the ground and quickly entered a meditative state, running his gong methods. Above the clouds, Haotian took it all in. Seeing Dawa showing up to help, he frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. I wonder if this was Dawa's idea alone, or if it was the idea of all 7 of them together? He believed that with Dawa's strength he was completely capable of splitting this peach mountain, but if he really let him split it, then things would be troublesome. However, Haotian didn't make a move to stop it. Now it was better to see how things would develop first. 3 days later, Yang Jian collected his energy and got up. At this moment, his essence has been raised to its peak state, and he exudes an unrelenting aura. With a firm gaze, he held the mountain opening axe and reappeared at the top of Peach Mountain. The mountain wind whistled, blowing his shirts hunting. Yang Jian took a deep breath, gripped the mountain opening axe tightly in both hands, and slowly raised it above his head, with the blade facing the sky and flashing with a cold aura. However, he didn't rush to chop down, but instead focused his energy and poured a steady stream of power from his body into the axe. In an instant, the Gangjin Mountain opening axe's light was so bright that it was like a blazing sun, dazzling. Quite a number of living beings in the floodplains gathered their gazes over. After all the power had entered the axe, Yang Jian let out an explosive cry, swung the axe, and chopped towards Peach Hill. This strike united his 500 years of obsession, unwillingness and love for his mother. The axe struck Peach Hill, and suddenly the entire space was quiet for an instant. Then Peach Hill shook violently, only to hear a click as a crack continued to extend downward from the top. In an instant, the entire Peach Mountain cracked into 2 halves. Yang Jian landed on the ground, gasping for air. This strike had really exhausted all his strength. It was good to finally split Peach Hill. After Yang Jian was able to move a little bit, he quickly rushed in to meet Yao Ji. "Mother!" Yang Jian pounced over and hugged his mother tightly. "Mother, I see you at last. Jiro, you've grown up." Yao Ji was also in tears, gently stroking Yang Jian's head. Mother and son embraced each other, and the pain of 5 years of separation dissipated in this moment. Yang Jian then realized that his mother still had a chain wrapped around her body. So, he picked up the Kai Shan axe once again, raised it high, and slashed at the chains. Chapter 83, Rescuing Yao Ji. 3 sisters enter Chaogao. Just at the moment when the axe touched the chain suddenly erupted with a powerful force. The light flashed and shook Yang Jian out. Yang Jian fell heavily on the ground, only to feel his chest churning with gas and blood, and the mountain opening axe in his hand came out of his hand and flew into midair. Diva reached out and caught the flying catching open axe. Yang Jian, however, stubbornly climbed up, full of reluctance, and shouted at Dawa, "Eldest brother, lend me your axe again, and I'll definitely chop this chain off." Dawa shook his head helplessly and said, "Senior brother, this chain is made of heavenly rules. With your strength, You simply can't hack it open. Yang Jian clenched his teeth, and with a flash of light in his hand, he offered up his three-pointed, two-bladed spear, and with a loud shout, he stabbed at the chain with all his might. However, the chains did not move at all. Not even a single scratch remained. Yang Jian's eyes gradually dimmed, filled with despair and helplessness surging to his heart. He managed to split Peach Hill, but in the end, he still couldn't save his mother. The great powers gathered in one place, and their gazes were all directed at Yang Jian under the Peach Mountain. People can't help but shake their heads and sigh, pondering in their hearts, this Yang Jian is really pitiful. The celestial rule that hangs high in the sky is an insurmountable chasm that stretches coldly across the world. The punishment carried out was to maintain the majesty and order of the heavenly court. All the great powers looked at each other. Although their hearts were filled with compassion, none of them dared to easily take that step to intervene. Xiaotang took Yang Jian's efforts one by one in his eyes, from a fledgling brat to a person who has gone through trials and tribulations, whose magic power has grown, and who has done his best to reach this point with his golden immortal status, which is really amazing. Since he was his master, he should pull him out at this critical moment. Hao Tian, pay up, heavenly emperor. Hao Tian, sitting high in the heavenly palace, instantly flashed a trace of displeasure on his face when he heard Xiaotang address himself. The name change is not as good as it could have been. Yang Jian saved his mother by splitting the mountain, which can be considered as pure and filial. Moreover, Yao Ji was attacked by the three-headed Jiao in order to fulfill the mission of the heavenly court and fell to the mortal world. Later, she was saved by young Tianyu, and she was married only after her love was compatible. What Yao Ji did was justifiable. Moreover, Yao Ji has been imprisoned under the Five Elements Mountain for 500 years, and it is time to return her freedom. As soon as Xiaotang opened his mouth, the other immortal gods followed suit and helped to speak up. Hao Tian frowned. Although he felt that Xiaotang's words were reasonable, he also wanted to let Yao Ji out. However, the heavenly rules required 10,000 years of imprisonment, and it had only been 500 years now, so the time was far from enough. If he acted rashly at this moment, he was afraid that it would cause dissatisfaction among the saints and affect the sealing of the gods. In today's situation, Hao Tian must be careful and cautious, and not make a single wrong step. Just as this matter was at a standstill, a voice came from beyond the heavens, and it was none other than Nuwas. Yang Jian's rescue of his mother by splitting the mountain has moved all beings. The wish of all beings should be followed. For the mistake Yao Ji made, let's change the sentence to 500 years. Hao Tian sniffed and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With a saint's endorsement, there was no need to worry about other saints using this to take advantage of the heavenly court. At that moment, he did not dare to be slow, and hastened to receive the saint's decree. By the law of the saints. Then, a figure swooped down and hugged Yao Ji tightly. It was none other than Yang Chan. She burst into tears and sobbed, "Mother, I finally see you." Yao Ji also had red eyes. Trembling her hands, gently cupping Yang Chan's face and scrutinizing it carefully. "Chan, you've grown so big." Mother and daughter embraced each other and cried, and the image made onlookers watch. Seeing this, Hao Tian slightly straightened his face and said aloud, "The wish of all living beings and the order of the sages. Then you will be pardoned. Remember, the rules of heaven are not to be violated, and if you violate them again in the future, you will be heavily punished." After that, he waved his hand. The chains that trapped Yao Ji clattered and dissolved with a sound. The family was reunited. "Yao Ji, go back to the heavenly court," Hao Tian said. As a heavenly god, Yao Ji cannot stay on earth for long. "Lang, Cindy and I will go to the heavenly court together," Yao Ji said. "Mother, you and your sister go first. I'll go up to you soon." Yang Jian still had a lot of matters to deal with, so he asked his mother and sister to go ahead. Yao Ji nodded her head and then took Yang Chan back to the heavenly court first. Yang Jian cupped his fists and saluted, saying gratefully, "Thank you all for your help. Yang Jian will definitely return the favor." Yang Jian memorized all the people who had helped him speak today. Afterward, Yang Jian said to Dawa, "Thanks to eldest brother's help, my mother and I were reunited. There's no need to thank you. I didn't help you much. Without your own efforts to split the Peach Mountain, it would be even less likely that you would have moved the beings and sages. Father said that in 50 years, you'll have to make a trip back to Earth, and there will be important things for you to do then. Go back to heaven now and reunite with your mother." "Yes." Disciple obeys. "Thank you, master." Yang Jian bowed in the direction of Chaoga. Xiaotang looked at Yang Jian's departing back and smiled gratefully. With the matter of Yang Jian settled, it was time to focus on cultivating the three sisters next. Under Xiaotang's careful tutelage, the three sisters gradually came into their own. Xiaotang carefully observed and found that they each had their own strengths. The eldest sister, Hu Ji, was good at writing. The second, Pheasant Ji, was good at martial arts. And the third, Ug, was good at healing. Knowing their specialties, Xiaotang taught them according to their abilities, allowing them to study deeply along the paths they excelled in. In this way, we will be able to help Chaoga on all fronts in the future. The three sisters buried their heads in hard study every day, and after a long time, they were still a bit dizzy. Xiaotang then told them to take a break and play around a bit, giving them the story of the witch demon Quantum of Solace. Learning is not about time, it's about efficiency, and combining work and rest is the right way to go. That year, the chi of the human race changed as Dxin. The son of Emperor Yi was born. Along with his croaking, the Xian bird cried. Even though he was the last human emperor, there was still a row to be had. It was only 30 years until the beginning of the God-sealing quantum revelation, and those who should enter could do so. Over the years, the three sisters had learned a lot of things, but none of them had practiced them. Taking advantage of the fact that there was still some time left, Xiaotang was prepared to let them go and practice. Thus, Xiaotang gave each of them a 5-needle pine, and after taking it, not only did their magical power increase greatly, but they were also able to conceal the demonic aura on their bodies. In this way, there would be no hindrance to entering the human race. Xiaotang took them and returned to the city of Chaoga. It's been a long time since I've been back, and my former residence has long since fallen into disrepair. Xiaotang then prepared to use spells to re-establish the house, only to see the house renovated and repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming brand new in no time. The crowd marveled at the sight of the overnight renovated house, and out of this house came 3 fairy-like women. One of them is good at writing, one is good at martial arts, and one is an extraordinary healer. With their appearance and ability, the 3 sisters soon gained a firm foothold in Chaogai. Chapter 84, Naja descends. Emperor Xian writes poem at Nuwa Temple. 29 years after the 3 sisters entered the Chaoga, De died and Xian successfully ascended to the throne as king of Shang and the last human emperor. Xiaotang stood on a high place, overlooking Chaogai, only to see the city decorated with lights and colors, the people cheering, a scene of prosperity. At the time of Emperor Xian's ascension to the throne, the human race's chi became much more robust, so it seemed that humanity recognized this new ruler as the Emperor of Man. If it wasn't for the God-sealing quantum revenge, perhaps Emperor Xian would have been able to lead the human race onto prosperity. In the year that Emperor Xian ascended the throne, the God-sealing quantum revenge also officially began. In the purple heavenly palace, Yuan Shi Tianzun was dressed in Taoist robes, with white hair like snow and a solemn face. He slowly raised his hand and solemnly handed over the God-sealing list to Jiang Zia. Jiang Zia, who had never been able to be reused, had an uncontrollable excitement shining in his eyes after learning that he would be able to preside over the great cause of sealing the gods. He had never thought that this matter would fall to him. Shen Gongbao, who had been practicing in the Kunlun Mountains with Jiang Zia for many years, was filled with resentment when he learned of his master's choice. He stood outside the purple heavenly palace, looking at the closed door, his fists clenched. How could master be so biased? It would be fine if he chose someone else, but he chose Jiang Zia, who is no better than me in terms of power and connections. In what way am I inferior to him? He secretly vowed to prove to his master that he, Shen Gongbao, was the right person to preside over the sealing of the gods, and would be able to do a better job than Jiang Zia. At the same moment, Xiaotang brought Yang Jian, who had descended to earth, to Chentang Pass. At this moment, a hissing sound of a woman's pain came out from within the residence of Chief Soldier Li Jing. Mrs. Yin, who has been pregnant for 3 years, is about to give birth. Li Jing paced back and forth in the courtyard, bean-sized beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his hands rubbing together from time to time. He heard his wife's screams and his heart raced as he secretly prayed. God willing, the wife and child must be safe. Meanwhile, dark clouds piled up on top of each other at the Chentang Pass and pressed down in darkness, as if a calamity was about to descend. Just as the crowd was terrified, a piercing and brilliant beam of light broke through the thick clouds and fell straight down, landing precisely in Mrs. Li Jing's room. In a flash, the baby was born. When Li Jing learned of this, he was at first very happy, believing it to be an auspicious omen and that his son was definitely a blessed man. When he saw that the swaddling clothes were actually a round, dripping ball of flesh, he instantly changed his face, panic and anger flooding his heart. What is this thing? Is it not a demonic haunting? With that, he swung his sword at the meatball. The ball of flesh broke open with a poof, and a cute pink child popped out. He stood steadily, his little mouth opened, and he milked out the words, "Daddy!" Li Jing's eyes were wide with astonishment, and the sword in his hand almost fell. He decided that the boy was a reincarnation of a demon, and he raised his sword again to behead him. At the critical moment, Mrs. Yin, who was weak after giving birth, used all her strength to jump forward and protect the child, crying and begging, "Master, This is our own flesh and blood. Don't hurt him. At that exact moment, Tai Yizhenjin, with his feet on auspicious clouds, descended from the sky. He opened his mouth and said, General Li, don't panic. This son is the reincarnation of Lingzhu Zi, and he has a heavenly destiny. I'm going to take him as a disciple. Li Jing heard, the hands of the sword slowly put down, although full of doubts, but also know that the immortal's words cannot be violated, only nodded in agreement. Thus, the child had a home in the Li family and was named Li Neza. Master, you brought me here just for this Neza? Yang Jian raised his sword brows slightly, curiosity in his eyes. Not bad. Neza is the reincarnation of the spirit bead, and this spirit bead is Nuwa's magic treasure, so his future accomplishments won't be much worse than yours. Yang Jian nodded his head slightly upon hearing this, with a little more interest in Neza in his heart. Right at this moment, Xiaotang suddenly sensed that the human race's qi was changing drastically, and it seemed that Gai was in trouble. He looked at Yang Jian and instructed, you stay here to keep an eye on Neza and protect him. Don't let anything happen to him. There's a change in Gai. I have to go back immediately first. Don't worry, Master. I'll keep an eye on Neza, Yang Jian assured. Seeing this, Xiaotang nodded reassuringly, and with a flash of his body, he transformed into a stream of light and flew back to Chaoga. At this time, within the city of Chaogai, Dxin led the civil and military officials to the Nuwa temple in great numbers. Today is the birthday of Mother Nuwa, and he has brought 100 officials to lower the incense. Xiaotang found the three sisters who were watching from the crowd and dropped down. The three were very excited to see Xiaotang. Sir, you're back. I thought you were going to be gone for a long time. I came back when I realized something was going on over here in Chaoga. I have something for you three to do. Xiaotang came closer to them, lowered his voice, and whispered a few words in their ears. The three nodded frequently. After Dxin led the people to offer incense to Nuwa, he looked straight at the statue of Nuwa. Nuwa was so beautiful that he instantly mesmerized. Suddenly, Dxin's eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. He took a big step towards the stone wall next to him, reached out and pulled out the long sword on his waist, actually preparing to write a poem on the stone wall. He was going to write a poem that blasphemed Nuwa. This poem angered Nuwa and made her stop blessing the human race. This was coupled with the fact that the Fire Cloud Cave had given up on the underground nothing, so the God-sealing quantum heist was able to unfold smoothly as a result. Xiaotang wanted to preserve the human emperor's inheritance, so he naturally wouldn't let Dxin write this poem. Just as Dxin swung his sword to carve the first word, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of him, none other than Hu Ji. She was dressed in a white rosette, with a clear face and soulful eyes. When the surrounding ministers saw the sudden appearance of Hu Ji, it was as if they had exploded, and they shouted in terror, Someone come, there is an assassin, quickly protect the great king. The guards instantly drew their weapons and surrounded them. Stop! Dixin raised his hand to stop the crowd that had gathered around him. He looked at the woman in front of him and was instantly mesmerized by her beauty. Although the Nuwa idol was beautiful, it was a dead thing, and this person in front of him was alive and more mesmerizing. Who are you? Why are you trying to stop me? Emperor Xian's eyes burned as he looked Hu Ji up and down. Hu Ji slightly curtsied, saluted, and said, Your Majesty, this is the Nuwa temple, and for you to inscribe a poem here is a great disrespect to Mother Nuwa, so I hope that your Majesty will not do so. How dare you stop me? Aren't you afraid of death? Dixin stared at Hu Ji for a long time. Hu Ji was stared at to the bottom of her heart. She always felt like Dxin was going to see through her. The might of the human emperor was not something she could casually offend. Under Dxin's gaze, she was on the verge of kneeling. After a moment, Dxin withdrew his sword and said, That's just it. Let's do as you say. The ministers were relieved. They had been on tenterhooks, fearing that Dxin would do something to offend the gods and cause great trouble. What is your name? Dixin looked at Hu Ji, his tone easing a bit. My daughter Hu Ji. Hu Ji replied softly. Hu Ji, I have heard of you. I've heard that you're very literate and learned. And father also said that if you were a man, he would definitely teach you to join the dynasty as an official. Emperor Xin said glowingly, admiration shining in his eyes. Chapter 85. Three sisters entered the dynasty as officials. Unlucky Shurji. Hu Ji raised her head and said seriously, Your Majesty, if a man can be an official, why can't a woman be an official? In my opinion, men and women are the same. As long as they have talent and learning, they are able to work for the world and serve the great king. Good. Well said. In that case, I will make you and expect you to offer more advice to the widow. When the other ministers heard this, they immediately blocked the way. Your Majesty, you can't do that. Since the founding of the Great Shang by ancestor Tang, there has been no precedent of a woman joining the court as an official. They were terrified, fearing that Emperor Xion's move would disrupt the dynasty. Since there is no precedent, then I will set that precedent, Emperor Xin said in a domineering manner. Furthermore, it's not as if there's no precedent for a woman to be an official in my great Shang. Have you all forgotten about women's honor? The ministers remembered the name at once. Women's Hao was also a woman, but she was so powerful that she directly became a great general of the great Shang. She could be said to be a huge stone weighing on everyone's head. Women's goodness is really horrible. I hope Hu Ji won't be the second women's goodness. The ministers looked at each other with indignation in their eyes, but they did not dare to openly disobey the king's order. They had to clench their teeth and accept this first. Their hearts have already made up their minds. And so on, if Hu Ji makes any mistakes, even if it is only a tiny fault, they will definitely speak up again, and will not hesitate to dismiss her from her official position, and will never allow this woman to make waves in the courtroom. Hu Ji said, Your Majesty, I have 2 other sisters, who also have their own talents and are willing to serve your Majesty. Hearing this, Emperor Xin was somewhat surprised. Where are they? Summon them here quickly. Soon, Pheasant Lady and Jade Lady stepped into the main hall. The 2 of them bent their knees and saluted. Greetings, great king. Emperor Xin swept his gaze back and forth over the 2 men and opened his mouth to ask, What are the capabilities of the 2 of you? Pheasant Ji held her head high and said with confidence in her eyes, Your Highness, I am strong and capable of commanding soldiers in battle. I am in control of all the battles in the sand, and I will definitely be able to open up new territories for the great king and raise the reputation of the great Shang. Then, Yu Ji slightly owed her body and softly said, Great king, I know medical skills, whether it's a bruise or a broken limb, I'm able to heal it. When Emperor Xin heard this, he was a bit surprised, not realizing that they had their own strengths, but having said that, we'll have to try to find out if we're capable. In that case, let's show it off. Yes, my lord. Phoenix directly fought with 10 merchant kings close guards with. She didn't use any mana, and with just her fists and feet, she easily struck down the 10 men. Emperor Xin could not look away. His eyes filled with appreciation, and he could not help but clap his hands. Good, good. Then he announced in a loud voice, In that case, let's make you wooey. Hearing this, Phoenix was overjoyed, and hastened to thank her, her face overflowing with joy. Yuji then stepped forward in style to the injured Konoha. She took out various types of herbs and ointments from the medicine pouch she had with her, and skillfully cleaned the wounds of the injured and applied the ointments. The originally tightly wrinkled brows of the injured gradually unfolded, and the color of pain on their faces dissipated. Not long after, those injured who had just been moaning miraculously felt no more pain. Seeing this, Emperor Xin nodded his head once again in satisfaction. Very well, then I'll make you Hei. Yuji smiled warmly and curtsied. All 3 sisters were rewarded and successfully entered the court song as officials. When the ministers saw that the king had recruited 2 more women into the court so easily, they were anxious. They exchanged words. Some showed anxious faces, some shook their heads and sighed, and they all came forward to advise. One of the old ministers stepped forward and said bitterly, Your Majesty, you must not do this. The court is the place where important matters of the state are discussed. How can a woman be entrusted with an important position just based on a few words? However, Xin didn't listen to them at all at the moment, and no one could change what he had decided in his heart. There were quite a few ministers whispering, their words full of dissatisfaction and contempt, and many felt that the great king was not interested in their talents, but in their beauty. After all, these 3 did look beautiful, and even those ministers couldn't refute that. When the 3 entered the great Shang dynasty hall, they each performed their own duties and exercised what they had learned. Xiaoteng believed that with their strength, they would be able to make Deshang a better place. As time passes, the Deshang court side is safe and sound, while Neja's side is in trouble. One day, Neza sneaks into his father Li Jing's armory and sees the Qianquan bow and the heavenly arrow. Curiosity arose in his heart and he thought, this bow and arrow looks so powerful. Let me try how powerful it is. Neza privately took down the shocking sky arrow, drew the Qianquan bow to full capacity, and shot toward the distance with vigor. Only heard a whoosh sound. The arrow like a meteor sped away. Impartial. An arrow shot dead Shurji's disciple. Speaking of which, this Shurji is also unlucky. She and the child in the Golden Ao Island good cultivation. The days are calm and peaceful. Never thought that this day suddenly an arrow flew over, instantly piercing and taking the life of the boy. Seeing his disciples in a pool of blood, Shurji was overwhelmed with grief and pain. His eyes lit up with rage, and he swore through gritted teeth that he would find the murderer and demand an explanation. After learning that the arrow was shot from the Chentang Pass, Shurji immediately performed the Taiyuan driving mist and came to Chentang Pass to look for Li Jing. Li Jing, come out! Shurji shouted hoarsely as he stood in front of the Chentang Pass gate. Li Jing is dealing with military affairs in the mansion. Heard this shouting, his heart tightened. I do not know what has caused this kind of shouting, and hastily got up. Quickly step out. This immortal. I wonder what you are looking for me for, Li Jing asked. Is this arrow yours? Shurji asked as he took out the shocking sky arrow. Li Jing took the arrow in Shurji's hand and took a closer look, realizing that it was actually a shocking arrow. This heaven-shaking arrow and the Qiankuan Bao were paired together as a set. And this Qiankuan Bao was a very strong and powerful magic treasure that was not easy to pull apart even for him. But who shot this arrow? The arrow is indeed mine. But I didn't shoot it. That's impossible. Your arrow killed my disciple. You must give me a statement. Li Jing was a bit surprised. He didn't think that a human life had been caused, but he really didn't know at this point who actually shot the arrow off. Just then, Li Jing suddenly remembered Neza. Those who were able to touch the shocking sky arrow and then shoot it recklessly shouldn't be anyone else but Neza. So he hurriedly called Neza over to inquire. Neza, this heaven-shaking arrow, did you shoot it? Neza came bouncing over, looked at the heaven-shaking arrow, and said with an innocent smile on his face, Father, I shot it out. The bow was very hard to pull, and I had to use all my strength to shoot the arrow. Chapter 86 Shameless Tai Yizhenjin. Shoutang out of the way. When Shurji heard this, he was so angry that he trembled and shouted, You are the one who killed my disciple. Me? I didn't. What am I doing killing your disciples? Neza cocked his head, full of concern. It was you who shot the arrow that killed my disciple. It's not like I didn't try to kill your disciple on purpose. Who knew I'd be killed by an arrow? Hearing Neza's tone of remorse at all, Shurji was very angry. You have to give me a statement today, or else I won't be blamed for being rude. Hearing Shurji say that, Neza's temper rose. You old demon woman. If you have the ability, you can accompany little master to practice with me. Hearing Neza call himself an old hag, Shurji became even more angry. Neza took down the Qiankuan circle and threw it towards Shurji. The Qiankuan circle whistled in the air, carrying a powerful offense. Seeing this, Shurji took out a pad from his sleeve and waved it gently. The pad then wrapped the Qiankuan circle, and the Qiankuan circle was then taken away by Shurji. When Neza saw this, his eyes went wide with astonishment and he shouted, Give me back my Qiankuan circle. Neza offered up the mixed sky aya again and swept towards Shurji. However, although the mixed sky aya was strong, it also depended on the person using it. Nowadays, Neza was too weak for this magic treasure to be powerful in his hands. Shurji reached out and grabbed the mixed sky aya, and with a flick of her paddle, the mixed sky aya was also put away. When Neza saw that both of his treasures had been taken away, he became anxious and stomped his feet, shouting, Old Demoness, hurry up and give me back my treasures. You brat, shooting my child, not apologizing, not making amends, how dare you still take a shot at me? It's really abominable. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Seeing Shurji who struck out at Neza, Yang Jian wanted to step forward to stop her. After all, he promised his master to protect Neza. However, before Yang Jian could make a move, Tai Yizhenjin appeared. With a slap of his duster, Tai Yizhenjin knocked Shurji back. Master, save me, this old demoness is going to kill me. Neza shouted. Shurji's heart flinched when she saw Tai Yizhenjin. She knew that Tai Yizhenjin was strong, and although she was in a position of reason, many times reason was useless. Shurji spoke. Fellow Daoist Tai, is this how you discipline your disciple? Tai Yizhenjin snorted coldly and said, It's not your turn for me to discipline my disciples. Your disciple killed my disciple. You must give an account today. Then I'll have to look for you to give a statement after you took my disciple's magic treasure. Hearing Tai Yi's words, Shurji was all a bit confused, and after half a day it turned out to be his own fault. Return my apprentice's treasure. Tai Yi whipped out his duster and came toward Shurji. Shurji's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly used the 8 trigrams cloud light palm to defend himself. I will send you to answer the calamity today. Tai Yi directly offered the 9-dragon divine flame shield. The 9 dragons' divine fire shield shone brightly and 9 fire dragons flew out, pouncing toward Shurji. Shurji hurriedly ran his magic treasure with all his might to fend it off. The 8 trigrams cloud light palm blocked a few of the fire dragons. Shurji took out his Taiya sword again and fought the other fire dragons. Suddenly, a fire dragon launched a surprise attack at her from behind Shur's back. At this time, a figure blocked behind Shurji, and it was Yang Jian. Yang Jian wielded his 3-pointed 2-bladed spear and fought with the fire dragon. What kind of person dares to intervene? Tai Yi shouted. I'm Yang Jian. Tai Yi, you're just too much of a bully. Yang Jian originally wanted to protect Neza, but he watched Shurji from the sidelines and was very distressed, so he stepped in. After learning that it was Yang Jian, Tai Yizhenjin was a bit hesitant. Yang Jian was no ordinary being. Not only was he the nephew of Hao Qian, he was also the disciple of that gourd vine. No matter which one of these two was, they were not existences to be messed with. Yang Jian, this is between me and Shurji. I advise you to leave quickly, or else I won't be blamed for being merciless. Yang Jian spoke. People just want a statement. But you guys are so bitter and use killing tactics. It's really abominable. I can't just ignore it. If you want this, then don't blame me. Although the power behind Yang Jian should not be underestimated, Tai Yizhenjin was behind the saints, the entire hierarchy. Even if it's Yang Jian, it's just a matter of killing him. Tai Yizhenjin directly urged the 9 dragons' divine flame shield toward the two of them. Shiji and Yang Jian resisted with all their might. Shiji can still resist a little bit, but Yang Jian has just entered the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, and he can't resist the power of this magic treasure at all. The next moment, a whip struck and sent the 9 dragon divine fire shield flying. Tai Yi, it's too shameless for you to make a killing move against a junior, isn't it? Xiao Tu shows up just in time to save the two. Master, you're here. Seeing that Master had come, Yang Jian was relieved. Jiro, are you okay? Xiao Tang asked. I'm fine, but Master, you might not see me again if you play along for a while. Don't worry, Master will avenge you. Seeing Xiao Tang came, Tai Yi real person heart thump. Secretly bad. This is trouble. He forced himself to be calm and cleared his throat as he spoke. Fellow Daoist Xiao Tang, it was your disciple who had to meddle in this matter before I took action against him. You'd better hurry up and leave with your disciple. When Xiao Tang heard this, he said somewhat angrily, my disciple is so seriously injured, and you're telling me to leave like this? Who gave you the face? Tai Yizhenren's face became difficult. He was at least a great Luo Golden Immortal, and was only a hair's breadth away from the Quasi-Saint realm. He was clear that Xiao Tang hadn't reached Quasi-Saint either, so their strengths were right in between. Besides, who is he? Tai Yizhen, a disciple of a saint, with a saint behind him, so he wasn't afraid of Xiao Tang at all. Thinking about this, Tai Yi was confident. Tai Yizhenren gritted his teeth and directly offered the 9 dragons divine flame shield, launching an attack at Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang revealed a disdainful cold smile, a smile that seemed to be mocking Tai Yizhenjin's self-importance. Really? I haven't put up a fight for too long, so really anyone would dare to put their claws on me? In that case, let's chop off your claws. Xiao Tang was a veteran powerhouse from the same period as the saint, and had traveled all the way from the Dragon Han Cataclysm, so what great storms had he not seen before? Even when he saw the first Heavenly Father, Xiao Tang also called him a peer at most and shouted Taoist friend. However, this Tai Yizhenjin, who was but a rising star, relying on the name of a saint's disciple, dared to offend himself in such a way. One must know that at the time of one's own transformation, this Tai Yi man still didn't know which inconspicuous corner he was in. Xiao Tang swung the long whip in his hand, wrapping it in a huge force that directly jerked the flying 9 dragon divine flame shield backwards. Seeing this, Tai Yizhenjin was stunned. His eyes widened, his mouth slightly open, and disbelief written all over his face. How could he not expect that Xiao Tang's strength would be so strong? Chapter 87, Chopping Off Tai Yi's Claws. Nausea wreaks havoc in the sea. When Tai Zhengrong's eyes glanced at the treasure in Xiao Tang's hand, which was an innate superior grade spiritual treasure, his heart thumped and he secretly screamed that it was not good. In a situation where the realms are about the same, the mana will be crucial. However, Tai Yizhenjin did not know that although they appeared to be in similar realms on the surface, there was a world of difference within. Xiao Tang's cultivation was accumulated solidly one step at a time over countless years, with an incomparably deep foundation. As for him, Tai Yizhenjin, relying on the external power of pills to forcefully raise his realm, his foundation is just like a tall building built on the beach, which seems to be lofty, but in reality, it is shaky. So even if Xiao Tang didn't use his magic treasure, he was no match for Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang here once again swung out a whip, directly smacking one of Tai Yizhen's arms. Tai Yi only felt a sharp pain coming on, as if his arm was instantly torn apart. Before he could react, Xiao Tang gave a forceful tug and the god-striking whip directly ripped off one of Tai Yi's hands. In an instant, blood spurted out and Tai Yi screamed miserably. Since you've got this paw out, I'll take care of it for you. Xiao Tang was expressionless as he casually threw Tai Yizhen's claws to the nearby roaring dog. Tai Yi's face was as white as paper, and beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. He looked at his blood-drenched broken arm, his heart filled with remorse. It was only at this moment that he completely realized that he had been too arrogant and had underestimated this Xiao Tang. But now it was all too late, and he could only suffer this tragic price in silence. Get the hell out of here immediately, or I'll take your life. A cold aura flashed in Xiao Tang's eyes as he shouted in a stern and angry voice. Tai Yi real face pale, which dared to have a moment to stay. The body staggered, such as the loss of the dog as gray and sped away. Neza was frozen on the spot, his eyes wide open, full of astonishment. His heart has always respected the master as a god. In front of this Xiao Tang, actually so unbearable, instantly defeated. He subconsciously clenched his fists and looked at Xiaotang with fear in his eyes. Shiji, who was on the side, stepped forward and said with an arch of his hand, "Many thanks to you, fellow Daoist, for saving my life." Xiaotang turned his head and said, "I am not doing this to save you, but to save my disciple. You interceptor disciples are sometimes too stubborn, and it may not be a good thing to be obsessed with one thing. If Yang Jian hadn't done it, you'd be afraid of losing your life today." When Shiji heard this, she was instantly silent. Her mind flashed through all the previous events like a horse light. "Initially, I just wanted to apologize, but I didn't expect that it would turn into a battle of life and death in the end. Thank you for your guidance, fellow Daoist. Shiji understands. Alright, go back to Jinao Island, and don't step out of the island for 100 years. Yes." Shiji obediently headed back to Jinao Island. Xiaotang looked at Neza again and said, "I won't let you get away with this today, but if you remain as willful as this, you're bound to attract disaster in the future. So behave yourself." After that, he waved his long sleeve and took Yang Jian with him to hide his figure and disappeared in an instant. Seeing the crowd leave, Li Jing breathed a long sigh of relief. But when he turned his head to Neza, his anger shot up from the bottom of his heart. "You rebellious son!" Li Jing taught Neza a good lesson. In the dark, Yang Jian quietly said to Xiaotang, "Master, thanks to your timely arrival, otherwise my disciple would be in danger. That Tai master has been practicing for many years after all. It's normal that you can't defeat him." Afterward, Xiaotang said in a somewhat stern tone, "Remember next time, if you can't fight, run, save your life. If you really can't, shout for your master to come. Don't worry, master, the apprentice will definitely protect himself. By the way, master, how is the situation over at Chaogai?" Yang Jian asked. Xiaotang briefly explained the matter of the three sisters entering the dynasty. After hearing this, Yang Jian asked again, "Master, are you going back to Chaoga right now?" Xiaotang shook his head slightly and said, "There's no rush. The Chaoga side is stable for now, but the Neza matter is more tricky now. If Neza had learned his lesson this time, perhaps he wouldn't have made a scene in the East China Sea and gotten into trouble with the dragons. It's just that fate is set, and it's not easy to reverse it." Half a year later, Neza came to play by the river. The weather was unbearably hot and the sun was blazing, baking Neza all over, so he jumped right in. When he got to the water, Neza was so playful that he pulled out his mixed sky aya and stirred it up in the river with abandon. This stirring can be great. The calm river surface is suddenly rough, the river whistling and rushing. Along with the East China Sea Dragon Palace also followed the violent vibration. The walls of the Crystal Palace shivering, pearls and gems rustling rolled down. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals were scared to the east and west. Chaotic. Who dares to sow their wild oats on my East Sea? Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, was concentrating on his affairs in the Crystal Palace when he was startled by the sudden shock and rose up, his eyes widening in anger. "I'll check it out." The Sea Patrol Nightjar volunteered to help, carrying his weapon and swimming aggressively towards the Nine Bay River. Not long after, the Night Fork of the Sea Patrol arrived at the place, and seeing Neza playing in the river, he immediately swam over to him and shouted at the top of his voice, "Kid, are you the one who stirred up the seawater and made my dragon palace in the East China Sea sway endlessly?" Neza raised his eyes and saw that this nightjar had a strange green face and fangs, and a fierce look in his big copper bell eyes. "Where are you a demon from? I am the Sea Patrol Night Fork under the Dragon King. How dare you stir up the seawater and disturb the Dragon Palace? What offense do you deserve?" "I'll stir up what? Humph. You seek death." With that, Night Fork raised his weapon and slashed at Neza. In the past 6 months, Neza had practiced diligently, and his strength had increased greatly. When he saw the Night Stalker make a move, he didn't panic and dodged the attack easily with a flash of his body. He then swung the Qianquan circle and ruthlessly smashed it into the Night Fork. Nightcrawler parried with his weapon, only to hear a click. His weapon was smashed off. The Sea Patrol Night Fighter was very surprised. He didn't expect Neza to be so powerful. How dare he fight again? He turned around and tried to escape. Neza would not let him go and threw the Qianquan circle again, smashing it accurately on the Nightjar's head. The Night Fork didn't even grunt. His head blossomed, his plasma erupted, and his body sank straight to the bottom of the water, the blood slowly spreading out in the river. When Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, learned of the tragic death of the Night Fork, he was furious and slapped the table. "I'll go and see for myself which one of these daring fellows is the one who has the guts to do this." "Father, don't be angry. Why do you need to come out personally? My son is willing to go and will definitely capture the perpetrator." Ao Bing, the third prince of the Dragon King, carried a halberd and prepared to deal with Neza with some dragon soldiers. Ao Bing made a lot of noise. At once, the river churned and pounced on Neza. Neza was at the river's edge and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a big commotion! Who's making trouble here?" Before the words fell, Aob harnessed a huge water beast and broke the waves. It is you. Who killed my East Sea Patrol Night Fork? When Neza saw Aobang, his heart flared up with fighting spirit. So what if it's me? Who are you? I am Aobang, the third prince of the Dragon King. Aobang pointed his halberd and looked at him angrily. Good you hairy child. How dare you be so crazy? Killing my Night Fork? Take life. With that, Aobang stabbed at Neza with his halberd. Chapter 88 Death of Oping. Gathering of the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. When he saw Aobang striking, Neza was not ambiguous and raised his Qian Kuan circle to defend himself. The two fought back and forth for a while. As they fought, Aobang suddenly appeared in his true form, and a huge white dragon lunged toward Neza with its teeth and claws open. Seeing this, Neza offered the mixed sky Aya. That mixed sky damask opened up and instantly wrapped around Aobang's body, tightly strangling him. Neza took the opportunity to take an arrow step forward. Qiankuan circle wrapped in strong wind, ruthlessly smashed on Aob's head. Aobang screamed miserably, and his huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, falling onto the riverbank and raising a cloud of sand and dust. Neza took a look at Aob's corpse and bristled. Humph. This third prince of the Dragon King is nothing more than that. I think this dragon's tendon is not bad, so I'll strip it off and make a belt for my father. Neza stripped Aobian of his skin and extracted the dragon's tendons, and swaggered home with the spoils of war. His heart was full of compliments, thinking that his father would certainly praise him when he received this gift. Above the clouds, Yang Jian looked at Neza below and asked Xiao Tang, Master, why don't you step in to stop it? He wondered in his mind why Master had watched if he knew Neza would get into trouble. Xiao Tang's gaze was deep as he looked at Neza's departing direction and slowly said, Last time, I reminded him that if he acted recklessly again, he would be in great trouble. This time, he fought with Aobai and even killed him. The cycle of karma. Let him bear it himself. This is Neza's calamity, which cannot be replaced by others, and only through trials and tribulations can he grow. Xiao Tang raised his hand and detained Aobing's true spirit. Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, was devastated when he learned of his son's tragic death, especially when he heard that the murderer was Li Jing's son. Neza, Ao Guang had known Li Jing for a long time, and he never thought that Li Jing's son would be so audacious. The well-behaved and lovely appearance of Ao Bian when he was a child kept surfacing in his mind, contrasting with his tragic death today, and the grief in his heart intensified. Li Jing, come out here. Ao Guang angrily came to Chentang Pass and shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice spreading throughout Chentang Pass as if it was going to shake the walls of the city down. When Li Jing heard that the Dragon King had arrived, he rushed out to greet him with a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was apprehensive. Ao Guang, I haven't seen you for a long time. What is the reason for your visit today? In his heart, he knew that the Dragon King had come to ask for punishment, but he didn't know what trouble Neza had gotten into. Ao Guang snorted coldly, full of anger. You still pretend to be confused? Your son stirred up my dragon palace with that mixed sky Aya in the Nine Bay River. I sent the Night Fork to check it out, and was killed by him, and sent my son AOC, but he was also poisoned by him, and was skinned and sinewed. It's really abominable to the extreme. The more he spoke, the more angry he became. His eyes reddened, the anger in his eyes as if he could burn Li Jing to ashes. Li Jing was shocked, but smiled on his face. Ao Guang, I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding. My eldest and second sons are both studying outside, and Neza is only 7 years old, so how could he do such a thing? In fact, ever since Neza caused trouble last time, Li Jing had been vaguely uneasy in his heart, knowing that his son was naughty by nature and prone to getting into trouble. He secretly prayed in his heart, hoping that Neza really hadn't done such things. Humph, it was your son Neza who did this, Ao Guang said, his eyes reddening. If you don't believe me, call him out and ask him. He was so filled with the desire to seek revenge on Neza at the moment that his hand unconsciously gripped the sword at his waist. Li Jing had no choice but to send for Neza. Father, what's the matter with calling my child? Neza came bouncing to the front, his face innocent, as if nothing had happened. I ask you, where did you go today? Li Jing asked, forcibly suppressing his anger. He was both angry and helpless in his heart. Looking at Neza in this state, he really didn't know what to do. I was bored today. I went to play in the Zhouwan River, and when it was hot, I went into the water to take a bath. Who expected to meet a Night Fork up to beat me? I was angry, with the Qiankuan circle to kill him. Later on, there was a third Prince Aobing, with a spear against me. I fought with him. I did not expect him to turn into a dragon. I see that the dragon tendon is quite good, so I peeled off the skin and sinews, intended to make a belt for father. Neza had a naive face and spoke lightly, and at the end, he even pulled out Aobing's dragon tendon from his arms and shook it. In his heart, he felt that he had done nothing wrong. He had just beaten up the bad guys and gotten something good for his father. When Li Jing saw this, his face turned pale with fear, and his heart cried out in agony. Neza had not only admitted to the crime, but had also revealed the evidence of the crime, which he could no longer hide. In his heart, he secretly complained that the boy was so unintelligent. When Ao Guang saw the dragon tendon, he was even more furious. Li Jing, take a good look. This is the sin your son committed. My son is a righteous God in heaven, but he has suffered from this. Tomorrow, I will report to the heavenly court and ask you father and son for their sins. After saying that, Ao Guang whisked his sleeves away. He had already thought in his mind that he would make Li Jing and his son pay a heavy price. Li Jing looked at Ao Guang's departing back, collapsed to the ground and cried loudly. This is great. My Li family is in great trouble. When Mrs. Yin learned of this, she was so frightened that she almost fainted, and the couple hugged and cried. They were both worried about Neza's fate and afraid of the heavenly court's punishment, as if they were plunged into an endless abyss of darkness. Seeing his parents crying, Naja stepped forward with firm eyes. Father, mother, one person does everything for himself. I'm going to go to the Dragon King to argue, and even if there are any consequences, I'll bear them all. After saying this, Neza turned around and rushed towards the East Sea, making a scene in the sea. There was only one thought in his mind. He couldn't get his parents involved. He had to solve the problem himself. When Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, learned that Neza had come to cause trouble again, he was so furious that he immediately summoned the other 3 Dragon Kings of the sea. At one time, the 4 Dragon Kings of the 4 seas gathered at the Chentang Pass, and the seawater surged and churned outside the city. As if the end had come, the waves were several feet high, as if they were going to completely submerge Chentang Pass, and the bricks and stones on the city wall trembled under the impact of the waves. Li Jing, hurry up and hand over your son, or else we will flood Chentang Pass. Ao Guang stood in the clouds, his voice as cold as ice ballast in the winter months, as if it could freeze one's blood. Li Jing looked at the shocking waves outside the city and trembled in fear. He knew that if Chentang Pass was flooded, countless people would die, and at that time, even if the Dragon King didn't kill him, he would become a 1,000-year-old sinner. He was both desperate and helpless in his heart, as if he was being strangled by a big invisible hand. Just in the nick of time, Naja stepped forward. I, Naja, am a man of action. Today, I will return my father's bones and my mother's flesh, and I will not drag my parents into trouble. With that, Naja drew his sword and chopped off his own arm, then cut open his abdomen to remove the bones and flesh. Chapter 89, Deal with the Dragon King of the 4 Seas. 3 Sisters Action. 4 Seas Dragon King, we should still be meeting for the first time. Xiao Tang opened his mouth. Previously, on top of the East Sea, Xiao Tang had also killed quite a few dragons, but he had not yet encountered the 4 Seas Dragon King. Nowadays, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, all of them were at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, not even at the Quasi-Saint realm, so it was indeed a bit weak. However, compared to before, it was already quite a bit better, and the Dragon Clan was also considered to have slowly slowed down. Ao Guang's strength to kill Naja was an easy task, and he brought the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas along to force Neza to commit suicide because he didn't want to take on the karma on Neza. After all, apart from being an important member of the feudal measure, Neza is also the reincarnation of Nuwa spirit beads. Involving a saint, the power of karma could be frighteningly great. Even the Dragon Clan didn't dare to take it on at will, and if Neza committed suicide, they would hardly have to suffer any karma. Fellow Taoist coming out at this time, is it possible that you want to save Neza? Ao Guang stared at Xiao Tang and asked. Xiao Tang stood with his hands behind his back and said with a bland expression, pleading for mercy doesn't count, but I really don't want to see him die. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang's voice suddenly rose. Naja killed my son, and made a scene in the East Sea, causing the deaths of countless East Sea creatures. I can't rest easy until this revenge is avenged. The hatred in those eyes seemed to drown everything in front of them. Xiao Tang said disdainfully, if you want to kill Neza, just do it, but you're threatening the lives of the people of the city. Don't think I don't know how you think. Ao Guang's heart thumped. By Xiao Tang saw the purpose. They would not be able to do well. Xiao Tong continued. In the end, both you, Dong Hai, and he, Neza, are at fault. Your son's death was just a matter of inferior skill. I can give your son a chance to be reborn, but you must return to the 4 Seas. What do you mean by that? Ao Guang asked in disbelief. Xiao Tang's palm gently flipped, and Ao Bing's true spirit emerged. Ao Guang stared at Xiao Tang and said, I searched for his true spirit for a long time, but I didn't expect that it was taken by you. I can allow your son to enter the celestial humanity and rejoin as a dragon clan. Just wait a few hundred more years, and he will become an East Sea Dragon Clan again. With the karma on Ao Bing, If he enters the hell, he will surely roll in the hell road, and he can only cast his birth. The dragons are the gods of the four seas, and only the heavenly man is considered a pure dragon race. Therefore, when Ao Guang heard Xiao Tang's words, his heart instantly hesitated. As the Dragon King of the East Sea, he usually calls the shots in these four seas, but the doorway of hell, he really can't touch it. Although he had some connections in hell, but the matter involved heaven and humanity reincarnation. Even he couldn't get through the back door, but he knew that Xiao Tang did have the ability to do so. Xiao Tong continued, if you want to kill Neza, I won't stop you, but if you are going to drown the city, I will definitely stop it. With Xiao Tang around, even if the power of the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas were gathered, they would never be able to flood Chentang Pass, and if Neza didn't commit suicide, then Ao Guang would have to kill Neza himself. By killing Neza, Ao Guang would have to bear karma. There was already enough karma on the dragons. If he took on more of this karma, he would have no chance of becoming a paragon in this life, and it could even lead to a fall in his realm. Whereas, if he chose to leave, his son still had the hope of becoming a dragon. So Ao Guang made a decision. I can leave, but you must do what you say. No problem, I promise. Xiao Tang promised. For Xiao Tang, it was still very simple to go to hell and take a back door. Ao Guang looked at Neza, and although there was still hatred in his eyes, he was helpless. From today onwards, you Neza are not allowed to appear in the Four Seas again, or else I, the Four Seas Water Tribe, will certainly execute you. After doing all this, the Four Seas Dragon King left in streams of light with a heart full of resentment. Neza saw the Four Sea Dragon King left, the tense body instantly relaxed, the hand-long sword clang landing, the whole person fell to the ground like a powerless. At this time, his face was as white as paper, his lips were bloodless, and due to excessive blood loss, his consciousness had gradually blurred and he fell into a coma. Seeing this, Xiao Tang flicked his hand and a strand of 3 lights divine water landed on his body. Only those bones and flesh on Neza's body that had been picked off grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, it would still take some time before he could completely awaken from his coma. Neza slept for 3 days and 3 nights. When he woke up, he still had a confused look in his eyes. After he had a hurried meeting with Mrs. Een, Xiao Tang was about to take him away. Neza has a lot of problems of his own. If he is not properly coached, he will be in big trouble in the future. Therefore, he recruited Yang Jian and commanded him solemnly, you take Neza to join the army of Deshang and start from the lowest level. Meanwhile, I will seal his magic power, so that he can have a good experience. Yes, master. Yang Jian led the order and left with Neza. Xiao Tang looked at their backs and nodded slightly before his figure flickered and returned to Chaoga once again. In the city of Chaoga, Xiao Tang strolled through the streets, keenly sensing that the Great Shang's qi was slowly draining away. This meant that some parts of the Great Shang were already in chaos. Big business after hundreds of years of inheritance. Now internal ills are riddled. Want a small repairs to turn the tide? I'm afraid it's difficult to work. Have to be a bold reform a bit. It is possible to get the voice of the heart. Back in the courtyard, Xiao Tang recruited the 3 Huji sisters. The 3 of them reported everything that had happened in Deshang lately, without any details. Huji made a lot of suggestions on how to rule the country, the most important of which was to revitalize agriculture and mulberry farming. Nowadays, there are still many people who do not have enough to eat, so it is very important to expand and revitalize agriculture and commerce. When the people have enough to eat, the country will naturally. At the same time, Hogi also hopes to be relieved of corvée service. However, this was opposed by the vast majority of the ministers. After all, these ministers also had many corvée workers in their families, and if their corvée was reduced, then the interests of the ministers would be jeopardized, which was something none of them wanted to see. Phoenix, on the other hand, went straight into the army and joined Wen Taishiring guarding the North Sea. She had just recently returned from the North Sea to report to the Shang King about the situation in the North Sea. With Master Wen Taishir in the North Sea, those foreigners had no way to invade the Great Shang. Yuji also united with many healers to study the Divine Farmer's Book of Medicine. At the same time, they made further improvements and searched for more formulas to cure diseases. Xiao Tang nodded slightly after hearing this. The 3 of you have worked hard. The things you have done have indeed made some changes to the great merchant. It is just that this step still needs to be accelerated. He turned his gaze to Huji and said, Huji, go and advise the great king to build the Deer Terrace, and then on top of the Deer Terrace, build a stargazing platform 100 feet high. Upon hearing this, Huji's face showed shock and she blurted out, 100 feet high? Wouldn't that take a massive amount of manpower and resources? With Deshang's current situation, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to accomplish. Chapter 90, Building a Deer Platform. The role of stargazers. Xiao Tang said indisputably, The stargazing terrace is of vital importance. Make sure that DXIN builds it, and it must be completed within 3 years. Hu Ji looked bitter and thought to herself, I just proposed to the king to reduce the corvée service, but now I am going to take the lead to build a large amount of construction. The ministers will surely take the opportunity to impeach me. But it was Xiao Tang's command, and Hu Ji couldn't disobey. Xiao Tang locked himself in the quiet room and did not step out for 3 whole days. He was fully concentrated on the drawings of the deer platform and stargazer's platform. The brush in his hand was like a nimble swimming snake, sketching every line in detail, every arc, every corner. He has repeatedly deliberated, and strived to be precise, those complicated and fine construction details, in his pen gradually clear presentation. Finally, 3 days later, the great work was completed, and he scrutinized the drawings with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. With this drawing, the speed of constructing the stargazing platform would surely increase dramatically. The function of this stargazing platform is not to view the stars, but to view the world's situation and the fortune of the Great Shang. Chaogui was the center of the Great Shang, and the qi from all over the world converged towards Chaogui as if it were a small stream. And if the qi of any party becomes weaker or broken, it means that there is a problem with that party. In this way, it would be easier to judge the situation and respond in a more timely manner. When the second day came, Hu Ji advised the king to build a deer platform. After hearing this, Emperor Xin was a bit surprised, but didn't immediately take a stance. The aside immediately scolded Hu Ji, saying that the construction of the deer platform is completely a laborious move. Emperor Xin asked, I wonder what the purpose of building this deer platform is. The role of the deer stage was a secret, and no one but Emperor Xin could know about it. So Hu Ji could only say, if we can build the deer terrace, we will be able to attract the immortal gods to come down to earth and protect my great Shang. When Emperor Xin heard this, his brows tightly frowned. His heart was full of doubts. This Hu Ji is not usually the superstitious fairy god person. How could she be so abnormal today? Before Emperor Xin could open his mouth to inquire, Baigon flashed out from the side, took a step forward, and remonstrated bitterly. Your Majesty, this move must not be done. To rely on the construction of a deer platform to lure immortals down to the earth is simply a fantasy. I hope that the great king will be clear about this and will not be deluded. Hu Ji has proposed such a ridiculous thing. I implore you to make an immediate decision to punish Hu Ji, remove her from her position, and put her on death row. The ministers agreed. It was hard to find an opportunity to attack Hu Ji. How could they let it go? For a while, the courtroom was in an uproar. Emperor Xion's face is gloomy and terrible. He heavily slapped the table. Bang, a loud sound. A strong air current whistling swept the entire court hall. The people instantly silent. All shut up. Hu Ji, you come in with me and the rest of you adjourn. Emperor Xian flung his sleeves and rose, striding toward the back hall. Hu Ji hurriedly followed Xian into the back hall. Entering the back hall, Xian stood with his hands behind his back and turned around. His gaze locked on Hu Ji, his eyes scrutinizing. Tell me, what exactly is the purpose of that deer platform? Don't give me any more nonsense. Hu Ji said seriously. The king is wise and wise. Truth be told, this deer platform is not really to attract the gods and goddesses to come down to earth, but has a great use that concerns the fate of the great Shang dynasty. Then, she narrated what Xiao Tang had said one by one. As Emperor Xin listened, his eyes gradually brightened, and the situation of the current Deshang emerged in his mind. The 800 vassals of Deshang, with vassals in various parts of the country cutting off the country, and Chaogui's control over many territories increasingly weakening, with the frequent emergence of rebellions and the first signs of independence. If you can really observe the chi fortune with this deer platform and know where the problem lies in advance, you will be able to seize the first opportunity and resolve the crisis in time. Thinking of this, Xin fiercely waved his sleeve and made up his mind. Good. The construction of the deer platform must begin as soon as possible, and you will be solely responsible for this matter. The required manpower and material resources, but wherever you ask, I will certainly give my full support. Hu Ji showed joy and quickly thanked her. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. However, given the state of the Great Shang today, according to the regular construction, this deer platform will take at least 30 years to build. If it is to be completed within 3 years, the manpower investment will have to be 10 times more than usual. Emperor Xin nodded slightly, already having thoughts in his mind. He knew that this move would be difficult, but it was imperative for the future of the Great Shang. Hu Ji led the way, and after getting authorization from Xin, she worked non-stop to prepare for the levying of the people's corvée. As the news spread, the ministers caught wind of the situation and gathered in the courtroom once again. Baigon was so anxious that he took the lead to step forward. His eyes reddened, and he said painfully, O great king, at the present time, there are frequent wars in the 4 directions. and there are incessant natural and man-made disasters, and the people are already living in hardship. You were so intent on reducing the corvée and letting the people recuperate. Why have you suddenly changed your mind and conscripted the people to build a large amount of land? This will undoubtedly create resentment among the people, and in the long run, the foundation of the Great Shan will be destroyed. The other ministers also knelt down, and were more than persuaded. Emperor Xian sat on top of the dragon chair. The surface does not move, but secretly sneer in the heart. You rat-eyed generation. How do you know the importance of this dear platform? If not built, the Great Shang is really at stake. His mind was made up. He stood up violently and shouted, "The widow has made a decision on this matter. No need to discuss it again." After saying that, whisked his sleeve and left, leaving a group of ministers looking at each other. The reason why Xin dared to do what he did was because he had Wen Taisher guarding the border outside, Hu Ji running the internal affairs inside, and the Shang King's close guards escorting him. Even if the ministers were resentful, they could not make any big waves. Seeing that they could not dissuade Xin, the ministers turned to Hu Ji. Although there is a difference between immortals and mortals nowadays, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers on Earth, and there is no lack of cultivation experts. So they spent a lot of money to hire assassins in a vain attempt to remove Hu Ji, so as to eliminate future troubles. However, how could they be a match for Hu Ji? Although Hu Ji hadn't become an immortal nowadays, her strength was not something that ordinary cultivation practitioners could defeat. What's more, with Xiao Tang guarding in the dark, even if a great Luo golden immortal came, he wouldn't be able to kill Hu Ji. As the instruction to build the terrace was passed out, all of a sudden, the entire Dishan was quickly put into operation. A large number of people were drafted into the Chaucer and began to build terraces. However, although Hu Ji had done her best to ensure the safety of these conscripted people, some conflicts were inevitably triggered on the way, resulting in a number of deaths. And there is still a lot of forced conscription in order to reach the number of conscripts as quickly as possible. Even they labored far longer than the 4 hours a day set by Hu Ji. A number of men died in the course of building the terrace. Residents, soldiers and people began to complain and some even began to flee. But for the sake of saving the great merchant, don't care about those trivial matters. Luckily, though, these are all just a few occurrences. The revitalization of agriculture and mulberry is moving forward, and people don't have to worry about food. At least no one will be starved to death. Chapter 91, Zhang Zia kills Yu Ji. Xiao Tang takes action. As more and more people died as a result of the construction of the Stargazer, everyone threw the blame on. All kinds of rumors began to circulate in the streets and alleys. And people blamed Hu Ji for confusing the king with her bewitching beauty and sweet words, which led the king to give such an order of laboring and hurting people's money. The curses of woe to the nation and the people were all placed on Hu Ji's body. However, in the royal palace, Emperor Xian sat high above the throne, his eyes firm and determined. Despite the advice and opposition of the ministers from time to time, there were even some vehement speakers who risked their lives to admonish the disadvantages of building the Stargazer. But Xian's mind was made up. That Stargazer carries the future of the Great Shang and the fate of the nation, and must not be stopped by these obstacles. Under his insistence, the construction of the Stargazer building continued to advance despite the twists and turns. While Hu Ji's side is safe for now, Yu Ji's side is in danger. On this day, Yu Ji was ready to go home after giving medical treatment. On the way, she met Zhang Zia, who was telling fortunes. She was a little curious to see if this Zhang Zia could really calculate so accurately. Although the demonic aura on Yu Ji's body was hidden, Zhang Zia still recognized her as a demon at a glance. "I wonder if I could see your right hand," Ginger said. Yu Ji asked in disbelief, "Do you still need to look at your hands to tell fortunes?" The corners of Zhang Zia's mouth rose as he said softly, "Not bad. Need to look at your palm to gain insight into your past life, fortune and misfortune." Although Yu Ji had some doubts in her heart, out of curiosity, she slowly stretched out that white jade-like hand. However, Zhang Zia suddenly struck out and grabbed her arm. A force came from it, making Yu Ji unable to move. Yu Ji immediately lost her color and was shocked in her heart. How could she not expect Zhang Zia to act in such a way? "What are you doing? How dare you hold a woman's hand so rudely? Let go of me!" Yu Ji shouted. Seeing this, the surrounding people cast condemning glances at Zhang Zia, accusing him of his behavior. Zhang Zia, however, looked around with a calm demeanor and said in a loud voice, "Gentlemen, you have been confused by this woman's appearance. She is not a human being, but a demonic spirit." When these words came out, everyone was shocked and took a few steps back, with panic on their faces. Yu Ji was even more shocked in her heart. She didn't expect that she would be recognized. If she had known, she should not have come to the fortune-telling. She instantly struck out, hitting hard at Ginger. With a cold snort, Zhang Zia pulled out the god-striking whip from his arms, and with a powerful pressure, he struck straight towards Yuji. Yuji only felt a sharp pain coming from her arm, as if her bones were going to be shattered, and she couldn't help but let out an agonizing groan. Demon! Today I will take your life and rid the people of evil. Yuji knew that she had encountered an enemy she could not deal with today and hurriedly made a plea for help. Zhang Zi dragged Yuji towards the center of the street. He wanted the crowd to witness the true face of this demon to prove what he said was true. The people on the streets gathered around, and they looked at Yuji, who had been grabbed by Zhang Zia, with a look of surprise and confusion on their faces. An old man trembled and said, "Isn't this Dr. Wang who often treats us for free? How could she possibly be a demon? It must be that this Taoist priest has misidentified her." A woman holding a child also chimed in. "Yes, Dr. Wang is kind-hearted. My son's serious illness was cured by her. She lent a helping hand when we were in the most difficult time. She doesn't look like a demon in any way." Listening to the voices of the people around him, Zhang Zia's heart was slightly moved, but he firmly believed in his judgment and said to Yuji, "You demon girl, you must have used demonic magic to confuse these kind-hearted people, and today, since I have encountered you, I must not let you go." After saying that, he once again gripped the god-striking whip and struck fiercely towards Yuji's head. This strike was powerful enough to take Yuji's life. Just in the nick of time, a strong hand suddenly reached out and steadily grabbed the god-striking whip. The crowd fixed their eyes and saw a man dressed in a green robe appear before their eyes. His posture was upright and his temperament was extraordinary. This person was none other than Xiao Tang. Zhang Zia's face sank as he looked at Xiao Tang warily and asked, "Who are you? Why are you stopping me from subduing the demons?" He secretly sized up Xiao Tang, but was surprised to find that he was unable to see through the depth of the cultivation of the person in front of him, which caused a trace of fear to arise in his heart. The corner of Xiao Tang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile, but he did not answer Zhang Zia's question. With a gentle wave of his hand, a soft but powerful force instantly erupted, directly slapping Zhang Zia's hand away. Yuji took the opportunity to break free from her bonds, and like a frightened bird, she quickly hid behind Xiao Tang, with a trace of panic remaining in her eyes. "Why are you harboring this demonic spirit? This demonic spirit is a scourge to the earth. I will get rid of it today," Zhang Zia said angrily. The god-striking whip in his hand was held tightly, ready to strike again. Xiao Tang laughed coldly and said, "There are thousands of demons in this world. Do you want to remove them all? You keep saying that she is a demon, but I don't know who she has hurt. Who has she killed? Do you have any real evidence?" Zhang Zia was stumped. He really didn't have any solid evidence to prove that Yuji was evil, but as things had come to this, how could he, as a person of cultivation, back down in front of the crowd? Although I don't have any evidence for the time being, as a member of the Taoist sect, when I see a demon, it is my duty to eradicate it in order to keep the peace of the world's people. After saying that, his entire body's mana surged and he used the god-striking whip to strike towards Xiao Tang. However, he had underestimated Xiao Tang's strength. Xiao Tang unhurriedly extended his hand and swung it lightly, directly sending Zhang Zia flying. Zhang Zia flew out and landed heavily on the ground 100 meters away, spitting blood from his mouth. He looked at Xiao Tang in shock, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How could he not expect that this person who had suddenly appeared was so powerful that he was powerless in front of him? "Spare your life today, get out of Chaogai and don't come back. Otherwise, you won't be so lucky next time," Xiao Tang said coldly. Xiao Tang knows that Zhang Zia is just a god-sealing pawn introduced by the hierarchy. Even if he was killed today, the hierarchy would immediately launch someone else. Killing Zhang Zia would also add to the karma, which is completely unnecessary. Upon returning to the palace, Yuji reported the matter in detail to Xin. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xin was furious and immediately ordered Zhang Zia to be expelled, and strictly ordered him never to enter Chaogua. Once he was found in the city of Chaogua, he was to be executed immediately. Zhang Zia did not expect his life in Chaogai to come to an abrupt end. Chapter 92 Feasting at the Deer Terrace. Ascending to the Stargazer's Terrace. Filled with grief and anger, Zhang Zia dragged his injured body away from Chaogong. He looked in the direction of Chaoga, his eyes burning with rage, and secretly vowed in his heart, "I will return today's insult 100-fold. The great Shang has run out of gas. I will assist Shiji to overthrow this tyrannical King Zhou and establish a new order." So he set out on the road to Shiji, ready to fulfill his ambitions there. Time rushed by and after 3 years of hard work, the deer stand was finally declared complete. With excitement and anticipation, Emperor Xin led the 100 officials to Deer Terrace in great numbers. I saw that the deer platform was magnificent, and its foundation was made entirely of white stones, each of which was polished to a smooth, flat, and tight fit. The attic was layered and staggered, and the flying eaves and arches were beautifully carved with lifelike patterns, as if they would rise up in the air at any time. The vermilion railings glittered with a warm luster under the sunlight, and the surrounding green trees and red flowers reflected each other, appearing particularly solemn and gorgeous. The most striking thing is the stargazer that stands in the center of the deer stand. This stargazing platform towered over the clouds and was 100 feet tall, as if it was a bridge connecting heaven and earth, rushing straight up into the sky. DXIN stood under the deer platform, looking up with a gleam of excitement and pride in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he ordered that a banquet be held at the deer terrace and that all officials be invited to celebrate this great occasion. The 100 officials came in a line. During the construction of the deer terrace, they had repeatedly advised Emperor Xin that it was a laborious act. However, when they witnessed the grandeur and magnificence of the deer platform, the dissatisfaction in their hearts was gradually replaced by marvel and admiration. For a while, the deer stage was buzzing with laughter. Only a few loyal ministers, such as Bai Gon and Shang Rong, looked at the luxurious deer platform and sighed in their hearts. They drank 2 glasses of wine in silence and called and left. When the group of ministers had left, Hu Ji led DXIN up to the stargazing tower. This stargazing building was really too high, and it took them half an hour to walk up. And when DXIN arrived at the uppermost stargazing platform, he found a figure standing there. Emperor Xin opened his mouth and chided, "Who are you? How dare you stand on the star-picking platform one step ahead of the widow?" Hu Ji hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, this is Cheng's teacher, and everything we sisters have was taught by him. He is a true immortal god, and it is also the teacher who told us to come and build the stargazing platform." Emperor Xin sniffed and raised his eyes, feeling that Xiao Tang was indeed extraordinary. Xiao Tang raised his hand slightly and said, "Greetings, great king. Since you are Hu Ji's teacher, there is no need to be polite. I wonder what you are here for?" Emperor Xin asked. "Today is when the stargazing platform is opened, so naturally I'm here to help the great king so that he can see the great Shang's fortune." After saying that, Xiao Tang extended his hand and shouted under his breath, "Kongdong Seal, come!" In an instant, only a ray of light was seen speeding out from the depths of the royal palace, landing straight into Xiao Tang's hands. This was none other than the Kongdong Seal, which symbolized the chi of the human race. When DXIN saw this, he couldn't help but stare in shock. He had heard his father talk about how this Kongdong Seal was a holy relic of the human race, and only a true human emperor could utilize its power. Even he and his father had failed to fully control this power during their reign. The Kongdong Seal is opened. The luck of the human race is now present. A ray of light flew out from the Kongdong Seal and landed on DXIN's forehead. In the next moment, DXIN opened his eyes, and there was a sudden light in front of him. He looked around and saw the chi of the human race, like a river, flowing into the Chauga. "Is this my great Shang's fortune?" DXIN murmured, excitement and pride shining in his eyes. He felt the power contained in this chi and saw the splendor of the great Shang, and his heart was filled with great pride. However, just as DXIN was immersed in this magnificent sight, he suddenly realized that the chi in the west appeared weaker, as if it had been cut off. Not only that, but when he looked closely, he also found that there were some tiny threads of chi that had been truncated everywhere, just like a big broken net. "Are those the places where the lords rebelled?" DXIN frowned and asked, pointing in a direction. Xiao Tang nodded slightly and replied, "Not bad, great king. Not only that, if there is a war, rebellion or even a disaster somewhere, the human race's chi will be affected. Great king, please take a look at those places. The chi no longer flows towards Chauga, which means that these places are showing signs of setting themselves up as kings. In the long run, the great Shang's chi will be damaged and the country will be in danger." Hearing Xiao Tang's words, DXIN clenched his fists and said fiercely, "These lords are really abominable. I have treated them well on a regular basis, but they dare to be so bold as to try to split my great Shang. These 800 vassals should indeed be properly fixed." At this time, Hu Ji came forward and said softly, "Your Majesty, I think that the most urgent thing to do is to abolish the vassal system. Take all those vassals' fiefdoms back to the great Shang and centralize their power in the hands of His Majesty, so that the great Shang's fortunes can be perpetuated." Emperor Xion's heart moved slightly when he heard Hu Ji's words. If Hu Ji had made such a suggestion, he might have hesitated. After all, abolishing the vassal system was bound to cause an uproar. In case these 800 vassals unite in revolt, I'm afraid Chauga City won't be able to defend itself. But now he knows that if the vassal system is not abolished, this world of the great Shang will be torn apart and become a world of vassals. What Yuji said is very true, and the matter will be carefully considered by the widow. However, to abolish the feudal vassal system is by no means a simple matter that can be accomplished overnight. DXIN was well aware of the stakes and complexities involved, and it was not something that could be accomplished all at once. DXIN needed to weaken the power of the vassals bit by bit in a step-by-step manner. The best time to announce the abolition of the vassal system was when the power of the vassals was not enough to overthrow the Great Shang. Tyson fought hard and finally came up with a solution. Among the lords of the Great Shang, the strongest were the 4 lords of the East, West, South and North. These 4 vassals were not only renowned, but also controlled huge lands, populations and armies, and their every move could have a profound impact on the situation of the Great Shang. If we don't take measures against these 4 powerful vassals first, once they realize their intentions and choose to rise up in rebellion, then the city of Chaoga would be in an extremely dangerous situation, which might even lead to the destruction of the Great Shang. So, Emperor Xian summoned 800 vassals to come to Chaoga in the name of Feast of the Deer Terrace for the vassals. Xian knew that some of the feudal lords' fiefs were a long way from Chaoga and that it would take time to prepare for the trip after receiving the edict, so he purposely set the time for 3 months later. Chapter 93, Feast for the Lords of the Great Shang. The banquet took place 3 months later, and these 3 months were a period for Emperor Xian to prepare for his response. On the one hand, Emperor Xian ordered to intensify the training of Chaogua's army and improve the soldiers' fighting ability. On the other hand, he urgently sent a man to the North Sea to recall that formidable Master One. The situation in the North Sea has been basically stabilized under the long-term guard of Wen Taisher, and Xian believes that he is the only one who can suppress those ill-intentioned vassals at critical moments and become a powerful trump card in his own hands to ensure the safety of Chaoga and the smooth implementation of his plans. The 3-month deadline has finally arrived. On this day, the city of Chaoga welcomed a grand gathering of lords. The convoys of the lords came in great numbers from all directions, with flags flying and the sound of the cars, and the scene was magnificent. However, it was clear in Xian's mind that this gathering was far from as harmonious as it appeared on the surface. Of the 832 lords, 786 came, and the rest were too old or too sick to come. Xian stood high above the royal palace, looking at the convoy of lords that had come, with some apprehension in his heart. This time, only a few people knew about the plan, a plan that could upend the dynasty. If it failed, he, Xian, would be the king of the fallen kingdom. Although the 4 great lords also vaguely sensed that something was amiss when they received the edict, they ultimately chose to lead their own followers to Chaoga in order to show their loyalty to the Great Shang, or because they wanted to come and probe the reality of Xian in person. When they saw the magnificent deer platform, they all had a look of surprise on their faces. This deer platform towers over the clouds, with carved beams and painted buildings, and every brick and stone seems to speak of the majesty and luxury of the great merchants. Their hearts also understand that behind this deer platform, I don't know how many bones of laborers have been buried, and how many tears of blood of the people have been gathered. As for themselves, how could they not have been acting in power in their respective fiefdoms, leading to the tragic deaths of countless people under their oppression? I'm afraid it's only a little more than the people who died building the deer stand. More than 700 vassals gathered on the deer platform. Such a scene was indeed extremely spectacular. It was the first time in the long history of the Great Shang since the opening of the dynasty that such a large number of vassals had gathered together at the same time. They were dressed in gorgeous costumes, wearing jade pendants and swords that symbolized their status, and their pleasantries and greetings to each other were full of tentativeness and caution. When Xian slowly arrived surrounded by the crowd, silence fell over the deer platform. The various vassals rose and respectfully bowed to Xian. Many people used the corner of their eyes to surreptitiously survey Hu Ji beside Xian, secretly thinking in their hearts, this woman was indeed born with a national color. No wonder the great king was bewitched by her and did these many absurd things. Dixin walked to the throne with an expressionless face and slowly sat down. He swept a circle of the vassals on the stage and spoke. Gentlemen, today I, Shang, have more than 800 vassals. Let's all take a look at how spectacular the scene is at a glance. The people looked at each other. Although they were all vassals together, many of them had never met each other, and some of them had never even heard of their names. Emperor Xian continued, but there is a question in my mind. Is this Deshang the Deshang of all the lords, or the Deshang of the widow? Xian's voice was low and powerful, echoing above the deer stage as if it were a thunderbolt, instantly breaking the original surface calm. Hearing these words from Emperor Xian, the lords couldn't help but thump in their hearts, and an ominous feeling of foreboding surged through their minds. Their faces changed slightly as they exchanged a horrified look with each other, and a slight commotion began to appear in the originally quiet crowd. Dong Bo Ho, tell us, whose great merchant is this? Xian's gaze suddenly locked onto Dong Bo Ho's body, his eyes revealing an unquestionable majesty. Dong Bo Ho was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect Xian to be the first to name him. He quickly stood up, straightened his coat, and said with forced composure, Great King, this Deshang is naturally your Deshang. We are all indebted to the great king's favor and have been able to live and work in peace and contentment in our respective fiefdoms. This world of the great Shang is naturally yours, great king. Although Dong Bo Ho's voice was loud, the slightly trembling tone of his voice still revealed his inner nervousness. Southburst Marquis and Northburst Marquis, you guys say something too. Naturally, the great king's great merchant, the two said at the same time. What do you say, Sybil? Xin turned his gaze to the last Shibuaho. He had heard Immortal Shao remind him that this Shibuaho was his greatest enemy. Marquis Ji Chang of Shibo slightly arched his hand and slowly said, Your Majesty, I thought that this great Shang has been your world since the beginning. You are the destiny of heaven, and we vassals are merely contributing a small part to the prosperity of the great Shang under your blessing. Ji Chang's words were sincere, but there was an imperceptible deep glint in his eyes, as if he was pondering something deeper. A meaningful smile appeared on Emperor Xian's face as he listened to their replies. He picked up his glass and drank it down, then suddenly burst out laughing. Good, good. I didn't expect the 4 vassals to be so loyal. Since all of you have said so, then I won't beat around the bush. This world of the great Shang is naturally the oligarchs, but nowadays, I feel that this vassal division system is somewhat out of fashion. Xian's words were like a heavy bomb that instantly exploded amongst the vassals. The crowd was shocked in their hearts. How could they not expect that Xin was actually planning to make a move against them? Some of the lords' faces instantly turned as pale as paper, and their hands unconsciously gripped the swords at their waists, while others began to talk to each other and whisper, trying to find a way to respond. Silence. I wish to abolish the vassal division system. From now on, the entire Great Shang will be ruled directly by the oligarch, and the fiefs of all the vassals will be returned to the court. However, I will not treat you all poorly. You will still be entitled to the fiefdom's tax revenues, and you will only need to pay half of them to the Chowga. When the vassals heard this, they immediately clamored. For them, a fiefdom was not only a symbol of wealth and power, but also the foundation of their family's inheritance for generations. Losing absolute control over the fiefdom, especially losing the power to control the fiefdom's army, they were like tigers with their teeth pulled out, at the mercy of others. In their minds, this was an absolutely unacceptable condition. Your Majesty, this cannot be done. The fiefdom was set by the previous king. How can it be taken away just like that? A vassal couldn't help but stand up and protest loudly. Yes, great king. We have been loyal to great Shang. Why are you treating us like this? The other vassals chimed in, and the deer stage was in chaos. Chapter 94 Xin kills the vassals. Master Wen returns to the dynasty. Xin quietly looked at the clamoring vassals on the stage without the slightest wavering in his eyes. He knew that this battle with the lords had only just begun, and that the situation to come would be even more complex and dire. But there was no way back for him. For the future of the great Shang, he had to persevere, even if he had to be an enemy of the lords of the world. Enough! Xian's voice resounded throughout Deer Stage like a flood bell. In an instant, everyone was shocked by the majestic voice and fell silent. I have decided on this matter, and it cannot be changed. You all only need to agree. Xian's voice was firm and unquestionable. When the ministers on the stage heard this, they all looked worried. Some shook their heads and sighed, and some wanted to speak. One of the vassals stepped forward and advised with a sad face, Your Majesty, this cannot be done. The feudalization of vassals is the law of our ancestors. Once it is changed, we are afraid that the world will be in chaos. Emperor Xian gave him a cold look, and in his heart, if we don't break the old system, how can the great Shang have a new life? Not only the lords, but even the ministers came out to persuade. But Xian would never change and would never give up. Now that so many vassals are here, if we fail to push for the abolition of the vassal division system, it would be a wasted effort. Whoever agrees to the abolition of the vassal division system can write their name on this indenture, and then go to a side house to rest. After taking back your territories in full, you will be released. If you do not, you will all be put in the prison. The field exploded, and the vassals were like enraged beasts, all showing fear and anger, wanting to flee this place of wrongdoing. However, Emperor Xian had prepared for this. Only seeing him gently wave his hand, the close guards in black armor suddenly appeared and quickly surrounded the entire Deer Stage. Xin, are you preparing to kill us all? If that's the case, Great Shang will be finished. A stout vassal reddened his face and shouted at the top of his voice. The corner of Xian's mouth revealed a disdainful sneer, his eyes revealing a cold killing intent. If you all really insist on seeking death, then I won't be polite either. Who will come first? His gaze swept over the crowd like a cold star, and they immediately felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, looking at each other in silence. Each of these vassals had something in mind, and no one was willing to sign the deed. After all, if they lost their position as vassals, they would be nothing. They felt that they would be able to escape as long as they resisted collectively. However, they were completely delusional and had completely underestimated DXIN's determination and means. No one wants to sign? If no one wants to sign, all of them will be sent to the dungeon for me. DXIN's voice grew colder and colder, without a trace of emotion. In order to incarcerate these vassals, Emperor XIN had long ago ordered several large rows of specially constructed cells. The cells were made of rough stones, dark and damp, and filled with a putrid odor. Inside were simple wooden shackles and chains. Simple but just enough to keep all these vassals in. I sign. At this time, a thinly built vassal walked out. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly. He agreed to abolish the vassal division system. After all, his life was more important than that bit of power. However, just as he stepped out, he was surrounded by several vassals like hungry wolves pouncing on him. The soldiers who were on duty around the deer platform immediately rushed in and pulled the crowd apart. And that vassal was completely out of breath. Good. How dare you guys be so unbridled? Someone come, kill them for me. DXIN roared with rage. The Konoha soldiers swarmed around and grabbed a few of the hardest hitting ones straight away. Those few vassals struggled in terror, their mouths begging for mercy. But the soldiers showed no mercy. Their hands rose and fell with their swords, and after a few flashes of cold light, the heads of several people rolled to the ground with a grunt. Blood instantly spurted out, spreading out on the ground to form a piercing pool of blood. Seeing these few vassals die so easily, the crowd turned pale with fear. They didn't expect DXIN to really say kill. I agree. I agree. Many of the vassals shouted with trembling voices. Their eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. They didn't want to follow in the footsteps of those few vassals and die on this dear platform. Although the vassals were unwilling in their hearts, they didn't dare to act rashly anymore for fear that they would be the next target to be attacked, and no one dared to lay a hand behind their backs anymore. They signed and were taken away by the soldiers, and they got their lives back. Of course, there were still quite a few people who chose to refuse, including Shibo Hoji Chang. Since you all disagree, go to the jail and think it over. With a wave of his hand, Emperor XIN imprisoned all the remaining vassals in the dungeon. Then, he quickly sent people to start working on reclaiming the territories of these vassals. It did not go well, however, and some of the sons of the lords, when they learned that their fathers had been arrested, were so young that their blood ran hot. They simply made themselves kings, gathered the armies in their territories, and started a war. Beacons were lit all over the place, shouting and killing, and the people were displaced and suffering. This situation had long been anticipated by Emperor XIN, who directly dispatched powerful, well-equipped and well-trained armies to various places to suppress them. At the same time, a number of other lords were similarly revolting under the banner of rescuing lords trapped in the Chaoga. They contacted each other in all directions and gathered troops in a vain attempt to overthrow Dishin's rule. DXIN was not the least bit soft in the face of these rebellions. For those rebels who were weaker, he decisively ordered his troops to attack them and did not tolerate them. If the other party's forces are too powerful and difficult to attack for a while, he will temporarily hold his troops, think long and hard, and wait for the right time to give a fatal blow. A few days after the affair of testing the lords at Lutai, a joyous event came to Chaogua City. That is, when Zhong, the master of Wentai Shi, returned to the court. Wentai Shi was the person entrusted by DXIN's father, DE, who spent his life fighting in the south and the north, experiencing hundreds of large and small battles with great achievements. In the hearts of the army and the people of Dishang, he has a very high prestige and can be considered as the most meritorious person of Dishang. As a result, even DXIN, who had some scruples about him, had to restrain himself for a few moments when confronted with Wentai Shi. On the day of Wenzhong's return to the imperial court, the city of Chaogua was decorated with lights and colors. A festive scene. All of the officials were dressed in court dress and came early to greet them outside the city gates. They were neatly arranged and looked respectful, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Master One. DXIN had also planned to personally go to the city gates to greet him, to show his respect and importance to Master One. However, he was stopped in the palace by Hu Ji. When Taisha rode his ink qilin in a majestic manner towards Chair City, the ink qilin was covered in black light, as smooth as black satin, and its four hooves stepped on the ground with a steady and powerful pace, raising a cloud of dust with every step. Chapter 95, Wen Taisha returns to the court, questioning Emperor Xin. When Taisha looked around at the crowd, then said, "Don't stand here. Enter the city." Along the way, the people flocked to the streets, welcoming them with joy and gratitude on their faces, thanking Master One for guarding the Great Shang. Suddenly, several ragged men rushed out from the crowd, and they defiantly knelt down in front of Wenzhong. Luckily, the ink qilin stopped its feet in time, or else it would have directly stomped them. "Who are you people? Why are you stopping in front of me?" Master Wen frowned and looked at the several people kneeling on the ground, his voice low and majestic. The man kneeling on the ground raised his head, his face full of tears, and his voice choked as he said, Taisher 1, you have to be our judge. The great king listened to the words of the demonic beauty and exterminated our family. I was also lucky to escape because I went out. When he finished speaking, he bawled his eyes out, his grief-stricken cries moving everyone around him. Then, several other people cried out, and they said, one by one, that it was because of Dxin's lethargy that their family members had died. After hearing this, Wen Taisui's face immediately became gloomy, not expecting the great king to do such a ridiculous thing. In his heart, he felt very disappointed and angry at Dxin's behavior. If only 1 or 2 people had said this, then it could still be a rumor. But now that so many people were saying this, there must be a reason for it. Afterward, when Zhong turned his head and looked at Shang Rong, the prime minister next to him, with a hint of reproach in his eyes, Shang Rong, I entrusted the king to you. Why did you watch the king become like this? Shang Rong was full of helplessness and wanted to speak, although he is the prime minister. But the king is now arbitrary, where to listen to his advice and he did support the great king in certain matters, such as the revitalization of farming and the abolition of the vassal division system, initiatives that were beneficial to the development of the great Shang. However, the aspects involved in these things are really too big. The interests of all parties are intricate and complex, even if Shang Rong are somewhat unable to control the situation. At the same time, Shang Rong is somewhat resentful that Hu Ji is favored. Baigon has a 7-knuckle heart and has long since seen that Hu Ji is a demon, but the king just doesn't believe it. Shang Rong hoped, instead, that Wen Taisher would be able to get rid of that demon. Whatever else you and others have to say all at once. Seeing this, a few ministers beside him boldly told the evil deeds of the great king in their heads. However, their words flickered and they did not dare to be too direct, but only euphemistically said that the great king had been bewitched by demons and evil spirits before he did these wrong things. Upon hearing this, Wen Taisher was so furious that he trembled and shouted angrily, what a demon! Humph! Today I will remove this demonic evil and return peace to great Shang. Wen Taisher immediately rode the Ink Qilin quickly to the royal palace. The ministers also quickly followed behind. Master Wen has arrived. When Zhong came to the main hall of the king's palace, Dxin personally welcomed him down the steps and said with a smile on his face, Master Wen, you're finally back. Humph, if I don't come back, I'm afraid this great Shang capital will be tossed away by you. Wen Taisher rebuked bluntly without mercy, his sharp words causing Dxin's smile to instantly freeze on his face. He froze slightly, then realized what was going on. Did the great master hear what those ministers said? Not bad. The ministers have told me what His Majesty has been doing in recent days. Your Majesty, how can you listen to the demons and evils to disorganize the dynasty? Wen Taisher spoke earnestly, his eyes filled with pain and disappointment. Dxin was just about to open his mouth to explain, but Wen Taisher looked violently at Hu Ji on the side and shouted, Demon! He opened his heavenly eyes and instantly saw through Hu Ji's true form. So it's a 9-tailed fox. Suffer death. When it was too late, Wen Taisher held the female and male double whips and stabbed at Hu Ji without hesitation. Hu Ji was so scared that she lost her face. How could she be a match for Wen Taisher? She quickly dodged away. Seeing this, Dxin hurriedly stretched out his arm to protect Hu Ji and shouted, Taisher, don't do anything. Great king, she is a demon. Why are you mesmerized by her to this extent? Wen Taisher asked painfully. Emperor Xin took Wen Taisher's hand tightly and explained, I've known for a long time that Hu Aiqing is a demon spirit. But what she did was for the good of my great Shang, so why can't I keep her around? For the good of the great merchant? What about those people who died? I heard that you conscripted a large number of people in order to build the Deer platform, resulting in tens of thousands of tragic deaths. How can this be explained? Emperor Xin defended. The imperial master must not slander the widow. It is true that several hundred people died during the construction of the Deer platform, but most of those died because the people below were in too much of a hurry to do their jobs. A strict investigation was made afterward, and sufficient pensions were given, while the offenders were severely punished. Then how about those people who cried to me today that the great king killed their family for no reason? Humph, those people are already evil, collecting money and killing people. If I don't kill them, how can I get rid of the people's anger? I have kept evidence of their crimes one by one. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. Wen Taisher couldn't help but hesitate in his heart after hearing this explanation from Dxin. Knowing that the Maharaja wasn't above lying about such things, he didn't bother to check out the supposedly incriminating evidence. At that point, the ministers rushed to get up. Many ministers directly knelt down and said, Please also ask the great king to kill the demonic evil to revitalize the dynasty. Great king, you can't be mesmerized by this demoness anymore. Your Majesty, listen to this. This is all the voices of the ministers. Seeing that the ministers were so earnest, Wen Taisher felt a little more grounded again. Emperor Xin snorted disdainfully and said, if it weren't for the fact that some of you are still of some use, and the mistakes you've made aren't too big, I would have dragged all of you out and chopped you up long ago. Upon hearing this, the ministers trembled with fear. Cold sweat rained down on them, and they begged, Taisher, save us. Seeing this, Wen Taisher immediately stepped forward and said to Xin, Great King, do you insist on this and continue to listen to the words of this demonic evil? In that case, then I will argue with you today. Who is the demon and who is the loyal minister? Emperor Xion's face sank, whisked his sleeve and turned around, striding back on top of the throne, sat down and said coldly, which minister will be the first to speak? To see what faults the widow has, who will be the first? The ministers looked at me and at you, looking at each other in dismay, and no one dared to be the first to come forward. Even if he brings down Hu Ji this time, if the king settles the score later, he will die without a burial place. If you don't bring it down, even if you don't die, you're not going to have a good time in the future. Right in the middle of this awkward silence, Shangrong took a deep breath, summoned up the courage to take the lead and said, Your Majesty, the first mistake was appointing a demon. Hu Ji confused the great king, causing the great king to do many wrong things, and now the hearts of the people in the court are in a state of panic. Chapter 96, Debate in the Courtroom. Dixin wins. Hearing this, Xin then argued, I have just said this matter. Although Hu Ji is a demon, she has worked diligently for my great Shang and has made an unparalleled achievement. Let's talk about this matter of farming and mulberrying. Nong Yi, tell us how much this year's grain production has increased? When Nong Yi heard that Xin had named him, he had no choice but to come forward and say, Great King, the grains produced this year have increased by 30% compared to previous years. Master 1, everyone, listen well, it's grown by 30%. Is this not the work of Hu Ji? This 30% growth is enough to show her contribution to the Great Shang. Master 1, can this increase of 30% be enough for you to conquer the North Sea for a year? Enough. At this time, a minister got up, looked up and said, Your Majesty, you spent much more than 30% of the grains to build the deer platform. It is all Hu Ji's fault for such a laborious act. This minister wanted to say that it was the fault of the king, but he didn't dare. Not bad. Dawa, why does the great king insist on building such a behemoth, which has consumed a lot of manpower, material and financial resources but is of no practical use? Why does the great king insist on building it? Another minister chimed in. I will discuss the matter of Deer Terrace in detail with the imperial master later, so I will omit it for now. Can there be anything else? Xin was a little impatient. Seeing this, Igon stepped forward and said righteously, My lord, you summoned the various vassals and imprisoned them all while they were feasting on the deer platform. This matter has sparked strong resentment among the sons of the various lords, and they have even risen up in rebellion. Wouldn't this be a self-destructive move? If the lords' hearts turn against them because of this, won't my great Shang be in jeopardy? Humph, those vassals usually occupy the land as kings, and have long since disregarded Chowga and the widow. What is the difference between what they are doing and rebellion? If I don't strike first, it won't be long before it's the widow who gets her head chopped off. There is no conclusive evidence for what the great king has said, and if there is any evidence for anyone, a direct order to question the culprits would be sufficient. Why resort to such extreme means? Igon asked back without flinching. Good, then let all of you love ministers go around first to check the evidence properly. If you can't find out the evidence, the widow will behead you. When that minister heard that, he was so scared that he turned pale as paper and wiped the bean-sized cold sweat on his face with his sleeve. He understands in his heart that going to the vassal's fiefdom to check for evidence is undoubtedly a sheep in a tiger's mouth, and he is afraid that he will never come back after this trip. Seeing how tense the atmosphere was, Shangrong quickly stepped forward to round up the situation. Your Majesty, the abolition of the feudalization system of the vassals, although it is a bit against the ancestral system, in the long run, it is indeed a good thing for today's great Shang. It's just that the great king is a bit too eager in the implementation process, which will inevitably cause some unnecessary strife, and may even maim and kill innocents. Humph, I'd rather have partial innocent deaths than never let the dynasty topple. At that time, no matter if he's innocent or not, he can't escape death. Besides, there's no fear of rebellion. I'm not getting Wen Taisher back. When the crowd heard this, they were shocked. No wonder Wen Taisher would come back at this time. It turns out that the great king is preparing to completely move against the vassals. The matter of the vassals is talked about here for the time being today. Is there anything else? The ministers looked at each other in disbelief and were speechless for a moment. They also understood in their hearts that although the great king had done some things that sounded faint and unethical, when they thought about it more carefully, they were not without reason. Every one of their ministers had an unclean bottom, and all of those who were killed deserved to die. It was only because the great king and Huji's initiative offended them and made them feel dangerous that they spoke up to advise them. Hearing that there was no more sound, when Taisher turned his eyes to the crowd and said, "What else? Didn't you say that the great king had many more absurd things to say? Why don't you say any more?" When everyone heard this, they all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly into Master Wen's eyes. The entire hall fell into a dead silence. When Taisher looked at the performance of these ministers and realized in his heart he had been set up by them, and they were merely trying to use themselves to suppress the great king for their own purposes. When he thought of this, when Taisher's heart was like being pressed by a heavy boulder, and he couldn't help but be flooded with a deep sadness, and he was deeply worried about the future of Dishang. The corners of Dxin's mouth rose slightly, outlining a slightly mocking smile. Since all the ministers have nothing more to say, then this Huji, in the end, is still a demon or not? In the end, do we still have to put to death? His voice echoed through the great hall, crashing into every heart, but no one dared to answer. The ministers hung their heads low, their eyes averted for fear of meeting Dxin's eyes. They secretly regret in their hearts, originally wanted to borrow the hand of Wen Taisher to bring down Daji and consolidate their position, but did not expect things to develop to such a field. At this moment no one dares to speak lightly about killing the demon again. They knew that if they said anything more at this time, in the eyes of Emperor Xin, they would become demons that would disturb the court. Wen Taisher's heart screamed bitterly. He understood that he has been caught in the calculation of the ministers, but at this moment, there is nothing to do, only bowed his head and admitted his fault. He took a step forward, kneeling on one knee and clasping his hands with a hint of helplessness and guilt in his voice. "Your Majesty, I was reckless. I have been guarding the North Sea for many years and know very little about the affairs of the court, so I failed to investigate clearly this time and gullibly believed their slanderous words. I am truly guilty. Please punish me, Your Majesty." He sighed in his heart. He was determined to fight for the great Shang, but he did not want to nearly capsize the boat in this dark current of the court. It's normal that Taisher Wen is not clear about the affairs of the court as he has worked hard to defend the North Sea. I have already prepared a banquet to receive the great master. All ministers come along as well. Dxin's tone eased a bit. To the deer stand. The crowd followed Dishin to the deer platform, those who had previously cried in front of Master Wen. At this moment, seeing that the great king and Huji were safe and sound, and that Master Wen also looked calm, they immediately froze in place, their faces frozen. They really didn't think that this wouldn't be enough to bring down Huji, and soon after, the men were lost forever, as if they had never existed in this world. Upon arriving at the deer platform, Dxin tilted his head slightly, a hint of smugness on his face, and asked, "Master Wen, how is my deer platform repaired?" Wen Taisher raised his head, his eyes scanned every part of the deer platform, only to see that this deer platform was tall and lofty, with carved beams and painted buildings. The white jade railings glittered with an icy luster under the sunlight, and an air of luxury came over. Wen Taisher opened his mouth and said, "This deer platform is indeed a magnificent construction, but nowadays the war in the Great Shang has not yet been pacified. The four sides of the vassals are moving. The king should spend these human and material resources in the use of military disaster relief above, in order to ensure that I am the Great Shang Jiangshan solid ah. Mrs. What? How could I not know? This deer terrace naturally serves other purposes besides feasting and enjoyment." Chapter 97, The Emperor and the Minister join hands, and Bo Yikao enters the Chaogong. A hint of cunning flashed in Dxin's eyes, thinking in his heart, when Taisher had spoken so harshly to himself before, at this moment he would deliberately hang on to his appetite, so that he could also taste the taste of being anxious, and also to find himself as a king's field. Hearing this, when Taisher's heart was filled with doubt, what other purpose could this deer platform serve? "Taisher Wen, I toast you." Dxin picked up a cup of wine and handed it to Taiji Wen. Wen Taisher hurriedly accepted the wine cup with both hands and owed slightly. "Thank you, great king." Saying so, the two monarchs and ministers finished their drinks in one go. "Men, play music. Start dancing." At Dxin's command, the sound of music rang out, and several women dressed in light gauze curled up onto the deer platform. They danced in a light and graceful manner, their colorful ribbons fluttering in the wind. For a while, the deer stage was filled with drink and laughter, and the ministers seemed to have forgotten the earlier strife in the hall and were immersed in this short-lived merriment, as if the previous saber rattling had never happened. By the time the feast was over, night had fallen. Dxin led Wen Taisher up to the stargazing platform. Wen Taisher picked up the steps, his mind still pondering the matter of the deer platform. The moment he ascended the stargazing platform, he couldn't help but be shocked by the sight before him. This stargazing platform towered into the clouds, and the stars around it twinkled so brightly that it seemed that one could reach out and touch the vastness of the sky. He secretly marveled in his heart that such a grand stargazing platform could be built in just 3 years. The amount of manpower, material and financial resources spent on it was unimaginable, and it wasn't really easy. He turned his head to look at DXIN with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Great King, what exactly is the purpose of this stargazing platform? Emperor Xin's expression became solemn as he said seriously, Master One, don't you have heavenly eyes? Then open your heavenly eyes and take a good look. When Taisher sniffed, took a deep breath, slowly placed his finger on his forehead, and opened his heavenly eyes. In the next moment, he was stunned to the spot by what he saw with his heavenly eyes. One could only see thousands of rivers of chi, like rushing dragons, continuously flowing towards Chaogon. DXIN explained. This stargazing platform, named stargazing, is actually viewing the chi fortune. Standing here, you can clearly see the flow of the Great Shang's fortune. Taisher, look over there. The river of chi has been severed, indicating that the vassals in that direction already have rebellious intentions. Look over there again. The chi is intermittent and very weak, so it must have been a calamity. When Taisher at this time completely understand the role of this stargazing platform, he could not help but sigh in his heart. The person who built this stargazing platform is really inscrutable, and can actually see the world's fortune. When Taisher suddenly knelt down and said with a guilty face, Great King, I have listened to the words of the traitorous ministers and misunderstood the deeper meaning of the Great King. Please forgive me. Great King, those who do not know are not guilty. Master One, how could the widow punish you? DXIN rushed forward and personally helped Taisher One up. His hands tightly gripped Master Wen's hands as he looked at him and said, Master One, look at those broken rivers of chi. I wonder if it is possible to reconnect them. Feeling the warmth of DXIN's hand and the anticipation in his words, when Taisher's heart surged with a sense of grandeur and ambition, and he said loudly, Your Majesty, please rest assured that I will do my utmost to suppress the rebellion, revitalize my Great Shang, and make the Great Shang's chi flourish again. Well, with these words from Mrs. Weth, I am relieved. Mrs. One will rest at home for a few days to recuperate, and then I will personally send the army on its journey. No need, Your Majesty. Now that the lords from all over the world have begun to move, we must not sit back and wait for them to die. If we wait for them to unite, it will be even more tricky. We should take the initiative and attack one by one. Only in this way will it be possible to unify the Great Shang at the smallest possible cost and preserve the stability of our dynasty. In that case, it will be a hard day's work for the Imperial Master. Standing side by side at the head of the stargazing platform, the two monarchs and ministers looked at the vast expanse of heaven and earth, as if they saw the Great Shang's fortunes prospering like the sun. On the second day, when Taisher reorganized his army and set out to pacify the four quarters of the lords, Emperor Xin also took the civil and military ministers to personally see off his also generals. Most of the vassal lands above the territory of the Great Shang, fearing the power of the Great Shang, that do not dare to rebel so easily. But there are also a small number of people with bad intentions, completely regardless of the people's lives and deaths, taking advantage of this situation of turbulence, directly set up their own king, in a vain attempt to get a piece of the pie in the midst of this chaotic world, with Chaoga as the center point. When Taisher took the lead in launching the battle to recover the closer territories with his years of experience in conquest and keen military insight, the armies he led were all elite divisions that had fought in the North Sea for many years, all of them brave and disciplined. Those local armies were like hitting a stone with an egg when they encountered them, and they had nothing to fight with. In just 1 month's time, when Taisher recovered more than 10 fiefdoms by virtue of his excellent military skills and bold command. Of course, the world's vassals are really as many as the stars. Some of the vassals of the fiefdom is in fact only so big a piece of the palace, not to be feared. The ones that really need to be dealt with carefully are still the 4 vassals, who hold heavy armies, have vast fiefdoms, and have deep roots. Fortunately, these 4 great lords were currently under the control of Emperor Xin, and they didn't dare to make a move easily. Bo Yikao, the eldest son of King Wen of Shiji, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan when he heard the news of his father's imprisonment in Shiji. He knows that his father Ji Chang is a wise man, will not do anything against the Big Shang, must be framed. Thus, he resolutely decided to go to Chaoga to rescue his father. Despite all the people's discouragement, before his departure, he entrusted all the big and small affairs of Shiji to his brother GFA, and then came to Deshang with all kinds of carefully selected treasures. Bo Yikao traveled all the way to Chaogua, and after arriving there, he took the lead to find Baigon without making the slightest stop. The moment he saw Baigon, he hurried forward, knelt on the ground, and said sincerely, Bo Yikao, son of the guilty minister, meet the prime minister. Are you Bo Yikao? Baigon rushed forward to help him. I wonder what the gentleman came to see me about. Bo Yikao got up, tears in his eyes, his voice slightly trembling. Prime Minister, I still don't know what my father was imprisoned for when he offended the great king. As a son, my heart is really pained and I cannot feel at ease. So I wanted to come here to ask the Prime Minister, hoping that I can get some news from you, and also find a way to rescue my father. Baigon listened to Bo Yikao. His heart could not help but let out a long sigh, secretly thinking, this child is a piece of filial piety. But this king's mind is not easy to guess. He spoke. The great king wants to abolish the vassal system, so he has taken all the vassal kings as hostages. As long as the vassal kings promise to agree to abolish the vassal system, when Master Wen recovers his fiefdom, he will be safe and sound. Chapter 98 Chi-Chi's Treasure. Striking off Baigon. But I really can't bear to let my father suffer in prison all the time. I have brought some treasures to present to the great king, and I also hope that the Prime Minister can help us by saying something so that I can get my father out. The people of Shiji will all be grateful for the Prime Minister's great kindness. After thinking for a moment, Baigan said, what is it that the prince wants to pay tribute to? Bo Yikao replied, what I want to pay tribute to is the 7 scented carriages left behind by the first ancestor, the sobering felt, the white-faced apes and monkeys, and the 10 beautiful women. Just as well, I'll help you pass this message on to the great king. Thank you, Prime Minister. So Baigon sought an audience with Dxin, and told him what had happened to Bo Yikao. Dxin stared at Baigan, then said coldly, since that's the case, let him offer up all his treasures. With a glimmer of hope in his heart, after entering the great hall, Bo Yikao prostrated himself on the ground, his voice respectful and humble. The guilty minister, Bo Yikao, son of Ji Chang, pays homage to your majesty. Dxin spoke, I already know the reason for your visit. As long as you Shiji agree to abolish the vassal division system, when the great Shang army recovers the land of Ziki, they will be able to send your father back. Many thanks, great king. I have brought a few great treasures that have been handed down from my ancestors to see the great king, and I would like to ask the great king to look at them. Bo Yikao prayed silently in his heart, hoping that these treasures would impress the king and let his father live. Emperor Xian nodded slightly and signaled the attendants around him to carry the treasure up. Xiao Tang was hidden in the corner of the great hall, quietly watching the scene. He remembers that Bo Yikao was preparing to get his father out of the country under the name of offering a treasure. As a result, he was framed by Daji and made into meatballs for Ji Chang. But that was just the version of the story that Xiao Tang had heard. And today's Emperor Xian shouldn't dispose of him. Then, he came to the first treasure in front of the introduction. Your Majesty, the 7 fragrant car is a divine weapon left behind after Emperor Xianyuan defeated Qiyu. It is said that as long as a person sits on it and thinks in his mind to go west or east, the car will automatically go. Emperor Xian looked at the peculiarly shaped 7 fragrant vehicles. A hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes, and he asked in a loud voice, I wonder which minister would like to try it out for the widow. Your Majesty, I'll do it. Huji lightly moved her lotus steps and walked out from the crowd with a hint of flirtation and confidence in her eyes. She sat directly on the 7 spices car, with the thought of going to the right in her mind. In a flash, the 7-scented car moved slowly, heading in the direction chosen by Huji. A surprised smile appeared on Huji's face as she said, how interesting, great king, this is indeed a treasure. Hearing Huji all praised so much, Dxin's originally tense heart also relaxed a bit. His expression slightly slowed down, said, what other treasures are presented as soon as possible? Bo Yikao also pointed to an ordinary-looking carpet and said, this is a sobering felt, whoever gets drunk and lies down on this felt will immediately wake up. However, Dxin only lightly swept a glance at this treasure and did not show much interest. Bo Yikao's heart tightened, but he remained calm and pointed to the next treasure. This is the white-faced ape monkey, which knows 3,000 little songs and 800 big songs, and is able to play melodious songs and dance with its hands and feet, which is very beautiful to watch. In that case, you let your white-faced ape sing and play music. Emperor Xian leaned back on his throne, his gaze falling on the white-faced ape with a few moments of scrutiny. Bo Yikao took a deep breath and fetched a zither, then sat down, his slender fingers gently plucking the strings and playing a melodious tune. I must say that the sound of the zither played by this Bo Yikao is indeed pleasant to the ear. When the white-faced ape heard the sound of the zither, it seemed to be inspired and began to sing. The song was melodious and melodious, singing may the king live forever, and may the kingdom of the great Shan last forever. For a while, one person and one ape worked together in perfect harmony, and the people in the great hall couldn't help but be deeply attracted and immersed by the beautiful singing and zither sounds. However, right at this moment, the white-faced ape suddenly seemed to have sensed something, and with a flash of fierce light in its eyes, it pounced towards Huji. This white-faced ape had been cultivated for hundreds of years, and with its keen intuition, it could see the demonic and evil aura emanating from Hu Ji, so it recklessly pounced on her. Hu Ji was shocked in her heart. Her face instantly turned pale as she hurriedly dodged to the side, narrowly dodging the white-faced ape's attack. Immediately after that, she raised her foot and viciously kicked the white-faced ape's body. The white-faced ape took the pain and let out a wail as it was kicked to the ground. When Bo Yi Kao saw this, he was so scared that his face turned pale and cold sweat rained down on him. He hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly, saying with a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, I don't know why this white-faced ape suddenly went berserk. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Emperor Xin stood and said loudly, "I think you just want to assassinate the widow. Men, arrest him and put him in the dungeon." Soldiers on both sides quickly came up and dragged Bo Yi Kao down by holding him down to death. Baigan stood by, stunned at the sudden turn of events. He wanted to open his mouth to help Bo Yi Kao, but suddenly felt a cold and piercing gaze shoot at him. Baigan raised his eyes and saw that Dixin was looking at him, with a chill in his heart. He hurriedly knelt down to ask for forgiveness. "Your Majesty, I didn't know that this ape and monkey brought by this Bo Yi Kao would attack your Majesty. Please atone for your sins. I have seen your dedication to the great merchant for many years. Now that Prime Minister Yazhou is getting older, I really can't bear to see you continue to work so hard. Since this is the case, Prime Minister Yazhou will resign from this Prime Minister position and go home to have a good rest." Xian's voice was bland, but it was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky that exploded in Baigan's ears. Baigan's entire body was stunned when he heard Xian's words. How could he not expect that Xian would blame himself for this matter? He only thought that Shibo Ho Ji Chang and Bo Yi Kao were both wise men, and in his heart he could not bear to see them suffer from imprisonment, so he tried to plead for them. However, he had never thought that the great king had not even thought of letting them go, and that his own good intentions were completely at gunpoint. "Everyone else go away and take all this useless stuff." Emperor Xian waved his hand impatiently. Some guards rushed forward and carried all these treasures down. When everyone else had left, only Xian and Baigan, who was kneeling on the ground, remained in the great hall. Emperor Xian looked at Baigan and slowly spoke. "Uncle King Baigan, do you know what I am most angry about?" Baigan raised his head and said, "Your Majesty is most angry with me for interceding for Ji Chang." Xian stood up from his throne, walked slowly to Baigan, looked down at him and said coldly, "I can understand if you think this Ji Chang is a virtuous man and want to plead for him, but you know that we are dealing with the clan king now, yet you still act like this. How do you make the widow think?" Chapter 99, Resignation of Baigan, Flesh of Bo Yi Kao. Baigan was shocked. After listening to Xian's words, only felt a chill rising from his spine. Cold sweat instantly rolled down his forehead and temples. Perhaps because the great king called a cordial uncle, led him for a moment some trance, almost forgot that he was facing an unparalleled respect for the emperor of the people, is the supreme master of the entire human race. Emperor Xian leaned back on the dragon chair and said with a faint expression, "Uncle, go back and rest properly, and don't go to court if you're fine." Baigan laughed bitterly in his heart, and his career path was considered to have come to an end. He knelt down and bowed, respectfully saying, "Yes, I take my leave. May the great king be happy and carefree for a long time, and may the great Shang kingdom last forever." After saying this, and bowing solemnly again, he left, step by step, backwards, looking at Baigan's departing back. Xian sighed slightly. He knew in his heart that Baigan was indeed very talented, and if he did not have any real ability, he could not sit on the position of Prime Minister of the Great Shang dynasty by relying on the relationship of his uncle. Nowadays, above the court, the officials are divided into two factions, half of them clinging to Baigan and the other half clustering around Shangrong. Shangrong is more shrewd and smooth in the world, and he knows which things can be done and which things must not be done. And then Dry, although has a heart of 7 exquisite, can be too upright, do things straight, do not know how to roundabout tactful, very easy to be used by the group of ministers. Encouragement. Emperor Xian has long intended to fix up the courtroom and remove some officials, but with Kobe gone in the middle of it, this becomes much trickier. Now, as soon as Baigan left, those officials who are attached to him will be like a big tree without a shelter, and it will not be easy to cut them off. The news of Xian's arrest of the lords spread quickly like wildfire throughout the Great Shang. The sons of the lords colluded secretly and incited the people to put pressure on Dixin. The people gathered outside the gates of the king's palace to plead for mercy for the lords. The other lords were just as good, and what they did really angered the people. But it was not the case with Shibo Ho Ji Chang, who had always been known for his wisdom and was loved by the people. For a while, the people wrote a joint petition to request the release of Ji Chang. Minister Hu, when you said earlier that Shibo Ho Ji Chang was the greatest enemy of the Great Shang, I didn't take it seriously. Now it seems to be true. After Baikan left, Hu Ji officially took over the position of Yosung. Hu Ji's gaze looked towards the noisy crowd outside the palace gates and said softly, "The reputation of Shiboho's virtuosity, regardless of truth or falsehood, is fine as long as the people are convinced of it. And now that the great king's side is rumored to be mostly infamous, the people will naturally be biased when comparing the two." Emperor Xian's expression sank as he asked, "Then, in Hu Xiang's opinion, what should we do?" Hu Ji pondered a little and said slowly, "Nowadays, lords from all over the world have recruited troops and horses with the intention of plotting against us. If we lose the support of the people again and stir up public anger, the great Shang will really be in danger. Since they are bent on letting Ji Chang go, it might as well go with the flow and let him go. It's just one Ji Chang. He can't make much of a fuss and won't affect our grand plan. Ji Chang is indeed the heart of the great Shang, but whether to release him or not, sooner or later Shiji will rebel. Without Ji Chang, there is still GFA. Without GFA, there are other Ji descendants. This battle between Shang and Zhou is far more than just an internal battle within the human race. Behind it is a battle involving the two top sects of the Dao sect, and even saints may be involved. Therefore, the role of Ji Chang in this dispute is limited. If he is released, the people will be stabilized, and it will be difficult to incite them to make trouble in the future. DXIN knew that this was the most favorable course of action for De Shang, but in his heart, he was still reluctant to let Ji Chang off so easily. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Hu Ji then continued, "Your Majesty, I have a plan to test whether Ji Chang is truly virtuous or falsely benevolent. Although it may not be able to cause substantial damage to his reputation, it will at least make him suffer some pain." Emperor Xian's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, "Hu Xiang, hurry up and tell us, what exactly is the solution?" Hu Ji came close to DXIN, lowered her voice, and told him the details of the plan. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xian clapped his hands. Good, good. I would like to see what choice this Ji Chang will make." Thereupon, he immediately summoned Fei Zhong and Yu Hun, to whom the matter could not be more appropriately entrusted. Not long after, Fei Zhong and Yu Hun walked into the dark and damp prison with a tray of meat cakes and smiles on their faces. Fei Zhong shouted at the top of his voice, "Shibua Ho, it's time to eat." Ji Chang sat on the worn-out bed, his eyes tightly closed, deaf to their arrival, as if he were a statue. Fei Zhong was not angry and continued with a smile, "Marquis Shibo, your good fortune has come. The people of the world are all pleading for you. When the great king learns of this, he also feels that he has wronged you and intends to let you out." Ji Chang's heart stirred, but his face remained unperturbed, calmly saying, "I, Ji Chang, am loyal to the great Shang, and have a clear conscience. Yes, 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 the great king also knows that you, Marquis Zibio, are loyal and has even ordered people to bring you meat cakes." Fei Zhong smiled fawningly. Ji Chang raised his eyes and looked towards the plate of meat patties in Yu Hun's hands, and at that very moment, his heart violently felt a sharp pain, as if it was being viciously clutched by a large invisible hand. He secretly counted with his fingers and his face instantly turned as white as paper. It turned out that this meat cake was actually made from the meat of his own son, Bo Yi Cow. Ji Chang's heart was beating frantically in his chest, as if it was about to break through his chest. However, he understood that he must not reveal the slightest crack at this moment, or else he would never be able to get out of this cage again. Seeing this, Yu Hun continued, "The king said that as long as you eat this meat cake, you can leave immediately." Ji Chang was in agony inside. This was his own son's flesh. How could he go down? But if he didn't eat it, DXIN would surely continue to imprison him for disrespect, and he wouldn't be able to go back to Shichi and realize the great cause he had in mind. Ji Chang's hand couldn't help but tremble slightly as he slowly reached out and picked up a piece of cake. His movements sluggish as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. He brought the pie slowly to his mouth, his teeth clenched, and with great difficulty he opened his mouth and took a small bite. Yummy, yummy. Ji Chang forced himself to hold back the grief and nausea within him, nodding his head as he ate, his voice carrying a trace of imperceptible trembling. Immediately afterward, he took a big bite, wolfing it down just to finish it as quickly as possible. Fei Zhong and Yu Hun couldn't help but laugh out loud as they looked at Ji Chang's appearance, and that laughter echoed in the dimly lit cell, making it particularly harsh. When Ji Chang finished the entire plate of meat patties, Fei Zhong and Yu Hun looked at each other with a gloating look on their faces. Fei Zhong came close to Ji Chang and deliberately said loudly, "Marquis Shibo, I'm afraid you don't know yet that all this meat you're eating is the meat of your son, Bo Yi Cow." Ji Chang heard, like a thunderbolt, the body trembled violently, hands tightly cover the heart, throat a surge, wow sound, vomit up. Chapter 100 Ji Chang returns to Shichi. King Wen invites Ziya. Seeing this, Fei Zhong and Yu Hun laughed and left the cell with a big smile on their faces. When Fei Zhong Yu Hun left, Ji Chang fell to his knees and wailed, "I didn't expect this Ji Chang to actually eat meatloaf. Emperor Xin sat in the palace, listening to Fei Zhong and Yu Hun's report, and sighed softly. He originally thought Ji Chang was a worthy opponent, but now, to go so far as to eat his own son's flesh in order to leave, this kind of thing Xin could not do in any case. In his opinion, such a Ji Chang was not enough to fear even if he let go. Alright, just release him straight away. Don't send anyone to take care of him. Let him fend for himself. I'd like to see if he can make it back to Shiji alive on his own. Xin coldly commanded. And what about what happens to Bo Yikao? Fei Zhong asked. In fact, Xin didn't kill Bo Yikao at all, much less make meatloaf out of his flesh. The meat was just ordinary meat with something added to it to keep Ji Chang from getting the flavor. Of course, in order to make Ji Chang more convinced, Xiaotang slightly covered up the heavenly chance to make Ji Chang believe that the meat pie was made of his son's meat. Ji Chang finally stepped out of the prison that had held him captive for so long, and while the sunlight poured down on his haggard face, he could not feel the slightest bit of warmth. He didn't want to stay here in Chaogai City for a moment longer, and hurriedly walked towards the outside of the city. He knew in his heart that as long as he hadn't returned to Shichi, danger would follow him. Just after walking out of Chaogai City, some of Shiji's men came to meet them. A few people sped along on fast horses. Finally, the moment he stepped into the territory of Shichi, Ji Chang's taut nerves instantly relaxed, and he took a long breath, as if he had walked from the gates of hell. As soon as he returned to Shichi, Ji Chang couldn't wait to send troops to attack Chaogui to avenge the blood feud. But Dr. Yisheng stopped him and said with a grave expression, Marquis, don't be impatient. Now is not the best time to attack Chaogui. When Chaogui forces all the lords to the brink of desperation and makes them rise up in rebellion, then that will be our perfect opportunity. Shiji's strength is ultimately no match for Chaogui, and if we were to fight hard, we would definitely lose. Therefore, to win we can only wait for the right time and seek victory in chaos. Ji Chang heard, although full of reluctance, but also understand what Yisheng said is very true. Can only be forced to suppress the anger in his heart, secretly build up strength, waiting for the moment that can overthrow the Shangzhou in one fell swoop. Time rushes on, fall and spring come and go, and before you know it a year has passed. On the front line, the army of the Great Shan was like a crackerjack, and inspiring good news kept coming, one after another. The feudal domains of the lords were successfully recovered, and for those lords who voluntarily gave up their domains, Xin also let them leave peacefully according to the prior agreement. These vassals have lost their former honorable status, but they can still get a large sum of money, and in the days to come, they can only plant flowers, tease the birds, and live a leisurely but no longer powerful life. On the other hand, Shichi's side was secretly and methodically building up its strength. Ji Chang actively contacted other vassals with the intention of uniting all forces and jointly wielding a division to attack Chair. On this day, the sun was shining and the breeze was light. It was a good time for spring hunting. Ji Chang stepped into the mountains with the sons of lords from all over the world. The spring hunt was not a mere act of amusement, but a discussion with the sons of the various vassals about attacking Chaogong. Suddenly, a mellifluous song came through. Ji Chang's heart stirred and followed the sound, only to see a fisherman standing by the river not far away. He was seen wearing a rough linen garment with patches on it, and was organizing a fishing net in his hands, humming the unknown song. Ji Chang walked forward with a gentle smile on his face and politely asked, "What is the name of the song you are singing?" The fisherman raised his head and saw the imposing Ji Chang in front of him. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous in his heart and hurriedly laughed. "Back to your excellency, I don't have a name for this song." Kitchen raised his eyebrows slightly and then asked, "So did you compose this song yourself?" The fisherman hastily shook his head and said, "I did not compose it. 10 miles away from here, by the river, there is an old man who fishes there from time to time, and sings as he fishes, and I have heard it so much that I have learned it after him." When Ji Chang heard this, a strong curiosity surged in his heart, finding this matter very interesting. At that moment, he headed in the direction indicated by the fisherman. After walking for about 2 hours, they finally arrived at the river that the fisherman had mentioned. I saw that there was indeed an old man sitting by the river. The old man was wearing a worn-out hat, holding a fishing rod steadily in his hand, and was staring intently at the water. Ji Chang and the others dismounted and slowly approached. At this time, Jiang Zia had long sensed Ji Chang's arrival. He squinted his eyes slightly and chanted under his breath, "The west wind rises and the white clouds fly. The year is already twilight and will do nothing. The 5 phoenixes are singing and Allah is present, and those who fish with a drooping rod and Nomi are rare." When Ji Chang heard Jiang Zia sing this song, his heart couldn't help but ripple in layers, feeling that this song was subtle and incomparable, as if it was guiding something in the underworld. With doubt and curiosity, he walked up for a closer look and froze. It was surprising to see a straight hook hanging from Jiang Zia's fishing rod. Ji Chang's heart was full of puzzlement, and he couldn't help but ask, "Sir, are you fishing? But this fishing hooks are all curved. How can you catch fish with this straight hook?" Jiang Zia, however, was still staring at the water in front of him, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he slowly said, "I, Jiang Taigong, fish for those who wish to be hooked. And I'm not fishing for an ordinary fish, but a true dragon that can raise clouds and spread rain." Just then, a violent ripple suddenly rose from the calm water surface, and a large golden carp, like an arrow off a string, leapt up and unexpectedly bit down on the straight hook. When the crowd saw this, their eyes widened in shock and their jaws dropped. Jiang Zia immediately threw back his head and laughed. "Ha ha, the fish I'm going to catch has come, and so has the person I'm waiting for." After saying that, he slowly turned around and bowed to Ji Chang. "Jiang Shang has met the Marquis." Ji Chang was shocked and subconsciously asked, "You recognize me?" Jiang Zia looked at Ji Chang and said, "The Marquis is a wise ruler, with a heart for the world and the people, and a reputation that goes far and wide, so I naturally recognize him." When Ji Chang heard this, a hot current surged in his heart, and he looked at Jiang Zia in front of him, certain in his heart that this was the virtuous man he had been searching for so hard. So he said sincerely, "Mr. Wise and Capable, I want to hire you to join Shiji as a minister, and work with me to plan great things and save the people of the world from the fire." Jiang Zia, however, looked calm and said, "I am just a mountain village boy with little talent and learning, so I am really not enough to advise the Marquis on thesis. I am not enough to settle the country on martial arts. I cannot go into battle to kill the enemy. The position of Prime Minister, I really can't afford it." Chapter 101. Ji Chang invites Jiang Zia to come out. King Wen pulls a cart. On the side, Dr. Yixing couldn't help but speak up. "Sir, you are too modest. Our Marquis is sincere in hiring you. Now that the world is in chaos and the people are suffering, it is the right time for you to show your ambition. So I hope that you will not excuse yourself." Ginger shook his head slightly as he put away his fishing rod and turned to walk silently back to his humble hut. Ji Chang stood still, confused and full of doubts and incomprehension. He could truly feel that Ginger had been waiting for him, but why was he pushing back now? Dr. Yixing said, "Marquis, you were supposed to be out for pleasure today, and coming to invite the gentleman in such a manner does not seem dignified enough. Why don't we come back another day, prepare a generous bride price, and then solemnly invite him again?" After hearing this, Ji Chang felt that what Yixing said did make sense, so he left quickly with the crowd. The next day, Ji Chang carefully prepared precious bride price and a sedan chair, and once again came to Jiang Zia's straw house. He stepped out of the car, stepped forward, and said with a respectful look, "Ji Chang has come here to ask Mr. to come out as my Prime Minister of Shichi, to lead my Shichi up and down, to create a great cause, and I hope that Mr. will fulfill it." Ginger heard the sound and stepped out of the hayloft. He looked at Ji Chang in front of him and felt the other party's full sincerity. Thus, Jiang Zia nodded his head and said, "Marquis attaches such importance to this. Jiang Shang is deeply moved. I am willing to enter Shichi and help the Marquis to discuss the great cause, so as to live up to the Marquis trust." Ji Chang's face burst into a wide smile when he heard this. He said excitedly, "Thanks a lot. Sir, I have prepared a comfortable car ride for you. Please get in." Jiang Zia twirled his whiskers and smiled. "Zia has come out to help, but please ask the Marquis to pull the cart himself." When this statement came out, not only were the attendants behind Ji Chang stunned, even Ji Chang was slightly stunned, but without the slightest hesitation, he instantly figured out that this might be another test of himself by Jiang Zia, and he readily agreed at that moment. Seeing this, the left and right attendants wanted to go forward to help, but Ji Chang raised his hand to stop them. He personally went to the front of the car, carefully set the carriage, and carefully helped Jiang Zia to get on the car and sit down. After everything was in order, Ji Chang took a deep breath, bowed down, gripped the handlebars tightly with both hands, exerted his legs, and slowly pulled up that car. At first, the car was quite smooth, and Ji Chang walked steadily forward, but only a few hundred steps out, fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Ji Chang has been in a high position for a long time, and although he also pays attention to exercise in his daily life, but such a long period of physical labor is really a bit strenuous for him. His breathing gradually became rapid, and his footsteps began to be a little heavy. At this moment, Ji Chang stumbled on his feet and nearly fell. Jiang Zia asked from his car, "King Wen, can you still hold on?" A hint of hesitation flashed in Ji Chang's heart, but thinking of his ambition and his promise to the people of the world, he gritted his teeth, straightened his back, and said loudly, "Yes, as long as Mr. help me to achieve a great cause, not to mention pulling a cart, even if it is to go into the soup and into the fire, I also have no hesitation." Saying that, he silently gave himself a pep talk in his mind, and with all his strength, he pulled forward again. As time passed, the blazing sun was high and the sunlight became hotter and hotter, and the clothes on Ji Chang's body had long been drenched in sweat and clung to his back. His arms were trembling from the exertion, and every step he took seemed to use all of his strength. Ji Chang only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and his legs were as heavy as if they were filled with lead. However, Ji Chang is ultimately exhausted. Legs soft, Flop fell to his knees. The car also stopped. With an apologetic face, he said to Ginger, "I'm so sorry, sir, I just can't pull it anymore." Jiang Zia, however, smiled faintly, got down from the cart, reached out to help Ji Chang up, and said, "King Wen pulled the cart for 800 steps, and the Zhou dynasty lasted for 800 years. Ji Chang was shocked and asked, "What does this mean, sir?" Jiang Zia replied, "Zhou is the name of the Ho's future state." Ji Chang understood instantly and hurriedly said, "Sir, please hurry up and get in the car. I can still keep pulling." Jiang Zia reached out to pull Ji Chang and said, "Marquis, this is the will of heaven. Don't blame Zia for making you pull the cart just now. The will of heaven is up to you." Hearing this, Ji Chang repented. "It's all my fault. I should have taken a few more steps." Jiang Zia comforted. 800 years is already a long time. As long as there is a wise ruler in every generation and a wise minister in every dynasty, the world will be peaceful. If there are no wise kings and wise ministers, the people will suffer even for 80 days. Ji Chang nodded his head straight after hearing this, thinking that Jiang Zia had a point. He then returned to Shiji with Jiang Zia. After Jiang Zia went to Shiji, Shen Gongbao came to Deshang. He just wanted to work against Jiang Zia. As long as he could help the Great Shang to destroy Shiji, then he could prove that he was stronger than Jiang Zia and more suitable to go to seal the gods. Shen Gongbao cast a spell to invoke auspiciousness, and for a while, the sky was colorful and radiant. This strange sight instantly attracted the attention of many people, and Shen Gongbao became famous. After that, he managed to appear in front of Emperor Xian with the help of Fei Zhongyuhan's recommendation. "Are you Shen Gongbao?" Emperor Xian asked as he sat on his throne, sizing up Shen Gongbao. Shen Gongbao slightly arched his hand and clasped his fists with both hands, with a hint of a confident smile on his face, and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, I am Shen Gongbao. Having heard that the great king is saintly and has a heart for the world, I have come here to serve the great king." Emperor Xian asked with interest, "What are you capable of?" Shen Gongbao said confidently, "Your Majesty, I have learned the 5 elements of magic and know the changes of yin and yang. If the great king wants to shake the country and strengthen the 4 directions forever, he needs the help of a strange person like me." At this time, Shang Rong stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this person's origin is unknown and should not be trusted lightly. I'm worried that he has bad intentions and will disrupt the dynasty." Shang Rong's heart was filled with vigilance towards Shen Gongbao, fearing that he would be the second Hu Ji again. At that time, there would really be no place for them in this hall. Shen Gongbao snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "If you lords don't believe me, I can show you a thing or two," only to see Shen Gongbao reciting words in his mouth. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the palace changed, and all kinds of strange scenes appeared, shocking the whole scene. Xiao Tang also learned of Shen Gongbao's arrival. Shen Gongbao's sentence, "Please stay, my friend." I do not know how many disciples of the Interceptor sect have been killed. However, in reality, it was not that Shen Gongbao's sentence was so powerful, but rather the general trend. As long as the disciples of the Interceptor sect participated in the God sealing measure, it was certain that they would not have a good outcome, and it was not Shen Gongbao's fault at all. Although Shen Gongbao's strength was average, his relationship with both the Interceptor sect and the Elucidator sect was still good, and there were times when he was able to play a not-so-small role. So Xiao Tang didn't care about Shen Gongbao. Chapter 102, The Neglected Queen Jiang. Emperor Xian is poisoned. Xian was still quite interested in the spells displayed by Shen Gongbao, but how could he, as a human emperor, care too much about that? But today's Deshan was in a time of need, so maybe it would be useful at some point. So, he still gave Shen Gongbao a minor official title. Shen Gongbao was aiming for the position of State Master at the beginning, but he did not expect to be appointed as State Master, so he inevitably lost some of his heart. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, believing that he would be able to become a State Master one day with hard work. He secretly clenched his fists, and swore in his heart that he would make a name for himself in this great Shang, and let everyone see how powerful he, Shen Gongbao, was. After a hard day's work, Emperor Xian dragged his tired body back to the harem. Queen Jiang served Emperor Xian's favorite nourishing soup. Emperor Xian took the soup and gently sipped it. Queen Jiang massaged Xian's shoulders and asked, "Your Majesty looks tired today. Did something happen in the court?" Xian frowned, a hint of helplessness appearing on his face. "Everywhere is starting to rebel. Deshang is in complete chaos. Isn't there still Master Wen? With him there is no fear. Emperor Xin shook his head and said, although Wen Taisha is strong alone, he can't take care of 800 vassals. If Emperor Xin hadn't shut down all 800 vassals, the major vassal territories would have been in even more chaos. I'm afraid. After thinking for a while, Queen Jiang said, the 4 vassals are extremely influential, so why don't I go and persuade my father, and maybe he'll be able to come around and help His Majesty. Queen Zhang's father was Zhang Wanchu, the head of the 4 great vassals. Good. Then I'll take care of the queen. Xin also hoped that Queen Jiang would be able to persuade Zhang Wanchu, and as long as Zhang Wanchu was willing to hand over his power, then the other lords' resistance would not be as great. Xin still had a glimmer of hope in his heart for this matter, and he expected Queen Jiang to bring good news. On the second day, Queen Jiang came to the prison alone. Zhang Wanchu was also because he was the queen's father, so the conditions of the prison he lived in were considered the best. Father has suffered by staying in this prison. Queen Jiang looked at her father's haggard face and felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Kang Wanchu closed his eyes and didn't say anything. Is father blaming his daughter? Queen Jiang was a little apprehensive when she saw that her father did not speak. You are a noble queen, and I am now a guilty courtier, so I may be beheaded at some point, and I'm afraid I'll drag you down with me. Zhang Wanchu slowly opened his eyes filled with helplessness and worry. Why is father saying such things? My daughter has come here today because she wants to persuade father. Why don't you return the fiefdom to the great king, so that if I go and beg for mercy, the great king will let father go? Humph. Do you think we'll be safe just because we've ceded our fiefdom? Without power, we are fish and meat to be slaughtered, and when the time comes, we will still kill our heads when we say so. Daughter, you are too simple. Father, I will be reduced to this state of affairs solely because of that demoness Hu Ji. Now that the entire court is under the control of that demoness, if this continues, I'm afraid that you and your 2 grandchildren will be in danger. Zhang Wanchu became more and more agitated as he spoke, his eyes filled with anger. Hearing Jiang Wanchu's words, Queen Jiang was a bit flustered. She had heard some things about the previous dynasty. The great king did listen to that woman very much. Even Uncle Baigon, who had cursed the demoness, was dismissed. Seeing his daughter's look, Jiang Wanchu continued, that fox Ji is a fox spirit. She has bewitched the great king and caused father me to fall to this state. If this continues, the great Shang will die. I have a packet of medicine here. You and put it into the great king's food, and when the great king eats it, he will be able to see through the demonic evil. Zhang Wanchu took out a packet of medicine and shoved it into Queen Jiang's hands. Father, where did this medicine come from? Queen Jiang asked in surprise. This is a gift from the immortals in the sky. After the immortal learned that demons and evils were confusing the court, he gifted this to me. Now it is necessary for you, my daughter, to save the great king and father. Zhang Wanchu was naturally unable to obtain this medicine while he was in prison. This medicine was sent over by Hierophant disciple Guan Chengzi. And this medicine is not something that can break demons and evil spirits, but rather a medicine that can cause Dixin to become delirious. In this way, it would allow Xin to do something ridiculous, thus smoothly disrupting the Great Shang's chi and helping Great Zhou overthrow the Great Shang. Queen Jiang was a bit hesitant. She felt that the king did not seem like a mediocre person. Recently, the king seldom came to the harem, and at the same time, he seldom cared about the 2 children. She could feel that the king was more detached from them than before. Couldn't it be that it was because of this Hu Ji? Is this medicine really just a medicine that allows the great king to see through demons and evil? This is natural. If you don't believe me, for father can eat some first. Hearing Jiang Wanchu said so, Queen Jiang also believed. If that fox girl is really evil, the king ate this medicine will see her clearly good, if not evil. Eat will not have anything. When the time comes, she will find a way to plead for leniency and save her father's life. So Queen Jiang returned to the palace and found an opportunity to mix the medicine into Emperor Xian's favorite nourishing soup. Emperor Xian is in the temple reviewing the Zhangfu, and Hu Ji is also here to discuss political matters with Emperor Xian. At that moment, Queen Kong walked in with the soup. Your Majesty, seeing that it's really hard for you to discuss matters of state so late at night, my concubine has prepared a nourishing soup, Queen Jiang said with forced composure, but her heart was thumping like a small rabbit in her pocket. Ugh, I don't want to drink it. You can take the soup to Hu Qing. Hearing Xian's words, Queen Zhang's heart tightened. If the great king does not drink, then this medicine will be wasted. Hu Ji raised her hand and arched her hand and said, Great king, this soup medicine was boiled for you by the queen. It's the queen's intention. It's better for the great king to drink it. In that case, give it to me. Queen Jiang sighed in relief and handed the bowl to Dixin. Just as Xin was about to drink, Hu Ji suddenly cried out, Your Majesty, wait, just now. Hu Ji heard Xiao Tang's voice transmission, saying that the soup had been drugged. That's why Hu Ji immediately stopped it. Your Majesty. Wait. Hearing Hu Ji's words, Queen Zhang's body trembled slightly. She thought to herself, it can't be that she's been discovered, right? What is Su Qing's business? Xin put down his soup bowl and asked suspiciously, Great King, there's something wrong with this nourishing soup. Hearing Hu Ji's words, Queen Zhang directly knelt on the ground. Emperor Xin also understood what was going on, and majestically questioned, Queen, have you drugged this soup? Xin's voice, which was full of majesty, made Queen Zhang's heart very frightened. Great King, listen to my concubine's explanation. There are indeed medicines in this nourishing soup, but they are medicines that can help the Great King see demons and evils, and my concubine definitely has no intention of harming the Great King. Queen Kong explained anxiously, her eyes filled with tears. Chapter 103 Zhang Hongqiu beheaded. Yin Zhao Yin Hong. Seeing demons and evils. Do you mean to say that the widow was blinded by demons and evils? Emperor Xian's face became gloomy. Your Majesty, if it's really just medicine that can make your Majesty see through the demons, I would think that it's a good intention of the Queen, but what exactly is in this tonic has to be tested. Hu Ji said. In that case, let's recruit Yuqing. Soon, Yu Ji entered the palace. After carefully checking the soup, she said, Great King, there is indeed a medicine in this soup. Instead of being able to break the demonic evil, this medicine will cause one to become delirious. Dixin swept the bowl to the ground with a slap, and it shattered directly into several pieces. Queen Jiang cried out, Great King, this medicine was given to me by my father. He said it was only medicine that could break the demonic evil. It's impossible. Queen Jiang also reacted at this time that she had been punked by Zhang Hongqiu. I really didn't know that it would confuse the mind. If I knew that it would hurt the Great King, I couldn't have added it to the soup. Queen Zhang's heart was filled with remorse at the moment. She regretted that she had easily believed her father's words, and now that things had been revealed, she didn't know what to do. Emperor Xian also knows that Queen Zhang is a kind person, and furthermore, they are still in love with each other, so it is naturally impossible for her to give herself poisonous medicine. He knew that this must be Zhang Huanchu's doing, and as long as he was delirious or even dead, Zhang Huanchu would be able to get out of the prison. Meanwhile, when his eldest son Yin Jiao succeeds to the throne, he will be able to control the dynasty, and then the kingdom will be Zhang Huanchu's. Men, tomorrow at 3 minutes past noon push Zhang Huanchu outside the city gates and behead him. Emperor Xian said angrily. Queen Jiang was instantly flustered upon hearing this. Your Majesty, please still spare father. Queen Jiang was in tears as she begged Xin to spare her father. Queen, just stay in the palace. Men, send the queen back. This time, Xin was truly moved with thunderous anger. He had originally decided to treat the vassals well, only hoping that they would come around. As long as they could give up their fiefdoms, he himself could guarantee them a moment of prosperity. But the reality was like a heavy slap in the face that woke him up hard. The ambitions of those vassals were like ravenous hungry wolves, never ending. He finally realized that being merciful to his enemies was being cruel to himself. Only by letting them see their own thunderous methods and know just how terrible the consequences of angering themselves were would they curb that foolishness and not dare to strike out at themselves easily again. On the second day, the people of Chaogai flocked to the streets, forming a dense sea of people, watching the bloody punishment with curiosity and fear in their eyes. Zhang Hongqiu was escorted to the execution ground with a hint of resignation and regret on his face. If he hadn't listened to Guan Chengzi that day and drugged Xin, with the affection of his daughter and 2 grandchildren, he would have picked up a life himself anyhow. But today, it's too late. He looked at the sky, hoping that the divine Guan Chengzi could come to his rescue, but all he waited for was the cold and sharp great sword. As the executioner's hand rose and fell, blood splattered and Zhang Hongqiu's head rolled down to the dust. And this news was quickly spread to the ears of the vassals under the deliberate arrangement of Xin. Many of the vassals were so frightened upon hearing this that they chose to compromise and directly agreed to give up their fiefdoms. After all, even Emperor Xian's father-in-law could not escape death, so how could they people dare to be lucky? After Xin finished dealing with the matter of Zhang Hongqiu, there was a new chaos in the palace. The 2 teenagers were filled with anxiety and anger as they rushed into the palace at a trot. Yin Jiao loudly questioned, Father, why did you kill grandfather, and imprisoned mother? Emperor Xian was originally distracted by the affairs of the court, and now that he heard his son questioning him in this manner, he suddenly opened his eyes in anger and roared, Are you questioning the widow? There was a chilling majesty in his eyes. Yin Jiao shivered at the look and his body involuntarily took a step backward. He felt like he was not facing his father, but a beast that would devour him at any moment. But even so, the worry for his mother in Yin Jiao's heart overcame his fear. And he clenched his teeth and summoned up the courage to say, Father, are you really bewitched by a demon? You too are bold. Is this something you can ask? Tell me, who sent you? In Hong hurriedly explained. No, we came on our own, DXIN directly ordered. You two can't distinguish between right and wrong. It must be because Tai Fu didn't teach you well. Come on people, beat Tai Fu for 30 large boards and put him in the prison. His voice was cold and determined, without a trace of emotion. Father, you cannot do this to the teacher. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiao's heart raced and he took a step forward, trying to stop his father's order. What Yin Jiao did not know, however, was that he was now facing not his father, but the human Emperor Xin. You two go back to your reflections obediently, and do not leave the palace without my orders. The guards immediately stepped forward and racked up the two princes and walked outside. Yin Jiao and Yin Hong struggled and cried out, but all to no avail. Emperor Xin looked at their departing backs and rubbed his temples, only to feel a splitting headache. The matter of the vassals had already burnt him out, and he didn't expect his family to be in a mess as well. His heart was filled with helplessness and exhaustion as he sat on the dragon chair, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. At this time, Xiao Tang stood quietly on the sidelines, taking it all in. He frowned slightly when he saw how Yin Jiao and Yin Hong behaved. Xiao Tang's plan was to allow the Great Shang to continue its legacy, but neither Yin Jiao nor Yin Hong seemed to have the ability to do so. Even if he helped DXIN successfully guard the throne of the human emperor, these two children would not be able to do so. They were too kind and simple, easily compelled, and simply not capable of taking on the heavy responsibility of guarding the Great Shang. Thus, Xiao Tang turned his attention to Wu Geng, who was only 3 years old. Wu Geng is still young, like a blank sheet of paper, has not been subjected to too much influence from the outside world. As long as the good cultivation, the future will certainly become the new emperor of the Great Shang. But it was not easy to find a suitable master to teach Wu Geng. After thinking about it, Xiao Tang had an idea in his mind that the candidate was not Yang Jian. Yang Jian is not only highly skilled in martial arts, but also wise and courageous. There is no better teacher than him. However, Yang Jian had gone to the front line with Master Wen before. Thus, Xiao Tang summoned him back. While the crowd was still talking about the prince, another shocking news came from the palace. Queen Kong had committed suicide. Queen Jiang knew that although the bowl of poisonous soup was not her intention, it was after all served to DXIN from her hands. She didn't want to get a couple of her children involved because of her connections. In order to be able to let Yin Jiao succeed the throne successfully, she had to die herself. So she hanged herself. Chapter 104 DXIN establishes the crown prince. The Battle of Shang'anzhou begins. When Emperor Xin learned of Queen Zhang's suicide, his entire being was struck by lightning. He stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with disbelief and grief. He and Queen Jiang had known each other since the wee hours, and the couple had supported each other over the years. Although some conflicts arose later due to various matters, he never thought of disposing of Queen Jiang, let alone shaking the position of Yin Jiao and Yin Hong. But then, DXIN became very angry. Angry at Queen Jiang's stupidity, angry at her for ending her life so easily. After Queen Jiang died, her soul drifted languidly into the God Sealer, becoming the first god on the God Sealer. Yin Jiao and Yin Hong were devastated when they learned of their mother's death. They made a scene in the palace in an attempt to get justice for their mother. DXIN watched this with mixed feelings in his heart, grieving for the loss of his wife and angry at his son's lack of understanding. After the funeral, DXIN shut Yin Jiao and Yin Hong up completely, hoping that they would calm down and think about what exactly they should do. Deer Terrace, Stargazer Building. Emperor Xin ascended the high platform alone, looking at the long river of Qi-Luck that continued to converge. The originally dim light in that long river gradually regained some of its former luster. His heart felt slightly better. However, the matter of the two princes was still like a huge stone, weighing heavily on his heart and annoying him. Is the great king worried about the heir apparent? Xiao Tang quietly appeared beside Emperor Xin and asked softly. Xin turned his head, looked at Xiao Tang, nodded slightly, and said, "Nothing can be hidden from you, sir. You have also seen the situation of Yin Jiao and Yin Hong. Sir, they are kind-hearted but too easily compelled. If this goes on, I'm really worried that it will be difficult for them to hold on to the foundation of the Great Shang." Xiao Tang said with a calm gaze, "The great king has more than just 2 children, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong. They are not suitable. Just replace them with another one." When Xin heard this, he was slightly startled and guessed Xiao Tang's meaning in his heart. "Is the gentleman talking about Wu Geng?" Xiao Tang nodded and said affirmatively. "Exactly. But Geng's age is too young. Although Wu Geng is young, this is precisely his advantage. He is like a blank sheet of paper that has yet to be polluted by the outside world. So as long as he is properly cultivated, he will become a great man in the future. 3 years old is indeed a bit young, but it's not like the great king is going to let him inherit at a moment's notice. So it's just a matter of cultivating him properly for a few years." Emperor Xin listened and fell into deep thought. He weighed the pros and cons in his mind. although deep down he would have preferred Yin Jiao or Yin Hong to succeed the throne. But now their performance is really disappointing to DXIN, and Wu Gong, although still young, may really be the hope of the future of the Great Shang. Just then, a chamberlain ran up in a panic, panting and shouting, "The king is in trouble." Emperor Xin frowned and said unhappily, "What is the matter that is so hot and bothered? Didn't I say that people are not allowed to come up here at will? What in the world has happened?" The chamberlain trembled with fear and stammered, "Your Majesty, the two princes are gone. The two princes are gone." "What? Not anymore?" When Emperor Xin heard this news, his eyes widened and he subconsciously looked at Xiao Tang. After all, Xiao Tang had just told him about replacing the crown prince, and now that Yin Jiao and Yin Hong had disappeared, whoever it was would be suspicious. But on second thought, he thought that with Xiao Tang's identity, he would not be able to do such a thing. Soon enough, someone found out what was going on. It turned out that someone had secretly helped Yin Jiao and Yin Hong escape from the palace. After they escaped the palace, they disappeared without a trace in an instant as if they had vaporized. Xiao Tang counted with his fingers and figured out that this was the work of the hierarchy's golden immortal Guang Chengzi. Guang Chengzi was unable to enter the king's palace, so he had been waiting for the right moment outside the palace. When Yin Jiao and Yin Hong left the king's palace, he struck and took them away. There is no need for the great king to be in a hurry. They have already been taken away by the people of the hierarchy and cannot be chased back in a short time. Hierarchy, do these guys really want to go against my great Shang? When DXIN heard this, he was angry and anxious. DXIN had already heard something about the Hierophant cult and the sealing of the gods. He really didn't expect that what was originally just a war on Earth would attract the participation of so many immortal gods. If he was only facing 800 vassals, he had full confidence that he would be able to win the war. But now that the other party had the help of an immortal god, he didn't have that much confidence. It was difficult for mortals to fight against it. With his hands behind his back, DXIN paced slowly on the high platform, looking into the distance and falling into deep thought. After a long time, he finally made up his mind and said, "I have decided to make Wu Gong the crown prince, and I ask you to teach him." Xiao Tang smiled and said, "I am not good at teaching children, but please don't worry, Your Majesty. I've already found a good master for him, none other than Vanguard General Yang Jian." "Oh, Yang Jian?" Emperor Xin's eyes lit up when he heard the name. He had heard the story of Yang Jian splitting the mountain to save his mother and admired his filial piety and courage. He had also heard Yang Jian's name many times in the reports from the front line. In DXIN's mind, Yang Jian was a rare talent. He believed that if Wu Gong was given to Yang Jian to teach him, he would definitely be able to make Wu Gong an excellent ruler. "In that case, please sir," Emperor Xin said. The passing of Queen Kong and the disappearance of the two princes were like two heavy bombs that caused an uproar in the dynasty. The ministers were murmuring and their hearts were restless. And it was at this time that Emperor Xin announced the establishment of Wu Gong as the crown prince and at the same time worshipped Yang Jian as his master. When this news came out, everyone was too shocked to speak, and for a moment, the courtroom was silent. When they reacted, they tried to advise DXIN, hoping that he would reconsider. But DXIN's mind was made up, and he knew that Deshang was facing a huge crisis at the moment and had to make a right choice. And so, the next heir to the great merchant was set. After Yang Jian received the order, he directly led Wu Gong to leave the dynasty. In order for Wu Gong to become a true king, he had to be allowed to see the wider world. Only by going to the flooded heavens and earth to have a good look could Wu Gong understand what kind of world this world really was. At the front line, Wen Taisher led a large army that was unstoppable all the way, because many of the vassals chose to go soft. Wen Taisher soon recovered a large number of fiefdoms. At the same time, Shiji was rapidly uniting all the lords and expanding his power. Shortly afterward, Shiji established the Great Zhou. Coincidentally, it was the Phoenix clan that protected the Great Shang, and it was the same Phoenix clan that protected the Great Zhou. The Phoenix clan had played a good game, and couldn't lose in any way. As the Great Shang and Great Zhou continued to expand, the various vassals were gradually taken into their pockets. Finally, the armies of Great Shang and Great Zhou met on a vast plain. The battle between Shang and Zhou was officially opened. Chapter 105, The Four Generals of the Devil's Family, each showing their power. Beyond Mount Qishan, the army of the Great Shang met the army of the Western Zhou. On the side of the Great Shang, Wen Taisher personally led the troops and was bound to take down Shiqi. On the Western Zhou side, Zhang Zia was the commander-in-chief, and GFA was personally in charge. Yang Jian brought Wu Gong along with him. Wu Gong is still young, so it's good for him to experience more battles and see the world. Wu Gong's eyes were filled with curiosity and excitement. He didn't realize what level of battle this was. Xiao Tang also personally came to the battlefield. Every next step had to be taken with caution, and one slip could result in a total loss. After all Although today's Great Shang was powerful and its army was far more powerful than the historical Great Shang, Great Zhou claimed that it was the destiny of heaven. And not only did it have the support of powerful immortal cultivation forces like the Interceptor sect and Hierophant sect behind it, but it also had the mysterious and unpredictable blessing of the Heavenly Tao. Wanting to compete with the Heavenly Tao, how easy would it be? Thinking of this, Xiao Tang could not help but slightly frown, his eyes revealing a trace of gravity. Where are the 4 generals of the demon family? When Taisher's loud voice echoed across the battlefield, only to see 4 tall and sturdy figures striding out. The leader, Devil Li Cheng, was more than 2 feet tall, with a face full of whiskers as upright as copper threads, intimidating people. He was holding the green cloud sword, its body flickering with cold light, as if telling its past of drinking countless amounts of blood. There was an innate dominance in Mo Li Qing's eyes, as if nothing in the world was in his sight. Beside Mo Li Qing was Mo Li Hong, with a head of green hair coiled up high, looking particularly eye-catching. In his hand, he was holding a mixed yuan umbrella, which was inlaid with all kinds of rare gemstones, and under the sunlight, it exuded a dazzling light, which stung people's eyes. Devil Li Hong caressed the mixed yuan umbrella, his heart full of confidence. He believed that this magic treasure would definitely be able to exert great power on the battlefield, making the enemy fearful of the wind. Standing on the other side of Mo Li Qing was Mo Li Hai, who was clad in heavy golden armor, and his entire body appeared very stout. In his hand, he held an exquisite lute. The texture on the lute was delicate and had a faint luster. There was a hint of cunning in Mo Li Hai's eyes as he gently plucked the strings of the lute, emitting a crisp sound, as if announcing to his enemies that he was about to play the music of death. And the last person was named Demon Liso, who held double mace in his hands. The body of the mace was black and shiny, and it was engraved with mysterious runes. He also had a purple ribbon flower eagle wrapped around his waist, which had sharp eyes and gave out a sharp chirp from time to time, as if it couldn't wait to rush into the battlefield and tear into the enemy. Devil Liso patted the flower eagle's head. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile, thinking in his heart that this time, he must let the people of Shiji know the power of their 4 generals of the devil family. These 4 people had extraordinary strength and were well known in the Great Shang army. Therefore, Master Wen asked them to take the lead. The 4 of you, with 10,000 generals, attack Shiji and attack Great Zhou. Mrs. Wen's voice was firm and powerful. The 4 generals of the devil family were immediately energized upon hearing the order, and they glanced at each other with tacit understanding and fighting spirit in their eyes. The 4 generals of the devil family led 10,000 generals, running towards the gates of Shiji city like a raging tide. Their footsteps shook the ground slightly, raising dust that covered the sky. When the soldiers on Shiji city saw the scene, they became nervous and immediately reported the situation to Jiang Zia. After Jiang Zia learned the news, he walked out of his tent with a grave expression on his face. He looked at the raging Deshan army outside the city, and secretly pondered in his mind on how to deal with it. He was well aware of the power of the 4 generals of the demon family, but as the leader of Shiji, he couldn't afford to back down in the slightest. Humph, it's not that easy to attack my Shiji, Jiang Zia whispered to himself, then decisively dispatched his disciple Wu Ji. When Wu Ji received the order, his heart was both nervous and excited. He knew that this was a difficult mission, but for the sake of Shiji and for his master, he had to go all out. Wu Ji led a large number of soldiers, weapons in hand, shouting and rushing out. The 2 sides soon engaged in battle, and the battlefield was instantly filled with shouts and killings and flashes of swords and shadows. Shiji's generals all fought bravely. Their battle strength was indeed strong, and they did not lose the slightest bit of ground in the face of the Great Shang army's attack. However, on the side of the Great Shang, there was also a powerful aide like the 4 generals of the demon family. With just one Wu Ji, it was simply impossible to resist their attack. Seeing this, Mo Li Cheng let out a cold snort and directly drew out his green cloud sword. He raised the sword high and with a loud shout, he swung it violently. Immediately, a black gust of wind whistled past, and the gust of wind carried harsh sword chi like countless sharp blades. Those soldiers who touched the sword chi were instantly chopped into several sections. Blood splattered. The scene was horrific. Seeing that his brother, Mo Li Hong, had struck out, he was not willing to show weakness either, as he quickly held open his mixed yuan umbrella. As he rotated the mixed yuan umbrella, the entire space seemed to be distorted by a mysterious force and began to reverse, only to see rolling black smoke and roaring flames everywhere in heaven and earth. The black smoke piercing the nose and the flames blazing. Countless Shiji soldiers were caught up in it and were mercilessly engulfed by the flames, their screams endless. Devil Li Hong looked at the scene in front of him. A sense of fulfillment welled up in his heart. He felt that his magic treasure was just too powerful. The people of Shichi were simply unable to resist it. Devil Li Hai also began to act at this time, and he plucked the lute in his hand. the sound of the lute rang out, and it was as if the sound had a magical power, and the organs of those who heard it began to be confused all of a sudden. The soldiers only felt as if the organs in their bodies were tearing each other apart, and their entire bodies lost their strength as they collapsed to the ground. The corner of Magic Lihai's mouth revealed a cold smile, and he continued to pluck the strings. When he plucked the last string, those soldiers who fell to the ground directly died with their internal organs shattered, and blood gushed out from their mouths and noses. The scene was very horrifying. At the same time, Mo Liso released the flower fox sable. The flower fox sable instantly turned into a huge beast, pouncing towards the Shiji soldiers with its teeth and claws open. Its teeth were incomparably sharp, and each bite could take away a life. The flower fox sable charged across the battlefield, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the generals. Shiji's side was instantly plunged into chaos, with soldiers fleeing in all directions, killing and injuring countless. When Wu Ji saw this scene, his heart was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Just then, Jiang Zia made his move. He picked up the god-striking whip with a grave expression, which emitted a mysterious light as if it contained endless power. With a loud shout, Jiang Zia swung the god-striking whip and directly knocked down the mixed yuan umbrella floating in the air. Seeing this, Devil Li Hong was shocked. He didn't expect Jiang Zia to have such a powerful magic weapon. Then, Jiang Zia took out a 7-inch and 5-minute-long treasure, and this treasure was called the Pearl of the Fixed Sea. Chapter 106, The Fall of the Four Generals of the Devil Family. Jiang Zia and Nezha. Jiang Zia knew the power of the Fixed Sea bead. As long as he was hit by it, he would die in the heart. He took advantage of Demon Lai Hong's unpreparedness and threw the Fixed Sea bead over. Just when the Fixed Sea bead was about to hit Demon Lai Hong, suddenly an adamantine circle flew over from the side and blocked the Fixed Sea bead. To sneak attack in secret. So shameless. An angry voice rang out, and the one who struck was none other than Neza. Originally, Tai Yizhinjin wanted to incorporate Neza into Shiji, but he never expected the 4 Dragon Kings to go wrong and Neza didn't die. When Neza recovered, Yang Jian told him everything, and Neza realized that his master was only trying to find a double to use him. Thinking about this, the rebellious talent in Neza's heart was instantly aroused, and he was so full of resentment towards Tai Yizhin that he directly broke up with him. When Li Jing and Lady Yin learned of this, they also hated what Tai Yizhinjin had done. So instead of betraying Deshang this time, they came to the front line to deal with Shi Qi after receiving the recruitment order from one Tai Shi. Old man, Neza held the Qiankuan circle, anger burning in his eyes as he directly struck towards Jiang Zia. Jiang Zia hurriedly parried with his god-striking whip, and the two magical treasures collided together with a loud bang and a splash of light. Neza was sent flying some distance by the powerful impact, but he quickly stabilized himself. Good treasure, Jiang Zia secretly marveled in his heart. He knew deep down that his own strength wasn't great, but this god-striking whip was transformed by the heavenly rules and possessed an incomparable power. Jiang Zia frowned slightly in his heart when he saw Nezha striking, knowing that the current high-end combatants of Shichi were simply too few. On the side of Deshang, there were not only the 4 generals of the demon family, but also Neza and Yang Jian. Such a lineup was really not easy to deal with. Thinking of this, the idea of withdrawing his troops sprang up in Jiang Zia's mind. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, so Jiang Zia was ready to withdraw his troops. But Nezha didn't care whether you withdrew your troops or not. He was full of hostility towards Jiang Zia and just wanted to teach him a lesson. Nezha flew over and chased after Jiang Zia. The 4 generals of the Devil's family also surrounded Jiang Zia, wanting to avenge Jiang Zia's sneak attack on magical Li Hong. Mo Liqing picked up the green cloud sword and chopped towards Jiang Zia. Jiang Zia hurried to fend it off, and at that moment, the flower fox sable took the opportunity to bite on his body. Jiang Zia was in pain and had a pained expression on his face. Magic Li Hong put the mixed pearl umbrella over Jiang Zia, and Jiang Zia had to stretch out his other hand to fend it off again. And at that moment, Devil Lihai played the lute. The eerie sound induced Jiang Zia's internal organs to churn, and he felt as if his body was going to be torn apart. The flower fox sable took the opportunity to bite Jiang Zia's leg, making him unable to move. Neza seized the moment, and with a flash of ferocity in his eyes, he smashed Jiang Zia's head with the Qiankuan circle. With a loud bang, Jiang Zia's body instantly collapsed, and blood flowed out of his head. Neza had also asked the flower fox sable to open its mouth and prepare to eat Jiang Zia's body, but at that moment, a mysterious light suddenly fell, bouncing several people away. Sinful disciple, Tai Yizhinjin angrily shouted, his voice like a bell, shaking the air around him, and then his arm violently swung, carrying a whistling wind sound, and fiercely slapped towards Nezha. Neza was shocked when he saw this, but there wasn't the slightest bit of fear in his stubborn eyes. He quickly reacted and hurriedly reached out to draw the mixed sky aya from his waist. The mixed sky aya was like a nimble dragon in his hands. instantly unfurling and emitting colorful light as he attempted to defend himself against Tai Yizhenwan's powerful strike. However, Neza knew in his heart that the difference in strength between himself and Tai Yizhenjin was like a gap in the sky. The moment the two sides collided, a huge impact came, and Neza only felt as if he had been hit by a huge mountain, his arms tingling, and his body uncontrollably retreated several steps backward. Just in the nick of time, a gorgeous feather flew in from afar and instantly transformed into five-colored divine light, acting like an impenetrable barrier that steadily blocked Tai Yizhen's attack. A great Luo golden immortal actually bullying a small child. It's too shameless. Tai Yi, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Voices came out from the light, and immediately afterward, Kong Xian's tall figure appeared. There was an innate pride and confidence in his eyes, as if everything in the world was difficult to enter his eyes. The moment Tai Yizhenjin saw Kong Xian, a trace of panic instantly flashed across his originally angry face, his brows tightly wrinkled, and his heart screamed that it was not good. In his heart, he understood that Kong Xian's strength was far above his own, and if he really fought, he would have no chance of winning. In this flash of lightning, Tai Yizhenjin's mind quickly weighed the pros and cons, and finally decided that the 36th plan was the best plan. Without saying a word, he performed the immortal method, directly with Jiang Ziya's body, transformed into a stream of light, flying towards Shiji City. In the blink of an eye disappeared from the sight of the crowd. In Shiji City, the sound of a hooter sounded. The sound was low and long, as if it was telling of the loss of the battle. When Taisher stood in the camp of the Great Shang, looking in the direction of Shiji City, his eyes deep and calm, he knew in his heart that war was never a quick fix, and that he could not be in a hurry to defeat Shiji. Thus, he unhurriedly passed the order to close the army. Today, we will temporarily withdraw our troops. Our army will be able to take down Shiji in the coming days. His voice was calm and powerful, and it spread throughout the entire Great Shang camp. When the soldiers of the Great Shang heard the order to withdraw their troops, although they were a bit unfulfilled, their hearts were filled with the joy of victory. The complete victory in this first battle had made their morale soar like a burning flame. Old man, next time I'll make sure to smash his head with the Qiankuan circle, Neza said with a puff of anger, his little face red from rage, his eyes flashing with hatred. At this moment, his heart was filled with unwillingness. Thinking back to his encounter with Tai Yizhenjin just now, he secretly vowed to cultivate hard and find a chance to avenge his hatred. Yang Jian stood by the side, looking at Neja's angry appearance, his heart filled with worry. He walked up and gently patted Neza's shoulder, comforting him. Don't worry, you'll be able to defeat him one day. If it weren't for the fact that Tai Master had lived for so many more years and accumulated so much cultivation and magic treasures, you would definitely be able to beat him with your talent and courage. Yang Jian's eyes were full of encouragement and trust, and he believed Neza would definitely have the ability. On the other hand, on Shiji City's side, the atmosphere was very different. The soldiers' faces were shrouded in gloom, and their morale was as low as a frosty eggplant. Previously, they were almost invincible, but this time, when they encountered the Deshang army, they suffered a crushing defeat, and even their commander-in-chief, Jiang Ziya, was killed, which was undoubtedly a heavy blow to them. Chapter 107, When Taishi moves for rescue. 10 heavenly monarchs provide support. Xian Yuan water control flag. Tai Yizhenjin was shocked when he saw the flag. I didn't expect that an extreme grade innate spiritual treasure had appeared, and my own 9 dragons divine flame shield was only a top grade innate spiritual treasure. Tai was a bit puzzled, wondering who was behind the rescue of Yang Jian and Neza. With such treasures in hand, the strength must be extraordinary. Many thanks, Master. Yang Jian said to Xiao Tang. The one who saved Yang Jian and Neza was naturally Xiao Tang. If that old guy didn't have that what's his fucking name fire shield, I would have smashed him to death with a Qiankuan circle, Neza said angrily, completely unconvinced. Xiao Tang comforted. After all, Tai Master has lived for tens of thousands of years more than you guys. It's normal for you guys to be unable to defeat him. Neza looked at the Xian Yuan water control flag in Xiao Tang's hand and said with a smile, why don't you lend this flag to me and I'll go exterminate that old man. Neza, don't be rude, Yang Jian shouted. He was worried that Neza had angered his master. Xiao Tang waved the Xian Yuan water control flag and said, this magic treasure is indeed powerful, but it also depends on who is using it. Your current strength is not enough. Even if you take this magic treasure, you may not be a match for Tai Yizhen. You don't have to worry, there will naturally be someone to help you take revenge. When the 4 generals of the devil family died, Xiao Tang did not step in to help. The god sealing list still had to be sealed, otherwise the order of the flood would be difficult to establish. These immortal gods are too free, and if they are just let loose on earth, they will only bring disaster and chaos to the world. In Xiao Tang's opinion, it was better to have fewer immortals on earth. However, this time, Xiaotang firmly believed that the ultimate victor had to be the Great Shang. As for the disciples of the Elucidator and Interceptor sects, even if they all made it to the God Sealing list, it had nothing to do with him. With the loss of the 4 heavenly kings, the elite forces of the Great Shang were damaged, and with the appearance of a de Luo Jin Xian on the other side, the ordinary soldiers were no longer of much use. Thus, when Taishi chose to temporarily stop the war, and then traveled to Janeo Island to bring help, preparing to save the day, it didn't take long for Wen Taisher to seek out the 10 heavenly kings. The 10 heavenly monarchs were all external disciples under the Tongtian sect leader. Each of them had extraordinary strength, and all of them had reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. However, what made them truly powerful was that each of them mastered a powerful formation. These 10 formations, each with their own subtleties, were the 10 extreme formations that could be ranked in the top 10 of the Great Flood formations. With this 10 extinction formation, we'll definitely be able to break through Western Zhou and destroy Old Man Tai. Nez's eyes glittered with excitement as he waved the fire-tipped spear in his hand. Careful, don't poke me. Xiao Tu moved a step to the side. Many people, including Ne Jia and Wen Taisher, were very optimistic about the 10 extinction formation. The 10 extinction formations were indeed very strong, with individual formations containing the power to suppress a Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, the 10 extinction formation also had its own flaws, and those ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortals would undoubtedly be trapped within it, becoming a turtle in a jar. But for those senior Great Luo Golden Immortals, it is not difficult to break this big formation. The 10 heavenly monarchs set up the 10 extinction formation on the battlefield and then allowed the people of Western Zhou to come and break the formation, even inviting them to come and watch the formation up close. Xiaotang really cried at their stupid behavior and deserves to die. Jiang Zia brought a group of Western Zhou generals to the front of the formation, carefully observing the formation and memorizing as much of it as possible. After watching, the crowd returned to the city. Jiang Zia frowned tightly and looked worriedly at Tai Yizhenjin, opening his mouth to ask, "Senior brother, this 10 extinction formation is really powerful and extraordinary. In your opinion, how should we crack it?" Tai Yizhenjin gently stroked his beard, and after pondering for a moment, he sighed. "With my strength alone, I can at most break 2 or 3 formations. If I want to break all of these 10 extinction formations, I must gather the other senior brothers and discuss countermeasures together, and work together." So it wasn't long before the 12 Golden Immortals arrived at Shiji at the invitation of Tai Yizhenjin. At the same time, the hierarchy's deputy sect leader, Daoist Lantern Burning, also came in person, and brought many disciples of the hierarchy with him. As a sage, the first Heavenly Father was unable to personally go down to the battlefield to participate in the war, so he sent the Lantern Burning Taoist to come and use the power of a quasi-sage to deal with this God-sealing war. Although the sealing of the gods is nominally presided over by Jiang Zia, his strength is really a bit stretched in the middle of this fairy god melee. Therefore, in reality, the real commander of this god-sealing war is Burning Lamp. Only he is strong enough to strategize. After the 12 Golden Immortals arrived, they immediately began to discuss the strategy to break the formation. After determining the battle method, Burning Lamp led the crowd to answer the battle on the city tower. However, to one's surprise, at the time of breaking the formation, Daoist Lantern Burner made a puzzling decision. He did not send the 12 Golden Immortals, who were highly powerful, to appear on the stage, but instead sent a little person whose name was not known. Although this little person also has the realm of a Golden Immortal, facing that infinitely powerful 10 extinction formation, it is simply like a mole cricket shaking a tree. As expected, it wasn't long before a miserable scream came from the formation. The man didn't even have a chance to resist before he was instantly beheaded by the formation. His true spirit drifted into the Seal of Gods with him. Xiaotang witnessed this scene and realized in his heart, instantly understanding Daoist Lantern's intentions. The Burning Lamp was intentionally sending these cannon fodder to fill the god sealing list with their true spirits so that the sealing of the gods could be accomplished. After that person's death, the Lantern Burning Taoist did not move and immediately sent out one of the 12 Golden Immortals, Manjushri Guangfa Tianzuan, Manjushri Wide Dharma Heavenly Father, also known later as Manjushri Bodhisattva. After the sealing of the gods, the Lamplighter betrayed the hierarchy and joined the Western Church, transforming into the Lamplighter Buddha. Manjushri is one of the 12 Golden Immortals that he took with him. Manjushri Wide Dharma Heavenly Father stepped into the Heavenly Jade Formation with his feet on the lotus flower. Seeing this, Qin Tianjun in the formation urged the formation with all his might. In an instant, the winds and clouds in the Heavenly Jade Formation changed, and countless black rays of light shot toward Manjushri Wide Dharma Heavenly Father like sharp blades. Qin Tianjun was certain in his heart that with the powerful might of his formation, even if Manjushri Guangfa Tianzuan was a great Luo Golden Immortal, he would never be able to survive. But at that moment, Manjushri Guangfa Heavenly Father sacrificed the celebration clouds of the heavens. Seeing the appearance of the heavenly celebration cloud, Xiao Tang was also a little surprised. This heavenly celebration cloud was Hongjuan's defense item, and it was also an extremely rare extreme grade innate spiritual treasure. These celebration clouds of the heavens emitted auspicious light, and each cloud contained a powerful force. Its defensive power was second only to the Taiji diagram and the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. Back then, when Hongjun fought with Luo Shuji, he relied on this heavenly celebration cloud to withstand many of Luo Shuji's deadly attacks. Later, at the end of the sermon in the Purple Heaven Palace, Hongjun gave this cloud of celebration to the first Heavenly Father. Unexpectedly, the first Heavenly Father was so generous as to directly bestow it to one of the 12 golden immortals. With the blessing of the heavenly celebration clouds, Manjushri White Dharma Heavenly Father was clothed in a layer of impenetrable armor. Those black rays of light that shot in and touched the heavenly celebration clouds instantly dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 108 10 Extinction Formation Broken. Zhao Gongming appeared. Immediately afterward, when Shu Guangfa Tianzuan pinched his hand and offered his own magic treasure, the transported dragon pile. The transported dragon stake was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure with great power. When Shu Guangfa Tianzun threw the transported dragon pile towards Qin Tianjun, the transported dragon pile instantly transformed into a gigantic golden dragon, swooping towards Qin Tianjun with teeth and claws, trapping him firmly. Qin Tianjun was trapped, a look of terror on his face as he desperately struggled, but to no avail. Taking advantage of the situation, Manjushri Guangfa Tianzuan moved, sword in hand, and instantly arrived in front of Qin Tianjun. The hand rose and the sword fell, a cold light flashed, and Qin Tianjuan's head rolled to the ground. With the death of Qin Tianjun, the light of the heavenly Jedi formation abruptly diminished and the formation shattered. How is it? Have you memorized all the subtleties of this heavenly extinction formation? Xiao Tang said softly. Suddenly, a monkey appeared beside Xiao Tang, and it was none other than the six-eared macaque. Only his 6 ears twitched slightly, and all the sounds around him were taken in by it. The six-eared macaque's destiny was special, and it was really a bit difficult to break the mirror with normal cultivation methods. That was why Xiao Tang was prepared to let him seize the opportunity of this God-sealing measure. Although the God-sealing quantum revelation was dangerous, there were still quite a few opportunities that existed. The six-eared macaque grinned and said confidently, "Don't worry. From the time they started to set up the formation to the time it was broken, I have memorized every single detail of this in my mind. With just a little bit of deduction, I will be able to utilize this heavenly Jedi formation freely." Xiao Tang nodded. After he realized that the six-eared macaque's formation attainments were good, he asked him to find a way to record the 10 extinction formation. Although this 10 extinction formation is not a very top-notch formation, but the unique aspects of it are worth learning from. Most importantly, after this time, no one would ever be able to use the 10 extinction formation again. After Qin Tianjuan's death, Wen Taisher was so angry that he was ready to charge straight ahead with his people and fight Western Zhou to the death. However, Wen Taisher was stopped by several other heavenly monarchs. They decided to continue to let the Western Zhou crowd break the formation. The formation behind them would definitely be able to defeat the Western Zhou crowd in one fell swoop. Xiao Tang looked at this scene and secretly shook his head and sighed. He felt that the fact that the Interceptor sect lost in the end was not a problem of chi, not to mention a problem of strength, but a problem of being a human being. They were really a bit too straightforward. In this God-sealing war, which was full of trickery and calculations, this kind of character, naturally, was going to suffer a great loss. As expected, after breaking the heavenly jade formation, Daoist Lantern continued to send out cannon fodder first, sending them to the God-sealing list, and then let the 12 golden immortals appear in order to break the formation. This would block the killing of the 12 golden immortals, and they wouldn't have to go on the God-sealing list. Tai Zhenjin had originally planned to have Neja come in to block the killings for himself. However, Neja broke away halfway, so he had no choice but to have someone else take his place. As time passed, the 12 golden immortals took the field one after another, and with their high strength and powerful magic treasures, the 10 extinction formations were cracked one after another. In the blink of an eye, only the last 3 formations remained. It wasn't actually that the 10 Jedi formation wasn't strong enough or that the 12 golden immortals were too powerful. In fact, half of the credit had to go to the heavenly celebration clouds. The defense of the heavenly celebration clouds was simply too formidable, and the 10 extinction formations attack couldn't do anything at all. When Taisher looked at the only 3 remaining formations, his heart filled with despair. He understood in his heart that it was already impossible to defeat Western Zhou with this 10 extinction formation. The 10 heavenly monarchs had already lost 7 of them, and the remaining 3 were too stubborn in character to turn the tide. In desperation, Wen Taisher decides to go out again and look for other helpers to try to salvage the defeat. Recording these formations. Are you still busy? Xiao Tang asked the six-eared macaque with concern. The six-eared macaque wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, although these formations are similar, there are quite a few unique aspects to each of them. It's really a bit of an effort to try to integrate all of these 10 extinction formations in a short period of time. However, I will definitely go all out and strive to master it as soon as possible. You go for it, just let me know if you need my help. After some more time, with the last 3 formations also successfully broken, the 10 extinction formation was completely declared a failure. On Shiji's side, there were cheers, and their morale was high to the extreme. On the other hand, on the side of the Great Shang, when Taisher has not yet returned, and the people have no choice but to hang up their waiver cards first, temporarily recuperating and waiting for a turnaround. After the six-eared macaque had finished learning the 10 great formations, he shut himself up and quickly deduced them, determined to master all of the 10 absolute formations. In the future, the six-eared macaque alone would be able to use the 10 extreme formations. After 2 days, when Taisher finally returned, along with the powerful Zhao Gongming, although Zhao Gongming hadn't truly stepped into the quasi-saint realm, he was only one step away from being a quasi-saint. As soon as he came to the battlefield, he declared war on Shiji in a domineering manner. He was seen alone, riding a black tiger with his head held high as he walked to the gates of Shichi and called out for war. Jiang Zia, do you dare to come out and fight with me? Jiang Zia on the city wall, hearing Zhao Gongming's call for battle, his face instantly turned pale. He knew in his heart that there was a huge difference between his strength and Zhao Gongming's, and that he had no chance of winning this battle. However, as the commander of Western Zhou, if he should shy away from battle, it would surely dampen the morale of his soldiers. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth, gripped the whip of the beating god in his hand, and walked out of the city gates with a stiff upper hand to confront Zhao Gongming. When Zhao Gongming saw Jiang Zia come out, the corner of his mouth hooked up a contemptuous smile, and without saying a word, he waved the iron whip in his hand and lunged towards Jiang Zia. Jiang Zia hastily swung his god-striking whip to fend it off, but the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and in just one round, Zhao Gongming's iron whip heavily lashed at Jiang Zia's body. Jiang Zia spat out blood and flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, dying on the spot. Just at this critical moment, Tai Yizhenjin and Guang Changzi flew out from the city. Guang Changzi's figure flashed and blocked in front of Zhao Gongming. Tai Yizhenjin, on the other hand, quickly picked up Jiang Zia's body, turned around and flew back to the city. It wouldn't hurt for Jiang Zia to die, and he could be brought back to life simply by using an immortal elixir. Although Guang Changzi was also a great Luo golden immortal, he still seemed a bit overwhelmed when facing Zhao Gongming. It didn't take long for it to fall by the wayside. Senior brother Guang Changzi, don't panic, I'll help you. Seeing this, Manjushri Guangfa Tianzuan immediately flew down and offered the transported dragon pile in his hand in an attempt to trap Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming, however, was not the least bit afraid, and with a cold smile, he then took out his magic treasure, the 24 fixed sea god pearls, only to see that he threw the sea-setting divine bead, and the 24 beads instantly blossomed with dazzling light, whistling toward the Manjushri wide Dharma Heavenly Father. Each of the sea-fixing god pearls was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, and when combined together, their power was even more terrifying, comparable to an extreme innate spiritual treasure. Manjushri Guangfa Tianzuan only felt a mountainous force coming at him. He was unable to resist it and was knocked back directly by the light of the sea-setting god pearl. Don't be wild, we won't be afraid of you. At this time, 2 more people flew out of the Western Zhou camp, and it was none other than Tai Yizhenjin and Fearful Lusun. Chapter 109, Falling Treasure Money. The Book of 7 Arrows of the Nail Head. Guang Changzi's 4 people surrounded Zhao Gongming, and each of them sacrificed their magic treasures to engage him in a fierce fight. For a while, the battlefield was filled with light. Spells roared, and everyone was going all out. However, Zhao Gongming's strength was extraordinary. Facing the siege of 4 people, he did not lose the wind at all, and the 2 sides were in a stalemate. Suddenly, an eye-catching golden light soared out. The crowd fixed their eyes on it, and it turned out to be a copper coin flowing with golden light. It flew towards the sea-defining god pearl at an extremely fast speed. The copper coin precisely landed on top of the sea-fixing god pearl. In an instant, only a crisp sound was heard, and the light of the sea-fixing divine pearl instantly dimmed, devoid of spirituality, and directly crashed to the ground. This money was called the falling treasure money, and it was thrown out by Taoist lantern burning. The falling treasure money looked small, but it had a very powerful ability, and that was the ability to knock down treasures. Although it was only a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, its efficacy in this regard was no worse than the 7-treasure wonderful tree. Only the falling treasure money kept jumping, and with every collision, a sea-defining pearl was knocked down. Zhao Gongming watched his babies suffer one after another. His heart was like being burned by fire, anxious and angry. With red eyes and veins on his forehead, he recklessly rushed forward to retrieve the precious pearl. However, just as his figure was moving, Wang Changzi and the other four saw the opportunity and attacked from four directions at the same time. The four people's attacks were like a raging storm, and their moves were deadly. Zhao Gongming secretly screamed in his heart that it was bad. At this moment, without the increase of the 24C defining god pearls, he was by no means a match for these four people. Burning Lamp Daoist watched from the sidelines. The corner of his mouth hooked up a faint smile. Seeing that the time is ripe, he reached out his hand and instantly retrieved the sea-fixing beads that were scattered all over the place and took them back into his possession. Burning Lamp, you shameless man, give me back the precious pearl. Zhao Gongming was in a rage, hissing at the top of his lungs. Daoist Burning Lamp had a smug smile on his face as he replied nonchalantly, this treasure has a destiny with the poor Taoist, so naturally it should be the property of the poor Taoist. The treasure fell into the hands of the Burning Lamp. How could it be returned? You're shameless. The anger in Zhao Gongming's heart burned to its peak, and he thought in his mind that he must snatch back the treasure that belonged to him. But when he was just about to make a move, he realized that the several people beside him had already been waiting in a tight formation, blocking his path to death, not giving him any chance at all. Without the sea-fixing pearl, Zhao Gongming was no match for the four men. Seeing that the treasure could not be snatched back, he had no choice but to turn around and flee in a sorry state in the direction of the Great Shang military camp. Burning Lamp and the others saw Zhao Gongming fleeing and did not pursue him. Returning to their own camp, Zhao Gongming stumbled all the way back to the barracks and walked into the tent with a face full of anger. With a bang, he slammed the weapon in his hand onto the ground and roared angrily, this Hierophant crowd is really abominable. They even used such a despicable means to snatch my treasure. Xiao Tang was sitting in a corner of the tent at the moment, and he shook his head helplessly as he saw Zhao Gongming in such a sorry state. Zhao Gongming was too reckless, thinking he was invincible after some strength, not realizing that there were many others who could easily defeat him. He's going to have to fight against so many people by himself. If he doesn't drop the treasure, then who will? Wen Zhong asked somewhat anxiously, fellow Daoist Gongming, now that you don't have your treasure, what should we do next? Zhao Gongming frowned and pondered for a moment before comforting. Brother Wenzhong, don't be afraid. I'm going to go back to Jinao Island right away to borrow magic treasures from my three sisters. The three sisters that Zhao Gongming mentioned are the three skies. These three people in the Golden Ao Island dedicated cultivation. Strength is unfathomable, no less than Zhao Gongming, and each has a powerful and incomparable magic treasure. A few days later, Zhao Gongming took the golden scissors and hoofed it back to the battlefield. He came to the bottom of Shiji City and shouted at the city, Burning Lamp, listen to me carefully, hurry up and give me back the fixed sea pearl. Otherwise today I am going to use this golden Jiao scissors to completely cut off your city gates, so that not a single piece of armor will be left behind. Burning Lamp Daoist heard in the city. The corner of his mouth floated up a cold smile. Zhao Gongming is just a trapped beast. He turned his head to Guang Changzi and said, Guang Changzi, you should go out of the city to meet the battle, so that he can see the power of my hierarchy. Guang Changzi led the order and went out of the city gate. When Zhao Gongming saw Guang Changzi come out, without saying a word, he swung his golden Jiao scissors and rushed up. Guang Changzi didn't dare to be careless and was fully focused on Zhao Gongming's attacks. The two fought back and forth. After dozens of rounds, Guang Changzi gradually felt overwhelmed. So, he saw a break, made a false move, turned around and fled towards the city. Zhao Gongming saw Guang Changzi fleeing, couldn't help but laugh. The depressed air in his heart finally came out some. He thought proudly, see who else from your hierarchy can resist my golden scissors. When Wen Zhong learned the news of Zhao Gongming's victory in the military camp, he was overjoyed and immediately ordered his men to hold a big banquet to celebrate Zhao Gongming. On the second day, Zhao Gongming, full of confidence, once again came to call for battle under the city of Shichi. However, this time, Shiji City was unusually quiet, and no matter how much Zhao Gongming screamed and cursed, no one came out to answer the battle. Zhao Gongming felt a pang of doubt in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. After a few days of this, Zhao Gongming suddenly felt a sharp pain all over his body, as if there were countless needles sticking in his body. His face became as pale as paper, and bean-sized beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. As time passed, his sanity also began to become blurred. Fellow Daoist Gongming, what's wrong with you? Wen Zhong asked anxiously when he saw Zhao Gongming in this state. At this time, Yang Jian happened to be in the tent as well, and as he looked at Zhao Gongming's miserable condition, he spoke. Master said that fellow Daoist Zhao Gongming was hit by Lu Press's Book of 7 Arrows of the Nailhead. This Book of 7 Arrows of the Nailhead is an extremely terrifying magic treasure, and as long as one's name is written down, one's life will be in danger within a few days. When Wen Zhong heard this, he was startled and asked eagerly, then can there be a way to crack it? Now Wen Zhong could count on Zhao Gongming. If he died, he would have to go and get help again. Yang Jian was silent for a while before saying, Master said that if he could snatch back the book of 7 arrows of the nailhead, he might be able to remove the curse. When Wen Zhong heard this, he immediately said, in that case, I will immediately send someone to snatch it. No matter how much it costs, we must snatch that treasure back. This book of 7 arrows of the nailhead is Lu Ji's treasure. Lu Pressure is actually the little golden crow. As a survivor of the demon race after the 2 tribulations of sorcerer and demon, his strength has long since reached the quasi-saint realm. Those people sent by Wen Taisher were like ants in front of Lu Press, so how could they possibly snatch the book of 7 arrows of the nailhead from his hands? Zhao Gongming lay on his sickbed, knowing in his heart that he was beyond help. Chapter 110, Zhao Gongming's death. Six-eared macaque's attack. At this time, Zhao Gongming was filled with remorse. Had he known that he should have listened to his sisters and should not have left Janeo Island so conceitedly. In fact, sect leader Tong Tian had emphasized to each disciple that they must not leave Janeo Island. However, the disciples of the Interceptor Church were too confident in their own strength and threw the words of the Godfather out of their minds, which led them to this fate. It was not long before Zhao Gongming died of hatred. Wen Zhong was so grief-stricken that he could not help but cry. He swore secretly in his heart that he would avenge Zhao Gongming's death. On the second day, he forced himself to endure his grief and once again set out on the road to Janeo Island to bring help. At the same time, Xiaotang turned to the six-eared macaque and asked, Little six-eared, have you realized all of the 10 extinction formations? The six-eared macaque's eyes slowly opened as he said excitedly, I've integrated all 10 great formations. Moreover, during the process of enlightenment, I attempted to fuse these 10 great formations together, and now I have successfully deduced the true 10 overwhelming formations, which are several times more powerful than before. After Xiaotang heard this, he nodded in satisfaction and said, That's very good. Next, you will go and try out the power of this grand formation. The six-eared macaque explained, There are 3 formation eyes in this grand formation. I am guarding the main formation eye, and I need 2 more people to help in the other 2 places. Neza and Yang Jian, you 2 go assist Six Ears. Xiao Tong shouted, There are no more suitable candidates than them. Neza jumped up in excitement when he heard that he would have a chance to show off his skills. He rubbed his fists and said with anticipation, Great! If I can meet Tai Yizhenjin, let's see if I don't smash his head off with a Qiankuan circle. The six-eared macaque came to the battlefield outside Shiji City and laid down the 10 overwhelming formations. Although today's 10 overwhelming formations contain 10 formations, the six-eared macaque had modified and deleted them while fusing them, so it wasn't considered troublesome to set up. What the six-eared macaque had set up could truly be considered a 10 overwhelming formation. Xiaotang looked at the arranged formation and nodded. This formation was somewhat comparable to the 5 elemental formation, which could be considered a formation that could be ranked in the top 10 of the floodplains. Immediately after that, six-eared macaque, Yang Jian and Neza entered the formation respectively. The people of Shiji naturally saw this grand formation as well, and they didn't stop it in advance. They were confident in their own strength, and no matter what kind of grand formation the other party had put up, they had the ability to break through it. Neza yelled at the top of his lungs in the direction of Shiji City, Old man Tai, don't you always brag about how powerful you are? Dare you enter the formation and play with me for a while? In Shiji City, when Tai Yizhenjin heard this, he was so furious that the whiskers on his face shook with anger. This little sinner is simply too arrogant. Today I will definitely let him know how powerful I am. Without saying a word, Tai Yi directly flew out of Western Zhou City and rushed in towards the grand formation. As soon as he entered the formation, Tai Yizhenjin offered the 9 dragons divine fire shield. In an instant, 3 fire dragons covered in blazing samadhi fire roared out of the hood, their teeth and claws flailing as they charged straight at Neza. In the face of this ferocious attack, Neza was not the least bit afraid, his mouth curling into a confident smile. At the same time, the entire formation seemed to sense the crisis and instantly began to operate violently. Only a raging red flood roared out from the depths of the earth, like a rushing dragon, directly in front of Neza. This flood looks ordinary, but actually contains a powerful force of law. When the 9 fire dragons spewed out of the samadhi true fire contact with the instant flood, but was steadily resisted, issued ZZ sound, as if the water and fire in this moment to start a fierce battle. Neza recognized the moment, and with a flash of cold light in his eyes, he reached down and unclasped the Qiankuan circle from his waist. In his hands, the circle of Qiankuan spun rapidly, emitting a dazzling golden light. Neza shouted, Old thing, take this. Afterward, he slammed the Qiankuan circle towards Tai Yizhenjin with great force. Seeing the flying Qiankuan circle, Tai Yizhenjin gave a cold snort in his heart. Self-imposed little doll, how dare you make a move against me? He stretched out his right hand, and a powerful force coalesced in the center of his palm, transforming into a huge golden palm that slapped towards Neza. attempting to slap the Qianquan circle and Neza away together. However, just in the nick of time, the red sand in the formation seemed to have been summoned by some sort of summons and instantly began to roll wildly. Countless fine red sands coalesced together to form an impenetrable barrier that not only blocked Tai Yizhenman's attack, but also Neja's Qianquan circle. Immediately afterward, the red sand surged towards Tai Yizhenjan at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of him. Tai Yizhenjan's heart was shocked. He knew the power of this Qianquan circle. Even with his cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal, being hit was by no means pleasant. He did not dare to have the slightest slackness, and hastily exerted his stance. His figure flickered like a ghost, and instantly retreated hundreds of meters backward. Neza would not let him off easily, and with a shake of the mixed sky aya in his hand, the aya was like a nimble water snake, wrapping up a large amount of red sand and sweeping towards Tai Yizhen. Tai Yizhenrong saw this. His heart was annoyed. He shouted. His right fist fiercely blasted out, fist wind whistling, directly in front of the red sand shattered. However, this red sand seemed to be endless. Wave after wave came. It simply couldn't be finished. Tai Yizhenjan was starting to panic a little in his heart at this time. He didn't expect this big formation to be so difficult to deal with. He carefully dodged the attacks of the mixed sky aya and red sand while searching for an opportunity to break the formation, and his entire person appeared to be in a sorry state. Outside the formation, Taoist Lantern Burning had been closely watching the situation inside the formation. When he saw that Tai had gone in for a long time without any news of breaking the formation, he could not help but feel a trace of worry in his heart. He secretly thought to himself, Master Tai's strength is extraordinary. It is logical that he should not have been unable to break the formation for such a long time. Could it be that he has encountered some tricky situation? Thinking of this, Taoist Lantern turned his head to look at Guangchangzi and Fear Lusun, and said with a grave expression on his face, "The two of you. Master Tai is afraid that Master Tai has encountered trouble in the formation. The two of you will go in together, and make sure to break the formation as soon as possible." Guangchangzi and Fearful Lusun looked at each other and nodded. Then each of them exerted their divine abilities and flew into the formation. As soon as Guangchangzi and Fearful Lusun stepped into the grand formation, a powerful and bizarre aura came over them, weighing them down a bit. As they looked around, they only saw runes flashing throughout the formation, and all sorts of strange forces intertwining and colliding in the void. Both of them were aghast in their hearts, and only then did they truly feel the terror of this 10 overwhelming formation. Today's grand formation was simply too much stronger than the 10 extremities formation they had known before. Chapter 111 Great Formation Traps Golden Immortal. Surprisingly strong. On the other side, Guangchangzi was struggling to move forward in the red sand. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Guangchangzi fixed his eyes and realized that it was actually a monkey. He couldn't help but laugh and shouted, "I thought it was someone else, but I didn't realize that the one who set up this big formation was actually a monkey." The six-eared macaque mortared an iron rod on the ground and said, "Since you didn't expect it, then today you will taste the power of your monkey grandfather." After saying that, the six-eared macaque flashed and swung his iron rod towards Guangchangzi. This stick is named Sui Xin Iron Rod Soldier, the same as Sun Wukong's Rui weapon, the same divine needle left behind by Dayu after he fixed the sea, which is a spiritual treasure of merit and virtue in the latter days. When Guangchangzi saw the six-eared macaque attacking, he immediately offered up the heaven-turning seal. The turning heavenly seal quickly grew larger in the air, emitting a heaven-destroying aura as it pressed down towards the six-eared macaque. Under Guangchangzi's urging, even a great Luo Golden Immortal would be in fear of his life if he was struck by this turning heavenly seal. However, the six-eared macaque was not the least bit afraid. With the power of the grand formation, a layer of golden light surged around him, firmly protecting himself. The moment the turning heavenly seal pressed down, the six-eared macaque bellowed out, gripping the suicidal iron rod soldier with both hands and lifting upward with all his might. Only a loud bang was heard, and the Suishan iron rod soldier unexpectedly steadily blocked the attack of the heaven-turning seal. When Guangchangzi saw this scene, his eyes widened with incredulity. Guangchangzi felt both puzzled and incomparably angry. As a core disciple of the hierarchy, he had been blocked by a monkey with his full strength. While the few people in the formation were fighting fiercely, the 10 overwhelming formations were still operating continuously. Earthfire erupted from the ground and burned. Wild winds whistled and swept through the entire formation, and cold ice coalesced from all directions, freezing everything into ice sculptures wherever it went. Wave after wave of red sand and red water engulfed everything. These 5 different forces intertwined and collided with each other, constantly impacting Guangchangzi, Tai Yizhenjan, and Fearful Lusun, causing them to suffer. Outside the formation, Taoist Lantern's gaze was fixed on the formation. As time passed by, he watched the 3 people who had previously entered the formation were slow to break the formation, and his brows unconsciously furrowed deeply. What was the origin of that monkey that he could use such a powerful formation? He pinched his fingers and counted that this monkey's seniority was quite deep. Surprisingly, it existed during the period of the Three Tribes War, and even eavesdropped on the sermon of the great ancestor Hongjun. The law is not passed on to the 6 ears. This thing burning lamp is also known. He is a little curious. Who is so bold to pass on the 6 ears macaque Dao law? Xiaotang nodded with satisfaction when he saw that the 6-eared macaque had trapped the 3. It was not in vain that he personally made a move to save 6-eared. As the fight continued, Guang Chengzi's 3 faces were filled with astonishment. It was obvious that the power of this grand formation was far beyond their expectations. They were clear that they would surely die in the afternoon like this again. So Guang Chengzi immediately sacrificed the celebration clouds of the heavens. With the heavenly celebration clouds resisting the attack of the grand formation, he would be able to deal with the 6-eared macaque with all his might. The burning lamp outside the formation wasn't going to continue to wait. He swept his gaze around the other few of the 12 golden immortals, pointed at 3 of them and said, "You 3, immediately enter the formation to support." After the 3 of them received the order, their figures flashed and they rushed into the grand formation as 3 streams of light. The 6-eared macaque sensed a new enemy intruding and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful sneer. He immediately activated the grand formation and utilized its power to surround the visitor. In addition to the 5 powers that had been used before, there was also the pus and blood golden light formation that turned everything into pus and blood wherever it went, and the falling soul formation that could dissipate a person's soul, as well as the heavenly Jedi formation, the flaming flame formation, and the blood transformation formation, each of which exuded a terrifying aura. The power of these formations intertwined with each other like an impenetrable net, trapping the intruder within. With these powerful forces, the 6-eared macaque easily trapped the 3, making it impossible for them to support Guang Chengzi for the time being. Old man Tai Yi, don't run! In the large formation, Neza was filled with rage and roared. At the same time, he took the Qiankuan circle in his hand and violently threw it out towards Tai Yi. Tai Yizhenjin secretly screamed in his heart that he was unlucky. How could he not expect this battle to be so stifling? His own strength was clearly far above Neza's, but in this strange formation, it was as if he was bound, unable to utilize his true strength at all. His heart was filled with unwillingness, and he gritted his teeth, deciding to go and get help from the others before finding a chance to deal with Neza. Thus, he turned his body around and fled towards the distance. How could Neza let him get away? Chasing after him closely, it didn't take long for Tai Yizhenjin to encounter fearful Lu Sun, who was in the middle of a fierce battle with Yang Jian. Tai Yizhenjin hurriedly shouted, "Fearful Lu Sun, let's go together." Fearful Lu Sun nodded slightly and said, "Okay, come along." Both of them attacked towards Yang Jian at the same time. Yang Jian was shocked when he saw this. 2 great Luo golden immortals, how could he possibly beat them? But he quickly calmed down. Knowing that he couldn't beat the 2, Yang Jian directly took out an earth-colored flag, which was precisely the Wuji apricot yellow flag. The Wuji apricot and yellow flag was an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure, 1 level higher than the 9 dragons' divine flame shield and the binding rope of immortality that the 2 of them had. This high apricot yellow flag was originally a supreme defensive treasure, and their attack struck the boundary shield formed by the flag and did not make a single ripple at all. Just then, the Qiankuan circle flashed by. Tai Yizhenjin reacted quickly over and hurriedly reached out to slap away the Qiankuan circle. Neza shouted, "Brother Yang, let me help you." "Okay, we're together," Yang Jian responded. The 2 of them cooperated well and together they attacked towards Tai Yizhenjin and fearful Lu Sun. After all, Tai Yizhenjin and fearful Lu Sun had been mentor and brother for more than 100,000 years and were very familiar with each other. Their cooperation complemented each other and was much more powerful than when they fought alone. For a while, both sides fought hard, and the roar of the spells was deafening. After 3 people entered the formation, the 6-eared macaque was barely able to withstand the attack. Now that 3 more great Luo golden immortals had come in, the formation, although under tremendous pressure, still steadily carried on. Taoist Lantern quickly noticed that this big formation was no longer as smooth as it was originally when it was running, which meant that it was about to reach its limit. He immediately turned his head to the other 3 and said, "Munjushri, Pu Xian, and Si Hong, the 3 of you go together and help them out. Make sure to break the formation as soon as possible." Yes. After receiving the order, the 3 of them turned into 3 rays of light and rushed into the grand formation. As there were more and more golden immortals inside, their attacks became more and more violent, and it became more difficult for the large formation to trap them. After a fierce fight, the 9 golden immortals gradually gathered together. Chapter 112, The 6-eared Macaque's Trap, Killing the Great Luo Golden Immortals. Guang Chengzi's face was filled with anger as he shouted, "Everyone, this spell formation is too evil. Let's all make a move and destroy that monkey. With that, he took the lead in offering his own magic treasure. The other golden immortals also responded, each sacrificing their magic treasures. The 9 of them worked together and attacked towards the six-eared macaque. Seeing the six-eared macaque being surrounded, Yang Jian and Neza rushed up without hesitation. However, the 2 of them were only able to block the attack of 1 golden immortal, and the remaining 7 golden immortals all charged towards the six-eared macaque. Looking at the several people who rushed over like a tidal wave, the six-eared macaque couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I was thinking of pitting all 12 golden immortals, but they were just too inked and didn't come in for half a day, missing the perfect opportunity. After the several golden immortals heard the six-eared macaque sigh, they felt something was wrong in their hearts, but at this time, the arrow was on the string and had to be sent, and they had no other choice. Neza and Yang Jian, you guys go out first, I'll do it myself, the six-eared macaque shouted. He simultaneously shook both of them out of the big formation. The six-eared macaque then offered up 5 beads of different colors. These 5 beads were precisely the 5 elements spirit beads. The 5 elements spirit bead was originally used to provide the 5 needle pine with the power of the 5 elements, and for the sake of this great battle, he had specially taken it over. With a wave of the six-eared macaque's hands, the 5 elements spirit bead directly integrated into the grand formation. Under the flow of the power of the 5 elements, the power of the 10 types of formations completely merged together like 100 rivers returning to the sea. A power that was terrifying to the extreme instantly spread out, as if it was going to destroy the entire formation world. This power was like an invisible mountain that directly pressed down on the 9 golden immortals. Not good. Something's wrong. Daoist Lantern Burner was alarmed in his heart when he saw the changes in the grand formation. He immediately struck out, attacking the grand formation with all his might. However, when he punched above the grand formation with his full strength, the grand formation did not suffer any damage. How can this grand formation be so strong? The burning lamp was a little anxious, but he would not directly charge into the big formation. To burning lamp, preserving his own life was what was important again. The 9 of you will be buried here. The six-eared macaque roared loudly. He reached out and urged the spell formation with all his might, and a terrifying power attacked towards the 9 people. Everyone, resist together, Guang Chengzi shouted. The crowd responded, each sacrificing their own magic treasures. At the same time, they integrated most of their power into the heavenly celebration cloud, which was the only thing that could block the terrifying power of this grand formation now. These 6-ear ones are too strong. Surprisingly, they have set up such a strong grand formation. Neza was both shocked and envious in his heart after seeing the power of the great formation. Senior 6 Ears has been following Master for many years, so it's not surprising that he has such strength. Yang Jian, who was on the side, said, if only I could be this strong. Neza said, you want to learn formations? Neza shook his head. Formations and such are too troublesome. I don't want to learn them, as long as I have great power. The 6-eared macaque looked at the heavenly celebration cloud that blocked most of the attacks, a greedy look in his eyes. This turtle shell is really thick. This baby, I'll take it. 5-colored divine light. Brush me. The 6-eared macaque exerted the 5-colored divine light with all his might, and with the help of the power of the great formation, he directly brushed away the celebration clouds of the heavens. This 5-colored divine light was naturally a divine ability he had learned from Kong Xian. Seeing the heavenly celebration clouds being brushed away, the 9 golden immortals were instantly frozen in place, their faces filled with shock and despair. Without the guardianship of the celebration clouds of the heavens, they felt like tortoises that had lost their hard shells, completely exposed to the attacks, with no way to block the might of the grand formation. Die for me! The 6-eared macaque attacked again, setting off a terrifying force to stab towards the 9. Everyone worked together to open an opening. Guang Changzi shouted. The 9 of them desperately blocked the attack while offering up their magic treasures and combining their efforts to smash on top of the grand formation. The burning lamp and the other 3 golden immortals outside the formation also felt the violent fluctuations inside, and they knew that this was the critical moment. So, they struck out together, breaking the great formation with all their might. The power of the 4 came together and impacted the grand formation. Under the full force of the crowd's attack, a crack finally appeared in the grand formation. The crack then grew larger and larger, and soon an opening was torn out. When the 12 golden immortals saw this, it was as if they saw the hope of life, and they hurriedly turned into golden light and fled towards the outside of the great formation. Want to escape? Give me death. The 6-eared macaque's heart was filled with unwillingness. He knew that even though his great formation was strong, it was impossible to kill all 12 golden immortals. But since he had gone through all the trouble of setting up this great formation, he had to kill one of them anyways. Therefore, he exerted his last ounce of strength and gathered the power of the great formation into a single point, piercing through the body of one person like a cannonball. This person was none other than the Red Essence son of the 12 Golden Immortals. After the Red Essence son was pierced by the power, his flesh instantly turned into pieces like broken pieces of paper, and his divine soul involuntarily flew into the God Sealing Tablet. Although the rest of the hierarchy's crowd had successfully escaped, they were all heavily injured, their faces as pale as paper, and their breaths weak. They knew deep down that this battle was just too grueling, and it would be impossible to recover for a while. After the Great Formation was lifted, the six-eared macaque immediately felt as if his body had been drained of all strength. His legs went limp, his eyes went dark, and he directly fainted. Seeing this, Xiaotang hurriedly stepped in and picked up the six-eared macaque. He looked at the unconscious six-eared macaque in his arms, and then looked at the heavenly celebration cloud that had been snatched by the six-eared macaque, and secretly thought in his heart, this heavenly celebration cloud is indeed a good treasure, but since it was snatched by the six-eared macaque himself, I can't just snatch it away. Nowadays, it doesn't matter whether I have the heavenly celebration cloud or not. Therefore, he carefully hid the heavenly celebration cloud on the six-eared macaque's body, and then exerted his magical power to let Yang Jian take the six-eared macaque down to rest. After the 12 golden immortals who had escaped from the Great Formation returned to Shiji City, each one of them collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, their faces filled with the horror of having survived a robbery. How could they have never imagined that this battle had been fought at such a loss? It was really a terrible loss. Not only had the Red Essence Sun died, even the celebration cloud of the heavens had been snatched away. Their hearts were filled with worries and they didn't know how to explain to their master. "Oh Jiangxia, is it possible to take down Master Red Essence Z's true spirit from this God Sealing list?" Guang Chengzi asked with a face full of anxiety. He held a hint of luck in his heart. If as long as the true spirit was still there, they would have ways to revive Red Essence Z. Jiang Zia shook his head and said with a grave expression, "This God Sealing list is created by the rules of the Heavenly Tao, and is bound by the Heavenly Tao, and after being on the list, you will be bound by the Heavenly Tao. There is no way for anyone to release the true spirit on it. Is it hard to believe that even Master can't?" Fearful Lu Sun asked incredulously. Chapter 113 Attitudes of Various Parties. 3 Heavens Descends. In the Jade Void Palace in the Kunlun Mountains, Tianzuan Yuanshi's brows were tightly locked as his gaze gazed at the God Sealing list. The name of Red Essence Sun above the list emitted a faint ghostly light. In order for the sealing of the gods to be accomplished smoothly, there was no way for him to remove the Red Essence from the God Sealing list. The first Heavenly Father spoke to Guang Chengzi. "This matter is of great importance, so I still have to consider it. You go back first, and do not slack off on the matter of sealing the gods." "Yes, disciple understands." Guang Chengzi bowed slightly, but his eyes were filled with loss. He had thought that his master would be able to save the Red Essence's true spirit, but he didn't expect to be able to save it, and he had mixed feelings in his heart. With a turn of his body, he transformed into a stream of light and returned to Shiji City. The matter of the six-eared macaque setting up a large formation and killing the hierarchy's golden immortals naturally did not escape the eyes of the bigwigs from all sides. On Jinao Island in the East Sea, in the Great Hall of Bayou Palace, sect leader Tong Tian was sitting on top of his throne, his face somewhat gloomy. Every time he saw his own disciples fall, he was extremely angry. Although Tong Tian was completely capable of completely restricting the disciples from leaving Golden Ao Island, he could not do so. This was the disciples' choice, and he could not interfere. All he could do was to remind them, but there was nothing he could do if the disciples had to enter the hijacking. And when Tong Tian saw that the six-eared macaque had killed the Red Essence son of the hierarchy, he was very pleased. This was considered to be revenge for the disciples of the Interceptor sect. He naturally knew that Xiaotang was behind the six-eared macaque. He also knew Xiaotang's strength. Although he had not yet become a saint, he could be considered the number one person under saints. With Xiaotang's participation, there will be many more variables in this God-sealing calamity. What the Interceptor sect needs are such variables. Only in the midst of endless variables can we seek a ray of hope. In the Western world, the two saints, Guiding and Junti, sat opposite each other. When they saw the six-eared macaque's powerful spell through their wise eyes, a meaningful smile appeared on their faces. Whether the Interceptor sect or the Hierophant sect won, it didn't have much of an impact on the Western sect. Guiding and Junti just needed to figure out how to gain enough benefit from this quantum jump. Guiding said that Xiaotang was transformed by the innate gourd vine and has some affinity with us. I think we should just pull him into my Western sect. Junti shook his head and said, his 7 waifs have a deep grudge against my Western sect, so I'm afraid they won't be willing to join. Jiayin said in a deep voice, if he is not willing to join, we will just forcefully transform him. Before we became saints, we were indeed afraid of him. But now, the two of us have already been certified as saints, so it's hard not to be afraid of him. A small paraclete? If that's the case, we can just take advantage of this quantum strike to clean him up. Guiding nodded his head after hearing this. If Xiao Tang and the 7 Gourd waifs could really be pulled into the Western sect, then the Western sect would definitely be able to grow. The 3 saints, Manhwa, Ho Tu, and the Queen Mother of the West, were all watching the great battle. In reality, they were watching for fun, and it had nothing to do with them as to who lost or won the God-sealing quantum heist. They knew Xiao Tang's power and their hearts were filled with anticipation, eager to see what unexpected twists and turns Xiao Tang could bring to the God-sealing quantum robbery. To say that the person who was most anxious was Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian. He was the last person to want anything to happen to the God-sealing quantum heist. After all, it was about the future of the Heavenly Court. However, when he saw Red Essence Z on the God-sealing list, he suddenly changed his mind. The Heavenly Court is in dire need of all the immortals and gods to enrich it, and the God-sealing calamity is the key opportunity to do so. According to the arrangement between the interceptors and the hierarchy, most of the people on the God-sealing list were Golden Immortals and Tai Golden Immortals, and there were far fewer Dala Golden Immortals who could make it onto the list, and with Xiao Tang making this mess, if there were more Deluo Jin Xian on the list, then the Heavenly Court would be able to get more powerful boosts, which would undoubtedly be beneficial to its future development. After the 6-eared macaque made a big fuss, the battlefield between the Great Shang and the Western Zhou temporarily calmed down. Soldiers from both sides were recuperating in their respective camps. Shortly afterward, Master Wen returned from his trip to ask for help, and he invited Fairy Sanshao. When Tai Shi would go to invite them, not only because of their strength, but also because they were Zhao Gongming's sisters. Upon learning of Zhao Gongming's fall, the 3 heavens immediately rushed over. They were grief-stricken after seeing Zhao Gongming's corpse. Originally, they had dissuaded Zhao Gongming from leaving Jinao Island, but they didn't expect to end up falling. No, we must avenge our senior brother, Bixiao said angrily with red eyes. Not bad, this hierarchy is really too deceitful. We will definitely ask for an explanation. Xiong Xiao also raised her willow eyebrows, her voice filled with anger. The 2 sisters must not. Yun Xiao opened his mouth to block, although Yun Xiao was also painfully angry at Zhao Gongming's death. However, she was well aware of the horrors of this God-sealing quantum revelation, and if she were to participate in it, the 3 of them would most likely fall as well. Now that something had happened to her elder brother, she didn't want anything to happen to her 2 younger sisters no matter what. Just then, Shen Gongbao's figure quietly appeared. He opened his mouth to persuade them, recounting in graphic detail the tragic circumstances of Zhao Gongming's death. He added fuel to the fire and made it sound so tragic, as if Zhao Gongming had suffered the cruelest torture in the world. As Bixiao and Xiongxiao listened, the anger in their hearts was once again ignited, and the 2 of them charged straight out regardless. They came straight to the outside of Ziji City. Bixiao shouted, "Lu Press, Burning Lamp, come out and meet me." Her voice was like a flood bell, resounding throughout Shiji City. Soon, Lu Press and the hierarchy of explanation appeared on top of the city tower. Lu Pressure, Burning Lantern, you teamed up and designed to kill my elder brother. Today I will seek justice for him and avenge him, Bai Xiao said angrily. Xiong Xiao also chimed in angrily. Not bad, today you will be killed. Don't be impulsive. 2 sisters. Yun Xiao also quickly rushed over. Although she didn't want to get involved in the matter of the God-sealing quantum revelation, she couldn't watch her 2 sisters get into trouble. Lu Press, do you dare to fight me? Bixiao asked as she stared at Lu Press. Why wouldn't I dare? Lu Ji's body shone with light. It was the light of the sun's true flame, blazing and dazzling. His figure flashed as he quickly flew towards the 3 heavens. Bixiao took the lead and offered the mixed golden dipper. That mixed yuan golden dipper radiated light, instantly grew larger, and smashed toward Lu Press. Lu Press was completely unafraid, releasing the solar divine flame to fight against the mixed golden dipper. Although Bai Zhao's magic weapon was powerful, she had not yet entered the Paragon realm, while Lu Ji was already in the Paragon realm. Thus Bai Xiao was no match at all. In the fierce exchange, Bixiao was gradually at a disadvantage. Her forehead was covered with beads of sweat and her breathing became rapid. I'll help you. Seeing this, Xiongxiao immediately stepped in and joined Bixiao in urging the mixed elements golden dipper. With the combined efforts of the 2, the power of that hybrid golden dipper instantly increased greatly, and the light became more and more dazzling. Lu Press felt a tremendous pressure, and his figure swayed slightly. Sister, come and help us. Although the 2 men had a slight upper hand, they had to but could not defeat Lu Press, so they asked Yun Xiao to take action. Chapter 114, 3 Heavens Out. Xiao Tang stands in the way. Lu Press felt a tremendous pressure and his figure swayed slightly, but he clenched his teeth and resisted with all his might. Sister, come help us. The 2 of them couldn't defeat Lu Press, so they asked Yun Xiao to step in. Yun Xiao sighed, her heart filled with helplessness, but for the sake of her 2 sisters, she had no choice but to attack Lu Press. Yun Xiao's strength was a bit stronger than her 2 sisters. Having reached quasi-saint, She made seals with her hands and recited words under her breath. A powerful mana surged out from her body, like a raging tide towards Lu Press. If she were to strike with all her might, Lu Press would surely lose. Burning Lamp naturally couldn't possibly watch Lu Press fail. He looked grave and quickly took out 24 sea-fixing god pearls from his bosom. The sea-fixing god bead flickered with colorful light, and each one contained infinite power. Burning Lamp threw out the sea-fixing divine pearls, instantly forming a powerful defense barrier that blocked Yun Xiao's attack. This is my elder brother's magic treasure. Give it back to me. Seeing Burning Lantern use her elder brother's magic treasure against her, the anger in Yun Xiao's heart could no longer be contained. Her eyes became red as if they were about to drip blood. Burning Lantern's strength was a few points stronger than Bai Xiao and Yun Xiao, and with the help of the magic treasure, Yun Xiao gradually fell into a disadvantage. Her mana was greatly depleted and her body began to tremble slightly. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared beside them like lightning, and it was Yang Jian. Yang Jian was dressed in a silver robe, holding a three-pointed, two-bladed sword in a valiant manner. He opened his mouth and said, "Fairy Three Heavens, Master asked me to give you a message to stop fighting and think long and hard when you get back." At this point, the three skies also understood that there was no way to avenge their elder brother's death by fighting impulsively like this, but it wasn't like they could just leave if they wanted to now. Bi Xiao and Xion Xiao's hearts were full of unwillingness, but they also knew that what Yang Jian said was reasonable. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, looked at her two sisters with a complicated expression, secretly thinking that this time when she went back, she must think long and hard to find a way to avenge her elder brother while preserving their sisters. Yang Jian also realized this, and he directly sacrificed the Yi apricot yellow flag. He blocked Burning Lantern's attack with the Yi apricot yellow flag, so Yun Xiao used it to get away, then slapped at Lu Press. Lu Press hurriedly resisted, but after the two of them reacted, Yang Jian and Lady Sanxiao had already withdrawn to Dishang. Ahem. Xiao Tang personally appeared in front of the three fellow Taoists. "On our first meeting, you may call me Xiao Tang." Yun Xiao saluted. "So it's fellow Taoist Xiao Tang. Fellow Taoist, we have heard of his name." Actually, Xiao Tang's name wasn't that famous, but his 7 Halua were considered famous. The name of the Gourd waifs resounded through the floodplains, and almost everyone knew that Xiao Tang had 7 bear children. Xiao Tang smiled and then said, "The 3 fellow Taoists want to avenge their elder brother, and I understand this matter. However, the hierarchy is very powerful, and there are still saints behind them, as well as many great Luo golden immortals and paramount saints. It's not an easy thing to avenge with just the strength of the 3 fellow Taoists." Bai Xiao spoke. "We have a great formation that is very powerful. Even if all 12 of their golden immortals attack, we can still use the formation to suppress them." Xiao Tang asked, "What you fellow Taoists are talking about? Is it the 9 quarters Yellow River formation?" The 3 Xiao were a little surprised. This grand formation was something that the 3 sisters had managed to create not long ago. Even among the Interceptor sect there were only a few people who knew about it. They were a little surprised as to why Xiao Tang would know about it. Xiao Tang did not explain how he knew. This 9 quarters Yellow River formation is indeed very strong. The great Luo golden immortals enter it without the slightest ability to resist. But this great formation, even the associate saints can only run for their lives. But if you really use this big formation, I'm afraid that you will get into trouble. I'm afraid that there will be a big disaster. What the 3 skies do not know is that the 9 curved Yellow River array cut down the top 3 flowers of the 12 golden immortals, and therefore attracted the 2 saints to take action, and ultimately ended up with a life and death real spirit into the god sealing list. We don't care about the great disaster. We don't believe in this. Our elder brother died a miserable death. We must avenge him. Xiao Tong continued to persuade. "I certainly have no intention of stopping you all from taking revenge. It is naturally possible to take revenge, but there is no rush for this moment. When the time is ripe, if a few of you want to make a move, I can also make a move to help." After listening to Xiao Tang's words, Yun Xiao pondered alone for a while. Her master, sect leader Tong Tian, had also said that this time was a great calamity for the Interceptor sect, and that if she was not careful, she would answer the calamity. If there could be a more secure way, one should indeed act steadily. Since this is the case, then several of us will stay for now. Fellow Taoists, don't forget today's words. With Yun Xiao having said so, there was no way for Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao to say anything else. They definitely wanted to avenge their brother's death anyway. Please also rest assured, several of you, after successfully persuading the 3 Xiao, Xiao Tang also let out a sigh of relief. The 3 heavens. Well, he also didn't want to see the 3 heavens perish. If he could save them, he would save them a little. Of course, if they didn't listen to persuasion, then Xiao Tang couldn't do anything about it. The 3 Xiao's 9 quarters Yellow River formation was very powerful, and even saints would be a little afraid of it. Keeping them as cards would be easier for Xiao Tang's plan to accomplish as well. Ahem. Aha. Yang Jian is here. Is Senior Six Ears awake? Xiao Tang asked. Yang Jian shook his head and replied. Senior Brother Six Ears is still unconscious and has not woken up. Since that's the case, let me go take a look at him. Xiao Tang arrived at Six Ears' tent. He looked at the six-eared macaque. And when he saw the six-eared macaque, he instantly realized that something was not quite right. The Six Ears macaque's power should have recovered. But Xiao Tang realized that his state was getting worse. Xiao Tang reached out and probed. But he realized that the six-eared macaque had been hit by the nail-headed seven-arrow book. As it turned out, Xiao Tang understood that this must be the handiwork of that Lu Press. Previously, Lu Press had used the book of 7 arrows of the nailhead to kill Zhao Gongming, and he wanted to repeat the same trick and use it on the six-eared macaque. Lu Press's move was considered to have completely angered Xiao Tang. The book of 7 arrows of the nailhead was indeed very strong, and even Xiao Tang had no way to eliminate its effects. The only way to make the curse go away was to go against Lu Press in order to destroy the straw man with the name written on it. Lock onto Lu Press's location for me. Xiao Tang immediately transmitted his voice. After received the message, he immediately opened his divine ability and searched for Lu Press, then shared Lu Press's location to Xiao Tang. This Lu Pressure, in order to prevent Xiao Tang from searching for him, had actually hidden into a large mountain, not in Shiji City, but in the deep mountains. However, Xiao Tang coldly grunted in his heart. If you were hiding in Shiji City, I wouldn't necessarily be able to take you, but for you to dare to hide that far alone, you are looking for death. Xiao Tang's figure flashed and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lu Press. Chapter 115, Slapping Lu Press. Collective Pursuit. Xiao Tang's figure flickered, and in the next moment, he appeared in the place where Lu Ji was hiding. Land Press. Suddenly a powerful sense of oppression came over him. When he looked up, he saw Xiao Tang's cold face. He couldn't figure out how he could not figure out why he was still found by Xiao Tang after such a thorough concealment method. It's you! Other people might not be aware of it, but he had Xiao Tang's formidable reputation etched in his mind. Back then, his own father and second uncle had teamed up and both returned in defeat at the hands of Xiao Tang. Nowadays, although he had broken through to the quasi-saint realm by a fluke, facing Xiao Tang, he knew in the bottom of his heart that he had absolutely no chance of winning. Xiao Tang angrily shouted, "Dare to make a move against my people. You seek death." His right arm was raised high, and a heaven-destroying power quickly gathered in his palm. Immediately afterward, Xiao Tang fiercely slapped his palm toward Lu Press. Lu Ji perceived Xiao Tang's overpowering attack. His complexion suddenly changed, and he hurriedly mobilized his body's mana, trying to build an impenetrable barrier to resist Xiao Tang's thunderous strike. However, he had severely underestimated Xiao Tang's power. Xiao Tang's palm was wrapped in a powerful force, making it impossible for him to resist. The terrifying palm landed heavily, directly knocking Lu Press ruthlessly into the ground. For a moment, dust flew up and a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. Fairy of the three heavens, don't you want revenge? Now is the time. The three skies instantly appeared above Lu Press, and they finally had a chance to take revenge. They struck out at the same time, offering the mixed yuan golden dipper and slamming it fiercely at Lu Press. Lu Pressure was well aware of the power of the mixed golden dipper, and if he was hit, he would surely be shattered to pieces. He panicked and executed the Golden Crow Rainbow Transformation Art Chakra, his body transforming into a piercing golden rainbow with a blazing light, fleeing frantically into the distance. Want to escape? Where to escape? Immortal Yun Xiao shouted delicately and chased after Lu Press. Bixia and Xiangxiao also followed closely behind, and the three of them left behind 3 brilliant light shadows in the air. Xiao Tang looked at Lu Press's fleeing figure and did not immediately chase after him. His gaze fell on the straw man on the altar below, on which was written the name of the six-eared macaque. Xiao Tang's palm ignited a blazing fire and burned the straw man in a single fire. As the straw man burned out, the curse of the book of 7 arrows of the nailhead expired. The speed of the golden crow transforming into a rainbow was indeed incredibly fast, and could not be caught with the naked eye. But the three skies were by no means idle, especially Immortal Yun Xiao, who was very fast and clung to Lu Press. Lu Pressure was anxious in his heart, and he knew that once he was caught up by the three heavens, his life would be in jeopardy. As long as he could escape back to Shiji City, with the help of the hierarchy, there was still a chance of survival. Just as Lu Press was full of expectations that he would be able to escape, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. The person who was blocking the land pressure was none other than Dawa. Xiao Tang had long anticipated that Lu Press might flee, and in order to prevent him from escaping, he deliberately arranged for Dawa to intercept him here. At the same time, with Erwa utilizing the 1,000 Miles avatar to keep an eye on Lu Press's location at all times, it was difficult for Lu Press to escape. Dawa looked at the fleeing Lu Press, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. He rubbed his fists together and hoped that this Lu press would be able to prohibit some beatings. Stop right there! Only to see Dawa bellowing out a loud cry, followed by a fierce punch. This fist was wrapped in the power of 10,000 pounds. The wind of the fist roared, and the surrounding space seemed to be compressed. The light on the fist shone brightly, and the power of the laws was vaguely flowing. Luji looked at the oncoming punch, and a strong uneasiness welled up in his heart. He felt that if he was struck by this punch, he would probably die. Now that Dawa's law of force had been thoroughly initiated, the power of a single punch could completely equalize with the ancestral which at its strongest. Lu Press understood that he was no match and hurriedly retreated backwards. This block by Dawa allowed Yun Xiao to catch up in time. Yun Xiao offered the golden jiao scissors and chopped towards Lu Press, wanting to split him in two. At the moment of life and death, Lu Ji erupted with all his strength, and flames violently erupted behind him, and a huge golden crow spread its wings out from the flames. This golden crow was surrounded by burning golden flames, and each of its feathers shone with eye-catching light. It let out a high-pitched chirp and blocked the golden scissors with its enormous wings. Since you're all going to force me, then all of you can go to hell. Lu Piao was as mad as a fish, and he decided to fight to the death. He mobilized his entire body and madly released the Sun True Flame. In an instant, the temperature of the surroundings rose dramatically, and the Sun True Flame spread out in a raging manner in all directions, and wherever it went, everything was scorched into nothingness. Dawa was faced with this terrifying Sun True Flame, but he was not afraid in the slightest. He hurriedly sacrificed the flame light banner of the Offerth. The Offerth flame light flag unfolded, and the runes on top of the flag flickered and flowed. A powerful suction force emanated from the flag, drawing the raging Sun True Flame into it. In the blink of an eye, the raging Sun True Flame was all absorbed by the Offerth flame light flag. Seeing that the Sun True Flame that he was so proud of had been so easily dissolved, Lu Ji was so angry that he trembled. He hated in his heart. Why were the magic treasures in the hands of these people so restrained against him? Especially this flame light flag of the separating ground. It was simply his nemesis. Just as Lu Press was shocked and angry, Yun Xiao and Bai Xiao rushed over. The two of them looked at each other, and with a tacit understanding, they offered up the mixed yuan golden dipper and smashed it down fiercely towards Lu Press. Lu Ji knew the power of this strike and didn't dare to take it hard, once again performing the Golden Crow Rainbow transformation technique, transforming into a long rainbow and dodging the attack in a thrilling manner. It was clear in Lu Ji's mind that he was in a desperate situation. In fact, Lu Press originally possessed a superb innate spiritual treasure called the Flying Dagger of Immortal Beheading. If he had it in his hand, he might still have a chance to turn the tide. Unfortunately, because of Xiao Tang, Lu Press did not get the gourd, and the immortal cutting flying dagger was not refined. Now that the Sun True Flame was useless and he couldn't defeat the combined power of the four, his only thought was to escape. Lu Piao once again unleashed the true fire of the sun, and this time he poured all of his power into it. The flames were even fiercer than before, spreading wildly around. Dawa frowned and once again fully activated the flame light banner of Offerth, absorbing the overwhelming flames. Just as Dawa was focused on absorbing the flames, Lu Ji saw the right moment and fled once again towards the distance. After Dawa collected the flames, he realized that Lu Press had already fled some distance away, and he immediately shouted, "After them!" The four of them then immediately chased after Lu Press in the direction he had fled. At this point, Lu Ji had already panicked, and he recklessly ran in the direction of Ziji City. "There's no escape. Suffer death!" Dawa roared loudly as he chased after them. He sacrificed the flame light banner of separation from the earth and directly blocked Lu Ji's path. At this point, Lu Ji really had no way to retreat, and could only attack towards the several people regardless. Under the joint attack of Dawa and San Shao, Lu Press gradually lost his strength and made a final struggle. "In that case, you will all die with me." Lu Pressure's heart was filled with despair and madness. He knew that he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to escape today, so he decided to blow himself up and die with the crowd. Chapter 116 Lu Pressure explodes, familiar method of death, only to see his body light up. A terrifying aura emanated from within him, and the space around him began to twist and distort. Not good. He's going to self-detonate. Yun Zhao's face changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted. It was clear in everyone's hearts that the power of a paragon body's self-destruction was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. No, we can't let him explode like that. This place was not far from the battlefield between Deshang and Shiji. If Lu Press blew himself up here, except for those great powers above the great Luo Golden Immortals, I am afraid that everyone else would be seriously injured or even completely destroyed in this horrible explosion. The three heavens struck with all their might at the same time, covering Lu Press with the mixed golden dipper. Dawa also fully activated the flame light flag off the earth. The flag was like a giant whirlpool, crazily absorbing the power emanating from Lu Press. Only heard a loud boom. The entire floodplain shook violently. A powerful shockwave centered on the land pressure, spreading in all directions. Land pressure managed to blow himself up. Even though most of the power was blocked by the off-Earth flame light flag and the mixed golden dipper, that remaining explosive power was still incomparably terrifying. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, everything was reduced to ashes under this force. Mountains were leveled, rivers dried up instantly, and a dead silence prevailed. Under the terrifying impact triggered by Lu Pressure's self-detonation, Dawa and Sanshao were all shaken out. The four were all lightly injured. How could they not have imagined that this Lu Press would be so crazy as to directly explode itself? For a moment, the entire heaven and earth seemed to freeze, and all living beings were shocked by this terrifying scene. At the same time, the eyes in the floodplains were focused here. The self-detonation of a paramount sage was so loud that it was enough to draw everyone's attention. And just as everyone's eyes were firmly attracted to the self-destructing Lu Press, a golden light flew like a meteor in the opposite direction of Shiji at breakneck speed. Upon closer inspection, one could realize that this golden light was actually a golden crow. It turned out that Lu Press had quietly taken out his evil corpse when he used the flames to attack the crowd earlier, attracting the attention of the crowd by the evil corpse blowing itself up. Then the main body skillfully blended into the flames and then fled in a ray of light. When he saw the evil corpse successfully explode, Lu Pao's hanging heart finally dropped a little. It also meant that everyone's eyes would be gathered there, and he would not be discovered. However, a cold aura cut through the sky and shot straight into Lu Press's chest. Lu Ji's eyes were wide open, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. He slowly lowered his head and looked at the arrow that pierced through his chest, his body instantly freezing. How is this? How is this possible? Lu Press muttered, his voice trembling with despair. He was more than familiar with this arrow. It was the same divine arrow that shot his 9 brothers to death back then. But Dai is long dead. Who shot the fatal arrow? Lua used the last of his strength to look in the direction the arrow came from and realized it was actually Xiao Tu. I can't believe it's you, Lu Press murmured in a low voice, his tone filled with unwillingness and resentment. The one who shot this arrow was none other than Xiao Tang. After the death of Dai back then, Xiao Tang obtained this divine bow that contained great power. Today was the day he shot his last arrow, and it was a way to send the little golden crow to meet his brothers. Lu Ji slowly raised his hand and trembled as he touched his chest, as if he wanted to make sure that this was real. So, back then, the brothers were feeling like this, he said, his voice getting lower and lower, and his eyes gradually losing their luster. In the next moment, Lu Ji's body began to change, gradually expanding and eventually transforming into a huge fire raven with burning flames that fell heavily into the earth below. Lu Press was after all a paragon, and even if he died, his corpse still contained a terrifying power. Lu Ji's corpse continued to burn, and the true flame of the sun spread out as quickly as it did. Wherever that blazing flame went, everything was instantly turned into ashes. The earth was scorched and parched, and the air seemed to ignite with a crackling sound. 7. Over to you. Xiao Tang looked at the gradually spreading fire and turned his head to Xiao Qi beside him. 7 nodded, her eyes revealing a hint of excitement. Okay, Daddy. Xiao Qi opened the chaos gourd and took Lu Press's corpse inside. Lu Piao's true spirit did not enter the god sealing list, but was directly thrown into the reincarnation by Xiao Tang. Then, Xiao Tang took out a strand of 3 light divine water and turned it into rain and sprinkled it on top of the earth, and all the sun true flames were all extinguished. After killing Lu Press, Xiao Tang returned to the Great Shan camp. The people in the camp surrounded Xiao Tang when they saw him return. Yun Xiao said with pity, fellow Daoist Xiao Tang, I didn't expect Lu Press to use the evil corpse to attract us and even detonate the detachment, allowing him to escape. Xiao Tang smiled faintly and comforted. Don't worry, Lu Press has been completely killed by me. Hearing Xiao Tang's words, a trace of surprise and disbelief immediately flashed across Yun Xiao's eyes. Really? Great. Thank you for your help, fellow Daoist. After killing Lu Press, our senior brother's revenge will be half avenged. Next, we only need to kill the burning lamp, and then we will be able to console our elder brother's soul in heaven. The flame of hope was rekindled in Yun Xiao's eyes. Xiao Tang changed the topic and asked, did you guys get hurt when that evil corpse exploded itself? Yun Xiao said, I'm fine. The 2 sisters have suffered some injuries. They will be fine after recuperating for a while. I have some triple light divine water here, suitable for healing wounds, so take it and use it. With that, Xiao Tang took out a bottle of 3 light divine water and handed it to Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao's eyes were filled with gratitude. Thank you, fellow Daoist. This triple light divine water was not an extremely rare treasure, but because it was so good, the current 3 light divine water was firmly grasped in the hands of the great powers, and it was really not easy to obtain a bottle. And in Shiji's camp, after learning that Lu Press had died, Burning Lamp's face instantly became extremely ugly. Lu Pressure even died. The burning lamp was a bit disbelieving. A paraclete, how could he die so easily? Originally, with the addition of the burning lamp, there were 3 paramount saints on their side, and they were not afraid of facing the interceptors in the slightest. But now, once Lupress died, their strength was instantly greatly reduced, and compared to the interceptor sect, they were instead weaker. Burning Lamp paced back and forth in the tent, thinking of a response. No, we must find help, or else I'm afraid we'll lose this battle to seal the gods. Burning Lamp carefully pondered all the possible reinforcements in his mind, and a name gradually surfaced in his mind: Styx, River of the Underworld Blood Sea. The power of Styx's strength was well known in the flood. He possessed the Red Lotus of 12 karmic fires, and also held the 2 great spiritual treasures of Yuan Tu and Abi, which killed without touching karma. In addition, the Blood Sea formation set up by Styx was not bad in terms of power, and was not much weaker than the Perpetual Star Dipper formation. If he could help, Shiji would definitely be able to gain the upper hand in the battle to seal the gods. Chapter 117 Burning Lamp invites Styx. Condition is to enter the God Seal list. It's decided. Saying that he would do it, the Burning Lamp immediately turned into a ray of light and flew towards the Underworld Blood Sea. Not long afterward, the Burning Lamp arrived at the Underworld Blood Sea. In the Sea of Blood, waves of blood rolled over, emitting ghastly sounds. The entire Sea of Blood was filled with a rich bloody odor, devoid of any life to speak of. Although there was the Shura clan in the Sea of Blood, the Shura clan was a remnant created by the river Styx, modeled after Nuwa's creation of man. Not only were they ugly and distorted, but most of them were very vicious, with only killing and desire in their hearts. The Burning Lamp looked at the bloody scene in front of him, and his brows furrowed slightly. He forced himself to endure the discomfort in his heart and spoke. Fellow Taoist Styx, I, Burning Lamp, have come to ask for something. His voice echoed above the Sea of Blood, but it was as if it was swallowed by this endless sea of blood, not stirring a single ripple. Just when Burning Lantern thought that Styx would not respond, a blood-colored lotus flower slowly flew out from the Sea of Blood. The lotus blossomed, revealing a figure that was none other than Styx. I thought I heard it wrong. This river Styx of mine. It's hard to come to one person in 100,000 years. Today what wind to burn the lamp friend blew here. The battle to seal the gods was fought with such fervor and made such a big commotion. How could Styx not know about it? But Styx was a veteran powerhouse, and was of the same generation as the saints. If he hadn't been short of some luck, Styx would have been fully capable of becoming a saint. Therefore, Burning Lamp hardened his head and respectfully spoke in detail about the situation of the Battle of God Sealing as well as his own intention to come. Styx listened quietly without the slightest change in the expression on his face. After a long time, he slowly spoke. What does this battle to seal the gods have to do with me? Why should I help you? Burning Lamp heart tightened. Quickly said, Road friend, now the situation of the war to seal the gods is critical, but also hope that you can help me elucidation. If you can succeed, there will be heavy thanks in the future. After thinking for a moment, Styx spoke. I can consider helping. However, you need to promise me one condition. Burning Lamp's heart was delighted, and he quickly said, Fellow Taoist, please speak. As long as it is something I can do, I will definitely promise. Styx smiled faintly and said, My Shura clan is going to enter the God Sealing list. Hearing Styx's request, a trace of consternation instantly flashed across the Burning Lantern's face, his eyes revealing a few moments of surprise. It should be known that the disciples of the hierarchy and the Interceptor sect were all avoiding the God Sealers list, but this Styx is the complete opposite, favoring the clan to be on the God Sealing list. Sealed God list, for the exponents and cut off the disciples of the two religions, is indeed like a shackle. Once on the list, will be bound by many rules. The road of cultivation will also be greatly restricted. However, for the Azura clan, which had been trapped in the Blood Sea and had not seen the light of day for a long time, the God Sealing list was like a ray of light in the darkness. It was the perfect opportunity for them to break free from the confines of the Blood Sea and go to the vast outside world. As long as they could enter the heavenly court and integrate into the core power layer of the three realms, the Azura clan would be able to open up a whole new path of development in the future. From Burning Lamp's personal perspective, he was extremely in favor of allowing the Azura clan to ascend the God Sealing list. After all, once the Azura clan occupies a place on the God Sealing list, the number of people from the hierarchy who can be on the list will naturally decrease accordingly. But he also knows clearly, this kind of big thing he cannot make the decision, must consult the Master Yuan Shi Tianzun. Thus, the Burning Lamp said, this matter is of great importance, and I still have to ask the Heavenly Father about it. There's no harm. I'm not in a hurry. Come back to me when you can grant my request. Styx said indifferently. Letting the clan make the God Sealing list was also on his whim, and it wouldn't matter if this deal couldn't be negotiated. Burning Lamp hurriedly flew to the Jade Void Palace to look for the first Heavenly Father. Burning Lamp came to find Styx this time, naturally did not escape the eyes of Ho-Tu. Anything that happened in the underworld she was clear about. She didn't stop Styx from participating in the sealing of the gods, and even though Styx was a quasi-saint, she didn't think that he yet could make much of an impact. Burning Lamp rushed back to the Jade Void Palace without stopping, and reported the matter of the Azura clan wanting to be on the god sealing list to the first Heavenly Father one by one. Genji agreed straight away. A few places on the god sealing list could be exchanged for Styx's assistance, which was really cost-effective. Moreover, Ancestor Hongjun had not stated that the Azura clan could not be on the god sealing list. Then let them go on. It would be a good thing for my hierarchy to take up some spots. After receiving permission from the first Heavenly Father, the Burning Lamp was overjoyed in his heart as he hurriedly left the Jade Void Palace and once again rushed in the direction of the Sea of Blood. After meeting Styx again, Burning Lantern had an in-depth conversation with him, and eventually the two made a deal. Styx promised to go all out once when Burning Lamp needed it, and in exchange, he would receive 10 places on the god sealing list. After negotiation, Burning Lamp's face overflowing with excitement, he thought, this time with the help of the River Styx, to defeat the big business is simply a matter of 9 out of 10. After returning to Shiji City, Burning Lamp immediately began to make preparations. He personally wrote a letter of war to set up the formation 3 days later. To have invited Styx? When Xiao Tang learned that Styx had been invited over by Burning Lamp, he was somewhat surprised. Yang Jian on the side looked at Xiao Tang and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask, Master, is this River Styx very strong? Xiao Tang nodded and said, the strength of this Styx is unfathomable. If it weren't for his slightly worse fortune, I'm afraid that he would have long since been certified as a saint. The Blood Sea formation that he created is very powerful, and in the Blood Sea domain, even if a saint were to visit in person, it would be difficult to cut him down. There is a saying that the Blood Sea is not empty, and the River Styx does not die. So powerful. Yang Jian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after hearing this. When Zhong turned to the crowd and asked, now that Shiji has such a powerful booster, this is quite a trouble for our great Shang. I don't know if any of you Taoists have a plan to deal with this and be able to defeat this River Styx? When the people heard this, they all looked at each other and were silent for a while. Yun Xiao took a step forward and spoke. I've also heard about the strength of this Styx. With the strength of our 3 sisters nowadays, I'm afraid that even if we join forces, we would not be a match for him. Unless we are able to execute the 9 quarters Yellow River formation, we might still be able to barely fight him. Xiao Tang shook his head and said, the 9 quarters Yellow River formation is indeed exceptionally powerful, and it can be said to be invincible to cultivators of the De Luo Golden Immortal Realm. But this Styx has already reached the peak of the Associate Saint Realm. The 9 quarters Yellow River formation can at most repel him, but it cannot defeat him. When the crowd heard this, they all looked grave, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. Right at this moment, Xiao Tang said, leave this River Styx to me. Xiao Tang was also clear in his heart that Styx's strength was too powerful, and there was really no one on the side of the great merchant who could fight against it. Even if Dawat and Shiwa teamed up, they might not have a few chances of winning in front of the River Styx. Therefore, he could only personally take action to fight for a ray of hope for Dishang. Chapter 118 Blood Sea Battle. Xiao Tang Great Underworld River. The appointed day of the great battle came, and the sky suddenly changed color. The originally blue sky was instantly shrouded by a dense blood color. Thick as ink, the blood-colored clouds rolled in and quickly enveloped the entire heaven and earth. A powerful and evil blood aura filled the air from that blood-colored cloud, and wherever it went, the crowd only felt a kind of fear originating from the depths of their souls. In the midst of that roiling blood color, an immense and incomparable blood-colored lotus flower slowly emerged. In the center of the blood lotus, Styx River sat quietly, wearing a blood-colored robe. His face was cold, and his eyes revealed a cold killing intent. When Xiao Tang saw this, he only saw his feet lightly clicking, and his entire body was like an arrow off the string, flying towards that blood-colored lotus flower. In the blink of an eye, he landed firmly on top of the lotus and stood face to face with Styx. Fellow Taoist Styx, it's been a long time. Xiao Tang was the first to speak. As Styx looked at Xiao Tang in front of him, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a seeming smile as he said, so it's fellow Taoist Xiao Tang. I didn't expect that I would still be able to meet you here in the middle of this god-sealing calamity. Fellow Taoist Styx, you are secluded in the Sea of Blood. Why did you come to participate in the quantum revelation struggle? Styx said seriously, I want to make a way out for the Azura clan in this god-sealing cataclysm for the sake of their future. Moreover, if fellow Taoist Xiao Tang can come, why can't I have and can't I come? Since that's the case, then it's up to me to learn about fellow Taoist Styx's mastery. When Styx heard that Xiao Tang was going to make a move, a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. He had heard about Xiao Tang's strength long ago, but had never had the chance to see it with his own eyes. Now, To be able to compete with such a strong person of the same level was undoubtedly a thing he could not wait for. If he came to a junior, it would appear that he was bullying a junior. And Xiao Tang and himself were of the same generation, so it was just the right time to have a painful competition. Xiao Tang slightly raised his hand and made a gesture of invitation, saying, "Fellow Daoist sticks first." "Good. Then fellow Daoist Xiao Tang should be careful." In an instant, majestic and thick blood qi gushed out and quickly spread out. Within that blood gas, there seemed to be countless unjust souls wailing mournfully. In just the blink of an eye, it completely enveloped a 10,000 mile radius. Old Ancestor Styx's voice was like rolling thunder, echoing continuously between heaven and earth. "This is the blood sea formation that I have practiced, and it is extremely powerful. If you're not careful, you could be instantly turned into blood and your soul will be scattered." The blood sea grand formation was based on the 12 karma fire red lotus and derived 480 million blood god sons, together with the 2 great dharma treasures of Yuan Tu and Abi. It was extremely powerful. If the blood sea grand formation was executed in the underworld blood sea, it could completely fight with the perpetual star dipper grand formation. And at this time, although the power of the blood sea formation was a few points weaker due to the environment, it was still definitely a top-notch existence. Nauseating black and red waves churned in the sea of blood as the blood godchildren poured out the sky towards Xiao Tang in a frenzy. Xiao Tang's face was grave. This river Styx really lived up to its name, and the power of the blood sea formation really could not be underestimated. He reached out his hand and shouted, "Return the 5 square flags to their positions." In an instant, the 5 square flags scattered everywhere instantly appeared beside Xiao Tang. The 5 square flag floated around Xiao Tang's body, forming an impenetrable defense barrier that blocked all of the blood god children that came in like a tidal wave. Each blood god's son impacted on the 5 square flag with a dull sound, splattering pieces of blood, with the 5 square flag protection shielding his body. This sea of blood couldn't hurt Xiao Tang at all. When Styx in the crowd watching the battle saw that Xiao Tang possessed the 5 square flags at the same time, undisguised envy flowed from his eyes. When these 5 flags were combined, it was comparable to an innate supreme treasure. Xiao Tang didn't care about the gazes of the others. He had to be careful when facing the blood sea grand formation as well. Off-Earth Flame Light Flag. Burn! Xiao Tang activated the power of the flame light banner of the Off-Earth Flame, releasing flames that whistled and swept towards the blood godchild. The blood godchild was directly burned to ashes under the scorching flames. Even the power of the blood sea was unable to resurrect him again. Seeing this, the old ancestor of the river Styx was shocked and furious, but there was nothing he could do about it. So he could only continue to consume his own blood chi and continue to recreate the blood godchild. However, he knew in his heart that this place was not in his river Styx, and the replenishment of blood chi was not endless. With just these blood godchildren, there is no way to help this Xiao Tang. The old ancestor of the river Styx was anxious in his heart. It seems that I can only take action myself. Thus, old ancestor Styx held the dual swords of Protu and Abi, with black blood and water flowing on top of the swords, exuding a palpitating coldness. With a flash of his figure, he attacked towards Xiao Tang like a ghost. His speed was so fast that it was almost difficult to catch. Xiao Tang's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was secretly alert as he offered the great god whip without hesitation. This great god whip was as long as a dragon. Its body flashed with golden light, and its body was engraved with ancient runes, each of which contained a powerful force. Xiao Tang wielded the great god whip and battled with the Stygian river old ancestor. The two of them went back and forth, and the fluctuations of the battle were like a raging tsunami. Wave after wave, far too powerful than when Xiao Tang fought with Luya before. The surrounding space seemed to be unable to withstand such a powerful force, constantly emitting crackling sounds, as if it would break at any time. The crowd looked from afar, as if they had seen that shocking battle between witches and demons back then. Their hearts were all shaken. Fortunately, both of them have been restrained. The old man of the river Styx divided part of his mind to manipulate the blood sea grand formation, and Xiao Tang also used the 5 square flag as a medium, using the grand formation to absorb the fluctuations of the battle as much as possible. Otherwise, the bottom would have been flattened, and countless living beings would have been brutally coated. Old ancestor Styx was worthy of being a veteran powerhouse with incomparably deep strength. He fought Xiao Tang with great difficulty, and every time they exchanged blows, they triggered heaven and earth anomalies. Fellow Daoist Xiao Tang's strength really impresses me. Old ancestor Styx battled while secretly marveling in his heart. Next, I won't be able to collect my strength. Feel free to come. Xiao Tang was undaunted and responded loudly, his eyes flashing with determination. Old ancestor Styx sniffed and simply concentrated. He quickly made seals with both hands, recited words under his breath, and violently offered up the 2 swords of the original figure and Abi. The 2 swords wrapped the sea of blood and blood water, as if they were 2 huge black dragons, and surged towards Xiao Tang. Wherever that blood water passed, Space was corroded with a bottomless gully, emitting a suffocating stench. Seeing this, Xiao Tang's face changed slightly and he immediately urged the 5-square flag to resist. However, at this moment, even the incomparably powerful 5-square flag appeared to be struggling to resist. The power of that blood sea bloodwater was too powerful, constantly impacting the 5-square flag's defense, and the 5-square flag's light flickered erratically, as if it would be breached at any time. Chapter 119, Xiao Tang battles Styx. Chaos bell rings. Paying for 10 god ceiling slots and getting nothing in the end was too much of a loss. Thinking of this, Burning Lamp realized that he had to make a move, so he immediately offered up the falling treasure money. Burning Lamp was going to use falling treasure money to brush off Xiao Tang's 5-square flag. He believed that as long as the 5-square flag was lost, Xiao Tang would definitely lose. Xiao Tang naturally noticed the Burning Lamp striking out and did not make a move to stop it, only to see the falling treasure money hitting the 5-square flag. And what shocked Burning Lamp was that the 5-square flag was still flickering and had not been knocked down. Xiao Tang sneered. A mere top-grade innate spiritual treasure. To even think of brushing off my extreme innate spiritual treasure? How whimsical. The falling treasure money is really special, but it's not easy to swipe off mana of a higher level than it. Furthermore, Xiao Tang's strength was stronger than Burning Lamp, and he had absolute control over the 5-square flag, so it was simply impossible for him to be brushed off. Xiao Tang directly released a 5-colored divine light and brushed away the falling treasure money before putting it away. When Burning Lamp saw that the falling treasure money was snatched away, his heart became even more anxious. Thus, the Burning Lamp clenched its teeth and flew directly over, offering 24C fixing divine pearls. The Burning Lamp cried out, "Fellow Taoist Styx, it is I who will assist you." When Styx saw Burning Lantern intervene, he frowned slightly, a little displeased in his heart. He didn't like the idea of someone intervening during a battle. Xiao Tang let out a disdainful laugh when he saw Burning Lantern sacrificing his magic treasure to strike at him. Go! Xiao Tang threw out a magic treasure and slammed it towards the Burning Lantern. Burning Lamp looked at the magic treasure flying towards him. His eyes widened. The expression on his face instantly solidified. His heart filled with fear and shock. Chaos Bell? How is this possible? Burning Lamp couldn't believe that Xiao Tang had a Chaos Bell. When the Witch Demon War, the Burning Lamp is still in the corner of the bitter cultivation. It do not know that the Chaos Bell fell into the hands of Xiao Tang. At this moment, he only felt an unprecedented crisis enveloping him. Burning Lamp wanted to dodge, but realized that he could not. The speed of the Chaos Bell appeared to be slow, but in reality it was unavoidable. With his hands and feet, he used the 24C defining spirit pearls to protect himself in an attempt to block the blow. However, the Chaos Bell was an actual innate treasure, and the power it contained was terrifying to the extreme. Only to hear an earth-shattering roar, the Chaos Bell directly smashed the sea-defining God Pearl, and then crashed heavily into the body of the Burning Lamp. This strike contained the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, directly hitting the Burning Lamp's Tao body and shattering it. That's what happens when you have many hands. The Chaos Bell struck, and the dull and distant sound of the bell spread throughout the entire flooded earth. This voice, majestic and with vicissitudes, as if it had traveled through the river of years, pulled the memories of the crowd back to the magnificent Witch Demon Quantum Leap. The crowd could not help but think, is it possible that this God-sealing quantitative hijacking will repeat the mistakes made during the 2 hijackings of the Witch and the Demon, plunging into endless chaos and killing? At this time, Styx could no longer sit still and got up to stand on the lotus flower. He opened his mouth and asked, "Fellow Taoist Xiao Tang, why did this Chaos Bell not use it out just now?" If Xiao Tang used the Chaos Bell and added the 5 elements formation, even if Styx had the Sea of Blood formation, he would not be a match at all. Comparable to an innate supreme treasure and a complete innate supreme treasure. Those were 2 completely different things. Xiao Tang responded, "It just hasn't been the right time to strike yet." Xiao Tang originally wanted to keep the Chaos Bell as a keycard to turn the tide, but who had thought that the Burning Lamp would find death and rush over? Styx nodded. "Indeed, I couldn't use such a magic treasure for the previous battle. However, since I have agreed to fight with all my might, then fellow Taoist Xiao Tang, today you will get to see my strongest power." A hint of determination and ruthlessness flashed in Styx's eyes, and his aura around him steeply surged as a strong blood aura filled the air. 3 figures suddenly appeared around Styx, the very 3 corpses he had cut down. The 4 Styxes struck out at the same time, and the raging power of the blood sea intertwined together, creating a suffocatingly powerful sense of oppression. Even Xiao Tang couldn't help but feel the pressure coming down like a mountain. At this moment, Xiao Tang's expression was grave and he did not dare to slack off in the slightest. He took a deep breath and stimulated the full power of the 5 elements grand formation, echoing with the power of the surrounding heaven and earth, releasing a shocking power. For a time, the sky and earth changed color, the wind and clouds stirred, the light of the spells illuminated the entire sky, and the roar was deafening. The great battle between the two of them had undoubtedly brought the god-sealing quantum rivalry to a new level. The battles after that, unless the saints personally came down to fight against each other, could only be considered as small fights. The other immortal gods watched this battle and realized the depth of the veteran powerhouses. They had thought that they were already the strongest in heaven and earth after they had been promoted to Paragon, but they were completely inadequate compared to Xiao Tang and the others. Jin Yuanzi saw the battle between the two in the five Zhuangguan and was relieved and at the same time a bit regretful. He was also eager to compete with these old Taoist friends. In the middle of the North Sea, a large fish crossed the surface of the water, hiding from the sky. "I'm sorry, fellow Taoist sticks, but I have to win this battle." This battle was related to the direction of the god-sealing quantum revelation, so Xiao Tang could not continue to fight with him. Thus, Xiao Tang decisively sacrificed the chaos bell. The mana in his body surged crazily and converged on his right hand. Then he slammed his palm heavily on the chaos bell. The chaos bell was inspired by this powerful force and violently let out a deafening roar as a terrifying force swept towards the river Styx with the chaos bell as the center. When the four Stygian rivers saw this, they were shocked in their hearts, and a hint of panic appeared on their faces. The power of this chaos bell was too terrifying. If they were to be hit head-on by this power, I'm afraid that they would instantly go up in smoke. They didn't have time to think about it and hurriedly struck out at the same time to fend it off. Together, the four of them urged the power of the Blood Sea to converge together, forming a barrier in an attempt to resist the Chaos Bell's terrifying attack. The Chaos Bell possessed the supreme power of reversing time and space, inverting cause and effect, suppressing all things, and re-establishing order. Back then, when the Chaos Bell was in the hands of Tai, it was mostly just a simple and brutal way to directly take it and smash it into the enemy without ever really tapping into the power contained in the Chaos Bell, which was really a waste. Now, Xiao Tang unleashed the true power of the Chaos Bell. The sound of the bell rang out one after another in a continuous stream. One could only see the sea of blood below continuously and violently churning under the vibration of the bell like boiled water. Immediately afterward, a shocking scene occurred as the sea of blood unexpectedly began to show a crack under this powerful force. In the next moment, the entire piece directly crumbled apart, turning into countless drops of blood floating in the air. How is this possible? Styx's heart was filled with shock and disbelief. Before the battle, although he had thought that he might lose, he had not expected that the Blood Sea formation that he had painstakingly made would be broken so easily under the attack of this Chaos Bell no matter what. After the Blood Sea formation shattered, the winner was already divided. Chapter 120, Obtaining the 9 Quarters Yellow River Formation. Inviting outside help. Xiao Tang put away the Chaos Bell, a trace of fatigue appearing on his face. All the unwillingness in Styx's heart, but his heart was convinced. He flew over and arched his hand at Xiao Tang. Fellow Daoist Xiao Tang, I lost this battle. My skills are inferior. I am convinced. Xiao Tang nodded his head slightly. He had to say that Styx's strength was really not to be underestimated. If he was in the Sea of Blood, he would not necessarily be able to win. After Styx was defeated, he returned directly to the underworld Blood Sea. He had already begun to select the clansmen who were on the list. Though Styx lost, using all of his power to accomplish the task, Xiao Tang did not choose to immediately return to the great merchant. At this time, if he went back, he would definitely cause the attention of all forces and would bring about many unnecessary troubles. His victory caused the Great Shang's morale to be greatly boosted, and the soldiers were all excited. Even the chi of the Great Shang seemed to have been affected by the victory, speeding up its recovery. While the Shang side's morale was high, Shiji's side's morale took a serious hit. If the burning lamp was defeated, how could the 12 golden immortals be a match? The crowd felt creeped out as long as they remembered the sound of the Chaos Bell that day. At this time, the 12 golden immortals are busy repairing the Tao body of the burning lamp. If not for the fast escape of the burning lamp, he is afraid that he would have already gone to see the Queen Mother of the Earth. Tai Yi said with a bitter face. I didn't expect Xiao Tang to have such a supreme treasure as the Chaos Bell. Only Master's Pango Streamer and Master's Uncle's Taiji diagram can compare to it. Fearful Lu Sun frowned tightly, his face full of anxiety. Now, the burning lamp elder brother has been defeated. What should we do? The people looked at each other, and for a while, no one could think of an idea. After a long time, Guang Changzi said in a deep voice, Zhang Ziya, hang up the waiver first. Yes. Ginger nodded helplessly. The development of things has long gone beyond his control. Zhang Ziya also suddenly figured out that he would simply hold the god sealing list properly and wait for the sealing of the gods and be done with it. Only when the eyes of the crowd were no longer only tightly focused on the great merchant did Xiao Tang quietly return to the great merchant's military camp. As soon as he stepped into the barracks, he heard a childish but excited voice coming from him. Sir, that clock of yours is too powerful. Can you take it out and show it to me? Xiao Tang turned his head to look, only to see Neza looking at him with an expectant face. Let me show you. Xiao Tang reached out and the shrunken chaos bell appeared on his palm. Nez's face was filled with surprise as he inquired, "Can I borrow it?" "Of course not." Xiao Tang refused. If this chaos bell had fallen into Nez's hands, it might have caused something to happen. Nez skimmed his head, his face full of unhappiness. Xiao Tang could not help but smile and helplessly shook his head. He knew very well in his heart, although this child Neza was throwing a tantrum at the moment, it wouldn't be long before his anger subsided. He would come over and pester himself again, asking questions. It's nice to leave him alone for a while now. Yun Xiao suddenly walked up to Xiao Tang, slightly owed his body, and saluted. "Fellow Daoist Xiao Tang, I wonder if you can return these 24C fixing god pearls to me? This is my elder brother Zhao Gongming's relic, and it means a lot to me. I won't let you lose for nothing either. I'm willing to exchange it with a magic treasure, and I hope that you, fellow Daoist Xiao Tang, will be able to fulfill it." While breaking the burning lamp's Dao body, Xiao Tang used the 5-colored divine light to brush the 24C fixing god pearls over. This C fixing god pearl is indeed extremely important to San Xiao, and Xiao Tang has no use for holding it, so he will just give it to her. However, it couldn't be done flat out. She had to be made to come up with something of value. With this thought, Xiao Tang spoke. "I can return the C-setting god pearl to you. However, I want to take a look at the formation diagram of your 9/4 Yellow River formation. I don't know what Fairy Yun Xiao would like to do." "Okay, I promise." Yun Xiao agreed readily. Although the diagram of the 9/4 Yellow River formation was precious, the 24C fixing pearls were the relics of their elder brother, Zhao Gongming, and were more important to them than any treasure. "Since that's the case, this C-setting god pearl will be returned to you, Daoist." Saying that, Xiao Tang reached out and handed the C-fixing god pearl, which was emitting a soft blue light, to Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Xiao Tang to be so dry. Then a flash of gratitude appeared on his face and said, "Many thanks to fellow Daoist Xiao Tang. I'll have to topographize the diagram of this 9/4 Yellow River formation. It's just that this topography will take some time." Xiao Tang waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Just give it directly to the 6-eared macaque after you have finished." At this time, the 6-eared macaque had already woken up, only that his body was still a bit weak, and Xiao Tang naturally didn't have that much time to comprehend formations, so he gave this task to the 6-eared macaque. The 6-eared macaque was quite talented in formations, so Xiao Tang hoped that he would be able to fuse these formations together to create a truly powerful formation. Maybe at some point, the 6-eared macaque would be able to surprise himself. In order to repair Burning Lamp's Dao body as quickly as possible, the 12 golden immortals used all kinds of precious and incomparable geniuses and treasures, and borrowed the power of spiritual treasures. Tai Zhengrong's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and while he pushed his immortal power with all his might, he silently prayed in his heart, "It must be successful. Senior Lantern Burning Brother can't fall down just like that." After 10 days of effort, Burning Lamp's Dao body finally recovered for the most part. He slowly opened his eyes, and at this time, although the Burning Lamp had regained his consciousness, there was simply no way for him to fight again. "Go to the North Sea to find Koan Pang," Burning Lamp said with a hoarse voice and weak breath. When everyone heard the name Koan Pang, they were all stunned. Of course they had heard of Koan Pang's great name. Back then, when Koan Pang was a demon master of the demon race, he was a formidable figure. Nowadays, although the demon court is broken, he is still a veteran powerhouse, and his strength is on par with Styx. But even though this Koan Pang is strong, it is not a match for Xiao Tang, so inviting it doesn't seem to be of much use. Great Master Spirit Treasure couldn't help but voice out the doubts in his heart. The Burning Lamp explained with difficulty, although Xiao Tang won that previous battle, his consumption must not be small. It shouldn't be possible to open the 5 elements formation and use the Chaos Bell again in a short period of time. We are just going to take advantage of this gap in time to attack the Great Shang. And when the 11 of you go together then, even if Xiao Tang makes a move, he won't be able to free his hands to deal with you. After hearing this, the crowd fell into deep thought, and after some heated discussions, they all eventually felt that this might be the only feasible way at the moment. So Guangchengzi rode a cloud and came to the North Sea as fast as he could. The North Sea, with its rough, huge waves. Koan Pang was hiding in the deep sea when he suddenly sensed an aura approaching. His huge body crossed out of the seawater. "Guangchengzi, what are you doing here?" Koan Pang asked. "I've come here to ask fellow Taoist Koan Pang to help Shiji." Guangchengzi described the situation in detail. Chapter 121, Koan Pang's appearance. Eve of the Great War. When Koan Pang learned of Guangchengzi's intentions, a flash of excitement instantly flashed through his eyes. Finally a chance for revenge. Koan Pang thought in his heart. At the time of the witch demon Quantum of Solace, Koan Pang had made an enmity with the Haludas, and he had never forgotten it. With Halua plus Xiao Tang, That's a total of 8. And he's only one person. So there's no chance of revenge at all. And now that the hierarchy had come to ask for his help, with the help of the hierarchy's people, they would be able to make Xiao Tang and the Haludas pay a terrible price. Okay, I promise. Hearing Kuan Pang agree so quickly, Guang Changzi was a bit surprised. He was all set to negotiate with Kuan Pang, but it turned out that Kuan Pang didn't seem to care. With a display of his body, the Kuan Pang leapt out of the seawater and flew into the air. In the next moment, his body quickly changed, transforming into a rock that covered the sky, his wings spreading out as he flew in the direction of Shiji. This spreading of the wings of the rock leapt across the vastness of the sky of 90,000 miles, and the majesty of the momentum was daunting. Ordinary spreading of wings is this kind of speed. If that Kuan Pang technique is utilized, I don't know how fast it will be. Perhaps even a saint may not be able to catch him. Although the Kuan Pang's strength was not considered an invincible existence, its attainments in speed were unrivaled in the world. It was also by virtue of this unrivaled speed that he was able to successfully escape from that cruel and bloody witch demon quantum heist in a series of narrow escapes time and time again. I didn't expect this guy to come. Xiao Tang stood outside the military camp and slightly tilted his head, his gaze locking onto the gigantic Kuan Pang that was in the sky. He beat the shit out of him back then. I didn't expect that he would still dare to come, Shiwa said beside Xiao Tang. Ever since the witch demon quantum revelation, Kuan Pang had stayed in the North Sea and hadn't appeared again. And he can appear really let a person some surprise. Do not know thought he has fallen. However, Xiao Tang guessed that he was probably here for revenge. The hierarchy was also out of options, so it borrowed people from outside. A huge hierarchy, even have to hire people from the outside. Say it all make people feel joke. However, it is true that there is nothing particularly outstanding among the disciples of the hierarchy. Compared to the disciples of the hierarchy is still a bit weaker than the interceptor sect. However, the Kuan Pang did not immediately launch an attack after arriving at Shiji City. As if he was waiting for something, Xiao Tang sensed that more and more auras were gathering in Shiji City. It seemed that this time the interceptor sect was planning to send enough people to launch a general attack. 3 of you. I'll trouble you guys to make your move next. Xiao Tang turned around and said to the 3 heavens. Yun Xiao nodded slightly and said solemnly, "Don't worry, fellow Daoist Xiao Tang. The 3 of us will definitely not let you down when we bring up our hand." The opponent should have come with quite a few Dao Lord Gold Immortals, and against Dao Lord Gold Immortals, the 9 quarters Yellow River Formation was naturally the best. In the 9 quarters Yellow River Formation, as long as you hadn't reached Quasi-Saint, no matter how many came, it was useless. Xiao Tang's heart was full of confidence in the power of the 9 quarters Yellow River Formation. This was the famous technique of the 3 Xiao sisters. It was powerful and once activated, it could trap the enemy in the formation and leave them to be slaughtered. Fellow Daoist Xiao Tang, I wonder if we need to continue to go and invite some more people. When Taisher came over and asked. Ever since Xiao Tang had revealed his terrifying strength in the previous battle with sticks, when Taisher had been impressed with him and his heart was filled with awe, he understood that Xiao Tang's power was crucial in order to defeat the Hierophant's powerhouses. Xiao Tang shook his head slightly and said, "No need. Having fellow Daoist Sanjiao's 9 quarters Yellow River Formation will be enough. If it really doesn't work, I will find someone else to help." If the 9 quarters Yellow River Formation was unable to withstand the enemy's attack, then Xiao Tang would have no choice but to let the Haludas appear. 3 days later, the war drums roared on Shiji's side. Zhang Zia took down the truce sign, and the battle between Deshang and Shiji began once again. Faced with Shiji's declaration of war, Deshang naturally chose to meet it. The gigantic Kuan Pang once again appeared in the sky above Shiji, its huge body like a dark cloud, pressing towards the Great Shang side. When the soldiers of the Great Shang saw the scene, their hearts immediately became a little nervous. If they hadn't seen some big scenes before, I'm afraid that they would have just gone weak in the knees and wouldn't have been able to stand at all. After Kuan Pang, the East Sea Dragon clan arrived in great numbers. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings exuded a powerful aura around them, and they were followed by more than a dozen great Luo Golden Immortal level dragon powerhouses. Their appearance caused the atmosphere of the entire battlefield to become even more tense. The generals of the Great Shang did not expect that they would be able to fight a dragon. Xiao Tang looked at the Dragon Tribe's group and pondered in his heart, this Dragon Tribe should also want to take advantage of this quantum robbery to once again rake in some merit and allow the Dragon Tribe to be freer. The Dragon Clan had helped Shiji, and if it had gone according to the original development, they had indeed helped the right people. However, this time was different. Now that Xiao Tang had interfered, they were afraid that their plans would fall through. After this battle, the Dragon Clan might be in a perilous situation again. The moment Neza saw the dragons, the anger in his heart was instantly ignited. How dare these stinking snakes come? He growled angrily. Back in the day, Naja was cornered by the Dragon Clan and almost killed himself with his sword. If it wasn't for Xiao Tang's timely appearance, I'm afraid he would have died a long time ago. Neza picked up the Qianquan circle and was about to charge towards the dragons. Neza, calm down. Yang Jian was quick on his feet and pulled him steadily. Don't be in a hurry. There are so many dragons on the other side. If you rush over like this, you will only be torn apart and eaten. It's better to wait. Don't be in a hurry. There will be a chance for revenge. Yang Jian patiently persuaded. When Neza heard Yang Jian's words, the anger in his heart calmed down a bit, but the hatred in his heart has not diminished at all. Neza could endure for a while, but not for long. After the Four Seas Dragon Clan, there were numerous demon Dao Lords. On behalf of the hierarchy, Guang Chengzi promised them that as long as they stepped in to help win the battle, they could allow the demon race to gain some free space to live. This battle was both an opportunity and a great challenge for the demon race. Get it right, and everyone gains. Get it wrong, and everyone dies. Xiao Tang suddenly thought, this hermeneutics always is not accustomed to these wet life ovulation generation. Did not expect today but used up. I don't know what Yuan Shi Tianzun thought in his heart when he watched his disciple actually come to the demon race to fight. Xiao Tu suddenly wanted to see his expression. Fellow Taoist Yun Xiao, can this 9/4 yellow river formation of yours hold so many demon clans? Xiao Tang asked. Naturally, it won't fit. Yun Xiao calmly spoke and replied, but it can be done slowly batch by batch. At this moment, all of the demon kings had transformed into their original forms, and they opened their bloody mouths and roared loudly. That deafening roar shook the earth on the great Shang side violently. Afterwards, the 11 golden immortals flew in the forefront, dressed in Taoist robes and holding magic treasures. This time, they were determined to fight the Interceptor sect and win honor for the hierarchy. Chapter 122, The Melee opens. Respective opponents. Since Shiji had already moved, it was time for the great Shang side to move as well. Fellow Taoist Yun Xiao, please open the 9/4 yellow river formation. Xiao Tang said. Understood. Sisters, let's go. Yun Xiao shouted and the 3 Xiao sisters flew to the front of the formation, ready to open the 9/4 yellow river formation. The 6-eared macaque stood nearby, watching intently with unblinking eyes. Although he had already memorized the diagram of the 9/4 yellow river formation, he was able to learn faster and comprehend more deeply by watching the 3 Xiao sisters actually operate it with his own eyes. Father, leave the Kuan Pine to me. Dawa stepped forward and said with a confident expression. Alright, you have to be more careful. If you can't defeat them, retreat back. Xiao Tang urged with a concerned face. Don't worry, it's just a big fish. I can handle it, Dawa said confidently. In fact, Xiao Tang understood that Dawa's realm was not lower than Kuan Pang's, and coupled with the powerful laws of force, there was a high degree of certainty that he would be able to win in a battle with Kuan Pang. However, anything could happen in the middle of a great battle, so Xiao Tang told Dawa to be careful. Soon, the 9/4 yellow river formation had been set up. After the 3 heavens returned to their positions, the formation was directly opened. Instantly, a powerful force filled the entire heaven and earth. The so-called 9 bends of the yellow river and the 3 talents. The gods and immortals are all affected by this calamity. The power of the 9 bends of the yellow river formation can be seen. The 9/4 yellow river formation was laid out according to the layout of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams and was arranged according to the 3 paths of heaven, earth and man. Immortals who enter this formation are immediately reduced to mortals, and mortals who enter the formation are immediately killed. Even saints faced this 9/4 yellow river formation with extreme headaches. The 11 golden immortals charged directly into the 9/4 yellow river formation. The other demonic beasts, on the other hand, were pouncing madly towards the camp of the great merchant. In an instant, dust flew up on the battlefield. The shouting and killing sounds were deafening, and the earth was slightly trembling under this violent impact. Neza, let's go, Yang Jian shouted, hearing that he could finally get his hands dirty. Neza was overjoyed. The duo charged towards a great Luo golden immortal level dragon race with an unrelenting momentum. Even though the 2 of them had yet to break through to the realm of the great Luo golden immortals, they could still fight with them with their combined efforts. Facing a great Luo golden immortal that was stronger than themselves, their heartbeats raced, their blood boiled in their veins, and every part of their bodies cheered for the battle. With a focused expression, Chiwa held the chaos gourd and flew up with a light stance. With a hint of curiosity and anticipation in his eyes, he carefully opened the lid of the gourd. In an instant, a mysterious and powerful suction force surged out of the gourd, as if it could devour everything in the world. In just an instant, a great Luo golden immortal level demon race demon king was mercilessly swept into the gourd by this suction force amidst hissing sounds of terror. The other demon kings witnessed this scene, their eyes filled with shock and fear as they retreated backwards in panic, fearing that they would suffer the same fate. As Chiwa watched those fleeing demon kings, a hint of smugness couldn't help but rise in his heart. but he soon felt that simply using the gourd to collect demons seemed too simple and uninteresting. Thus, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a confident smile as he steadily put the gourd away, deciding to rely on his own physical strength and unique magical abilities to start a good battle with these demons. At this moment, his heart was filled with the urge to leap into action, eager to prove his strength in this battle. Wearing a majestic robe with a dignified and resolute expression, when Taisher stood with his head high at the front of the human army, his gaze was like a torch as he scanned the chaotic battlefield in front of him. And although he understood that the realm of the human cultivators and generals on his side was not comparable to those powerful demonic beasts, he was not afraid. He knew that this battle was about the survival of the human race, and he could not allow the slightest retreat. Generals, for the glory of the human race, for our homeland, today is the time for us to fight to the death. His voice was low and powerful, echoing across the battlefield like a flood bell. Under his leadership, the cultivators and generals of the human race were closely aligned, forming a unique killing formation. Their eyes revealed firmness and determination, and even though there was inevitably some nervousness in their hearts, under the encouragement of Master Wen, everyone mustered up their courage and gripped the weapons in their hands, ready to fight to the death against the demonic beasts. It was clear in their hearts that this battle might be exceptionally difficult, but in order to protect their homes and loved ones behind them, they would never back down. Sixth son, you go too. Xiao Tong stood at the back, his gaze deep into the battlefield, his brows slightly furrowed as he secretly contemplated the severity of the situation in his mind. He was well aware that although Shiji's side was not weak, the enemy had many strong players, and this battle was still full of variables. Sixth son, you go as well. He spoke again, his tone carrying a hint of unquestionable firmness. Understood. Sixth son answered, his eyes flashing with excitement and anticipation, only to see his hands rapidly forming seals and chanting under his breath. In an instant, the powerful 10 overwhelming formations instantly opened under his control. A mysterious and powerful power fluctuation emanated from the formation, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted by this power. A smug smile appeared on Sixth Child's face as he watched the Four-Seas Dragon King and the many dragons being mercilessly swept up by the power of this grand formation in surprise and panic. His heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. At this moment, the pressure on the battlefield was suddenly reduced by a lot, and when Xiao Tang saw this scene, his heart let out a slight sigh of relief, and a look of relief appeared on his face. Just as the crowd was in the midst of a fierce battle, suddenly, a bright and dazzling golden light and a brilliant and colorful divine light crossed the sky like lightning. Immediately afterward, the majestic figures of the golden-winged roc and Kong Xian appeared on the battlefield at the same time. The golden-winged roc spread out its wings, covering the sky and the sun, each feather flickering with golden light, as if it was cast from gold. Kong Xian, on the other hand, exuded a colorful and auspicious aura around him, and his eyes were filled with condescension and confidence, as if all things in the world were not in his eyes. The two of them glanced at each other and nodded slightly. Then they combined their forces with a tacit understanding. Their powers intertwined together, forming a powerful storm, and wherever they went, both soldiers and magic treasures were easily lifted off by this power. When the crowd on the battlefield saw this scene, their hearts were shaken as fear and despair spread through the crowd. They knew deep down that the combination of these two powerhouses was almost unbeatable. At this moment, the 12 golden immortals stepped into the 9 quarters yellow river formation with grave expressions. They knew in their hearts that this formation was extremely dangerous, but in order to fulfill their mission and save the people, they resolutely stepped in. As soon as they entered the formation, they quickly dispersed, their eyes vigilantly observing the surroundings, trying to find the key to breaking the formation in this complicated formation. Chapter 123 Yang Jian and Neza battle the Black Dragon. Kong Xian and the Golden Rock. Facing Dawa's terrifying strike, the Koan Pang felt this powerful threat and did not dare to take it hard. He hastily executed the Koan Pang technique, transforming into a residual shadow and dodging in time. Although the Koan Pang's strength was not as strong as Dawa's, its unrivaled speed made it difficult for Dawa to hit for a while. Dawa wasn't in a hurry. Humph, let's see how long you can hide. Dawa was confident in his strength and was definitely able to defeat Koan Pang. It would just take a little more time. On the other side, Yang Jian and Neza were engaged in a fierce battle with a black dragon. Yang Jian, holding a 3-pointed 2-bladed spear, was responsible for the main attack. Each of his attacks was precise and powerful, slashing at the vital parts of the black dragon. Neza, on the other hand, was looking for an opportunity to take advantage of a sneak attack. These dragon scales are too hard, Neza shouted. Neza managed to use the Qinkuan circle to smash on the black dragon's body, but it didn't break defense at all. Then shave his dragon scales first. Yang Jian swung out his 3-pointed 2-bladed spear and slashed at a dragon scale, directly lifting it up. Bastards, you seek death. The black dragon let out a cry of pain and sprayed a column of water towards Yang Jian. Yang Jian didn't fight hard and hurriedly avoided it. Brother Yang. Awesome. Neza saw Yang Jian successfully cut down a dragon scale and wanted to give it a try too. He stared at the black dragon's every move and took advantage of Yang Jian drawing the black dragon's attention away from him to swing the Qianquan circle in his hand without any hesitation and ruthlessly smashed it towards the black dragon's body. When he smashed it, he used his dark energy and directly pried open a dragon scale. The two of them worked closely together, constantly pulling off the scales from the black dragon's body. The other dragons were in a predicament under the shroud of the 10 overwhelming formations. Although they possessed great power, they were bound within this bizarre formation, and their power could not be fully utilized. Their huge bodies looked particularly clumsy in the formation, and not only were they unable to perform powerful divine abilities, but they became a liability to their movements. So, they took human form and tried to find a way to break the formation. However, after the last great battle, the six-eared macaque had carefully modified and perfected the 10 overwhelming formations. Now, all he needed to do was to quietly maneuver the formation in the shadows, and he would be able to keep the dragons clueless. The dragons ran around in the formation, trying various methods but never finding a way to break the formation. Red sand, red water, wild wind, blazing fire, golden light, and various other forces raged in the formation, constantly impacting their bodies and causing them to suffer. At this moment, the dragons' hearts were filled with regret. Had they known that this battle was so difficult, they shouldn't have joined so easily. But now, it was too late to leave. When the dragons chose to help Shiji, the end was already. There weren't many paragon saints of the demon race to begin with, and after being entangled in one by the 7 wards, Kongxian stopped the other one as well. After there was no quasi-saint in the way, the quasi-saint realm's golden rock was an invincible existence, killing many demon kings one after another. After the demon kings were pretty much killed, Jin Peng went to help Kongxian kill the paragon demons. I can do it alone. I don't need your help, Kongxian said. Those people are too weak. I don't even have half the power. Let me have this paragon. Jin Peng directly stole Kongxian's opponent. Kongxian shook his head when he saw this and didn't grab it from Jin Peng. The paramount sage demon had originally been suppressed by Kongxian, and now that he had encountered the golden rock with even stronger attacks, he was beaten even more helplessly. He looked at Kongxian, who was still eyeing him from the side, and was clear that he wouldn't be able to escape if he didn't. So he used his full strength to repel the golden rock, then fled without looking back. Where to run? Said the golden rock as he was about to chase after the direction the great demon had fled. Wait, golden rock, don't chase. Kongxian called out to the golden rock. Why don't you go after them? Jin Peng asked. It's better to settle the battlefield first. If we continue to fight, the great merchant's side won't be able to hold up. All right, Jin Peng sighed. It was a pity. Such a good opponent. The two of them glanced at the entire field before they flew into the 10 overwhelming formations. The duo entered the grand formation and instantly transformed into their true bodies, charging towards the dragon clan. The duo spread their wings and brought up a gust of wind as they flew towards the dragon clan. With his sharp claws, the golden rock stabbed straight into the back of the black dragon in a swift manner. Immediately after that, he used his indestructible beak to stab towards the black dragon's head. The hard scales and skulls of the dragons did not help, and the black dragon let out a hiss of pain as his head was pierced through. The golden rock smoothly sucked out his brain marrow with a clean movement. The black dragon's body landed heavily on the ground and was instantly corroded by the red sand in the formation, quickly disappearing without a trace. Although all the people of the dragon clan were de Luo Jingxian, but in front of the two paragon saints, Jin Peng and Kongxian, where were their opponents? In a few moments, however, they were killed, and there weren't many dragons left. The 4 sea dragon kings saw that the situation was bad, and their hearts were filled with panic. They were clear that if they didn't take action, the entire dragon clan would face extinction. The 4 sea dragon kings glanced at each other and understood, simultaneously offering up the dragon beads that contained their lifelong cultivation. The 4 dragon beads shone brightly and converged together, forming a powerful force that hardened and broke through the 10 overwhelming formations. Jin Peng and Kongxian seized the opportunity to directly rush over and swallow their dragon balls. Although the dragon king of the 4 seas was furious, he didn't dare to stay any longer and fled back towards the 4 seas. This participation in the war was a real loss for the dragon race. The dragon king of the 4 seas has lost a lot of power without his dragons, so I'm afraid there's no way he can continue to be the dragon king. In another part of the battlefield, Yang Jian and Neza continued to fight fiercely with the black dragon. The two of them worked together with a tacit understanding. They utilized a variety of clever moves and little by little, they picked off all the scales from the black dragon's body. The shedding of each scale was accompanied by a roar of pain from the black dragon. Although they hadn't managed to directly injure the black dragon's life, They had beaten it to the point where it was drenched in blood. The black dragon's heart was full of suffocation. He would rather have a painful battle with those great Luo golden immortals than to surround himself with these two difficult fellows. When the black dragon saw the Four Seas Dragon King fleeing, it instantly wanted to flee this terrifying battlefield as well. However, how could Yang Jian and Neza easily let go of this excellent opportunity? Neza, quick as a flash, quickly threw out the mixed sky eye and tightly wrapped the body of the black dragon around it. Immediately afterward, Yang Jian leaped up high, and the three-pointed two-bladed spear in his hand pierced into the heart of the black dragon with a thunderous force. Neza was not to be outdone, and struck head-on, hitting the black dragon's head hard with the Qiankuan circle. Under the duo's rounds of attacks, this black dragon at the level of a great Luo golden immortal was eventually worn down by them at the level of a Tai golden immortal. Chapter 124, Total Victory. Burning the Kuan Pang. Neza skillfully took out a short sword and unhurriedly pulled off the dragon's tendon. A great Luo golden immortal level dragon tendon was an excellent material for refining a binding magic treasure. Yang Jian also collected the scales of the black dragon. Maybe he could even refine a pair of armor if he chose. With that, only the battlefield between Dawa and Kuan Pang remained. Dawa suddenly got a little anxious when he saw that the others had finished fighting. His attack became more and more powerful, and every time he swung his mountain opening axe, it cut through space. However, the Kuan Pang's speed was simply too fast. So fast that he couldn't even be seen as a blurry shadow. No matter how he swung, the mountain opening axe in his hand always fell short again and again. This damnable Kuan Pang, why is it so hard to deal with? Dawa roared in his heart. Eldest brother, I'll help you. Dawa turned his head to look, only to see that the six-eared macaque had sacrificed the five-element spirit bead. The five-element spirit bead flashed with colorful light and flew towards Kuan Pang, directly wrapping itself around his body. In an instant, the Kuan Pang only felt a powerful binding force wrapping itself tightly around him, and his speed was instantly greatly affected. Good. Now, a trace of surprise flashed in Dawa's eyes as he used his entire body's strength to lift the mountain opening axe. Impatient to kill Kuan Pang with a single axe blow, the Kuan Pang was shocked in his heart and wanted to dodge, but he realized that he was imprisoned by the five-element spirit bead and had nowhere to escape. In a panic, he hurriedly sacrificed his magic treasure to ward off Dawa's strike. However, where was Dawa's attack so well blocked? Kuan Pang exerted his entire body, and although he blocked the blow, he suffered a considerable injury. However, Dawa's attack did not end there. He took advantage of the fact that the Kuan Pang had not yet slowed down, and quickly made a fist with his other hand, following it up and slamming it towards the Kuan Pang. Kuan Pang's eyes widened as he watched Dawa's fist get closer and closer. There was no way to avoid it. It's over. Only heard a muffled bang sound. Dawa's fist heavily smashed into the Kuan Pang's body. Kuan Pang's body was directly dented, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out from his mouth. Kuan Pang lay on the ground, feeling the intense pain coming from his body, his heart filled with bitterness and unwillingness. 10,000 years ago, he couldn't beat the Haludas, and after trying to cultivate for so long, he still couldn't. No, I can't just die here. The strong desire to survive made him instantly come to his senses, and he realized that he had already lost this battle, and the best thing to do at this time was to hurry up and escape. When he returned to the North Sea and continued his cultivation, Kuan Pang didn't believe it. Waiting for another 100,000 years, he would definitely have the chance to take revenge. Thinking of this, Kuan Pang endured the pain in his body and exerted his divine ability to break away from the five-element spirit bead. Seizing this opportunity, Kuan Pang executed the Kuan Pang technique and transformed into a huge rock bird, spreading his wings and flying towards the distance at great speed. Want to run away? No way. Dawa chased towards Kuan Pang. The kunai picked up speed and left Dawa behind. Where to run? Shiwa suddenly appeared in Kuan Pang's escape route, holding the chaos gourd in his hand, having waited for a long time. When Kuan Pang saw the gourd in Shiwa's hand, his heart was shocked. He knew the power of this gourd and did not dare to be careless. Thus, his figure flashed and he fled in another direction. However, just as Kuan Pang changed direction, he saw a colorful light flash in front of him, and Kong Xian appeared in front of him. Why are there enemies everywhere? The Kuan Pang secretly screamed in his heart as he didn't dare to stay, spreading his wings and speeding towards the other side. However, before Kuan Pang could breathe a sigh of relief, he realized that a figure was chasing closely beside him, and it was none other than Rock. I'm not bad compared to speed. After saying that, the Rock launched an attack on the Kuan Pang. The Rock's attack was fast and vicious, and the Kuan Pang had to turn around and flee once again. The others tightly surrounded Kuan Pang so that he couldn't escape. Just as Kuan Pang was desperately fleeing, a flame suddenly surged towards him. The Kuan Pang was shocked in his heart and rushed to defend. His mana revolved around him, forming a shield that resisted the flames. In the next moment, Koan Pang realized that he was locked into a spell formation. A great fire filled all around him, and the blazing heat made him feel very uncomfortable. The one who struck out was none other than the six-eared macaque. The six-eared macaque utilized the fire spirit bead to open the fiery fire formation alone. The fire spirit bead emitted a dazzling red light, continuously injecting the power of flame into the spell formation. At the same time, the other spirit beads were transformed, converting all of their power into fire. In the fiery flame formation, flames continuously wrapped around Koan Pang, searing his body. The Koan Pang struggled desperately in the spell, trying to find an exit, but there was no way to escape with the blazing fire all around. His heart was filled with fear and despair. Is he going to die here today? And after the Koan Pang was blocked, the others quickly flew over. The crowd injected their power into the large formation, and the flames in the formation grew more and more ferocious. The power of several Paragon Saints came together to form a powerful suppressive force, making it impossible for the Koan Pang to escape. I admit defeat. Let me go. Koan Pang cried out in despair, his voice filled with pleading. However, no one paid any attention to him at all. There was only determination and indifference in the eyes of the crowd as they continued to increase their power, exerting the power of the flames to the extreme, scorching the Koan Pang. Xiao Tang's mouth chanted after seeing this scene. There is a fish in the northern underworld, and its name is Koan. The Koan is so big that it can't be stewed in one pot. 2 grills are needed. It's a pity. Thinking of this, he touched his pocket and said with a regretful face, it's a pity that I didn't bring any barbecue seasoning with me, or else I could have helped the Koan Pang to be flavored. The Koan Pang, who was caught in the fiery array of fire, let out a fierce scream that tore at his heart and gave people chills to hear. At this point in time, his body had already been scorched black by the fire, his feathers falling off one after another, and his skin had been burned and cracked, revealing the flesh and blood inside. If this continued, he would definitely die. However, at this time, no one was able to help him. He could only bear this endless pain alone. As the fire sizzled, everyone faintly heard, I think I smell a meaty aroma. Neza huffed and said excitedly, it should be coming from the Koan Pang. Yang Jian frowned and replied helplessly. Neza licked his saliva and said with a look of anticipation, I want to taste what Koan Pang tastes like. After roasting for a full 3 hours, Koan Pang just couldn't take it anymore. His eyes were filled with madness and despair as he thought in his heart, since I can't survive, I'll drag you all along with me. He directly separated his good and evil corpses and then detonated them in the formation. Everyone, all die with me. Koan Pang shouted frantically, his voice filled with resentment. Chaos Gourd, collect it for me. Everyone, block together. Dawa shouted. Everyone struck out at the same time, suppressing the power of the Koan Pang explosion.